For New York Subliners, they had 2 huge chokes to get bumped out of the tournament at Major 3.
It's because of the point disparity, right? New York, they sit in that 11th seed, only 70 points to their name.
This is a must-win game for NYSL, and really in a scary position to even make the top 8.
And it's Paul again! It's Paul again!
They need every match win that they can possibly get.
They're on the outside looking in the champs.
Crim, this could be the first champs he's not even gonna be at. He's the GOAT of Call of Duty.
Don't say that,
Mind blowing
Jay.
to think
Don't say
about
it. It feels like this game 1 is about to be theirs.
After all this struggle, and after all this pain, I'm just gonna keep on fighting. The world don't know my name.
The Royal Ravens really came out the gates and surprised so many people at the beginning of the season.
The question still remains, what about now? What about the future?
Well, it's time for Gizmo to really show us what he's made of.
The fans of this team are excited to see if he can kind of right this ship.
Gizmo, it's a 2-piece!
A round 11 ace.
And the London Royal Ravens cause an upset.
You know they tried to stop me, they tried to bring me down, but now I'm at the top seat, so how you like me now?
Nero is flying around the map like Prime Scump here. He's 12 and 4. Look at Nero, he's still going.
It's Nero the hero, over and over again.
It's a casual 49 and 33 from Nero. 5,500 damage. That man was running around shooting suns out of his MP40.
You know they tried to stop me, they tried to bring me down, but now I'm at the top seat, so how you like me now? I can't stop, I won't stop until the top.
This is going to be the debut of our champion from Major 3 heading into Stage 4, the Seattle Surge. Every single one of these players, you could call them an MVP for what they bring and what they do on the map.
Fred's now setting up for the kills. He's got himself an AR. He's got himself 2. Here comes a 3rd.
What a shot from Simp!
And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 3-0. Seattle Surge get the job done. Your major champions have not skipped a beat. They have not missed a step, and they have come right back in swinging.
Seattle, they're just flying high.
You in the big leagues now. You in the big leagues now. My beer palm something to blow up a bomb shelter. My palms palm blow, aka
1, 2 for Crim, and it's still Subliners. Crim, can he hold it down? Oh my good God!
It's either firm handshakes or your firm's hands breaking. Part of my patience as I pound the pavement.
Fighting over Barn, and Hydra gets 2. Hydra finds 1. He's looking for the second again. It's Hydra with a 2-piece.
Keep your eyes to yourself, but I know you can't help it. It's the way that I dress, and all the girls say.
So he is absolutely wheeling and dealing death.
He gives me 5-1, finds the second.
You in the big leagues now. Yeah, you in the big
That
leagues now.
is that. The New York Subliners, they are looking spectacular. Ball from the top. Hydra finding kills all over the bloody place. It's a 3 for him. And it's a massive bit of work out of Crim. The win is in. The miracle run continues for Subliners.
But don't put
Simp
me up
dives into it, finds the first and got the second. Trying to center, can't quite do it, but it's Cammy on the other side of it. It's King Cammy goes off.
Havok going to 6, makes it a 7. Unbelievable now. Afro going to get 1. Does. And tries to get out for the second. You got Kenny in the spot against Vivid. He takes Afro down. Brett finds another for the game.
Bienvenue. This is day 2 of Major 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to New York, where the city never sleeps, and rightfully so. With champs around the corner, we're all looking at Brooklyn. We're in the big leagues now, baby. Here at Major 4, excuses mean exactly nothing, and we don't care because only losers make them. But speaking of which, today is one of my favorite days. It's Elimination Day, as we finally take a look at the loser side of the bracket, where we hold not 1, not 2, but 3 major winners this year, and they battling for their lives. But it's not just about that, but it's the threshold. It's the race to go to champs. This is their very last chance. Welcome to playoffs, welcome to Major 4, welcome to King's Theater, and most importantly, welcome to Brooklyn, baby. And we're gonna break everything down right here on the desk. My name is aBeZy, we got Nameless, we got aLLeY, and of course, we got Big Brain Chance. How you feeling today, man? There's a couple of teams gonna get knocked out today.
Dude, it's not just that there are teams that are gonna get knocked out. They're gonna teams that have their year ended here on this main stage in New York. So it's gonna be an exciting time. It's gonna be painful for certain teams, and well, for some fans, it might be painful as well.
Right, and as we take a look at the bracket right now, Nameless, man, you've been to Call of Duty events for what, the last decade or whatnot, and the loser side, have you ever seen anything more stacked before?
I can't remember a more stacked lower bracket, at least in round one. I mean, you have every major winner, and then you have the Atlanta FaZe who have gotten second at all three majors. In round one of the losers bracket, these matches are going to be wild. You know, on elimination day, sometimes there's some lopsided games, and you know, we might have one of those today, but 3 of these are absolute bangers.
I'm gonna be honest, it kind of seems like it's flipped from previous majors. Like, all the teams that we've seen place like top 8 and top 6 are in the losers bracket right now. Like, not only do we have 3 major champions, we also now have Atlanta FaZe down there who has been consistently placing second. Like, some runs are gonna be ruined here.
And it's actually quite scary. Chance, I don't know about you, man, but if I'm one of these competitors and I know I'm going against the likes of Atlanta FaZe, OpTic Texas, Minnesota Røkkr, it's like, yo, get me out of here, man.
I mean, honestly, like, it's almost scary. Like, it's always scary to be in losers bracket, but now, like, the matches might be better in losers. Like, it is a wild time, a wild way to end the year. And, like, even just for the pick'em's sake, like, it's chalk. How do you predict any of this to end the year? It's unreal.
Right, and what else is unreal is the prize pool. A lot of people ask me when I'm in, you know, the car rides to go to events, are these tournaments big? Yeah, first place walked away with $200,000. aLLeY!
200K, Val.
That's a few new supers for you, right?
Absolutely. I know a couple people on this desk would be like, oh, you know, I'd invest it and put it into savings. Nah, man, I'm buying a car garage. Like, you guys got the wrong priorities.
No, but hey, check this out. One of the main priorities right now is going to champs, because even though $200,000 seems like a lot, it's not going to compare to what's there at the end of the year. And Nameless, we're talking about a storyline, you, Chance, and I, and the battle for champs is even harder now. So you have New York Subliners going on their fairy tale run, but in the loser side, every team that loses against New York goes against who?
I mean, absolutely. They're going to have to go against FaZe, right? So, like, if Mutineers lose that, they drop down, they play FaZe, which would just be fantastic for New York in the Cinderella story. But, I mean, we're already talking about a New York team that has to get top 2 at this point, right? If they win this tournament, they end at 175 points. If Mutineers get 1 win, that threshold goes up. So this is terrifying if you're a New York fan, but all you can do is hope that they complete that story and get the dub here.
Right, and speaking of points, let's go ahead and take a look at how things have unfolded this year. Now the Røkkr Atlanta FaZe, they're the most consistent in Vanguard. They're on top 290, and it's not even close. But aLLeY, the threshold is at 160 currently. Florida holds the keys to the gates.
This is the closest the bubble has been. I mean, those are 3 teams that are now clinched for champs, with London Royal Ravens clinching yesterday. That means there is only 5 more spots up for grabs, and today is going to play spoiler for a lot of those situations.
Right, and yesterday we actually had some crazy things happen. New York Subliners finally took the stage at their own major. They faced off against the Minnesota Røkkr and Nameless. That walkout, Gersh, the music, Crimsix, it was amazing.
I mean, that was lit, honestly. It was so loud in here, the prayer that they had going on. And honestly, I mean, without the prayer, they might have not have made that comeback. Because, like, these guys were getting obliterated on the first 2 maps. But you could see the New York fans, they came out here to support, man. They got them amped up. And Crimsix, I mean, what a crazy walkout. The guy definitely got fined for ripping his pants off and wearing the shorts on the stage. But Crim 7, he was getting hyped yesterday, and we actually just saw him. He's like, I'm bringing the energy today. So
He's got the crowd yelling right now.
You are in that crowd right now. I want to hear you get loud.
There we go. Hey, yo, Chance, New York were able to pull off a big reverse sweep against Minnesota Røkkr. It looked scary in the first 2 maps, but they took over.
I mean, again, when you just like go on to add to the unpredictability of the tournament, you basically have 2 different series from the teams in the same 5 maps. So like everything is going to be scary. And I don't know, maybe the prayer like hurt them. Maybe it was too much hype in the walkout and they came out flat and had to like rebuild the energy back up. But I have absolutely no idea. I do know there are enough doppelgangers in the crowd that if any of us get fired, someone in the crowd will be able to take our spot.
I mean, thinking about that series though, it kind of went as as expected. I guess that's kind of like the bow cage. Like you look at that map, but Minnesota was still 6-1 on the map in their last 7, and then they had the advantage in game 2. It just comes down to they had to clutch up game 5 in New York. They had the energy.
Yeah, and yesterday a little freaky thing happened. aLLeY, take a look at the NYSL stats right now. Kismet was on top, but as well when it comes to Minnesota Røkkr, there was a standout player. He was Standy. Even though he was talking a lot of trash, he didn't come out with a win, but from what we saw from him, he kind of tore it up.
I mean, it's moments before disaster, right? Like, that's a curse. You go up 2-0, you stand up to talk a couple bit of trash, and then you start the reverse sweep. And what other fashion than for it have to been a 3-0 on Berlin control? I know the fans were so lit for that one, but Minnesota Røkkr, I mean, you can see it on the screen. He stand up, he's yelling at them, you're up 2-0. I mean, he literally cursed themselves. After the first 2 maps, I believe, he went from like double positive to negative.
He wouldn't show it, yeah.
You just can't do that. Like, you have to learn. Everybody has the moment in their career where they learn that, right? Like, there's certain players you don't talk trash against, and like Crimsix and his squad is gonna be one of them, man. It fuels that fire. Like, I did it one time. I talked trash to Scump, got reverse swept me. It's just certain guys, can't trigger them like that.
No, you definitely cannot. But also, Crimsix, he walked away with a win, but he also walked away with some fines yesterday because of that walkout right there. aLLeY, that was kind of ridiculous, but we do have to say this. As a walkout in esports, yo, Crimsix took the cake.
I mean, it was fantastic. The fact that it was dad shorts of all things, too. Like, he ripped his pants off and tossed it into the crowd of all things. Like, and the fact he tweeted on Twitter afterwards, like, I practiced this so many times. Can you imagine Crim standing in the mirror at home with rippable pants off, just like, 1,
I wish I caught the pants.
2.
And, you know, it kind of went the same way as the series, right? It was a super rough start, wasn't clean, but hey, he got the job done in the end.
Right, so, Nameless, what do you expect for the next walkout for this squad?
It's got to be something epic. I've heard some ideas. I don't want to ruin them.
Okay.
But I think it might be wild.
All right, we're going to see. But you know what else is going to be wild? What's going down today? Another reminder, this is the first elimination day. We're going to kick things off. Atlanta FaZe, we also have Paris Legion. That's going to be a lot of fun. But also, speaking of Atlanta FaZe and Paris Legion, this is kind of weird. aLLeY, Atlanta FaZe, losers bracket right now. Big loss against LA Thieves, and now going against Paris. It feels just odd.
It feels incredibly odd. I mean, I want to say it's not that surprising, but it is really surprising. Like, even though Atlanta FaZe was struggling with respawn, like, we thought their search and destroy was going to be unstoppable. Well, LA Thieves 6-2 them on Tuscan search and destroy and almost have an 100-point wins when it comes to both hardpoints in this series. So for the likes of Atlanta FaZe getting dropped down and now going against Paris Legion, who has absolutely nothing to lose at this point in time, this could be the last match that they play this year in Vanguard. You can't overlook them.
No, you can't. Hey, Chance, are you going to overlook Paris Legion? We got to say this could be their possible last game ever right now. Not the best year, just 2 wins right now, but going against the best, most consistent team in the game right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a could be. It's more of like a should be. I will say, like, Paris started to look a little bit stronger towards the end, but, like, if you had given them any other team, I'd have thrown out of, like, maybe, and then they got dealt with Atlanta FaZe. Like, it is the 2 most consistent teams in the year. One has been consistently the worst. One has been consistently at least top 2, if not overall the strongest. So, no, I think Atlanta FaZe is coming up and, like, just completely take care of business.
And despite Paris Legion even having a bad year, right? The one thing we can't say outright, Nameless, Donnie has been a spark for this team. Even though it's a spark of fire and a thunderstorm, so to say, he's been playing really well.
Yeah, I mean, he's had his moment.
Considering the circumstance.
Yeah, I mean, considering circumstances, he's had his moment. He's certainly been the shining light on this team throughout the majority of their matches, but it's been frustration. I mean, across the board, like, you know, it's hard to say anything great about this team. They went into this last stage trying to play spoiler, and they went 0-5. They didn't do anything of substance here. So they're going up against Atlanta FaZe, which is, like Chance just said, the most consistent team in the game outside of their own, like, losing every single match. So I just have FaZe winning this in an outright stomp. I do not think that it's going to be very much competitive at all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, around the corner, and it's coming August 4th through 7th. You're going to want to get your tickets right now. This New York event has been phenomenal so far, and it's only been just 1 day. But live in Los Angeles, we will be there. I can't wait to see every single one of you. But, ladies and gentlemen, that's pretty much... yeah, this is going to be amazing. aLLeY, how do you feel about Champs?
I'm really excited. I mean, you're talking about people buying and getting their tickets for Champs. There are teams still trying to get their ticket to Champs, so make sure, obviously, to tune in for the rest of the weekend. It's only day 2, Val.
It's only day 2.
It's only day 2.
You got that right.
These teams today are going to have to buy a ticket.
Yeah. Hey, maybe we'll get on a few of them on the desk. Hey, I would like Crimsix on the desk if New York doesn't win, but they are my picks. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we are going to kick off the day. That's FRCDL pre-show headquarters. But on the other side, we have Paris Legion and also the Atlanta FaZe, the two most consistent teams in the game. Who's going to come out on top? I'm not sure yet, but if Day One told us anything, you won't hold your breath on it, you won't bet on it. We'll catch you guys there.
So won't you go ahead and tell me when you had enough? I'll give you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome. When you come around, you thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything I got to get in the vicinity.
Listen up, boys. We're new in town. So grab your zennies. We're breaking it to Fenway. Once you're all inside with the precious cargo, it's time to blend in. We need to crack the Jumbotron code, figure out the cipher, and relay it to Nero. Once you have it all figured out, meet us down at the home dugout. We're only gonna have one shot at this. Let's play.
Yo, didn't you hear? Champs is running it back to Cali.
Champs is going back to Cali. See you there.
All right, good morning, good afternoon, and welcome back to the Major 4 here in Brooklyn, New York. This has been phenomenal so far. The audience has been amazing. I'm loving the fan experience right now. Nameless, we're gonna kick off the first matchup of the day, though. Atlanta versus Paris, and a lot of people out there might think this might go one way, but yo, aLLeY and I, we want something mixy today. How do you feel about this game?
I mean, yeah, I want something mixy as well. Like, I hope it's an incredible match, but I just don't think that it will be. I think FaZe is going to come out angry. Like, RC is going to come back, play a lot stronger than they did yesterday. Obviously, had a tough performance there, and they're going to fix their search and destroy woes. So I think that FaZe comes out and wins this series with these, man. It's a perfect match, served up on a platter. Losers round one with the Bow Cage, Triple Tuscan Gauntlet. They're going back.
All right, aLLeY, how do you feel about these maps right now?
I don't feel that good. These are some of the maps that Atlanta went against LA Thieves the other day. That Tuscan Search and Destroy. That's what they lost to LA Thieves yesterday in a 6-2 fashion. Like, it wasn't even close, so I'm going to be honest. And then they weren't able to pull out the Tuscan control with the defensive battle. But Paris Legion, the one game mode that they have been looking good in is control. So I like to say, heading into this, it'll be a longer and mixier match than expected.
Chance, I know you're ready right now, but let's go ahead and introduce one of the Titans. And Chance, I'm looking at you right now. Atlanta FaZe, you know what? Let's not talk about it. Yeah, they lost against LA Thieves yesterday, but heading into this game, and with this losers bracket run, this team is terrifying.
Of course, they're going to scare every single team that they're playing against. Like, they have been put in situations. It's very rare, but they've been in losers brackets before, and occasionally they can make the run. So, like, I don't know. They're the most consistent team. They've been in damn near every single grand finals. I think they'll end up in the same place.
And when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, I mean, to sum it up, they got rotated to oblivion yesterday versus LA Thieves. They managed to drop another % in their break percentage as well. They had a 33% rotational win percentage and a 10% break percentage on Tuscan Hardpoint. We're heading into that game 4, so they need to get it going when it comes to respawn and improve the SMG advantage on map 1. Their win percentage ranks Bow Cage, Atlanta first, Paris obviously 11th. They've had a rough season overall. Atlanta's got Simp and aBeZy, who are supposed to be the SMG duo. And Simp, once he gets something going, it is very hard to shut a player like that down.
Atlanta might have Simp and aBeZy, but you know who Paris got? They got Johnny and Jim aBeZy. Let's go. Paris Legion, 2 wins on the year, but hey, we're hoping that they become the Grim Rippers of the CDL at least one time before this year ends. And aLLeY, they just got off of a Game 5 against Minnesota Røkkr.
Listen, I'm going to be completely honest. Attempt and Gravity, actually, to me, I think they are very good at this game. Statistically, overall, Gravity has gotten better as the game has gone on. Obviously, Paris Legion hasn't been able to really find any footing. However, I believe Jimbo has been playing from Toronto.
Yes.
I think he is going to come on land, and I think he's going to be a different player than we all expect. But when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, I mean, there's only so much you can say. Play free with nothing to lose. I mean, again, they're at rock bottom. There's only one way you can go when you're rock bottom. And
Go
I know
crazy.
Chance does not believe that, but there's only one way.
Yo, that was a cool story. This guy's about to get
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, enough talking. Let's go ahead and get this game underway. This is day 2. We're ready to start things off with Atlanta FaZe and Paris Legion. Let's get into it.
Here comes Arcitys. Cellium gets the entire team.
aBeZy going huge off the rotation single-handedly.
It's the guts. It's the glory. It's the championship for FaZe.
What's up, New York City? It is Elimination Day. Mike, 1, 2. Thank you very much, all right? There we go, New York City. Man of the hour right there. Y'all ready? It's a
Atlanta FaZe, I mean, it's losers round 1. It's going to be a long road. They've gotten second 3 times in a row. They're trying to get that championship under their belt. And man, it's been tough. They've been falling off when it comes to the respawn. They held a tough loss yesterday against the Los Angeles Thieves. And, you know, Arcitys had a tough performance, and we know that he can bounce back. So he's the captain in game. I'm looking at him to step up in this series right now against Paris and get something going for this squad, though.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to make noise for Paris Legion as they take the stage. We have Gravity, Jimbo, Johnny, and Tim. Oh, the crowd is absolutely loving it. This is something I didn't expect at all, but Paris Legion, baby, their last run, possibly their last chance. And the question is, aLLeY, you think they're gonna make some noise?
I absolutely think Paris Legion is going to make some noise. I mean, look at Jimbo. That's the man I'm going to have my eyes on. Absolute business on the stage.
Yeah, but my eyes going to be on that handsome brown man, Tim. I want to see him in Search and Destroy because he has been oh so dynamic. But if Paris Legion happen to pull this off, it's going to be incredible. But it's time to send this over to the casters. We have Merc and Maven. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Desk. All right, so listen, we've got a battle of our 2 most consistent teams so far in the league for very different reasons, but who knows, man? This is a live event, LAN, where miracles can happen. The crowd seems like they're going to be behind Legion, whereas I guess it's a little confusing because I think you probably want Atlanta to make a tear through the losers bracket to beat some
You
of the
probably
teams.
want all the teams to, you want FaZe to beat all the teams that can catch up to New York.
Yeah, I would think.
But it's fine. They're just rooting for the underdog. They're in for it.
Who doesn't? I mean, the underdog story is absolutely incredible, but we know, you think about Paris Legion, it has been a struggle. When you talk about most consecutive CDL losses, they've struggled to get anything going. We talked about on the podcast kind of whatever circulated with the organization. They've been having their struggles, but miracles can happen, Joe. And to be fair, FaZe look very vulnerable. If it's going to happen, if you're going to get the upset, hell, maybe it's now, because this is not the FaZe team I've grown accustomed to over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's something going on here. I think, you know, you look at yesterday versus LA Thieves, they just put them in the blender, in the hard points. They were just outslaying them. I just think, you know, Atlanta FaZe, they obviously are focused on winning finals, but they have to get there first. But I just think it's one of those things where I wouldn't say oversight, but I think they have to play the basics here. Make sure communication is on, but most importantly, they have to make sure they're shooting straight. Like just focus on that as an individual. You win your one-on-ones, and then that game's just going to be a lot easier.
I just think one of the strengths of FaZe for a long time was they didn't fall into that trap of we're good enough to turn it on whenever we want to. It seemed like they were always on, right? They kind of thrived in that and being the best team, losing minimum matches. It seems sort of like maybe this year it's just sort of a when we need to hit that 5th gear, we're going to be able to at the championship. I guess if I trust any players to be able to do that, sure, it's these guys, but that's a dangerous game, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have the other side to it where you're starting in the losers fight, you're going to be playing more matches, right? Get the momentum going. Sure, but I think winning that first one, it can be tough. And I mean, we talk about that elimination bracket. I mean, luckily they do get Paris because you fall down to play into the other teams.
Well,
like,
I guess if you're thinking their focus is just on the championship at the end. Like,
well, they've been
really
great
been where it's been.
Until this event. Even last event, they literally flew through the winners bracket. The last two, they flew through. It's not like they, you know what, the first major they lost OpTic, then they get losers. But the last two, they've just done it through winners.
No, it is interesting. As much as we'll knock this year being like a down year, they're still the most consistent team from a positive stance side, which is kind of nuts. But we'll see. If Paris Legion have got what it's takes to get fired up here, bring the thunder. We're getting ready to get into our map 1. I believe it's going to be Bocage to kick things off, so we're going to go right into the madness to start off day 2 of the NYSL Major. And Joe, I think we got the first match today, the last match today. We're going to be partying all day long, baby.
It's going to be a long party, yeah. It's going to be a long day, potentially. Are you a horse?
Yes, Joe.
Are you a horse in the barn on
Bocage?
Yes, Joe.
Yeah. Ride me through the fields. Okay. Map 1 about to get underway. Where the Don and the boys have to bring here in the map 1 as we're going to kick things off. Started out the gate with Temp. He has been phenomenal. He's going to need every ounce of that over the course of this. But it's Johnny looking to get things rolling early.
Yeah, and I think if you're looking at this Legion roster, I think, you know, Time Gravity's been solid, Temp's been solid. It's really the sub-duo for me. Jimbo has been better on land at the major events. But you're going to need him and Johnny, though, to keep up the pressure to play with the speed of aBeZy and Simp. That is not easy to do. CDL franchises around the league have been trying to do it for years, but it just takes one match. But right now, it's Cellium, Arcitys, and Simp in the kill feed and FaZe. They're going to get that flip.
And they've got the good position now. What can they do with it? Jimbo's going to do his best to try and break this up, maybe find an opening. 3 stacked towards the mid, 1 working bottom side, but aBeZy and Arcitys once again ready to lock it down. Cell's got top window, and he is not missing. That's a 4-0 start. That's some shots to Jimbo right basically off of spawn. Tries to get shots through the stun as well, but for now, we'll slow down. Take a deep breath, and pretty calm and controlled for a Bocage, at least.
I was going to say, we're going to take a deep breath for a little bit, but Simp, you know, he's just watching that rotation through the field side. He's able to find a couple, and, I mean, this is great control from Atlanta FaZe. You had Cell. He's still 5-0. He was playing that lower tank. He had position over there. You had Simp cutting that off. I mean, this is just so much mid-map control on Bocage. They haven't even gotten to the hill. No nades have connected for Paris Legion. And, well, it's a 40-8 start for Atlanta FaZe.
So will this tell you something about where FaZe is currently in the sense of... No, like, if they come out and it's like this mentality thing of like, oh, we think we can just roll through Legion, or oh, if they come locked in and try to plant a dagger in immediately and just throttle them.
No, because it's Legion. No.
Okay, all right. Well, I was curious if there was anything there just based on what you watched. But that's fair. That's fair. And so far, so good. As there's 10 seconds left on the hard point, you're starting to take a pretty sizable lead early in this one. A nice little slide and snap, 6 HP per cell, and he is making it look easy. Now up to 7-1. One of the best POVs to watch this year without question.
Yeah, I mean, you just see all the tweets about his sense and what he's playing. I mean, the guy's just
a 10-6 or 9-6?
I don't know. He's an alien, dude. The guy's just different. To be able to play at this level, it's just, I mean, he's just so consistent from match to match. You do have Temp, though, trying to lock you down. You can see what Gravity's struggling a little bit. This is a chance for Paris Legion to get back into it, but as soon as I say that, it's aBeZy, Simp, and Arcitys who's going to take down all 4, and now Cellium in the middle of the map just cutting off the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, kind of what you would expect in the early going.
This is so controlled by, like, there's just not the usual chaos that we normally see.
So, you know, when we were watching Scrim sometimes for this FaZe team on this particular map, like, they were the one team that sometimes didn't make it feel like Bokosh. Right? Like, I'm talking months ago, but we'd, like, watch it and be like, this doesn't even feel like a Bokosh. Like, they really have it locked down. I mean, Gravity just found his second kill. You're 4-10 if you're Johnny, 4-10 if you're Jimbo. Like, they are just getting smashed. And, yeah, this is one of those rare times where, yeah, you just don't feel the chaos of Bokosh.
Yeah, now Paris though need to fight back here at this P3. They have a good setup. They have good map control. Jimbo just kind of lurking around, trying to find kills, being that roaming slayer. The problem is his teammates get taken down inside of the hill, so he's trying to do what he can. And then off a spawn, here comes Gravity in the hill. He's able to find one, and there, the teamwork coming out for Paris Legion is everyone finding kills. They're starting to accrue some time.
All right, they desperately need to get some time here. It's another one there for Gravity, trying to find some kills through on the kill feed. Is the crowd starting to get behind Paris? You see a little something to get excited about, and they're trying to let them know we're here to support the guys. Try to turn up and find these points when you can get them. But back over to Cellium's POV, and there he's going to find Johnny laying down in the barn. Able to put that away, still sitting around double positive.
We were talking about that too. I mean, this could be the last time we say Paris Legion, right? With their announcement to Vegas next year. I mean, we talk about the CDL. You've had them for a couple of years, but this could be the last one.
Yeah, no, 100%, 100%. Go out with a bang, I guess, if you can. But now it's Simp just idly sitting by, soaking up time around the hard point. Left side of the map locked down by FaZe. Legion trying to get the push through on the right. You'll see everything on X-Ray basically from Arcitys' POV, and he's easily able to handle one. Now aBeZy in through tower, his chance to pounce, got the read onto the second. Lovely double there, good bit of work. Up to 15-8 is aBeZy, and listen, I know it's not necessarily a matchup they're going to struggle with, but you want to see this kid get it turned on. It feels like at times if aBeZy becomes aBeZy you expect, they're winning a championship.
It's him and Arcitys, right? I think as we're going deeper into the tournament, Cell and Simp have been the consistent beasts that we know them to be. But when they have struggled, whether it's in the final or it's at a moment earlier than that, it's usually aBeZy and Arcitys. So, yeah, that's what I mean. Can they play a little bit more for themselves? I mean, you know that those guys are vocal. For Arcitys, it's a lot about his leadership, what he brings to the team, but every now and then you have to just take that step back, focus on the fundamentals.
Well, how much harder is it this year, considering the title? And Johnny, all right. Let's pause that point
Johnny
for a moment.
Tsunami.
Yes, Johnny making the plays inside. But if I was going to ask you with, like, you know, people struggling to find the way to play and everything, as Johnny finally drops, like, it's got to be harder on those in-game leaders, right?
100%. You're looking at the mini-map, and it's crazy. It is wild. FaZe, though, they do fight back at P1, but here we go. Jimbo and Johnny now starting to heat on up. Only down 30. They were able to work their way back into this game.
Call him J squared, Joe.
J squared, is that what it is? Okay, sounds good. I thought it was Jimbo Slice and Johnny Tsunami.
Yeah, no, yeah, sometimes I like to make up names because I am insane. But look, they brought this back. You know, they're in a pretty early hole, 50 to 60 points right out of the gate. They bring it back within 20, and yeah, those two have been stepping it up massively. We think, what was it, about 4-10, 3-10, I believe, for Jimbo. Now you've gotten up to 15-15. Temp sitting positive. You know what this man has done statistically throughout the course of the year, even with the struggles. He has been there with the damage. He has been there with the numbers. Now, nobody in the point for now as both teams fighting out both sides. It's Arcitys that's able to at least lock down two. Now into the point go FaZe, but here come the kills for Legion.
And I like that. Nobody just getting on the hill. They're dodging nades. They're slowing the game down, forcing FaZe to have to get aggressive. The problem, though, Simp finds a double, and that's going to be the spawns that flip for Atlanta FaZe with 30 seconds left.
You'd love to not allow them to get all of this time. Maybe Johnny could be the playmaker. There's two worth out of it. Nobody in the hard point, at least for a moment. Cell, I think, loses aim assist for a moment there with the banister, but he's able to put him away. Nice regain on the aim. Now we're trying to see if Simp can get to 5 in a row. He's knocked down to 9 HP, but trying to build these streaks. Can he find an opening? He's got so many to deal with in the back. Little read to snap back, and a nice win onto Temp, but there is a great trade from Gravity. Make sure you don't get any streaks on the FaZe side.
That centering, then recentering, that is not an easy play, but Simp, he certainly can make it look a little bit easier than normal. So he's able to find one, but Paris, they're standing their ground. They still have spawn control, and there it is. Simp with another double. He was the man at the last hill to break this setup. He's here to do it again.
Well, if you're Legion, this might be the last time we see you as Paris Legion. You were down 16 in the map 1. You were trying to rally back. Let's go to Eliciden with Paris Legion.
Yeah, one's on the street, one's on the street. Yeah, I can't. I'm stunning tools. Yeah, wait, street cell, street cell, he's on the barrel cell. He's on the barrel cell. One shot, street, you want help? I'm trying. Yo, he's on A-Pot. Low P5 cell. He's going back to top. A-Pot, Arcitys, weak. Going back top P5.
I'm just one copy me. He's still on the street.
One shot time, barrel. You
Street, slow down, use our teamwork.
Low right wall. Trying to get
out left. I don't see him street.
Might go tunnel. One's watching A-Pot. One's watching A-Pot. Tunnel.
He's still on me.
We have to kill.
He's stun B-hop.
He's going A-Plat. Yo, one shot, Simp. Another one close. He's literally right close.
We get back to it. 100-point deficit right now for Paris Legion. Is FaZe close to putting this map 1 away. Cellium leading the way at 29-16. What can Johnny do to try to bring this back to the boys?
I mean, think about it. When we were at that P1, it was 130 to 110 right around that score line. Since then, it's 90 to 15. I mean, Atlanta FaZe have just taken over at P2 and P3. Simp trying to work the back, trying to make the play again. But it's this duo and aBeZy on the hill alongside Cellium as they lock it down. 24 seconds needed. I mean, you just see in the top left, the slang. A Cell up to 31-16, almost double positive.
Yeah, I mean, he's putting on, and then you see Simp in this title kind of making those plays you want him to with the way Cell's been playing, right? Like finding those doubles around the point, finding the flips when you need to, taking the long routes, and Cellium with the auto just putting them to sleep. Now up to 33. 20 points away from victory, and what? That snap just looks unnatural.
Yeah, no, everyone goes, oh, because, yeah, like that was fast, and maybe that's just that sensitivity.
This man's controller.
The sensitivity thing.
That looks like a mouse almost, right? Like just safe, like so fast.
I mean, I think it was like the first major, but he said he still had the same controller from like Black Ops 4. I mean, that thing was beaten to hell. I mean, it really was. If he's still rocking that.
And props to his like delicate touch, I guess. I get it through one a month, but one streak's gonna come in over the top. That's connecting. That'll be Arcitys. 3 will go down for Paris Legion. Into the hard point go Atlanta FaZe. Just 10 away from the victory. Now a little stat padding going on for the boys. They look to secure this map 1. Arcitys' 4 streak will die there, but outside of a little scary moment through the mid-game, it's been mostly controlled by FaZe, and Cellium's approaching a 40 bomb.
Yeah, there wasn't, a couple of hills.
He's getting close. That's 38.
Around that, really, the first P5 when Paris got back into this in P1, I mean,
39.
This would be one of the best Bokaches we've ever seen in terms of the control of the map.
Well, I mean, winning a Bokash by 100 is difficult to do. Like, it's just typically a scrappy map that goes to the clock, or it's a 30, 40-point game, even if it feels like a blowout. But there's the 40. 40 and 20 for Cellium. Make it a statement in the map 1. They just need the final couple points to close it out, but haymaker. I was saying, will he get to 40? And it just felt like a light switch, and he got there so quickly. Is Jimbo with the multi-kills, trying to make sure that's actually 3 for him. Trying to make sure they can't get that final second, but this is where you're asking for absolute perfection.
Yeah, and more. But
yeah,
Arcitys is just going to find 2 aBeZy. And there we go. Atlanta FaZe going to take map number 1. Bokash very controlled from start to finish. The slaying is there.
But no, you're right. If it weren't for like a couple of nice plays from Legion, or a couple of hiccups maybe on the FaZe side, yeah, that is like one of the more dominant Bokash we've seen the entire year. Yeah, no, it really is. So they come in, they make a statement. I know you said there's not a whole lot you can take away with it, just based on the matchup. When you talk about what has been the worst team in the league versus what has been the best team in the league, there's not usually a lot of takeaways, but Cell, 41 and 21, what a map he had, just kind of widespread. You talk about the consistency of the damage, the slang, even, I mean, you look at hill time, it's pretty clear what the plan is. Like, 3 of them playing around it, Cell is just finding kills on the map. Like, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, just slaying. I mean, just finding those cuts and cutting them off with the auto. But now for Atlanta FaZe, I mean, you go into the, what, three Tuscans in a row. What they, struggled with yesterday with the LA Thieves. So, you go back, watch that of VOD, what went wrong, what didn't. And sometimes, I mean, if LA Thieves is just hot, they're playing well individually, there's not much you can change. You focus on a couple of things and try to switch it up.
Well, typically, I mean, when you look back to their mindset with Crowder and what this team would do, if they were struggling.
Oh, we lost it, we're playing it again.
We're playing it again. Exactly.
Oh, we lost it, we're playing it again.
Exactly. Like
we lost it 8 times in a row, we're going to play it again.
Literally, like you're playing it until you get better at it. And I think that's what's been a little bit frustrating, maybe if you're a FaZe fan, is just the improvements haven't seem to come in strides at times where they have in the past.
Well, it worked last year, and I mean, they were world champions. It's just, you're hoping it works again.
Yeah, no, most certainly. As we just check out some of the highlights, as one of the sprees we saw from Simp. Now, some streaks were earned, but you saw a lot of like 4 to 6 streaks amongst the FaZe side. As it was, you know, it's funny because we didn't have game audio through some of it, and I was just wondering to myself, like, is this feeling like not as crazy because I don't have game audio, or is it just the pace of it's a little bit different because it's so controlled by FaZe? Maybe a little bit of both.
A little bit of both.
But you see the final point standing there if you were just joining us. It is all FaZe. A look at how the map ends went down, how the rest of the series is going to go. You nailed it. We're going Tuscan, Tuscan, Tuscan throughout the rest of this. And just try to find improvements where you can if you're FaZe. Try to find the opening. That crack in the armor, I guess if you're a Paris, where you can get a map in a way, maybe it comes in the search and destroy, where you can come in, get an upset, get the fans behind you. If you're like a player like Timp, just kind of feed off that energy. If you can just get something going to get people going nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how the search is going to go. Obviously, you know, LA Thieves were able to beat Atlanta FaZe on this map. Maybe there was something that Paris can go. But I think if there's a map that you're circling, it's probably the map number 3. That's what Paris have played best in, is that control. Okay. Then can you carry that over into another Tuscan Hardpoint? That's probably maybe the chance that they have, but we'll see what they can do in this search and destroy.
I mean, it's just a tough one. You know what you're facing on the other side of the stage. But there you see a stat for Timp. Holds the record for most snipes on a single S&D map. So when he's feeling himself with the snipe, we'll see what he is able to create. Because we're going to take a look. And I believe some of the Timp snipes, yeah, this is going to be a little montage of the shots he is able to hit as he is just popping foreheads. Shot after shot. It's impressive stuff from Timp.
No, it is. And I mean, it's all these different angles. The problem is, though, on a map like Tuscan, if they're not giving you anything and they get aggressive fast, like, you know, the way aBeZy likes to play, they can isolate you quick, right? Then the stuns, the nades are hitting. It is not an easy map to snipe on. Like, there's the opening picks, right? You know, players top church, maybe the player top broken, over towards the ruin side. Besides that, if they know there's a snipe on the map, they're going to try to isolate you, avoid you, make your life a living hell.
Wait, you mean Cell's going to ego challenge because he loves to?
Yes. Yeah, he's going to see the glint and just keep going.
Yeah. That's usually, you're talking about a map like Desert Siege, like he loves to take that fight with an auto. His precision has been unbelievable. But players locked and loaded, ready now for the map 2 to get underway. Can Paris answer back or continue dominance from the FaZe side of it? We'll see what impact Timp will have if the snipe is going to come out. Looks like it's going to be auto, at least to get started here. We'll see if he changes it up. I saw auto at first.
This is what I mean. Look at aBeZy and Simp right away. They just take mid-map away so fast. But Johnny's going to fly out with Timp looking over him, just right out of that window, and the trades are there. A snipe on the other side is going to be Arcitys as the hit marker does connect, and you know that's
knock.
Jimbo's going to fly on through. He runs by Cell. Cell and Arcitys are going to make this into a 1 versus 2 for Tom.
What an awkward situation that was. From a knock to a, okay, yeah, no, I just ran right past me at doors is probably the best way to describe it. Now can Tom Gravity. Which randomly I started calling George Clooney today because of the movie Gravity. And, you know, he's kind of classy. See it a little bit?
He's handsome, yeah.
Yeah. See if he can pull off the 1v2. 40 seconds now to work with. As they are set up inside, they've got bomb.
And they know he has a bomb down, right? So it's just, they're just playing around this kind of a back-to-back situation. That noise is going to go off. He's going to hit that wall. So try to just hit the bomb, maybe get out. Will happen. He's just got to bait it. He's baiting it. He baited it well. There's the first. The pre-fire is in, but on the other side, just a little bit too fast is Atlanta FaZe. I mean, pretty well done. Knowing the situation, how they were going to play it with the pre-fire and the bait.
And I think that was just a good job here from Cell. Like, I know it's a little thing, but just to wait a second as he kept the pre-fire, like, kept shooting, right? Like, kept the pre-fire going, thinking he might chow right into it.
Well, he knows he's weak, right? So even if he has a bullet advantage, he should win that just due to the shots that RCs were able to put into him.
Yeah, so he just stays ADS. I mean, the one way you lose that is trying to, like, jump out and chow. He gets first bullet, flips what you just said on its head. 2-0 start, though. You bring it back. After the first blow goes the Legion. And he's just lying in wait. The Reaper, Johnny, set up and waiting. That'll be the Tiny Terrors right out of the map. Now a 2 versus 3. You've already brought it back. If you are down a man, they got a chance to do it again. Now into a 2 versus 2, and Arcitys was big in bringing the numbers back in their favor last time around. Just hitting the cross. It is awkward. It's Arcitys again. This time with the pistol. You gotta be kidding me.
The whole time, Cell just held the bomb. He just planted it the whole time. He's like, Alec, you got that, dude. I'm gonna plant this thing.
I trust you, Dad.
Yeah. No. But there we go. I mean, they clutched it last time, and they're doing it again.
Same 1v2.
They were down in numbers, able to give themselves the advantage. Now Gravity's gonna force this into a 1 versus 1. He read the map well last time. Can he do it again? 20 seconds to work with. Has an idea. The stun, is that gonna connect? It does not. Does not connect. The window's gonna be open, and we've been seeing that since day one.
Oh. Gravity's got a couple of chances, but
not easy ones.
No, it's not. No, it is not. You know, last time it was Cell that had to clutch up and get the trade. This time Arcitys gets left in the 1v1. Plays it well. I thought maybe the stun was going to hit. At least give him that information, but doesn't hit. Thinks he's got to try and hop it. 3 in a row now for Arcitys.
Well, it's just that start. I mean, you get a 2 from Johnny. You have to convert that into a round win, right? With the numbers advantage, but Cell and Arcitys just able to clutch it up.
Yeah, they just keep bringing it back, right? It's like that third kill they get to put it into the 2 versus 2. Well, I think the first round actually took it into a 1v2, right? Now the nades are going to hit. Cellium able to open things up. As aBeZy plays around bomb. Eyes on to Johnny. Where will the nade go? Right at his feet. I think he connects on his stun as he tries to wrap out as well. Johnny able to get into church for now, and that's a great play. Considering the circumstances he was in a moment ago.
Yeah, he was weak, but he plays that position so well. Cell has to look for him. He is snapping right now. We saw it in Paulehx, looking for number 3 now. Has the idea where Simp is. There is a trade, but they have the numbers. Now can they get around on the board?
A story of 1v2s. This time it'll be Arcitys' turn, and he's been involved in a couple of clutch rounds to get things going.
Oh, he's got the snipe as well, but they're going to rotate this one off. Maybe they double back. They got to go quick, though. Arcitys going to have an idea of what they're doing. Maybe he's just going to go over towards the A side, just try to find a weapon to play with.
Yeah, if you have a sniping, can you just get a pick to give yourself a decent shot at a 1v1?
Jimbo and Temp, they're running laps together. There we go. Bomb's going to go down.
Try not to give him an opening. You know, he's probably should know he's got a snipe. He's got an auto now to work with as well, okay? And look at this. They're both just going to hit it and wrap.
Yeah, they're just wrapping together. They're able to check the bomb from the alleyway. Now they're going to be behind. They're just checked it again. Arcity's going to have no idea where this setup is, and he is going to be surprised because them right behind him. But now he's got to have an idea, you would think, sooner or later. But, I mean, they just avoided him perfectly. Yeah, no, if you're Arcitys, you're like, well, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
They were running circles. They just kept running in a circle.
Yeah, we've seen that from that site, right? Like, you get the plant down, you have a player or 2 up. Just got to hit that long wrap. But, yeah, it's like by the time he has a chance to even engage, you've got, what was it,
He's like clearing corners.
Exactly. You got 15 seconds or so left.
Yeah, not a lot of time.
2-1 now to FaZe. Legion get the round. Johnny leading the way at 5-3. You've got a heavy stack here over towards A.
That's a lot of it
starting to get aggressive. Johnny's starting to fly forward. He's able to win his fight. He has been crucial for them in the early going.
He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. This is what you'd love to see out of a young player.
Absolutely.
He's finding the first 2 in the round. Once again, gives them the numbers, but guess who? It's going to be Arcitys and Simp to try to bring it back. The 2 versus 3. They were able to do it the first couple of rounds.
Like this next kill. Like, they brought it back to a 2v2 too easily. Don't let them do it again.
A lot of time to work with. Still 45 seconds on the clock. They try to work the plan if they want to. Just trying to get some info. But yeah, I mean, you know, Gravity's kind of the one player by himself, just away from the team. He could get caught, but he's just going to play over towards B. Bomb being planted. Now it's going to be about the retake for Paris Legion.
Let's see how they approach this. Looks like Gravity's going to continue.
He's just got to wait. He's got to wait until they go. Once they go, he's going to fly on through.
Got to kind of hope you win the first one if you're FaZe. Take the first fight. It'll get
there it comes.
Give him a chance to clutch. Oh my God, the massacre on this site.
Okay, I take it back. You can win the first one, sure. That'd be great. Or you can just win all 3.
Wow.
Oh, God.
I mean, I think you're hoping maybe one player slides behind the tree. That's usually the play, but they just fly. I mean, they fly on through. You're hoping to trade Arcitys, and then Simp, I mean, he finds the kill on the gravity. Maybe he's weak, and you can win the last one-on-one, but it doesn't really matter.
That's how I saw it playing out. Yeah, not like you blink your eyes and FaZe got all 3 kills.
Yeah, that's usually not how it works. Yeah, that's not how that works.
So the retake.
I mean, it's a good call. It just, it failed.
No, it did. Yes, it did. So you've come back, I mean, from every round you won, you've come down from a man disadvantage.
Yeah, poor
right?
Johnny's fighting openers. I mean, that's, I don't know what number of his first bloods, 3, 4?
I think it's 3. I think it's 3.
He's going to give it to him again. Bomb trying to be planted. Jimbo dodging bullets. He's going to get it down. You have Simp worked in the long flank, but there we go. The numbers going their way as Johnny finds another multi-kill round. This man playing with so much confidence on the map. But it is Simp, and okay, Temp there with the trade.
There you go. Nice job on the trade.
I'm just nervous, dude, like every round now.
Just get them down to 1 player. It seems like whoever's been left, they've had a duo up for FaZe. They've been able to make the play. That time, though, they choke them out. But yeah, Johnny has been terrific.
Yeah, I think if we can, let's start with Johnny if we can, just the way he's playing right now.
Yeah, no, I'd love it. I mean, he has been just bowling through them early. He's 9-4. 3 or 4 first bloods in this.
And he's going to go right over towards the area where they're going to be.
Yeah, I'd be like, go wherever you want.
Yeah.
You're clearly feeling it on the map.
Oh, he switched it up. He's laid just a little bit more to the right this time. There we go.
Welcome to the store, Johnny, delivering bullets all year round. 10-4 now, another first blood to Johnny.
That's just a nice call from Paris. They just had an idea they were going to go towards this B site. That's exactly what happened. I mean, they just jump on through that
Wait,
P5
did the other kill
area.
come in before that or after? Actually?
Yeah, after.
Okay. Here we go. Calm, cool, collected, cleaning it up round by round. I mean, that could have been a 6-0.
Could have been.
We'd be
yeah,
done.
No, honestly, no, you're not wrong.
But as it stands, 3-3.
This might sound crazy, but start of this round, I think we start with Johnny. Let's go back. Let's stay with it.
That.
Let's stick with number 8, because this man, he's finding the first bloods. He's starting the fights.
So, Johnny, what are you going to do here? I'm hitting shit. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, all right, Johnny.
Sounds good. Arcitys going to find the first blood. It's going to be a fly out through B. You have Cell watching the cross. Cross P5, and with that stun, going to have the idea. Cell just goes for a nifty little pre-fire. They're going to back on up now. But now the problem is like there's so much map to clear. You have no idea where Atlanta FaZe could be. Pushed up towards A side. aBeZy's going to be the one man, which is right outside that middle alley. But he reads it. Oh, man, that is what aBeZy does.
Yeah.
That was a tough gunfight. Johnny read it.
No, he did. He had the nade there almost with the shots, but as aBeZy takes it, still gives him the odds in this one. 3 versus 2 now. FaZe a bit spread. Same can be said on the other end of it. They're just going to pick what site is going to be the plan of attack. 35 to go. FaZe Temp just trying to clear. Set up now for the plant.
Yeah, it feels like, this just kind of happens in these. We've seen, early on in the year with a team like OpTic, just how fast they were on this map, just rotating around in these retake situations. FaZe, they're just sticking with one another. Bombs planted. Temp, he's going to find a pick. They were not able to get the bomb carrier, so the bomb planner, so he's going to be able to play his life as Jimbo. He's going to fly on out, and the 2v3 goes away at Paris.
All right, little revenge.
3 rounds in a row now for the Legion as they are rolling.
And this is showing, call it what you want, but there were some frustrating rounds they lost. Just the ability to shrug it off, keep playing. Because there were some that could make you tilt, no question. But now, coming alive. Johnny. Still on top at 10-5. You've got 4 in a row now for Temp, and really as balanced as the effort was in the map 1, it's kind of been Arcitys here, right?
aBeZy and Simp, struggling, but there's going to be that first blood. Johnny Almost able to find that too, but it's the two players that were struggling and able to bring it back, but the nade's able to connect. Simp was weak from that fight.
I mean, that's a great snap by Simp to even get the kill. I mean, I thought he was dead to rights, but he's able to flick, and then you stop shooting.
Temp with a nasty one.
Yes, and Selka, I think he pulled off it for a sec.
Yeah, I mean,
it sort of, at least to me, it looked like he stopped shooting there for a second. But I mean,
maybe didn't expect a reach out, but it's, I mean,
yeah,
it's Donnie Temp, baby. He's reach out on that.
Of course he is. Of course he is. aBeZy now with a chance to clutch, gets into a 1-versus-1. Tom Gravity, aBeZy, around and around we go. Eyes on it from aBeZy, and for now, Gravity gonna find another route. Bomb in hand now for aBeZy. He's going to go ahead and work this plant.
This is a fun one, man. I mean, Tom is a guy that was, on, like, the FaZe Academy team,
yeah, there's
right?
a lot of history.
A lot of, these guys are really good friends. So, Tom wants to try to win this one. And the 1v1. Bomb is planted. aBeZy has a pretty good read on this so far. But he's just going to play up top plat. And, Gravity's just going to expect it maybe a wrap with what we saw from Paris, right? Just running around that bomb, seeing if he can catch him off guard. But he's only got 20 seconds now. He's got to go. He's got to fly.
I feel like he's been in a couple of these 1v1s we've watched where he takes a little too much time.
A little too much time, but here he's got a chance. He's got a chance. He's going to find it. He's
Go!
going to
Goes up! Go!
He's got it!
He's got it! Tom Gravity with the 1v1 clutch by the hair of his chinny chin chin and 0.7 left.
You know what? Take that back. He knows how much time he's got to take.
You know what I mean, though? When he first came in the league, there were a couple. I remember we'd be watching the green room, and you're like, dude, he's got to go at some point. Well, he found the timing. He gets the kill. And now, round by round, you're one away if you are Paris Legion. Woo! Flurry of trades. Cellium there with the kill. Gravity will follow it up. 3 in a row now for Gravity. He quickly gets up to 8 and 6 after that round, but not going to get across. And aBeZy gets a little bit of revenge from the 1 versus 1.
This time I got this.
As they're picking him apart. Jimbo, last guy up. You've got iLLeY, aBeZy, and Simp all standing tall on the other side of this. Jimbo find an opener. He's able to do that. Reads it on the second. Nice back down there for aBeZy.
Yeah, but I think that's one, I don't know. Usually aBeZy's taking that.
I hear you, but let's say you lose that, you might be throwing around.
I think that's just sort of, a little bit of a different phase because they've been struggling every now and then in search and destroy. Just trying to play smart with the numbers. Simp, though, is going to get spotted, but he's going to back your way. Just playing around their numbers advantage, waiting for the next engagement. Is aBeZy, he's going to reposition. And there we go, they're going to chow together. Smart Call of Duty from Atlanta FaZe.
That's just one of those, you win it, you look awesome, you lose it. It's
I know, but I'm just saying, usually aBeZy's taking it.
Yeah. It's like there's something on his screen, he's shooting at it, right? Deeper and deeper we go into this map too. 4-5, FaZe trying to get it to the round 11. They're gonna have to do it on offense. Can Johnny get another first blood? Because he slowed down a bit, right? He was at 10 a couple rounds ago. I mean, the teammates.
Well, the first blood, it has been.
Whoa, okay, it's the bloodbath.
I mean, that's 3 dead.
And
that's
it's just the blood of Legion everywhere, all over the map.
Early aggression has been matched. Usually it was Paris Legion finding those openings and then the FaZe clutching up, but that time, that is a let's hit middle of the map. Paris hits middle of the map. Atlanta FaZe wins a skirmish right around 11.
I mean, it's like that 3-on-2 where they dropped instantly. It's just a nuke drops mid, and FaZe dominated to around 11 we go, and it is a huge one if Paris is going to have any chance of winning this series. Will it be the first blood of Johnny?
Ooh, round 11. We found an 11 on the wall.
I love that. I love that.
The observing team, they always find something.
That's the 11 of 42 doors on the map. Sal gets a little information on the cross. Gravity just leaping across.
A little bit of a different round this time. I mean, FaZe, they get aggressive. And well, Johnny's going to fly out. aBeZy, he's on the bomb. Johnny almost gets another first blood there, and that would have been huge. Bomb would have been down. They would have had the man advantage.
It's one of those things, how long can I stand here and shoot before I'm going to get shot by somebody, right?
But it's that spot. Bomb is being planted. aBeZy does get away. Nice patience from aBeZy, but Gravity, he's gonna flank Cell. They have top broken control. And now, can they win the round 11 with man advantage? It looks like Arcitys is gonna be the next man up.
30 to go. The big gunfights, they're going their way. Paris is clutching up. Simp somehow stays up, but not for long. Paris! They get the round 11 win. They tie up our series at 1-1. Yeah, it just felt like once they got Cell out of that top window, it's like it makes things a little bit easier.
Well, and that's just a great round, right? Because what Johnny is doing in the middle of the map in that round 11 is he, you know, aBeZy's like, just watch my mid, I have to plan.
Kind of keeping Cell honest there?
Yes, he is keeping Cell from watching the pinch, you know, through P5. So Cell has to look over him. As soon as that bomb is planted, Cell turns around, guess who's there? Boom, Gravity able to find that first blood in there. Then from there, they're able to just find the picks around the map. Well, FaZe, they lose this one yesterday, they lose this one here again today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, still work to be done. You know, you had some great clutches, some amazing rounds for your FaZe to bring it back, but you probably shouldn't have. But, I mean, really, it comes down to the late game ice for Paris. Early rounds, Johnny, I know he didn't get many in the last couple of rounds. He got them there. If it wasn't for his plays, I don't know if they get there. Even though they lost some of the rounds, they probably should have because he got too early. He set the tempo for them.
Yeah, I think on one side for Paris, it's, again, a new roster. In sort of those 3v2 scenarios, it takes a lot of repetitions at times to sort of get on the same page. I think they're still figuring it out. For Atlanta FaZe, they show their clutch factor, but the adjustments just go the way of Paris. Just, I mean, great plays from them. They play with some confidence. Johnny really stepped it up, and then you get a little bit from everyone.
Well, we're tied up at 1-1. Maybe not the loser's bracket match you expected. I mean, the loser's bracket
Feels weird to say.
Well, the loser's bracket's been stacked since the get-go. You had the three major champions all in the loser's bracket before they even started. Then FaZe loses the first match, and it just becomes insanity. The loser's bracket is going to be wild. That's what we are going to be highlighting all day long. FaZe dominate the Bocage. You answer back on Tuscan if you are Paris. We've got a battle now. We'll see if this will go all the way to a map 5. It was insanity yesterday. It continues today. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this quick break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
We are back and getting ready to continue on in this match as the crowd is hyped and we are ready to rock and roll here in New York. As we continue on, we're going to take a look at the Scuff play of the game. And as I'm talking about Gravity taking a little too long sometimes in these scenarios, he says, screw you, bald man.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you're not wrong. Like, you know, he's trying to catch aBeZy here. You know, is he going on a rotation the way he could check that bomb? aBeZy, he didn't move. Right, and a lot of the times in those scenarios, it kind of freaks you out, right? So you go for the peak,
timing.
And just with 10 seconds left, he's able to find that kill. Just gets on it and able to find the defuse. I mean, that puts them up 5-3. Well, they win that round 11.
I mean, 0.7 is close, but it was more time than I thought, honestly. I thought it was going to be a lot closer, like one of those, oh, did he get it type scenarios. But
yeah, we knew.
He gets it done. He gets the clutch, and it's a big round, obviously, as this one goes down to the wire. Now we go to control, and when you talked about it a bit, you said with this Paris team, that's where maybe if you were going to get a map, that's where you felt they had a good chance.
Yeah, I mean, control has been their best mode this qualifier. I mean, you know, obviously with touch and control, we saw it yesterday with just that defensive battle. Now for Atlanta FaZe, they just got to try to win it. They've been great here. But I think this is one that Paris Legion, they're playing with confidence. That second half of Bocaz was much better. There was that moment where you saw Johnny finding kills, you saw Jimbo, and then they took it into the search and destroy. They're playing with no fear. There is no pressure on this Legion team.
Whereas on the other side, yeah, I mean, you've got to feel a lot more just with the expectations you would have for the squad, you'd think. I don't know exactly where they're at mentally, but I think there's certainly be more pressure there. Just both kind of giving wall bang haircuts, but finally it's RC is able to take it. Simp will drop. Johnny continues to be hot as he's going to win that one-on-one with Simp. Now we'll see where the plan attacks continue, but it's the pinch that's starting to develop.
Well, it's just what this does, right? I mean, two players have to focus on where he is, but Simp, he comes back with revenge, and now Arcitys, he can work a pinch through top Røkkr, so he's going to be able to get in that position. Gravity off a spawn, he's going to find that kill.
Yeah, no, I mean, you nailed it. Like, as they're dealing with that, it's just been a big decrease in pressure around this A point. As they're about to finish it, there it goes. So you've got 2 minutes to work with. You just had a rally of kills, maybe a chance for a nice transition here, but if you're aBeZy, at least you're able to get the kill and get out. Now let's get reset up, but Johnny wants no part of that as he finds his second in the round.
Yeah, now it's just this kind of decision. How do you want to start this attack? It looks like it's going to be through radio. Yeah, he is beaming. He is playing with some confidence, playing fast, taking gunfights to Atlanta FaZe. The problem is his teammates are dying around him, but he's able to find three. Him and Jimbo. They're doing a lot of work, but they got a lot more to do. Arcitys is going to find one on that point. Can they get one tick? And Jimbo sliding around. Is a tick going to come through? It looks like it's right there. It's close. I don't think it.
Oh my God.
That Simp just takes everyone's wing off, but Johnny is right back into it. The tick now is through.
Okay, all that madness. Let's Simp shut it down, but it's Jimbo that's able to get in. Now, how much more can you add on to this? Halfway towards the second bit of progress. With Simp and aBeZy, the tears get in. Gravity still here trying to snap and get out of it, but not quite able to shake it back.
Well, now you have 90 seconds in the round. It's 11 versus 12. It's almost like the objective can just kind of be out of it. If Paris wants it to, they have to take some mid-map control. You can already see where Jimbo was trying to get into church. But it's a bit of a TDM here for the last 90 seconds, but Atlanta FaZe now with the advantage.
Yeah, a little flurry of kills. I'll give them the edge here for a moment. Just make sure you group back up. I know you've got Gravity lurking on one side of this, but the other three play this together. Don't allow it to be staggered. The one side of the push is going to get shut down. Can they win it now on the other side? Some pressure here to get something done, especially in the kills department. But Simp, nice little snap. The tracking is spectacular. That's 3 in a row for Simp, and he's shutting it down. That's 3.
And I think for Paris Legion, just those couple of kills around church as that fight was starting, I think that they need to be a little bit faster together, right? You cannot allow individual battles to where you're losing all of them to go the way of Atlanta FaZe, because the pressure was on FaZe. They were down in lives. That push needs to be a little bit tighter.
It's kind of crazy Simp only has 8 because he's had 2 triples, right?
There we go, though. A chance for Paris Legion in the last 4 lives. They are all pushed up.
There's a shot. They're on the point. Now the collapse is going to come in. There's the contest to slide around the edge. Johnny, he is up to it. Jimbo trying to stay down. Timp, though, he's still going to be here, but too many players from FaZe to lock it down. And you do some damage, though, if you're Legion.
Yeah, they don't get that second tick, though. I mean, Atlanta FaZe made sure that they stopped it before that came through. So they were able to get 1. And it was very close there towards the end. Some nice individual plays out of Paris, but the defense able to hold on. Just a couple of picks. I mean, you're hoping that all 4 players can stay alive over towards that B zone, but just very, very difficult.
Yeah, it's phenomenally hard to do. It is a 4 streak from Arcitys that we'll highlight as we get into this. And just bullets. The second you bust through the door, it is all-out war. That'll be number 5. Tries to slide and shallow on the edge, but the streak will end there. It's now Gravity. It looks for another point of attack, but it's Simp still lurking. Simp just continues to find his kills and flurries.
And I think this is when he's at his best. When he is kind of this roaming slayer. Yeah. I mean, he just literally pisses people off. And you're seeing it here. As he finds 4 in a row, Temp finally shuts him down. But yeah, he's just like this sort of nail in the side. Just over and over again, winning gunfights.
Yeah, even in this title, I mean, say what you want with some of the spawns and figuring out the timings. It feels like once he really gets in the groove and that roaming, it can be something nasty. He gets right back to it, and RC sends him right back to it.
Cell now going to get pushed up. You still have Temp top church. But I think they're just going to give up this A point. Now it's a question of, can you transition this over to B? That's going to be the play. You're going to have aBeZy on it.
You asked the question that they're on it already, but how much progress are they actually going to be able to get done? Johnny says, not on my watch, sir.
Well, we've seen some teams who are capping A get off that point, right? Yeah. All 4-man hit over to B, but RCC just got that 8-point done. They have a minute 40 to work with.
And you had, what, a 5 or 6 life advantage, but you lose everybody on B, gets back a little bit closer to even. I think it was 3 in a row for Johnny. We'll keep an eye on that. Is Jimbo just waiting for the next piece of the push to come in. They're starting to slide out. Simp's going to be erased off the map. RC's challenging basically everybody. And with what, minute 20 to go, you're up 3 lives. It's still a lot of lives, right? Not necessarily going to be able to just bleed them out.
Yeah,
maybe.
Well, they get on the point, though. That's what they're going to do here. They're going to pause that clock for now. Everyone's pushed up on the platform side. You're going to have 3 players in the back for Paris Legion. Man advantage right now to Atlanta FaZe. aBeZy trying to get pushed up. They're trading well. Clock still paused. So you talked about it now. Now this is the push that FaZe needed. And they have control. Now only 9 lives. Make it 8.
Well, it changes real quick when you're able to be on the point the entire time, right? A minute 20 doesn't look like a ton, but we've only lost 12 seconds off of this as they have just started to cut them down. 6 lives left. It's a little stab. Back body shots. aBeZy making it look easy.
Yeah, that's what. I mean, we were talking about earlier. I want to see more of that.
So do I. Like, you know, you're gonna hear overrated chants here. You're made the villains whether you want to be or not. Just own it a bit. Have some fun. Shoot some body. Do whatever it takes, I guess. But fact is, you're 1-1 right now with Paris Legion, and you're trying to take this round 2 to get a big edge. You've got 2 bits of progress done. There are no respawns remaining on the Paris Legion side. Gravity, Jimbo, Temp, Johnny. Got to muster up something here.
Well,
Temp already off the map. Oh, they're just getting peeled. aBeZy is going to keep it moving and grooving. They don't get 1 kill. Just ripped off the map.
That was like an S&D round there towards the end. You basically had the players off spawn, push through P5. aBeZy and you know, his teammates, they hit the nades plat side that he's able to push on through, finds another one. But aBeZy with so many individual plays. But it was all 4 players able to stay alive over towards B. You know, he's just making sure, I don't know. Just wanted to make sure sometimes.
Yeah, no, he might have got back up.
Yeah, exactly.
Self-revive. Oh, wait, no.
He pretty much knew he's dead after that, so I think
yeah. Just finished it. We'll see if you can take some of that confidence and swagger into this round. Hey, it looks like the answer might be yes. He'll take the second gunfight, hit down to 24, but able to stay up, and now 4 in a row for aBeZy. Approaching that 20 kill mark. Just spotting mid-map for information. Finds an auto to work with as well, and some shots to the kneecap there of Johnny.
And then even then, I mean, you know, he finds a couple of kills. You know, we talk about the lives just so much in this game mode, but he doesn't, you know, try to go save A by himself. He just kind of plays his life, realizes we're going to give up A, we're going to play around B. Let's control the map. We had Simp still lurking, still roaming around this fountain area.
That's 6 in a row for aBeZy as well. He's getting close to finding the streaks. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it.
They're just winning one-on-ones right now.
Chow should be upcoming. Yep. There it is, able to win it. That's number 7. Still people all around him. Finally will drop, but you get a little added utility now.
You got that insurance if you need it. Over towards B. They can close the door right here on Tusk. Cell heating up now with the pistol. Let's get another bomb, huh? Let's get another one. Yeah, just stunned forever. Nade. Stunned.
All right, I'm out. Fine. You guys can have that.
Yeah, you can have it, but don't worry. aBeZy's on the fight. He wants it back. He wants it back now. So he's going for the second one on the temp, but he's going to help his teammate transitioning back.
God, the man is filthy. aBeZy's playground currently within this map 3, 25 and 13. And he's got the footwork of a ballerina.
He might.
Like Natalie Portman and Black Swan or something. He's moving and grooving, bro.
It's a sad movie.
It really is. That was a bad example, maybe. That's the only ballerina movie I know, okay? Gunfight after gunfight. And at times, this is where has he been? Like, this is the aBeZy
well, I mean,
you want to see.
He's a series like this. I mean, just a little confidence boost, especially in the respawns.
I think he finished the one. Yeah,
he's just been in some ridiculous scenarios as he finds himself in another one around that P5
Yeah, I'll keep
area.
wall banging all this stuff while you guys throw everything you have at me.
Pretty much. But it's the Simp and aBeZy show. They continue to slay out with those submachine guns, with the MP40s.
This was a stomping. This was a round 3 stomping. You have 2 lives remaining, 15 on the FaZe side. You got the 8 point, but it is decimation after that. Temp is the last guy up. He is double negative and ready to get to map 4. In the map 4, we will go. That is impressive stuff there from FaZe. And at times you see, the swagger and confidence that you're going to need if you're going to make a run, whether it's this weekend or we start talking about the championship.
It could be a long tournament for them, so. They win their defense, but the big round is winning that offense. All 4 players over towards that plat side. Yeah, we're talking about the life, how much time they had, but they were able to get on the point. They were able to play their life, just baiting the Paris players right into their position.
I think when I said it, it was like a minute 20. You know, if they keep them off the point, that goes pretty quick, right? You might not get through. I think they had, 15 lives, so somewhere in that ballpark. I was like, maybe you don't get through that, but yeah, they cut that number in half with 10 seconds off the clock because they just had so much control on the objective.
Look at that. I mean, obviously, it's aBeZy 29-13. The damage is there from everyone, but Cell has 3,000 damage. I'm just thinking how much of that is just through the wall, all the walls, dude. He's just shooting, just pre-firing around that P5 area.
Well, I mean, it's frustrating. You see it. You see it from his POV, how frustrating it can be, the stuns and nades coming out, but you're getting wallbang too when you're trying to set stuff up. It's like you're probably calming your teammates, scary to hit it, bullets already flying through. It's got to be a nightmare, but we're going to take a look at a little bit of a highlight reel here from the Tiny Terrors. Simp and aBeZy had a hell of a map. aBeZy, I mean, well, both of them really, the number of multi-kills. Like, you talk about the number of triples or big play moments they had. Yes, the teammates were there putting in shots, but the fact is they were the one putting the kills down.
Well, and the big thing here is, these multi-kills aren't possible unless, your teammates making them weak, right? Yeah. And that's really the key here, is that they are making sure if they are going down, they're going down with putting shots, into their opponent. You talk about everyone being on the board with the damage. That's just what it is. The team shot on point. Well, FaZe now up 2-1 as we're staying on Tuscan.
Well, it's always been talked about, these two are really good because this team, when you talk about the slide canceling and the mechanics are very good at that, it feels like, as much as I joked about the whole ballerina thing, it's like this smoothness to it. Like, you get this rhythm, right? Like, it's slide cancel chow, and you just see him kind of just cha-cha-cha back and forth, just cutting people down. It looks smooth, and you love to see that if you were a FaZe fan, seeing if these guys can make the run, but...
I bet you could probably do the cha-cha real smooth.
No, I'd tear my ACL if I tried to dance at all. 100% MCL, ACL tear.
It might be worth it, though.
I'm down for the count. I'm casted up here with a giant thing on my leg.
That's fine. You're still a cast, though.
Yeah, no,
it's not really. It could be worth it.
It's a very good point, Joe. But they're just talking it through before we get into the map. Remember, we got a lot of Tuscan headed your way as we stick with it on the map 4. The search, Paris able to take. The control then dominated by FaZe. In that round 3, I mean, they didn't give him a glimmer of hope. And I know it defensive favored, but it was an onslaught.
Yeah, it certainly was. And now, I mean, for Paris, I mean, you know, you had a great map too. Not the best map there. I mean, you know, one still bright spot has been Johnny this series. But here's when you're asking more from a guy like Temp, right? He was, what, 12 and 23, I think, to finish that map 3. Yeah. If you want to go the distance with Atlanta FaZe, your stars have to play well. That's what you need from Temp.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, he has been consistent. I mean, we need to put up the slay numbers he has. This is just one of those tough matchups to do it in without question. But they're going to need him here. Now, can they focus back up? Johnny, are we sure he's 18?
I think so, yeah.
To be in the league? I don't know if I believe it. I don't know if I believe it, Joe. No, but it's awesome. I mean, it's just, it's you know, hasn't had a lot of experience on the main stage, just seeing him come in, what he's able to do, and he's been playing with a lot of confidence, but sometimes you don't see new players come into a main stage against a team like FaZe and show, right? Like,
well, it's always tough too for this team is like, if you're gonna have, they have had poor qualifier after poor qualifier, they've had team changes, like they're always starting losers.
Yeah, no.
Like, sometimes they can
get a match,
matches under their belt.
Yeah.
To build that experience up. And here we go, map number 4.
Oh, look, it is ballerinas. It is ballerinas. Oh, okay, well, the crowd can't see it, but they're dancing. Somebody's spinning in circles on the FaZe side. I always forget that we see this before they do. They're getting a beautiful tour of Tuscan. I love you too, whoever that was. I really do. I love you sincerely. I have no idea who you are, but I do. All right, let's get into a map 4. Can FaZe close it out? Paris, can he get it to a search, or maybe he can pull off something miraculous again? As everyone tries to avoid the early onslaught of nades, it's aBeZy sliding out the mid, and he's ready for the fight. He's got multiple to deal with and just trying to finesse, ask for a little bit of help, and Simp is there with the help. There are shots everywhere. It's like just trying to pick his target, for God's sake.
Wasn't sure where to go, so he just jumped through the air.
Am I helping? Am I playing my life? I'm not sure.
I'm just going to jump off this little pillar here. But Paris do fight back. I mean, the first 20 seconds of the way to Atlanta FaZe, but there is Jimbo with 2 of his own. To get them on the point, you can already see Johnny rotate over towards P5. You have Temp locking down the middle of the map. They're making sure they do not get aggressive. It's
all right, Jimbo.
It looks like Simp's able to, oh, he almost sneaks on through Jimbo. He was up to 4 in a row, but a nice bounce back there from the Legion. Just look at the map control that they have. That 50-yard line with Temp blocking down the middle. Over towards P5, there's no rotation, so the break's going to have to be from field side for FaZe.
Well, I mean, they just made it messy at the get-go. I mean, even though FaZe maybe won that first engagement, they might have one person alive at the end of it. Like, it was a battle around the point. Now it's going to be a 4-man hit, and that nade hits with a perfect timing. You think it might disrupt the shots, but it doesn't. Gravity at least able to take down one. Gets a lot of information for the squad. His head's starting to turn. Racking up the points is Paris Leeson. Now Johnny going to be the next up the bat. Teammates falling all around him. Can he take down 2? Not going to happen. It's the soaring Tiny Terrace come over the top, and it's a movement, it's a hop, and Simp is taken down 2.
It's almost like, I mean, a bit of what we used to see from Jetpack God, right? Just one player always going high on that corner, just jumping on top of that box and just trying to get the reticle up top, and that's what happens. But Jimbo, a nice play there, but he needed a lot of help or a lot more work to do to find the rest of this time. But Paris, they're able to find what the first 30 seconds responded by Atlanta FaZe. We have ourselves a tied game.
Well, FaZe trying to shut out the overrated champs and move along in this loser's bracket. Let's hear the comms as they try to put it away. Listening to Atlanta FaZe.
you do?
The Standy, Got it, got it, Spawning field this. Got it, Spawning field,
I got that one aided.
No, got it, got it.
I'll get top, I'll pick up top.
I'm going
to
top.
I'm looking at P5 then. I needed my top. Jump on top of me. I thought that they need on their own time now. Johnny is top. Got a spawning time. Spawning top out. I managed to use
you needed me. There's two on mid alley. One's mid alley close. One's mid alley close.
Top on time.
Good job. I'm back.
What's mid alley still? Touchdown. He didn't go time on me. Johnny done. There we go.
Shit.
Spawning field. Play your life. Don't
Still in the back.
Okay, stand in the corner. Tom bottom church kill me. Stand in the corner.
Yeah, I'm all the way in the back.
We're going right?
Yeah, I'm right now.
Okay, let's go right.
Joe, it looked like you were trying to decipher that through most of it.
Yeah, I mean, they could probably understand it, but man, it was
What are those little monster, little things in Despicable Me? Those little...
The minions.
Yeah, that's what I was listening to.
Yeah, so, I mean, I was like, whoa, they were talking fast, but, you know, the small talk was there. They were calling out names. There was just a lot going on in that listening, but that's always what we hear from Atlanta FaZe. It's a one-on-one inside of the hill, and aBeZy, he's not losing those right now.
No, he's really not. And what a difference it must be for this team when he is taking his ones. But still, you're down right now, looking to make a flop on the scoreboard if you can. Down 6. Oh, you're shooting at another. One's running in front of you. So I'm like, all right, I'll take that, and I'll get out for now and try to reposition, but not going to happen. His shots are going to come through, but it sets up Cell to get a double of his own, now to 12-7.
Yeah, you know, I mean, Simp just buys a second or two there, right? Just waiting for the reinforcements to get in a play. Johnny, can he get going? Find his third? Not going to happen. Scrap time to go the way of Atlanta FaZe, and I mean, when we've watched them on Tuscan, they are not afraid to just play around that scrap time.
We're basically tied up right now. Any key takeaways from the early going in this map 4?
No, I mean, really, it's just been trading back and forth. I mean, Atlanta FaZe, they do not rotate often on this map, right? They play for the breaks, they play for scrap time. It's what they've done. Always. Sometimes it doesn't work, sometimes it does.
They get away with stuff that other teams can't sometimes. That is certainly true. But Temp continues this stairwell battle. aBeZy is the one on the other end of it, but you have another player there to reinforce if you were a Legion. Still basically a tie game, but it's Legion to go back out in front. This just looks like a stressful area to fight.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, though, after that map number 3, this is a very good bounce back from Paris Legion, right? They are right in this game. They're
100%.
up a couple of seconds, because, yeah, I mean, they got destroyed in that control, but a nice bounce back, and really everyone contributing on the side of Paris Legion.
Slow one on the other side for Arcitys. It was really well-rounded for Atlanta FaZe on the map 1. This, obviously, everything far different than Bocage, but we'll see if Arcitys can turn up. He had some clutch moments in the search. You heard the comms and the listening. Now, can he start to pick it up, or will he need to? He's able to line one up there easily. It's Temp that'll drop on the receiving end. Cell working his way onto another monster as he's on 17, and Johnny trying his best to combat this. These teams can't get within like 5 points of each other right now. It has just been tooth and nail.
Well, nobody's really holding on to hills. I mean, there's always a multi-kill that comes in for the team on the break. But maybe this time, the final 20 seconds in the other way of Atlanta FaZe, maybe not.
Question mark?
Maybe it will. Maybe.
It'll come down to that 1v1. It will. Yeah. It's Cellium. He takes it and gets to the final couple of seconds. They'll push over the 140 mark as we'll get ready for the next rotation to come in. You see bottom right of the map, it starts to pop, and off to the races they go. Gravity will be the first man up. Watching the deep push and wrap will be Temp as they'll be spawning in the back. The one person to collapse on that side will be Cell working the pinch.
And this is different though from Atlanta FaZe. Last time through P1, it was a
4-man hit, right?
Right, it was all the way through the back. This time it's through P5. Can they get flag control? That's gonna be the big thing is Cell starts to work all the way through. Well, his teammates are gonna drop, but he's gonna give them spawn. So now, through the back, this is just like the second, or the first rotation of Hills, where with the first 30 seconds goes the way of Paris. Now can FaZe get in? It looks like they might. As a team nade comes in, Johnny trying to do it all.
Okay.
Okay, him and Jimbo hanging on.
All right.
Arcitys is there.
Still, I mean, you hold on for another 15 or so seconds, right? That's time that could have gone the way of FaZe. And they'll start to push this out, but Johnny has had some impressive moments throughout this, sitting at -1, but making his impact for sure. Now to Temp. You'd love to get that second one, close down the mid lane. To aBeZy, we go, hello. Surprise.
Yeah, he's trying to be a flower pot, but he was spotted.
Yes, he was.
Now FaZe, I mean, Paris have a lot of mid-map control here. They're able to push on through, but we know with this hill, I mean, sooner or later, that push is going to be coming on through with the nades hitting. And here we go, aBeZy is able to find that route. Takes down one. Jimbo is up next, and oh, the little jump, the snap, he's able to win it. That's going to be 3 dead for Paris Legion.
And he's just a blur in that situation. Great movement, great shots. My God, peeling him off the back too. Is aBeZy huge in getting this time here. That'll be 3 in a row for him. He's 20 and 20, but that was a wondrous bit of work. Cellium now locking it down. aBeZy just trying to hold the front side. Cellium will now get 3. These hard points have been ludicrous. What, 41 and 21, I think it was in the map 1. At 25 now here in the map 4.
Well, they played for the brace and they were able to get it that time. And now they have that, what, almost 50-point lead, the biggest lead of the map, to try and close this series out. Only 50 more points needed now, Paris. They need a good hold to get them back into the game.
They gotta have a big one here. It's not an easy point with the 72 entryways to get inside the church. I think you go 3 for 2 right now if you're FaZe. So you still have players standing tall inside.
Simp, they have 9 in a row. Simp and aBeZy not slowing down from map 3 as they're able to break it themselves.
Yeah, now that is just incredible stuff. Can you take that 5 any further now if you are aBeZy? It is just mayhem inside the point, but the fact they're able to walk away with the time they do, at least you get back in now if you're Legion. You're keeping this as tight as you can. Jimbo's able to push out the front. Take a look at the minimap, see where the spawn is coming in for FaZe and how they're going to be planning this next attack.
Yeah, but this is what I mean. I mean, you know, FaZe is normally you go over here and a team's already set up at P5. I mean, FaZe is now, they pushing through church. They're trying to set up a pinch. And this is a play that could bite them.
No, it certainly could.
Cell, he's just waiting for that push from aBeZy. aBeZy's going to set up the pinch. But they're able to deal with it on one side, and now it's just your typical P5 hill. But Paris, they have gotten the first 20 seconds.
You're down 10 if you're Paris Legion. Trying to heroically get this to the 5th and final map. Gravity going massive in this sequence. Holding with the free fire on the edges. Temp. And another one. You thought just maybe it was going to line up, but through the stairs comes Johnny, and he'll be the last one through on the point. But the close spawn there in the mid-alley will be Atlanta FaZe. They're able to reinforce this quickly. Now 5 points separating the teams. Cellium trying to finesse away. Simp trying to lock down the doorway. And it is just chaos around the point. But for now, it is FaZe getting the points, but you see another hard point here for your Legion.
Yeah, I mean, how many times? It feels like it always comes down to this P1 rotation, a P1 break on one side. It's going to be a good hold here for Paris. That's going to be 3 dead. RC's nade, though, that's going to deal with the player on the hill. So nobody to throw a time, and RC's is doing it himself. He's able to find his 3rd in a row, but Johnny gets 3.
Here's
Paris
Johnny.
trying to hold on.
Oh, you got to be kidding me. I thought the play there for Arcitys, now Johnny going huge. Back up to even, battling in the point, down 5. Not going to be able to stand tall for that gunfight, but it's gravity in behind. The trades are there, the lead changes in. Paris Legion in front.
They got to go. You have to go if you're FaZe. The nades need to hit. The nades have to hit. Are they going to? Simp with 1, RC's with another. Could anyone get on the point?
Gravity, he's holding inside. 1 more point, it's through. Paris Legion survive. And I'll tell you what, I need to go back if we can watch it again, because I'm talking about the great play from Arcitys. It's like Johnny with a triple out of nowhere. It felt like right after it. You know, you think you're going to have numbers there on the pinch. Johnny says, no, sir. And ties us up at 2-2. And now Search, game 5.
Map fight doesn't matter, right?
Like, whatever, here we go. Absolutely.
I mean, who cares? And for Atlanta FaZe, if you want to play break Call of Duty, you're going to have to break. You look at that P5, you look at P1 there, they did not. The nades did not connect. And well, Paris were just able to hold on.
And you said it, I mean, to set up their pinches sometimes, or, I mean, they hit church, there's 2 seconds left. I know they're just setting up the pinch, but they get 1 kill there. It's just different
than what we normally see.
It is. And they set up the pinch, but it gets shut down. You start to creep a little bit closer to this if you're Legion, and It feels like that particular hard point for FaZe has just been one that has collapsed so many times, whether it's been, Scump leaking through to get the double in the one matchup. Like, something just goes wrong. And it felt, dude, I thought after RC's got those two, I'm like, all right, here we go. They're gonna get in, get control.
But even then, like, the end of P5, right? If you're gonna keep fighting for that, there is the option to rotate to P1.
Yeah,
you're in the lead. You can.
They don't usually choose that option, Joe.
No.
They haven't for years.
No, they have not. But I mean, it's a game mode. It's a map where that is a huge risk. And I mean, Paris able to hold on.
Yeah, and it has just been. I mean, it's been map 5s all over the place so far this weekend, and really even leading into this event, just map 5s all over the place. But the crowd kind of letting FaZe know. You hear the overrated chants. We go to a map 5.
We're getting freaky match one of the day. We got 5 matches,
I'm with it, baby. I'm with it. You're looking for the upset if you can. Can Paris Legion pull this off? God knows how that changes the scope of this losers bracket if you take Atlanta FaZe out of it. Map 5 coming up next.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
Hello and welcome back. Oh, what a bounce back that was from Paris Legion. Considering the map 3, I mean, you show some grit there to bring it back. I saw Simp on stage, smiles. The crowd was cheering him on. He's fired up and ready to go for this map 5. But Joe, we're gonna watch the last 30 seconds, and yeah, I kind of want to. Hopefully, we see the Johnny play. Just where he picked up all that. It just happened so fast.
No, it really did. I mean, you know, you had sort of this skirmish here.
Oh, it's right after.
But yeah, you know, they're able to get set up. The multi-kill comes in, and you know, there's 25 seconds that, you know, Paris need to win. So that's what 2 pushes for Atlanta FaZe just gets cut down. No nades in the kill feed. That's a key. And right there, aBeZy finds 2, but Temp and Gravity with the autos able to take down 3. So one last push for Atlanta FaZe to try to get on this point. Temp just putting shots in, trying to do what he can. But it's Gravity just holding this down with the 3 spree. Him and Jimbo, they deal with RC's pinching through mid, and here we are. Berlin search and destroy to map number 5.
All right, yeah, and who the hell knows? I love to see that. Just smiles out from Temp. You know, a lot changing with that organization, obviously, but maybe you can come in here. I don't know what a good run I would consider. I mean, hell, you get this win, and that's something to write home about if you're able to take down Atlanta FaZe, who have been the titans of the Call of Duty League since its inception. But the fact is, I can't put more stock in, like, they got smoked in that map 3, especially the last round, just brushed it off. And maybe that's part of that whole, you got nothing to lose type thing, right? Yeah. Who cares if we got smoked? We kind of used to getting smoked, honestly. At this point, like, we just bounce back and play our game.
There you can see Legion's last win 112 days ago. How did it come in map number 5?
I had hair.
112 days ago, you had hair? Maybe not on your head. I don't know.
On my back or something.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. Joe, you're disgusting.
Well, I mean, you were just bald 112 days ago.
Yeah,
so.
you're right.
But here we go. I mean, listen, I'll give you the stats for, you know, Major 4 qualifiers, 3-0 for Atlanta FaZe. I mean, their search and destroy got much better coming into this major. And on the side of Paris Legion, 0-1. But I mean, throw it out the window, dude. All right, let's get it. We're gonna get Nastie in this game 5. But aBeZy just gonna right to beat, put the bomb down. It's gonna be a retake for Paris Legion. They find the first blood.
Plan in. Now what can you do? Johnny has been playing with some confidence as he's trying to take the fight, but it's Cellium just being the difference maker. Able to take 2 and put it back to their edge.
And just look where they're playing from, this 2-man setup. Usually it's one of those, you know, warehouses in the back, but Cella's doing it by himself, wins the 3rd. Can he find the ace in round 1? No, I think Simp gets the final kill. But Atlanta FaZe hold down a player. And it's from big individual plays from Cell.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, it still can be, it's Arcitys against it. It's still gonna be a very difficult retake. I mean, even when you've got the 1-man advantage, but yeah, when you have Cell's head on a swivel, watching that cross.
Well, just playing from the tank, aBeZy is still inside a B. Usually you have all the warehouses, the train carts to clear, but I mean, they just hold strong.
I think one person, let's go FaZe! That just led them being booed. I'm sorry, whoever that was. You know, it's okay. You're allowed to root for FaZe too. RC's there with the first blood. Just peeks that stair edge and finds the angle. It's like, what little nerdy spot is Cell gonna find?
Oh, I can't wait for Chance, because you know he's gonna have them.
I'm sure he will.
There's gonna be a lot of back pocket things. Another nade comes in for Simp. Temp able to bring this back into a 2 versus 3. He's playing his life. Gravity now trying to find a pick, and we saw a lot of 2v3, 2v4 clutches for FaZe in map number 2. Can Paris win one here in map 5? Well, Temp now just trying to rotate out. With Gravity, see if there's anyone just maybe trying to go for a peek, and they're just gonna wait here. And FaZe is gonna go, FaZe is gonna go. I don't think they're gonna be ready for this. Gravity easy to get picked.
I think you nailed it. Yeah, not ready for it. They play behind the first blood. The push comes through. They take a 2-0 edge, and so far, so good for FaZe.
And FaZe have a lot of reps on this map. I mean, this is a map where they're playing almost every final. They've had some Game 5s here, Game 5s that have kicked them out of tournaments. Like, it's a map they got a lot of reps, a lot of wins, a lot of losses, so you expect them to know what to do in those situations.
Yeah, a lot of experience is basically what you're saying.
Yeah.
4-0 now for Cell. Simp with the only kills. Just who's going to come alive now? Johnny, so much done with the early aggression. Is he able to find those timings and apply that same pressure here on Berlin?
Look at where aBeZy is already, but Temp finds that first blood. That was a great spot by aBeZy front fire if he can stay alive there. And well, Paris, they were just playing, so, you know, we're going to send 3 towards A, but we're thinking they're going to go to B. They're going to rotate off of that. Because they had 3 towards A, that opens up that position for aBeZy to get there, but Temp with the read. Now things slow down. Jimbo!
Oh, no! Oh, the head straight into the blender. They line up for Cell, but they still got a shot. 2 versus 2. But unfortunately for them, Cell is an alien, and Cell is still alive, and Cell is working for streaks, and he just got a little bit of information. Now he's going to have to clutch the 1 versus 2 for Cell.
I think he's just going to play his life here, more than likely, right? Just play around the pitch, try to find a kill, number 7 with the glide. It's just so important. Should be a round win for Paris, unless they over-peak a bit. Or is he going to play for this? Just say screw it. I mean, that could also be the play. I think he spotted 1.
He was ready for the chow, and oh, get down, Johnny. You are very weak. He is like 1 bullet. Can't find the angle, though. Has to back up. Cell able to get the bomb.
He just wants the kill. He just wants the kill. Johnny's going to clear the bomb. He's going to stay alive. Hello. How you doing?
Oh. A little bit of a chest bump there at the tail end of that, yeah.
But it starts with Temp finding aBeZy. aBeZy had the opening. He had it. He just wanted that kill inside of fire. That round's probably over. Instead, even with Cell lining them up, Paris able to get on the board.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, 100%. You shoot at my teammate, I've got the angle to chow this. Unfortunately, like literally just gets like 3 bullets to the forehead. His second
Seen that happen a lot.
Edge. There's Johnny with the chow and gives them the numbers here early. Still got to keep an eye on Cellium if he's able to get that streak, as Johnny's just trying to survive the mayhem and the explosions all around him. He's able to do that and get out with his life. Now holding the next angle. Arcitys tagged up. Just let me through the window, please, sir. Sick. There he gets it open, and RC is now ripped off the map.
And that's just tough right there for Arcitys, because he needs to stay alive. He has to wait for aBeZy, right? aBeZy's working the full flank. He needs to just wait for him in the middle of the map around that P5 area. And then they can double set up that pinch. But it's really just waiting for this man to work the full flank. Maybe then they can clutch around. Still 20 seconds, all 3 players inside of the site. Cell still on 6-0, trying to find number 7. But I think he's just going to play his life again. I mean, this is just such a tough round to win. Maybe asking for some bait.
There it is.
There's going to be the kill. So he's got the glide. Not going to win the round. Paris going to win 2 in a row. This guy's still alive somehow. I don't really know how.
I don't either. Up to 8-0. But the fact is, over this stretch, you get back-to-back rounds now if you're Paris Legion and you tie it up. Now, at least maybe if you're FaZe, you get back to playing a little more standard. I know sometimes it's always a question 100%. Of when you're trying to play for streaks, does it sort of change things?
Yeah,
you're trying to get a freebie.
Cell's like, I would love to go. Maybe I can make an individual play.
Yeah.
But he has the glide down. We'll see when that comes into play. I mean, it's not like the craziest thing on this map, because you can play over towards A. You can stay alive in all of the buildings. It gives you a ton of info.
This doesn't really hurt to have usually once you get it.
No, not normally.
Unless you somehow hit a teammate.
2 players of Paris, though, going to be inside of B. And I think aBeZy's going to spot this. And look at this rotation. Look at this. They are out. They are all the way over towards A. A is a free bomb site. I don't know what info they saw. Maybe the players watching the cross over to A.
Yeah, somebody
but the
spotted
call was, there's nothing A, let's go.
And now they have a trek to get over here. But it starts as soon as the bomb begins to go down. Just getting out after the first nade hits. And bomb now planted. We're all tied up 2-2. FaZe will try and hold, and you're going to look for the point of attack now if you are Legion. And there's the point of attack. It's Gravity. It's able to take out Simp. You've got numbers. You're starting to surge forward, but aBeZy is still inside.
I think he's got the wrong gun out there. He definitely wants the auto probably in that situation. Has the pistol out. Arcitys with another one. The retakes. Doesn't look like it's coming in. And Cell still has it dive.
What, is that 10-0 now?
Yeah.
10-0 from Cell. We're in about to be in round 6. What is this man on pace for if we go the distance?
A nutty one. A wild one. Yeah,
20.
yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
A wild one. Well, we go 11, maybe even more. I mean, this is 10-0 through 5. They're up around. Johnny can get something going.
You have one player in the B site. That's going to be aBeZy. What can he find? He finds the first blood. He just takes it to him. That is prime aBeZy right there. But Johnny with the opening. Johnny does have a chance here, maybe to make a play. But he's not going to expect Cell in that spot, right? There's just no way he does. He's not going to find the kill either. Oh, no. And I think he knows his teammates die, so he feels like he has to make a play. Maybe if it's still a 3-on-4, he tries to find Cell all the way in the back, but he was hoping to find something, anything, to give his teammates a chance in the round. And instead, he found nothing.
He found Cell number 11. Tim now in a 1 versus 4. Best of luck, but you've got a little bit of time. 35 seconds to go. See where Bomb is down right in front of him here.
They're just watching crosses. Cell has it all the way from spawn. You can see that position he is in. Shots coming in. He gets a couple of hit markers as soon as that starts, though. It's aBeZy and Simp flying at you. And that was just like a typical FaZe round, right? I mean, aBeZy first blood. Pick comes in, but it all starts with him.
Well, I mean, we watched different players and different teams from that spot. Like it can make or break a round. Whether you're getting caught and allowing for an early plan or you're finding an early kill. I mean, it's difficult to do. But now you take the 2-round edge. 11-0 now if you are Cell.
Question just comes in now. How are they going to play this defensively? Because, you know, FaZe are watching the cross. They know how many players are going over towards A. What is the weaker site? And I think, again, it's only one on the cross. Maybe they saw a second now, so they're just going back. Still have the glide if they want to use it. But everything just kind of slows down here these first 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's trying to hit stuns, hit nades, get information. You see where Johnny is lurking. Deep behind that B-bomb. Is Cell and aBeZy trying to work up and get angles. All the way on the other side, track side. RC is just kind of biding his time. Maybe he catches somebody getting a little bit overzealous.
This kind of feels like they're going to call in the glide, but maybe they're just clearing corners as a team.
Ooh.
Cell waiting for the bait to go out. aBeZy just trying to play his life. He has a one-on-one versus Johnny. It's just back and forth. aBeZy runs at him. He's able to find the first. Inside of Mail, though. Simp's going to respond on the Jimbo.
Now Cell's like trying to keep an eye on this, but also like,
I mean, yeah, 20 seconds. They got to go.
Yeah, they do. And he's going to slide in. He's yet to drop, but it's Simp that's able to look over him and win the gunfight. Might have got eyes onto Tim on the push. He's just going to lay down and stick this. He's going to have to hop on it. Cell's last alive, and Cell remains perfect and gets the 5th round for FaZe. What in the world?
Well, Temp's weak here. Temp is weak. RC snapped, right? I mean, RC was able to hit a couple of shots. The fact that he's able to do it, I mean, the call is chow, right? I mean, he's weak. Take the fight to him. And he is 12-0.
What an insane close to that round. Is Atlanta FaZe now 1 round away from moving on in this loser's bracket? Paris Legion have tested him. Can they test him more on this map 5? Right across we go. First blood, Arcitys. The second, it is Simp. Legion's hopes, dreams.
I'm not challenging. I'm staying alive.
Yeah, they're falling apart.
I'm not dying, dude. I'm going 12-0.
He wants his perfect game. We'll see if he can get it. You still have aBeZy lurking over towards the B site. They've dealt with everything here on A. RC's is able to tag on another one. It's all onto Gravity now. 1 versus 4. I think the glide's now coming in.
Uh-oh.
He's scrambling. Can he run far enough away? Oh, yeah, put another one on there. 14. I'm just kidding.
Well, it's the wrong target, but he got another one. I mean, he's got so much to do, and only 20 seconds left in this round.
Yeah, I mean, it seems just a matter of time. He's able to take that one, but now 15 to go. 1 versus 2. Cellium and Gravity looking to clutch this round together.
You're telling your teammate to just run here if you're Cell. He's going to find the bomb. Simp's going to run away. Cell's going to find the kill, but she's going for it. He's going for it. Number 13. Oh!
Time is going to run out. FaZe
still perfect.
They're still alive in this tournament, and Cellium, a flawless map 5. And yeah, I mean, maybe it's one of those things where if FaZe are going to make a run, maybe it's good to get tested a little bit. Get some maps. You were kind of saying, if you're going to the losers bracket, you're going to get a lot of maps. Maybe not the one they expected to get tested in, but the fact is, you play a deep series, more reps.
Yeah, I mean, still work to do. A lot of work.
Yeah.
You know, there's some mistakes that they're working on. They have to fix. I mean, Tuscan Hardpoint's one that's just like, I don't know if it works really well for them in practice the way they play that, right? Just so break heavy. But it is, you know, gone against them a few times now.
They'll take it 3-2. That'll be it for Paris Legions. Unfortunately, their losing streak will continue, but just to look at it there, 12-0 out of Cell. Just an unbelievable game. I mean, he didn't really get, what was it? He had 10 through 5, I think it was. Not much to do in the final couple of rounds outside the clutch in the round 7, but the fact is, it was truly remarkable and impressive stuff. And yeah, you got to kind of see what a freakish alien demon he is.
Yeah, and then on the Paris side, obviously, you know, their year is done. A very young roster, just trying to get experience under their belt. I would love to see them play in some more matches. You know, we saw a lot from Johnny this series, the upside that he can bring to the table. It's just a question of what's this roster going to look like next year?
I don't know if it's going to be a complete reset with the move, what they're going to build around. I've got no idea, but obviously it hasn't worked. You have work to do if you're going to try and make this team any type of contender, but you know, they were the underdog at times. The fans got behind them. They got to have a bit of fun. It would have been wild to see them pull this one away, but FaZe simply too much there in the map 5.
Yeah, it's just not easy when you're always starting losers round.
No, it's not. It's not. You're showing up to a tournament, you've already lost a match. It's got to be a frustrating feeling. You know, format aside, you can talk about that all you want, but you can put yourself in a better position by winning. You have the chance to do that. They just have not been able to get much going in the qualification.
They're probably just not hoping to play FaZe in losers round 1. That's another part of it.
Yeah, I'm sure that was a surprise, 100%. Not that it would have been, I mean, Thieves too. They would have had a tough matchup.
Would have been fun. Would have been fun.
No, without question. But that certainly turned into a wilder series than I think you and I expected going into this when you saw the two teams we'd be looking at our first losers bracket match. But it continues on. It's just been map 5s all over the place. But for Joe and I, we are done. We'll be casting the final match of the night. We still have hours to go, many matches to go. But now on the main stage, Cellium, he was perfect. Of course, we've got him on the main stage with Blades.
Thank you so much, Clint and Merc. Fantastic cast, but I'm with the man on the main stage, Cellium. In that last map, you did not die, okay? With your teams back up against the wall, losers round 1, looking to get back to the grand finals. You didn't want to lose, man. What was going on in your head?
I mean, obviously it was game 5, so if we lost, we're out the tournament. But I mean, our team was just playing off strats, our strats that our coach Tupac was giving us. So I mean, our team was confident throughout that map. So I mean, I was happy with the performance we gave up.
And we know how talented Tupac is when it comes down to the S&D, and you guys look flawless there. But now you have to be flawless throughout the rest of this tournament, okay? LA Thieves sent you guys down to the losers bracket. Close series here. How are you guys feeling to get back to that grand finals? You're already qualified for champs, but you want to win one of these majors.
Yeah, I mean, on our Thieves match, it was a good match, but I feel like our hardpoints is what's letting us down right now. I feel like hardpoint should be our best game mode, but I feel like if we get that back on track, I feel like we'd be good for this tournament. So just hardpoint.
I think you guys would, okay? Anyone you looking forward to playing this tournament? Any revenge tour out there? You just guys want to get that chip?
I mean, it's just pretty much practice. I mean, there's not a specific team that we want to play, but I mean, our team's just trying to get practice and just trying to keep better every day. So that's pretty much what it's about.
All right, man. Well, I hope the rest of the bracket is easy AF.
I appreciate it, man.
Give it up for Sales in Atlanta FaZe. Cellium in Atlanta FaZe one more time. Desk, break it down.
Thank you.
All right, Atlanta FaZe, the scariest team in the losers bracket right now. I would not want to go against them at all, but they were taken to a game 5 by the Paris Legion, and That's it for Paris Legion. I do want to say this, though. If you're a fan, supporter, family member, friend, or even a player on the Paris Legion, I know this year wasn't exactly what you wanted, but with all of that just bottled up frustration from this season, I was hoping something beautiful was going to grow from it. But you know what? Kind of like that, we saw a rose grow, and this team turned out to be something special in that last matchup. Unfortunately, they were unable to walk away with the win, and with that, I have to say Paris Legion, they're currently out of Call of Duty Vanguard, but Chance, what are your takeaways?
I mean, you're like sort of hitting the nail on the head, I think, for the main takeaway, but like, it's just, like you could see positive aspects like from the team. They were never put in a good situation though, right? Like these guys haven't been getting good practice. They're not playing in a facility. Like they're going against teams that are investing so much into trying to make sure that they can have a good year. In Paris, like the players were never afforded that opportunity, but when they show up to land, guys like Jimbo started fried. Johnny popping off the SD, Tom Gravity clutching 1v2s against Arcitys and aBeZy, which as far as I'm concerned is like a career highlight kind of clutch. And I just feel bad for the guys. Like they're thrown into a bad spot, never given a chance to succeed, despite the fact that against literally, I mean, the best team we have in the game, they still almost show up and like force into a game 5. So like, I just want to see more from some of these players. I just think it's just a gruel every year, man. That's all it is.
Hats off to those players, especially Timp and, Johnny was absolutely insane. But you know what's even better than that? It was Cellium. Nameless aLLeY, help me out with this one. Cellium ended the series 109 and 67 deaths. That was outright crazy.
And the guy went plus 42. He had nearly 2,000 more damage than anybody else in this lobby throughout this series. The guy put up 13.3 thousand. Like, he's just taking over. I mean, in that game 5, like we're talking about, Cellium and the player that he is. He makes the high percentage play every single time. As a Call of Duty player, you get in these situations where you're like, okay, I'll probably die here, but this is the only chance that I have to win this round. And more often than not, he gets the kill, which is really what separates him. Like, not only does he get the kill, but he's making that high percentage play every time. Most players don't even do that. He's just an incredible talent, and you could see it in that game 5. It was just flawless gameplay.
I mean, he is quite literally one of like 3, maybe 4 players in the league where like I don't even know what you could even like nitpick and suggest for him to improve upon. Not a single game mode, not a moment. Like even the comms, it's not that I can understand him, but if his teammates can, even the comms are like on point. You literally could not ask for anything more from a player. Like he is a professional in the truest sense of the word. And honestly, it's always a good time watching him play because as you pointed out, 1v3, 1v4, it don't matter. You know he could pull off something crazy and he's incredibly consistent with it. So I just think he's a special player.
Oh, definitely. aLLeY?
I gotta talk about aBeZy, to be honest. Like Cellium, obviously, I think he's the grossest player in this game right now. And I think that perfect search and destroy like puts just the flower on top of the crown. But like aBeZy in this series, some of that movement on Tuscan is just like, I wish we saw that all year. Like, I want to see that aBeZy on every map that Atlanta FaZe loads into. But still, in the respawns, they were struggling. Their control, disgusting, point blank, period. But, like, in the hard points, they still weren't rotating properly. They were still heavily relying on breaking. Like, just a couple of those fundamental things were like, I need to see Atlanta FaZe lock those down because they should be winning series like this in a 3-0 fashion in the Atlanta FaZe way, especially when I know aBeZy is capable of shooting like that.
Of course.
Movement like that? And you have 3 T's, you have 3 Tuscans in a series. I have high hopes for Atlanta FaZe making this losers bracket run.
Right, and hopefully Atlanta FaZe can hurry up and pick things up while they're here in the loser side of the bracket. Let's go ahead and talk about the points as well. Chance, Atlanta FaZe, absolutely killing it. Nobody's catching up, man.
No, I mean, of course not. They're locked up for the 1 seed. I think what's interesting just about the bracket is like the teams Atlanta FaZe are going to have to face because it could be a London or it could be an LAG. Like, think about that run that the Guerrillas are going to have to make just through the losers bracket. Same thing for like Florida and New York. Like, neither of those teams can really afford to lose any of those series because you might get fed to the beast down in losers. So, I mean, it is quite literally just like, it's a dog race. There are still 5 or 6 teams in the mix with fear in their hearts. And obviously, a number of killers like Atlanta FaZe, like the other major winners in the losers bracket. I mean, this is it. This is the year.
Right, take a look at number 9 right now. Los Angeles Guerrillas currently in 9th place. If Los Angeles Guerrillas hurry up and win some games this event, they could also book their tickets to champs. But looking at the bracket right now, nameless Atlanta FaZe sitting in elimination round 2 all alone.
I mean, yeah, they're sitting there right now. They've made it through, right? But this bracket's going to get crazy. This next match that we have is the Royal Ravens versus LAG. If LAG lose, that's it. Their season's done.
You're done.
But they just played this match a couple days ago, and LAG came out on top. So it should get pretty interesting, Val.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and lock down the desk so we can get ready for the second matchup of the day. It's going to be a good one. The London Royal Ravens, the #1 team in the online qualifiers, will go toe-to-toe against the Major 2 champions, Los Angeles Guerrillas, a team that has turned another leaf this stage. But once again, we got to give them flowers. Paris Legion, you guys, you tried your best. But you know what? I can't wait to see what you guys do next year in Las Vegas. But also, I can't wait to see what's going to go down with this next game. We'll catch you guys on the other side of the break. Take it easy.
FanDuel and NYSL are giving away tons of prizes all weekend long. Grab your friends and join the Major 4 Metaverse event in Dew Centraland for your chance to win. Visit nyxl.com/dew.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Amazon Prime members get free games every month and a slew of free content for your favorite games like Call of Duty. Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.com.
Yo, what's going on, Brooklyn? Welcome back to the Call of Duty League out here at Major 4, and things are looking good so far. Paris Legion just took Atlanta FaZe to Game 5 in the losers bracket round 1. I don't know what's going on, but what I do know is that this next matchup is going to be a lot better than a lot of people think out there, because we have your Major 2 champions in the Los Angeles Guerrillas, and who are they facing off against? The #1 team in the online qualifiers. I'm aBeZy, we got Merc, aka Joe, we got aLLeY, and also Nameless, and Merc, I have to ask you, man, in regards to London, I never really talked to you about teams, but London killing it online, but then we saw them yesterday against Toronto, and I'm actually worried that we don't get to see the same London on land this time around. Do you think that they got it in them?
I mean, I think they've shown all year they've had a minute in it. Okay. In them, right? Major 1, they were a top 4 team. We've just been waiting for that form to really for them to get back to that form. I think the big concern is control. Is going to be that way. They haven't won a control throughout this stage. You can see the swing, the momentum that it gives these teams. And, well, LAG, they just beat London in a Game 5. They won that control. So do I think London has what it takes? Absolutely. But they have been better online at times. I think the key players here, probably Gizmo and Zero from yesterday. They really did struggle. And Slasher has been an animal this stage. If he keeps playing with that confidence, they're going to be tough to beat.
We do have to talk about the maps and modes, though, because the last time these two teams went head-to-head, it was also Tuscan Hardpoint, and London did come out on top, but LAG kept it close. It was also the same map, too. London came on top, but it was still close. They got rid of that Tuscan, though. London has now back-to-back lost that in a 3-0 fashion, so they're going to try their luck on Berlin Control, and honestly, I really like that pick, because when it comes to the 3 control maps that we have, on that map specifically, it is almost more favoring on the offensive side of things. So you have ample opportunity, whether you're on defense or offense. But when it comes to the London Royal Ravens, like you said, Val, online, 4-1, they looked incredible this stage, and they did end up getting reverse swept by the Toronto Ultra. So when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, and what does London got to do for this series?
I mean, they got to get better at control. They've lost twice, right? They're 4-2 in their last 6 games, and it started with the control because they have not been able to win that, and then they lost a Berlin Hardpoint, which is the same game 4 they have in this series, into a Search and Destroy. So stay informed on the Tuscan HP map 1. Obviously, they won that last time. They're going to repeat performance here. They're on a 7-game win streak there. That has to be an auto dub for them, and then show improvement in control. You let that control get away from you, I mean, you're scarred when it comes to that Berlin. Not only did you lose it to Toronto, you lost it to LAG as well. So it's going to be a tough one for London Royal Ravens, man.
And on the flip side, let's talk about LAG, the Major 2 champions. Now, the thing is, the squad looks a little different now. And I didn't know that one of their saviors was going to be Neptune, but he came in here with a vengeance. But also, my man Spark came back and said, all right, I'm back on my team. I'm so excited to see what LAG are going to pull up.
I'm so excited to see what Slasher's going to pull up with. I mean, we know this guy is the Thanos of the losers bracket. The difference this time, though, is that they are starting in it. So when it comes to the game tool keys to victory for the Los Angeles Guerrillas, I mean, keep up the team slaying. They have 1.03 team KD and is 3rd in the league. And I feel like a lot of that not only has been Slasher, but we saw Neptune kind of come out there in the end of the qualifiers. You know, he went back down to Challengers. He got comfortable in there. He came back up to the league, and now he is frying with this duo in Hook. So they have to take advantage of the good side of Berlin as well. I mean, we've known this stat across the board. Good side is winning 64% of the time this season.
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, the game is about ready to go. But before we jump into the game, and as we're getting the lobby ready, let's have some fun. Prediction time. Nameless. All right, London Royal Ravens, the top team in all of Stage 4 online qualifiers, or the Major 2 champions. Who you got your money on?
I'm going to go with LAG in this series. Their backs are up against the wall. This is it for them if they were to lose. So I'm thinking LAG comes out here and takes this one. And then as well, like, it's the same map set they won last time, realistically, besides that control. But then you look at the map 2 Bocage, like, they lost in 6-5 fashion. We just saw what Toronto was able to do against the Royal Ravens on that map. Slow it down, and Ravens had no answer. So I think LAG watched that, and they're going to be even more prepared this time.
All right. right, aLLeY, both of these teams have some of my favorite ARs. We're talking Zero, we're talking about Slasher and Spark. Who you got winning, though?
I almost changed my mind, Vel, because earlier today I was walking around backstage and I saw Hawk before first match even starting, sitting at a setup, shooting bots, and I was like, this guy is on absolute demon time. But I think I'm going to hold strong. I think I'm going to stay with the London Royal Ravens. Okay. I liked what I saw from them yesterday, and I feel like Toronto Ultra just looked that good. I feel like it was less of London Royal Ravens making mistakes.
Gotcha. Joe, it's solo on you, man. Who you got?
It's a tough matchup. I mean, dude. I want to believe in London, I really do, but I think I'm going to go Guerrillas. Okay. With all the games going the distance to that game number 5, I like this Guerrillas lineup a lot. I think where this final roster, there is so much talent there, a lot of playmaking ability, and as we said, with that Berlin control coming in, I mean, a Hookah Neptune play, and that game has changed. So I think it's going the distance. I'm going Guerrillas.
Now, as the only person on the desk that does not wear glasses at all, hey, shout out to Zinni for the blue blockers, by the way. I'm going to rock with the Los Angeles Guerrillas. I'm going to be completely honest. The AR play has been phenomenal, and if I'm seeing correctly right now, aLLeY, if Hook really turns up today, hey, that's going to be something different. Keep your eyes open during the walkout.
No, I'm right there with you. That guy's on demon time. I already know what he's going to be doing in the walkout. Like I said, I saw that guy bright early at the crack of dawn shooting bots. He's going to be scary.
Right, Nameless, who's going to be the player to watch to you?
On which team?
Both teams, man.
I'm going to go with Gizmo. I want to see him pop off on LAN. We haven't seen him take over a series when it comes to LAN, even early on, right? He was the one who was struggling at times, so I want to see him really go off.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go off into the game, all right? Let's get it. It's going to be the London Royal Ravens and your Major 2 champions, the Los Angeles Guerrillas. Let's get into it.
Players in every single corner of the map right now. Dude, London is Afro.
And oh my God, there are just a legion of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time.
All right, New York, I'm locked in, and it is now time to hop into another elimination series. Coming to the stage, these Silverbacks are looking to get tactical and take down the Royal Ravens. Make some noise for the Los Angeles Guerrillas! Give it up for Slasher, Spark, Neptune, and Hook!
I'm loving it, and the crowd likes him as well. Hook didn't walk out on Demon Time just yet, aLLeY, but I got my eyes on the Bay Area native. As always, Slasher has been on a complete tear throughout the Major 4 online qualifiers. We're talking about a 1.21 KD in Search and Destroy. If this leader can really take a hold of this team, LAG, man, hey, there's no limit, and they can go sky high, but Blaze, London Royal Ravens, I love them as well, man. Bring the boys on out.
All right, it's time to bring the boys out. Looking to soar through the losers bracket. Make some noise for the London Royal Ravens. Give it up for Zero, Nastie, Gizmo, and Afro. Your Ravens.
The crowd might be a little split, but the team chem on this team is unreal when it comes to Gizmo and Afro. But to be honest, my eyes are going to be on that player, Nastie. From what I saw in their series yesterday, I would almost like to call that guy a Lanimal. We've been wanting consistency out of this player, and he has been piecing it up, Blaze. But I'm ready to get this match started.
I'm ready to get it started as well, aLLeY. These two teams are ready to go, and I can't think of two better casters to break it down. Bryce Ton, take it away.
Thank you very much, Blaze. Yes, we are ready to get into this action. The London Royal Ravens against LAG. Kind of an interesting setup coming into this game. Obviously, the first seed of London have fallen already into the lower bracket. On the other side of it, though, pressure is on LAG.
It is very much on LAG, but they will take some confidence after the final week of our online stage. Them beating the London Royal Ravens in what was a peculiar game, a long game, it has to be said. But it was LAG who came out on top, the only team who could stop London during that online stage. And as I said, that should give them some confidence heading into this, but it was a very close game. Fingers crossed for the same kind of thing here, Brycey.
And it does. That's kind of the crazy thing, talking about these two teams. LAG don't win this game. That's the last we see of them in the CDL this year. So the pressure will be on them, and they've got to make sure they don't think about it too much. Just concentrate on beating London. For London, obviously redemption on the cards. They lost to Ultra yesterday. They got reverse swept. They were flying high before coming into this entire tournament, but took the first fall.
Let's see how things are going to go down. When we talk about Tuscan, it's been so strong for the Ravens all the way through the online stage. The hold percentage, though, is something we're going to have to talk about here for the side of LAG. First in hold, but 9th in break. London on the other side, first in break. So for the side of LAG, rotations are paramount. The win is essential. The London Royal Ravens want to continue this tournament as the first seed. They want to get things done, and we're kicking it off with Tuscan to get into the game.
Well, let's see exactly where these two teams lie as they first head into P1. It's going to be mid-map control for LAG. Already, the Ravens will be here waiting and waiting, but Zero's going to get that first kill, but it will be traded out pretty quickly. The kills are going the way of LAG. You can see they're now trying to take Gizmo down, the last player alive.
Not too concerning, of course, just getting into the game, but Neptune warming up nice and early. There's 3. And if he can get going in this series, we know last time around that these two teams played up against each other, slashing with something like a 1.4. He's firing as well. Neptune will eventually go down. Good start for the side of LAG. They want to try and keep a hold of these spawns as best as they can. Hook with 3 in the middle. We catch the back end of that one. A really nice start for LAG. This will worry Ravens as they come out hot.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did want, especially with this first elimination game. Who continuing that reign of terror mid-map. He's going to have 4, and you can see the rotation wants to come in from London as they pick up just a few seconds of scrap time. But nobody in position yet. Hugh is now on 5.
Yeah, it's an early spree for the side of Hook. 5 in a row from him. Rotations here now for the side of LAG. Neptune can't find the second. Zero will eventually answer that question, but as I said, rotation, rotation, rotation for the side of LAG, but the absolute specialty of London. We didn't see too much of it yesterday on the break point, but Nastie trying to find a way through. Can only be stopped by his own teammate's grenade, but really good start so far from LAG. Once they've gotten these hills, they've locked them down. London struggling to get any purchase yet.
They really haven't been able to make any kind of progress into this one, just losing the slaying game all over the map. And London, while they will probably try and not give them a perfect hold here, they have failed in every way they need to. The rotation will now be paramount. If London want to wade back into this game, it has to start at P3.
It's a bit of a 50-50 here as well. Spot's already there. Zero will get traded by Gizmo. Nastie will find an important kill up top, broken. But when it does come down to this hill specifically, London, the worst P3 team on the game. Average amount of time when teams are breaking this 22% of the time. London struggled to break it, only 9% themselves. They struggled to hold it as well. Let's see if they can do it here.
Well, here comes the Guerrillas. They're going to look to pinch this from every single direction. Neptune's going to find the first. He's looking for the second, not in the position he thought he was going to be in. Nastie gets 2, Zero gets another one, and they clean them out. The London Royal Ravens hold now for the time they need.
And it was a very clean hold as well, which helps them. No silly respawns off in mid-map, over towards the brick side. Gunfight starting to come in though. Nastie will win that one mid-map. It's a good lockdown for London so far. It's only Slasher that can answer. And with 25 seconds remaining on this hill, the rotation is going to start coming on through. Gizmo may have slipped the net here just momentarily as Neptune fights for that scrap time. He'll have to take a step back and get rid of him. Gizmo eventually will find the kill. Scrap time towards the Ravens. Still lead though for LAG. These rotations have been so important all the way through. Whoever's been the first ones there, they've been locking down the majority.
Well, I was going to say Afro's been a warrior for them recently, but couldn't find any purchase into Church. And with a great P3 under the belt, the London Royal Ravens will try and compound it, but right now they have nobody on that side of the map. Already going to try and push through. Hugh gets one, but it's not going to be enough. The Ravens are here in force. They try to break this deadlock, already taking control of top Church. They are now flooding here in force. And it's going to be up to the Guerrillas to see if they can stop them. And they are in.
That's an 8 spree from Nastie. All the way from the last hill. That's 9 in a row until he goes down. Slipped under the radar on that one, but nonetheless,
Nastie with a hell of a game. aLLeY was gassing him up on the desk, and rightfully so. This man really, throughout the season, has started to develop his game and show the promise that we seen in challenges last year. 13-7 from him, 40 points though. Still the deficit here for the Ravens. They found a breakthrough towards the back. They've got the spawns under their control. It's the fit. Well, okay, I mean, I don't know what to say about that one. Spark will win the gunfight. Zero win another himself. But every single time we've seen these teams rotate, it seems that kills are locked in. Not this time though. Ravens do find a successful break. They're going to have to do so again though over towards P5.
Well, Slash is going to hold this. The first engagement he has, reinforcements backing him up. And LAG currently have full control of this. You can see they're watching mid-map at the same time. The Ravens need to get bodies in there. Afro already making one, and somehow they break straight through. Hugh trying to do the work. Gets two already, looking for the third! And Hugh shut down the entire push from London Royal Ravens. They thought they had done the work, but Hugh was there, and he keeps on going with his teammates.
My goodness me, Hook just holds it all on his own. This lead is beginning to grow. The streak here for Hook, 5th in a row, can't quite happen. Afro's there to answer, to maybe calm things down here for the side of the London Royal Ravens. Right now, it's a 7-game win streak for them. LAG have lost it 4 times in a row. You would not think by this scoreline so far.
Statistics sometimes don't matter when we get into the majors, and this may be the case. LAG looking a little bit different here as the rotation for P1 is about to come in. London are here.
And London need to start capitalizing on what has not been great breaking from the side of LAG throughout this map, and typically on this map against anybody. London need to start rotating maybe that little bit earlier. They sometimes rely too much on their break percentage. They're very good at doing so. They've struggled so far in this game though. Rotations are paramount. We said it time and time again. They're going to need to start waking up.
They're looking for it at the moment. London trying to hold it desperately, but LAG get everything but Nastie, and Nastie goes down to Slasher. And LAG are in. It's another 5 streak for them. London are feeling the pressure, but let's find out how they're feeling in the comms.
One corner, last guy. I don't see him, Nice. I'm in time. Help me.
There you.
Full flash him.
I'll go roll spawn.
He's weak. I can't kill him.
Go on you.
How are you one shot?
Nice. I'll go early, okay?
Yep. He's back left. One's back left.
Listen, Clown Church, get comms control.
Are you back church?
Here.
Trying to help you top church. Can we back left field, maybe? Send him top church, Nice. I'm in back. Nice, let's go. I'm at ramp.
Okay, go. I'll play him. He's back.
Two shot dead.
Nice.
One more D back. I pinch back.
No, spawn him in.
Dep's on the back. He's
Come
Alright.
He's plat, 100%.
One shot time. There's two. One church.
Back left time.
One church. Push him. Ramp. I'll spawn the back. Ramp one shot. Spars. One hit. Ramp again.
Ramp and plat. Plat's watching his pinch. You can push him.
Shoot. Dead.
Nice.
Ramp now. End time net. I'm watching top. Stop.
Well, it started off a little bit smooth for London, but it got frantic towards the end. They know they have to go and try to get to P2. They will get the scrap time, but LAG still lead. And as we switch to P3, let's find out how they are feeling with their own listening.
Look at mid alley.
Look right if you needed to.
Yeah, he was low well.
I'm out left.
Close. There's two close.
I
got time. You should help me by yourself.
Yeah, help me on spawn.
Where'd you spawn?
P5 dead. No, P5 on me. P5 on me. Dead.
Nice, give me top.
It was Afro.
Top fire dead. Go top fire.
Afro's here.
Pretty sure.
Where?
He's on me. P5.
Left. Dead.
He's crossing now.
Nice.
I'll give you what's in mid now.
I'm watching mid lane.
I hear you. What do you want?
Top green.
I'm watching fire.
Top fire dead. I got left.
You Afro.
Okay. I'm just
Go ahead.
just being annoying. First dead. Oh my god.
I'm about to give the back. I'm looking mid alley.
Back left.
Wow, we're back on board. LAG are holding this. And this time the statistics were not in London's favor. They get the scrap time, but they've only broke that hill 9% of the time. And they are really far back now, LAG, in striking range of finishing it.
And that was somewhat crucial. Just keep an eye on the bottom left there, though. Slasher finds the grenade on Nastie. He gets no scrap time. The wherewithal for Slasher to think about that grenade back over to old as we rotate towards New. New has not went in their favor, though. Zero and Nastie inside the point. Slasher up top inside a church, continuing where he left off against the side of the Royal Ravens. He's 22-12.
Well, had an absolute barnstormer last time, like a 1.4 onto this map, and he's doing it again. He's 21-12, and now it's up to London. They have to find a way in. They cannot give away even a second more than they need to. And again, LAG dominate, but Nastie finds two. He's looking for the third. He wants to go in, but no reinforcements for the trade. He gets taken down by Hugh. And London are failing.
They're failing, but they get in for the scrap time. This deficit is not unachievable for the side of London Royal Ravens, but you need to nearly be perfect throughout the rest of Tuscan. Zero will find two. The break is very, very clean. It's going to have to be well and truly a clean rotation as well. Neptune look for the scrap time. He may well get it. 10 seconds remaining. It will go to LAG. Rotation to Ravens. But when we get over towards P5, LA Guerrillas, they're 20 points away from the win. London have some work to do.
No time for shaky aims, no time for shaky legs. London have to hold this in every speck of it. Already Gizmo gets one, Hugh is breaking through, Zero gets another. They're holding him off just a bit now as Afro gets it. They make sure the spawn goes one way. And they have the opportunity to keep LAG on the back foot for P5.
And this is one of those scary moments in the game if you're LAG. You're close to it, but do not panic. London Royal Ravens still with 30 seconds left to go. They know they have to be perfect. Here comes the break. All three members of LAG who are around it fly through, and it's only momentarily Zero left in the point. He falls. Nobody from Ravens able to answer the question that Neptune has presented. LAG in the point, LAG in the lead. LAG 3 seconds away from map number 1. They lead the series.
Well, LAG, they hit it with 3 there at the very end. And there was no answer from London. The phone just kept on ringing as they walked in and took control. And this is looking already like LAG are determined not to bow out of this major.
And that's the first time London have lost Tuscan Hardpoint in their last 8 visits. 1-7 now. And that's going to be a disappointing one. They would have been heading into that. LAG won a 4 losing spree. That, for me, that map loss for the London Royal Ravens is potentially disastrous.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I'll tell you something, LAG, I think, it was one of those games where every single player did the job they needed to. We spoke about Hugh early on, we spoke about Neptune. Spark was doing the work, and of course, we missed him a little bit, but Slasher 25 and 15 to end it. Slaying was paying today.
Yeah, very much was the MVP for the side of LAG. Last time around that these two played, every single map, I believe he was positive, maybe -1, and very much putting that slaying down. When it has come down to that overall KD we talked about in that Game Fuel's keys to victory, it's very much, if the LAG can keep up that slaying, they will find the wins. A 1.03 team KD, ranked 3rd overall. That from Hook as well. At that stage in the game, it's a 20 or 30 point lead for LAG. If that swings maybe the other way, it's such a different scenario heading into that second rotation.
And this was the problem for London. They just couldn't get it going. They could not win effectively on the trades that they needed to. And one of the players they usually expect to do well on Tuscan is probably going to be Zero, right, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, how much have we talked about it throughout stage 4? Zero has been just so consistent for the London Royal Ravens. We did not see that in map number 1 yet. And we often talked about it. Is it going to become a bit of a crutch? Do they need him to have these performances in the hard points to find the wins? He has been having these performances, but the question was asked, when he doesn't, what do they have in the locker? The answer was a loss by around 70 points to a team who are still yet to qualify for champs. It's a map that they would have expected to win, but the London Royal Ravens now find themselves trailing, and that is not a good scenario for them to be in. Considering the statistics heading into Tuscan, they would have looked at that one and thought, that's a banker for us.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing about the major, right? There was a lot at stake for these two teams. One of the storylines for London, obviously, and it's kind of a negative one. I don't like to kind of bring these up, but obviously, first seed coming in, lost in a reverse sweep straight away in the first round. A loss here to LAG would mean they have the best record in the qualifier and go straight out of the competition.
And there's a real scare for them as well coming into this second map. We know how bad their control has been. That's 9 losses in a row.
Didn't want to get to that yet.
Yeah, I know, but it's a caveat when we do get to that. This Search and Destroy, last time they played each other on, was only a 6-5 to London. This could very feasibly go over towards the side of LAG, then you're heading into the mode that you haven't won since what feels like Christmas. That is not a good scenario to be in if you're London. You really did need this map number 1, give you that little bit of comfort. Yeah, okay, if you lose the control in the S&D, you know you've got another hard point coming up, etc., etc., etc. Didn't work out that way, though, and now it is a scary position.
It is. Now, from the negative of London to the positive LAG, we said before coming into this game, LAG need these points. We've spoken an awful lot about the bubble, and the threshold to get to champs currently sits at 160. This 10 points will obviously help LAG. They do not get to champs just by winning this game. They need at least one more, and for a few things to go their way. But the point has to be made. If they lose this game now, they are not only out of this tournament, they will not be going to the championship at the end of the season.
And I heard a couple of boos in here, actually. New York crowd, you really do need London to win this game, by the way. I would just like to point that out. If you are a New York fan, this is one of those ones you would have absolutely loved to see for the side of London go there, where you need LAG to not be in that kind of position. It's somebody else that can potentially be fighting for that spot. New York still, of course, in the best position they could be in terms of the position in the tournament. When it comes down to those points, it's still very precarious. They could win this event and not make it the champs.
They certainly could, and it's a horrible... So this actually reminds me of something I heard when we were kind of walking up to the casting desk. Obviously, London were getting warmed up on stage, and I don't know much about, you know, North American chant and stuff, but "Do it for the Queen," by the way, is not one of the things we say in England. It's just not something we say, but they were shouting it towards the London team, so at least some support for London in this game.
Of course. Well, here we go into Bacage Search and Destroy. Those first bloods for these teams. A big disparity, but when it comes down to the 4v3 success, it has been there for London, not so much for LAG. Let's see if they can get the job done here as we head into map number 2. I kind of feel like this is do or die for London based on their control. We need to see a good performance here. We need to see a win if London want to stay in the major here in New York.
They certainly do, and statistics are interesting on this map because yesterday London had a significant advantage against Ultra on it. Things like Bant had a 0.63, ended up with like 11 and 4. And obviously we had Afro, who's been a highlight of Bacage. S&D did not have the best of games either. The first blood's already gone over to LAG. And London will now have to find their way through it, a man down.
Let's see if they can convert this into something. LAG.
Look at the stack.
It is a stack, but they've read it completely fine. Look at this. Are London going to be ready for it? We were curious if they're going to kind of play it the same way as Ultra did against London, because you want to stop that man inside of Grommas. It's Afro to open things up for London. The Slasher will find another Afro. Falls to 1 versus 3 for Nastie.
And down they go straight away. LAG open up proceedings, and that play call that came in, stack 8, either that's a VOD or just something they were going to put out round 1 regardless. But it worked out for them completely. The trades all went their way. They didn't really have to trade it too badly. They just won the gunfights.
As soon as Afro finds that one, in a normal situation, you would probably have 2 players around the site, gets inside of Grommas, but gets traded pretty much straight away, just overwhelmed by the sheer force of what LAG brought to the site. 2 kills for Spot, 2 kills for Slasher. Slasher just, he's got the bit between his teeth at the moment, hasn't he? It's great to see Austin performing to the highest level once more. It's an air hit coming in here from the side of LAG. They really do thrive on their defense when it does come down to Bacage. Can they do something here on attack?
Oh, already, they're going to give it a little bit of information. London know that he's going to be there. There's a fight going on towards River. It has been traded down to a 3 versus 3. Bodies for LAG, but Afro gets the first one, looks for the second and cuts down Slasher. And a reversal of the first round. London Royal Ravens walk away with this.
Better from Ravens there. LAG not playing into that same game plan that we seen from Ultra yesterday. We talked about just before this broadcast between ourselves that Ultra is so good at playing that slow game, the grenades over as a team to try and find these picks. And that's really what broke London on this Bacage yesterday. They've looked really quite decent on this map when Afro is allowed to have those moments just like that we've seen towards the end of round number 2. 2 in a row from him, 3 and 1 KD. If he can keep that up, London have got a good shout.
Now we're looking for this. We do know LAG. They very much play for that first pick. They're very, very good at it. You see already a little bit slow, trying to figure this one out. London looking for any opportunity or information that will give them an idea of where they need to apply this pressure. It may all come down to Nastie, who's up pretty far for them. We usually expect to see Afro maybe making this first move, but not at the moment.
Has to be careful as well. Nastie has the bomb, needs to make sure he finds this gunfight, although it's in a position that can be traded. Somebody's seen someone. Neptune goes on a challenge, and Nastie will find the kill. First blood for London. What can they do now with this 4v3?
Yeah, Nastie went into that gunfight weak as well. Obviously, the kind of the wall banging coming in from Zero brought him down, but LAG do not have players they want. Pressure needs to come in for London now. They are still burning time.
Oh, and Hook's going to check it. 35 seconds to go. Ravens need to start getting things into motion just a little bit. LAG have backed off and maybe allowed some of this control to go over towards the side of London. Afro trying to survive, and honestly, LAG just swamped the site once again.
Afro's in one though, he's going to find the first down, going to be looking for the second, he finds it as well! The clean snap, he's looking for the third. They want this down, and it's going to be slashed! Anything you can do, I can do better. The 2Ps back to back, first Afro, then Slash up. And LAG, the patience pays off.
And Slasher really didn't move from that spot in that scenario. He was just overwatched for his team. They get done over inside of Gromma's by Afro. But as soon as they go out into the site, because London have lingered for so long on this attack, they do not have the time to dot their I's and cross their T's, figure out where Slasher is. They've got to get that bomb down. They cannot. And he finds the 2 kills. 4 and 1 from Slasher. 5 and 2 from Afro. They're going toe-to-toe.
Now, again, the slow roll here from LAG. They'll be using all of their tacticals, all of their lethals to find a way forward. Right now you can see players like Spark keeping an eye over towards A, seeing if anybody pushes or comes out. The rest of LAG waiting for it. Nastie did not get hit there, so they don't know exactly where he is.
I don't think it was a very good stun, to be honest with you. Not much that found from that one. Grenades go over. Nothing to be talked about here from the side of LAG. Now for the Ravens, they've sat tight. And sat tight well. They haven't maybe overextended into anything. LAG playing this slow game now, 45 seconds remaining. Slasher's in trouble. Slasher's in trouble here. There should be another grenade coming over if they are available.
Oh, it doesn't look like London have everything, but it's about to kick off. Afro again, trying to hold the door. And he's trying to get away from it. He knows the pressure's coming towards him. They want that first pick, but time is turning down. LAG have given up so much control here for this one. They now have to move. They have to execute. They're coming through. It's to be Afro with the first one. And stays alive. LAG, they've burnt the time. They do not have position. They do not have the players. Gizmo finds a second. Spark trying to do everything he can, but that bomb has to go down. They find Gizmo, a 2 versus 2.
Has he got time to get around to the side? It's going to be very, very close. You got to go. He does have time. That bomb now going down. London are going to have to retake here. Spark's in trouble potentially as Nastie finds the kill.
Neptune.
So does Neptune 1v1.
Oh!
Zero's right. As that bomb went down, the diffuser will come through. Zero aware of where the kill was coming in. And Neptune, thankfully for him, very, very weak. Couple of bullets go through. Back and forth, search and destroy. But LAG really took their time there and it nearly punished them.
Unbelievable, but I will say, great awareness. As soon as they got Gizmo down, he planted for the other side. He tried to get it. I think we saw Spard as well. I don't know how he lost that gunfight. But yeah, it's always nervous because you make one wrong step when the time is that low, you don't get the bomb down, you don't have time. The other team will capitalize. They will leave the gunfights and hide.
Defense going over towards both teams on 2 occasions so far. No one yet to break the walls that are being put up from either side. Now looking at this over towards B here, the side London Royal Ravens, can they make something work?
Well, it's going to be Nastie maybe first forward. Gizmo opens the door. They're being very, very careful. It might be a push here coming in from LAG. They're going to try and flip the script onto this one. They know where these players are going to be. They find the first. Afro's gone down. Gizmo has to turn around. London have been slow. Gizmo's going to go over the top. Neptune's going to go down as well. It goes back down to a 3 versus 3. It's kicking off all over the cars. They fight tooth and nail to get it. Hugh says alive. Spark gets one more and Zero's left alone somehow. I thought London had found a way forward, but he's stunned. He does not get the kill, and he's lonely on Bakaj, and down he goes.
Yeah, defense coming through once again. And what come through there, because LAG pushed through River, they find the first kill. They know Gizmo's in the room because that door is slightly ajar. He's then in a difficult spot. Gets aggressive, gets on the site, finds a kill, but London's slow to that second part of action where they've got to move forward, they've got to find those kills there because they were forced into it because of the River push that came through.
Yeah. You are completely correct there, Ton. The ineffective trades were solely because LAG were proactive.
Yes.
They pushed the tempo, they got into the position they wanted to be in, and London could not find the trades they needed. A little bit of a wallbang coming through already. London maybe trying to force an issue, see if they get a first blood. Oh, I'll get a first blood that way. Here we go again, sneaky, sneaky.
It's a spot he likes to play though. LAG, have they maybe done their homework here on the London side? LAG going for that neutral setup once again. We've seen it work so well against the Ravens yesterday. Grenade going over towards the back tank. I hate to tell you, there's nobody there. Are they going to be ready for Afro? They'll play in his typical spot. The answer is no. Homework not done. He'll find that first blood. London Royal Ravens now in a good spot. Who can't find the trade either? 7-4 from Afro. He'll continue His reign of terror inside of Gromars. Inside of LAG, a lot of work to do.
Oh, Afro just throws a shoulder, stays alive. Another problem for Hook is he knows he's probably going to reach out here. He's already been stunned. LAG just slowly but surely losing a bit of map control, getting squeezed into this. Slash is going to try and make a kill. Going to find Nastie, but Afro takes him down as well. Far brings one back, and he's trying to stay alive and run for it. London Royal Ravens get another one back onto the board, and it is really a game of inches between these two. It is tense, it is tight, and they're fighting over a postage stamp in terms of map control every single time.
Yesterday, what we didn't see, I know I've mentioned it so many times, we did not see Afro offered the opportunities that he has been so far against LAG. Yesterday against Ultra, they didn't give him a sniff inside of Gromars. But LAG, they're really falling into his clutches here. We know what kind of game he can have. We are 6 rounds in, he's 9-4.
Oh, he's a slippery fish. Very difficult to pin him down. Maybe the catalyst for this round as well. London, change the script just a little bit. Gizmo goes for a little bit of a chow. Gonna find it as well. They can't have expected it. Nastie gets one. Gizmo tries to lay the beat down, but it will go to his teammates.
And this is the first good opportunity we've seen from a team to try and find an attack here on Prakash so far. Spark needs to maybe try and find something to add to the 8-4. Can he make it 9? Not quite. Backs on down. Gizmo comes to the trade. Slasher left all on his own. He's done it once before, but this might be a tall order.
Oh, do they ignore him, or do they try and push the tempo? Gizmo's going to go for it and wins it. This is enough of this. We're not losing a 1 versus 3, and takes him down before he can do anything. London go into the lead there with that attack.
Second in defensive win percentage for the side of London. That's the first attack that we have seen dropped from either team. Or defense, I should say, being dropped from either team. London Royal Ravens now to the defensive side. Advantage immediately over towards them with the trend that this game has been going on. Gizmo, I believe, may have actually found all 4 there. Oh no, Nastie did definitely find one himself as well, didn't he? So yeah, good run from Gizmo either way. But LAG, can they answer back with something here? It's rarely a B site that comes through from LAG. I thought they were flirting with it for just a second, but maybe just looking for that little bit of info.
Someone didn't build this house very well. There's a gap under the door.
Hell of a draft in there, sure.
Well, it is now. The door's been kicked open. Neptune trying to find his way through. He suspects there'll probably be someone like Afro in here, but we can tell a little bit different. They are checking every single corner, every single alcove, and they're looking for the shot towards the back. Neptune hoping to find it. I'll tell you right now, London have sussed this out. They have figured out the game plan. We could be seeing Nastie and Zero in dominant positions.
Zero is going to get caught, but are they going to expect a second? That's the thing. They are not, as Nastie will find one. Gets out with his life as well. Immediate problem now for the side of LAG. What do you choose to do? Afro just alive and kicking in and around Gromar, still surviving. Hook in a good position as well. It's a bit of a topsy-turvy map now as Gizmo will get flanked himself. It's a 2 versus 3 for London.
Well, where do they go? Where do they go to find London?
Oh, Nastie's played this. Is he going to be able to find anything? Yeah. Shots coming through. They know he's here. Good snap on the spot. 2v2.
That bomb is going to go down. They're going to go for it as well. And now Afro's going to find the player onto the side. He finds it as well. She's Hugo left. 1 versus 2. He finds the first. It's a snap for the second, but Nastie gets it. London win the 2 versus 3. They go up 5-3 now in this. But it was tense and it was tight.
LAG choose to mostly ignore that B site. Only 4 of the last now 43 rounds that they've went for that plant over towards B have worked out in their favor. LAG, the example shown there by the London defense that comes on through, a bit of a peculiar situation, but Nastie plays that one so wonderfully. Finds the kill, gets out by the hair on his chinny chin chin. Gets around, stays alive on the flank, and can find himself in an immediate position to then collapse over towards B. London Royal Ravens in the driving seat here on map number 2.
Where do they go? We did speak about it before this series. Realistically, nobody's got faith in London winning the control. S&D is vital. It's aggressive, it's aggressive. Neptune finds the first. He has reinforcements from his teammates, but he gets out of there after it. And they are looking for Hugh. Trying to figure out exactly where he is. And that's a come back for us. Hugh loses it. Trey gets 2. And now Neptune and Slash, they're trying to go through it. The aggressive play afterwards, it hasn't worked out for them. And the London Royal Ravens have just got to find Slasher.
He has been their nemesis somewhat throughout the series that they have went up against each other. Not so much in this search and destroy, but it was a perfect adaptation from London. They see the aggression coming in from LAG. They don't hit it fire with fire. They hit it fire against cover. They find themselves in a good spot over towards barn. They can answer it, but maybe Slasher can do something here. It's a 1v2 now.
That first one's down. He has some time. And time might be the issue.
No shot.
Doesn't find it. Doesn't find it, unfortunately.
No info either.
Still don't think he figures out exactly where it is. Going to look for Afro as well. The few bullets coming through, but hey, peekaboo! And London Royal Ravens, they walk away with a win. Patience there coming in. Didn't move. Didn't worry about his teammate getting shot. And wait till the last second. Slasher had no idea he was waiting.
And a really good game out of the London Royal Ravens. As said, we were curious whether LAG will play the same game plan as Ultra did. Slow down, isolate Afro, do not let him find those kills, but they play it into his hands. Very, very well played. Afro finds the majority of the kills there, but London just solid across the board. They tie this series up, and that was so crucial for their Major 4 hopes. And 11-5 from Afro is the story of that one. So I had a good game on the other side at 10-7, but the 11-5 from Afro in those moments, inside of Grandma's, he was shutting down that push every single time.
You got to really feel for Slasher, by the way, in that 1 versus 2. He put the nade where he needed it to be.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Did not get the information. It did not hit. If it had hit, he would have played it differently and known that player was waiting for him. But he didn't get it. It must have been very, very close.
It must have just been the other side of the bomb. I mean, it's one of those moments here, and then you sort of think to yourself, well, I probably should have hit him, but well, what do we know? Either way, you're very, very correct. He finds that info, plays it differently. Unfortunate from Slasher there, but the damage was already done, and London control this series up pricey. Control coming up next, though, and we kind of probably know which way this one's going to go.
Well, we'll have to see. Only time will tell, but these two teams are tied. We will continue this series on the Control for map number 3. So much on the line. The #1 seed is fighting for survival in the lower bracket. LAG just plain fighting for survival in the CDL to make champs. They have to do this and go further. And anything can happen here at the Major, and it frequently does. But first, we'll see you right after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live here at Major 4 in what can only be described as the best looking venue we've seen in New York. But not just a great looking venue, a great looking bunch of fans and a great game lays before us. London and LAG are going toe-to-toe so far in this best of 5. It's 1-1 apiece. For LAG, the fight for survival all the way in the CDL, and for London, the #1 seed looking not to disappoint.
Yes, they are very much looking to not disappoint, and I don't know if that'll start yet. If I'm honest with you, Brycey, heading into control, the statistics are a little bit weird on this one. Of course, London 0-9 on their last control, 9 controls. I think that tells you everything you need to know. But LAG, notoriously, when it has come down to this Berlin map, have not looked the hottest either. So it's kind of the two bads. Did they make it good? I don't know. Is that the same? Who knows? Either way, it's not a good map for either two of these teams. Who's going to come out on top of it, though? We have really seen this be the swing map when London have been concerned. They seem to have been flying, soaring in the series. Control comes along and spoils their day. The rest of the series follows in the worst manner possible. And that's what happened up against LAG last time. At this moment in time, we're 1 apiece. Can LAG find a lead once more, or can Ravens break the duct when it comes to control? Let's find out.
Here comes the first initial push. At the moment, London just taking B, and Hugh tries to get a little bit of work going. Hasn't worked out from the end. LAG a little bit hesitant to give up the positions they've already taken.
I'm really curious for the sideline when we go to the defensive side. They've worked on that side of things. Slasher, good gunfight coming in, and they're doing exactly what they need to do to defend this B side. Yes, the kills inside of it, or over towards B, are very, very important, but over towards the A side, look at the extension that comes in for an LAG, forces London over towards the side of the map that Hook is already ready and waiting for. Let's see if he can find the kills. Yes, he can. Perfectly set up from the side of LAG. London in a bit of a tough spot.
Now, can they find their way across this map? B may be easy, but A is always difficult for these teams, and LAG putting them to the sword at the moment, putting them back into spawn. There's going to be a slow, long burn here for the London Royal Ravens. They need a recontrol ticket, they need to get around fire, they need to figure out a way to get some kills done.
It's a slow and steady race here. Afro and Nastie will find 2 kills though, and that might open things up. Now, look at the concentration they've got on Spark here. Just that position that Spark plays. London need to get rid of them. They know that. Look at the bodies that they sent over in this direction. Rather than overextending towards fire, they do get rid of them. It's a bit of a reset on the map here, but London now have a little bit more control over their spawn to formulate, to find the foundations of an attack. Well, they did until they went 3 down.
And that was the issue. You've got to make waves of kills to get up to it. Unfortunately, if you're not making the kills, you're not going anywhere. You're just waving hello to the respawn screen, and Neptune gets 2. London are a little bit lost at this point. They need to find some trades. They need to break this setup here from LAG.
No way. Things got scary for a second there. Zero will find the kill over towards the side. Slasher ready and waiting. The ARs on the side of LAG have just been locking down pretty much everything here, but have they overextended? Not quite. Gizmo will be dealt with, but the spawn now comes in for Ravens over towards the tracks. A little bit more formulated of a push can come through. Things can get crazy.
This is big for the Ravens. It's huge. They've got taking control. They have the numbers. They're going to push massively now. But in comes it. Spark's going to be behind, and he's going to get the first one to Nastie. But the Ravens are in. They have managed to break the chokehold. Spark still finding kills, though. Zero coming under a lot of fire. He is weak. He has Afro with him, but down goes Afro. Zero still alive. Hopefully he gets a 2-piece. London remain in the point ton.
Yeah, but London are so much further away than the side of LAG, who are spawning up close and personal. Nastie, though, will try and cut off the head of the snake in terms of the reinforcements. Still here, still alive, and kick and store the rest of London. Every single one of their control games looks so one-sided for the other team. But the first round on the board. Is the tide suddenly changing, I wonder?
Well, LAG played great for 80% of that first round. The problem is, with a B tick, once you are in, if you stay in, it all changes. And LAG could not find the kills. Zero with the 2-piece. It forced them onto the back foot. They got through, and they walk away with the win.
and it was the 2 people from Zero, but ultimately clearing out the side of tracks. As soon as they've done that, they then have a little bit of purchase. They have 4 players pushing way through Ticket very, very quickly, and it works out for them. But look at this, speaking of players pushing through Ticket, LAG committing every single member on their way through to A. Afro has to hold tight.
Well, they're looking for him at the moment. LAG want the kills before that flank comes in. They're going to find one out towards the back. They're looking to execute it now. They're pushing bodies all the way through. He finds a second one. They're all going to be Neptune with 3. It's only going to be Zero left alive to try and get a pinch coming through as they force themselves into the hill. LAG get the first tick.
And he was the hero for the outside of LAG last time around as well. Gizmo will find the kill to answer back, but this has been so simple, so easy for the side of LAG. They cut through London like butter, and all of a sudden, B is ready and waiting. The Royal Ravens are floundering, and they got to hold on to this somehow.
Neptune has just gone berserk to reset this. And now it's a hard job for the Ravens. Can they somehow hold off on B against LAG? And at the moment, they are not doing everything they need to. Neptune gets another kill. Sparks on a 5-streak as well. And LAG, they lost the last round, but they have already put themselves in a fantastic position for this one.
Yeah, London are lucky they win their first attack as well, because this is very much looking like an attack over towards the side of LAG. That might just secure it as well, unless Gizmo can pull off a miracle. It's not going to happen. LAG inside the point. That will surely be that. London, can you get there just about in time? Maybe Afro can slow it down. But the damage was maybe already done. It's still not locked in yet. All of a sudden, London find the kills. They can put that back down now, but LAG spawning quite far away. Can they find these extra wave of kills that they now need to find?
Not a step back. Oh, bowing of the spine. Nothing here for London. They have to be great. They have to be better than that. They have to be perfect. And Nero gets again. No! Nero gets another! Duke does find one in the point, but Gizmo clears him out. It's another wipe. And LAG will have to reset, rethink. They've done so much hard work. 5 out of the 6 ticks they need for this.
Oh, that kill could have come through for Afro. Would have been massive. Sitting at 3 and 12. The SMG player, the Enigma on the side of London Royal Ravens. He has not been able to get things going. So far, good, so good for the ARs, though, as Afro will find more. Sasha will trade this one out. LAG do not need a lot here. If Ravens hold on to this, it will be huge for them. But it's going to be so, so difficult. Another push is coming.
Nastie gets one, though. They're still holding them off. They're trying to keep LAG on the back foot. They're staggering them. Nastie's going to be here. He wins the gunfight against Spard. They're winning every single gunfight. Gizmo gets another. LAG have 5 ticks, but they cannot find the last. Any break will do.
It just takes one moment, as we've seen in the attacking round for the side of London as well. They are still holding on. 5 spree for Nastie, 4 for Gizmo. They've been lighting it up over towards the B side. LAG have not had a sniff since London got in.
And they're doing it again. London Royal Ravens, 0 and 6 on control, but they're going to be in as well. Nastie gets one, Gizmo gets another. And they're foundering. LAG, where have you gone?
Here they come. Neptune's going to find one through the front door. Which way the kill's going to go? Spar will find a purchase in. 0 at the kill. Hook the last one there to 1v1. The Afro will win. And London will close out.
Flashes in. Oh, he's not even in. I thought maybe, but no. London Royal Ravens. We all sold them down the river. We all said control is a weakness.
I mean, how did he lose A so easily? But hold on to B. What do you mean? I don't understand it. Out of everything, out of every point that you talk about on control, out of every single site, that is the one that is forgoed so quickly. And on top of that, Gizmo now with streaks available. Ravens are in prime spot here in the control in map number 3.
They just held it so well in the end, and it's going to really boost the morale of London. Just streak after streak, 0 continuing to rain terror.
And he's ready for it this time because we've seen LAG overextend that way down that side of the map. He's playing a defensive role in an attacking round. Nastie will find 2 there as well. London, plenty of map control. London looking to lock B in. They don't have LAG members in their spawn either. Afro though, he's in the spawn of LAG. He gets taken down himself and the kills will flow through for the side of the LA Guerrillas. But damage is done. B is taken. 2 minutes and 17 seconds to push towards A.
Well, can they end this? That is going to be the question. Neptune running around, eventually looking for the player who's knows going to be up top. P2 does find him. And this is where it does slow down a bit usually. It happened in the very first round. London just trying to make their way across, and they didn't get anything to the last little bits of the game. However, just touching A, putting LAG all over the place. Nastie's trying to be a playmaker here. He's all alone, but if he finds something, London will push it.
He gets taken down by Spot. Good kills from Neptune as well. 5 spree for him. A glide bomb would help you out. It's probably the least useful thing when it does come down to Berlin, but it's never a bad thing to have. LAG still in a good spot here. They can close out this defense. They were so close to doing so in that attacking round previously. They have a chance. 4 spree for Hook as well.
Yeah, he's punching them. He's trying to keep them on the back foot. Huge streaks all over the place for LAG. They really do not want to give London even a single opportunity to get through this. Hugh keeps just pushing all the way through, and he keeps finding it. 6 now for Hugh.
Finding his moments here and there. It's been a good hold so far from the side of LAG. The spawn over towards Duck's side will start to come through for the London Royal Ravens. It's going to have to be a fire hit. But that previous attacking round that Ravens had, they found nothing until the final few moments. As this stack over towards this side going to be the thing that bears fruit for them.
Well, Ravens have committed. They've gone all the way through Plaid, all the way through the back here. They're going to get into it. There's only one player going to be left. Hugh. He's doing so good so far, but down he goes. And London have found their way through.
Didn't know Spot is there. Spot's going to have to try and pull up between spawns as he gets taken down. It's everybody through the front door for LAG.
London are in. How on earth LAG let us happen again? Zero in the sight. Gets another one. Slash trying to fire back. Spot gets one. One player left. It's Afro. In comes the glide from Gizmo. Trying to get through it. It's going to be a gunfight in there. And Gizmo goes down. Gizmo gets the point. But it's not enough. London have been rebuffed by the tiniest of margins. LAG hold.
And the thing is that for Gizmo, he's inside the point to try and help his team out. Once that glide bomb is gliding into the map, he is completely useless for this squad. LAG push up, they find the kills, they wipe them out. Yes, okay, the glide bomb comes through, it will find that kill, but London still have another chance here.
And they're going for it, they're trying to push one through. Nastie's going to try and find his first kill, he does, but his teammates have already gone. The second is not going to be enough. The trade, Zero can't get it, he has to fire in 2 different directions. Neptune finds the 2-piece. And 11 seconds and 4 lives. London are not going to take this round.
Yeah, LAG, once again, solid throughout the majority of the round there. But it is these small moments where London will find a breakthrough. It's quintessential control, though. You have to be perfect all the way through the round. LAG do get the job done eventually, but it was not as clean as they would have hoped.
Well. LAG hold, but it's not the holding that matters. It's going to be the attack. Can they find it? Kind of interesting at the moment. Afro not having the most fun game he could possibly have. And they might be able to put it to bed here. Can they stop LAG, who had a fantastic attack last time, but could not push the ball over the finish line? It all rests on this.
London setting up heavy over towards it, so it's an easy take here for the side of LAG as they will now find this push through. Zero over towards the Duck side, will get taken down immediately. Afro trying his best to try and get heated on this map when it comes down to Berlin, though it's sometimes difficult. Unless you're in and amongst these points, trying to defend as best as you can like this. These are the moments where he can thrive. He hasn't been given the opportunity so far. I mean, wake up, Spot, he's behind you, bro.
That's a really crafty angle to play. Everybody's always looking up the stairs for that player, and Afro stays alive for it. He'll now be trying to do what Hugh did last round. Get kills, be a nuisance, keep sticking and moving.
Much better. 4 spree for him, will stay on board. But look at this attack from LAG. As B maybe just the bluff that is in place here for the position over towards A. Neptune will find 2 as well. That could be massive for opening things up. Is now Hook is going to get a position over towards A. LAG inside both points. Nastie needs to stay alive here, but he's got players coming behind him through the front door. Though Gizmo will find 1. London Royal Ravens finding a way in and finding a way to break it. Spot still alive and kicking. Gizmo, can he answer back?
Wait.
He cannot. LAG in a good position.
They found their way through. They're going to be in. The glide bomb is in. Hugh gets the first one. LAG have managed to get this locked in. Sparks just furiously firing everywhere. Zero gets a kill as well. London are trying to get into it. LAG holding on desperately. Neptune playing the platform, gets another kill. Hugh gets one more. They're still in it. The second tick has come in for B. And it's a worry for London. They're losing this again. And slowly but surely they give it up. They are.
They've given it up completely. They're pushing over towards B, saying we can do it once, let's do it again. But they don't have time on either side. A is now gone. B is going as well. London have to get there. They have to get there fast. Afro inside the point. Not going to happen. Round number 5 we go.
LAG, really interesting play for them on that control, trying to bait out B as much as possible until they got the players into A.
They basically captured A with 2 players there. They were just holding from this side. London giving up completely.
What's worse is it wasn't even really 2 players. They left 1 player in the hill. It is glacially slow when you have 1 player in the point. And they were like, no, Neptune, just keep taking them off the spawn. The rest of our team will back you up. And we'll just take both at once. So it comes down to this, the defense this time for LAG. For the London Royal Ravens, who've done so much so far, could potentially be staring down another control loss, but Afro opens the proceedings.
The thing is here, for the side of LAG, their defenses have looked solid for the most part, but it's been sparing moments here and there when the bean opens up. Zero will hold down the ticket side. And that's now not so much of a worry for the side of London, who can now start pushing up. Neptune's still in here, so they'll have to get rid of him, but Zero inside the point.
Zero going to continue to try slaying, eventually goes down, cannot finish his dinner. But we've seen this before. London take B. LAG cannot blink, they cannot allow them to get through once again.
It just takes one moment when it comes down to control for these attacking teams. Neptune will be dealt with in map. They could do with getting rid of Spot. He's going to find the kill on Afro. There's a big gunfight going on over there between himself and Nastie. Nastie will find him. Sorry, it was Zero, but nonetheless. Control now for the Ravens. But you see what LAG do immediately. As soon as they get some sort of purchase inside of it, they move forward, they get more about control. They find the kills as well. London in a tough spot.
Afro, keep an eye. He's going to try and break this. He's jumped for the hero, playing a ticket and cut down instantly.
Like a book.
And all falls quiet on Berlin. Take a breath and figure this out. London are trying to decode this puzzle. They know they have the time to slow roll this a little bit more. The first kind of trades come in. They're fighting for ticket control here, London, but it's so close. Hugh almost tries to do something for them, but now London are moving.
The second wave is what's important, though. They will get LAG out of their spawn. Gizmo will find the kill on the spot, and all of a sudden LAG have got no other choice than to turn London aside and just hold on tight.
Hugh makes a huge kill there towards the back. It holds them down. Nastie takes a grenade to the face. A stun as well. Spark gets another kill.
Minute to go.
London have control of ticket, but they are being outgunned as Hugh jumps straight past. Zero's going to try and make a play. Can he find the kill? He has to. He has to get this kill here to divide the attention of LAG, to pull them apart. Afro finds one in ticket as well.
Kills are so important now for the side of London. Spot has been caught with his pants down. Zero inside the point. LAG didn't know where he was. Hook will find one to maybe just ease some of that pressure, but London are inside the point. LAG have to do something about this.
Well, eventually they're going to have to move towards it as well. As kills are going to come through. Hugh's already jumped straight into it, but it's just a bit of a flail. He's not into it. London are in. They're going to find a Neptune trying to just hold it up for him as well. As he sprays in every direction. It's going to be Afro that gets it, and they're just piling in as Afro gets a second. And Tick is ticking down, and London Royal Ravens look to break a losing streak of 0 and 6 here on the control when they need it the most. They take down LAG, and 0 and 6 may be the number, but the 3 and 2 in the control means more.
One in 10, but that 10th game of control might be the most important one that we've seen from the London Royal Ravens. It was crazy all the way through. Both teams seem to be holding, then all of a sudden crumble. And it happened to both squads, but LAG are the ones found themselves 2-0 down. But the round that is going to make the difference for me is the one where LAG found A, but could not get a hold of B for the love no money price. Crazy hold from Ravens in that round. They may well have let that 2-0 lead slip, but they get it done in round number 5.
They certainly do, and I'm going to highlight one of the plays that we'll probably see in this package. We spoke about Zero. We said, can he find a kill when he hit double stairs? It will make LAG panic, and panic they did. Afro finds the first control in ticket. Zero finds one on the flank. At that point, LAG didn't know whether to stay ticket and try to slay out or go back to the hill. In the end, they did neither effectively. And London waltzed in, Afro hit a 2-piece, and the game was done.
And the thing is, though, even when Zero finds that kill on the flank, the positioning from LAG was still fine. But as you said, it's that panic that it creates. Neptune and Hook both on the flank. Afro deals with them both. We talked about him having a very, very poor map by his standards. A seriously poor map by his standards. But he steps it up when he needs to. Those 2 kills towards the end, woefully crucial for the side of the London Royal Ravens. And as said, they will find their first control win out of the last 10 series that they have played. And now find themselves in the lead. What a crazy, crazy game.
Slasher got completely deleted there by Afro as well. Yeah, just a break, just an opportunity to jump into that point, and London swarmed over it. They made the plays, they stayed patient. They said, take a breath, figure it out. Zero got round, and LAG fell apart.
Oh my goodness. We stay on Berlin for map number 4, but having a look at the tail of the tape so far, 250 to 189 for the side of LAG on Tuscan. But it's back-to-back maps for London. My goodness me. That control though, how many times have we said it that it was just pretty much a banker for the other team. They're looking fantastic, but 3-2 win creates a different story now for this game. We were all talking about in the green room. We've seen the maps coming up. Me and Lando were discussing it, which way we think it's going to go. And we're like, well, okay, well, LAG are going to win the control. So how are London going to win these other 3 maps out of 4? Well, the control is done. They find the win. They now have 2 more maps to secure their journey, continuing here in New York. But for LAG, it's dire straits.
Yeah, potential heartbreak for them. Obviously, we highlight certain plays that come through, the things like being able to hold. When London lost that first site, then they somehow hold what is considered by most to be the more difficult site to get into, and they just kept putting LAG back and back and back. And the truth is, if that makes a difference, if that control ends up being a deciding factor in this game, and LAG go out of the tournament here, they are going to remember it for quite a long time. But while we're talking about bad things, let's talk about something great, the scuff play of the game. And it's going to be this kill right here. We highlighted it, and this play, keep an eye on what happens in Ticket. London execute, and LAG don't know exactly where to go for it. They don't have plat control anymore. They know they have to make something. Hugh is looking for player's Ticket. He has to get towards the point. His back is open as well. He flails, he jumps in and tries to make a hero play. And this is the chaos that came through. Neptune going for the spray as well. And you can see the fluster on LAG. They know they need a hero play, but none arrives.
It's the kill from Afro on the slasher for me. That was ridiculous from his side. But we mentioned it so many times. Look at him. He's had a terrible, terrible game, but finds, I think, 4 kills in those final moments. It makes the difference for the side of London. And that's all it takes sometimes.
It is, especially on Berlin control. But does this end here, Tan? Does this end on map number 4? Do we say goodbye to LAG? Or do we go all the way to a map number 5? I don't know.
I really don't know. I really do not know. But this man's spot on your screen. We remember Major 2 very, very well. His family and supporting cast there once again. Could it be another miracle run for the side of LAG? It's the kind of result they need to put themselves in a good spot for champs.
It is. It is. The pressure will be mounting, and we've spoken about it before. These players are human. Their entire season now rests on what could be this next map for LAG. It's not just crashing out of Major 4. They are outside the threshold for champs. They need this win, they need another win, and they need a little bit of luck. But first, they have to get this win.
They need it very, very badly. Every one of those teams who are in those spots, they need to find themselves in top 8, have been performing. But for a side of London, pretty much safe. They still want to continue their journey here. But for LAG, does it end on Berlin? Hard point we're moving into for map number 4. And it's a real precarious one. Last 2 times these teams have met, or last time I should say that these teams met, it was an LAG map. Can the job go the way of LAG to force us to a map number 5? Or do London clutch it up once again?
We will find out. So much on the line for London. It's just a move forward in a Major 4. For LAG, it's everything.
So keep an eye on this one. LAG, they struggle to hold when it comes down to Berlin. London, love a break. First in break percentage. LAG, 10th in hold percentage. They're going to have to find some sort of resolution the side of LA Guerrillas if they want to find a win here.
Well, fortunately for LAG, they start on the preferred side, and Hugh tries to find that first kill, but will be traded out, and you spoke about break percentage, and they've done it already. London waltz straight in at P1.
And keep an eye on this rotation that's going to be coming in 30 seconds time. If London are the first ones there, if they win the rotation, they usually outscore by 28 points, so that could be massive. Let's see if LA Guerrillas are going to rotate early to stop that from happening, but these kills over towards P1 eventually are going to fall the weight of London. That's 13 seconds of extra time going their way. Gizmo's already in the point over towards P2, but LAG are going to answer back. They'll be there for the rotation.
They've got bodies. They are in a better position. Afro's not going to stay alive. He is going to go down. Zero's going to try and hold down dog control, allow his teammates to get into position as well. The pre-aim, ready and waiting. So at the moment, LAG are not giving him any opportunities to actually make a point.
Push coming through here from London. Can they find a way through? The hold is what LAG have been struggling with, and maybe struggling again. Neptune with 2 though. It's 3 in a row from him that will eventually find the hold. This is good time now for the side of LAG. Look where London are spawning as well, but look at Nastie already on that rotation. Finds Slasher. He's going to be a thorn in the side of LA Guerrillas as we start talking about P3. Still 25 seconds remaining here on P2 though, and Neptune is lighting it up. 5 in a row, 6 as well. Can't find the 7th. London will eventually break on through, but that rotation over towards P3, the spawns belong to LAG.
They need this. You can see they're already setting up for it. They're happy to give away the scrap time. Slasher is going to try and make kills as London exit. Kismet finds the first. Hugo eventually going to take down Afro before he can do anything towards Plat. It's a long way now for London. At the moment, LAG sitting pretty. Not a lot of pressure coming for them. You can see London are prioritizing dockside. They want to find this first pick.
See if they can. The theory for London on their breaks is find a kill and everybody fly. We talked about at the beginning of the season, we asked the coaching staff how are they so successful at doing so. No more successful than they are on Berlin. They found a free road up down the side of docks, and now they're trying to find a breakthrough. Nastie will find one. Where are the rest of the team? They're flying. That's the answer. It's 3 down. The only one who can answer back potentially for the side of LAG is Hook.
Do it. They take these points away from them, but it will be LAG that try and roll this dice one more time. Neptune again, making the push forward. Afro's going to try and get it back at the same time. Doesn't need to. His teammates have cleaned it out already. Now it's off to the races. He'll be going all the way through, and he sees a foot and says, all right, Bart. I see those ankles. I'm going to have a little chomp on them and keep on moving.
Bit of control over towards the back here for London, but LAG are here in numbers. This is the kind of break that you want. Not all pushing through. Ticket, the kill starting to come on through, and LAG can they hold on to this hill. It's a very tight game so far. Rotations for the most part have belonged to LAG, but the breaks are there for London. Not this time around though, the hold strong.
Duke managed to get these kills. Holding down Trainside now, the rest of LAG forming up around him. Just holding off the pressure from London, who are hesitant to commit full force to this. Nastie eventually gets a kill, but it is traded out. And it's a good amount of time now for LAG. London is a little bit more hesitant to commit to this. They are trying to hold P1 and P5.
Yeah, it's been a really difficult break so far, but a really good hold by the side of LAG. And not doing it on typically one of the hills that you would associate with a lot of time, but as the year has gone on, P4 has become a little bit more efficient for these squads. Hook's trying to survive, can't find the 6th. Afro will eventually find one through the front door, and London will start thinking about P5, but look at that rotation coming in from Neptune in the top left corner of your minimap. Big gunfight potentially going to go on over there. Neptune will win it via control for the side of LAG.
This is the entire reason London did not commit everything to Train. They did not want to give away any spawns. You can even see now they're just taking out platform and P1. They don't want to give anything for this one. A soak coming in from LAG. They're taking this time. They've just spawned Street as well. It is all going their way.
That was a really, really nice hold over towards P4. LAG taking nearly every single second, it felt like. And a lead of around 40 points is built up out of kind of nothing. It felt like London were the ones fighting the important moments, but here and then, LAG have been chipping away at that time just a little bit more efficiently. Holds now trying to come in for both teams over towards P5, but it is going to be London with the fireside spawns and Afro up top. Has to drop down low, a little bit weak, trying to hold on to as much time as they possibly can. They want to close the gap before we give it up towards P1 in 10 seconds time.
Slasher and Neptune get a few. They're going to scrap time, but they'll be looking for ticket control and to try and push this tempo now. They know P1 is going to be money.
Big kill. That's a big kill from Spartan now. They can maybe try and push up through ticket. Gizmo staying alive would be a little bit awkward for LAG. They'll find the kill there, but keep an eye on the flank as well. Hook's coming around.
Well, it's a big play from Hugo. He already gets that first one down. Nastie, though, managed to stop him. Spark going to be in problem. Neptune also going to be here. They try to get through it. Afro dives down to get the kill, doesn't manage for it. And Nastie now coming under so much pressure. He knows they're all surrounded. Slasher gets it. It's a break from LAG. And it's still all LAG. It's still them. They're still holding the majority of this time. Zero tries to contest, but they know he's here. The wallbang comes instantly through as they dive through the windows. And LAG continue to hold here. Afro can maybe make a hero play, but there are too many bodies against him, surely.
London may just choke this one up and head over towards P2. I mentioned at the top of this map that when they do get over there, they are outscoring opponents heavily. Now, the #1 team, when it comes down to this hill, they are very much going to be there all on their own, but Neptune sitting at 20-11. Can he be the one to maybe be the catalyst for the side of LAG to find a break here? London are in, London are locked in tight.
Where do LAG find the break? Where do they find the gap? Kismet already takes down one. Slasher looking to try and find this player. He knows he's going to be docked. Eventually gives it up, goes towards the point that's been called out, and he says, all right, Afro, I've got my pre-aim locked in. LAG are through. Gizmo trying to just make sure they don't get any points onto it. Stick and move.
Gizmo trying to find that kill over towards Dockside, will do so. Staying alive, if only momentarily. Spot will find one, can't find the second. Zero will be there, big gun fight the outside. The pistol chal from Spot.
And it's a bit of back and forth on this point. Most important thing now, with time ticking down, is going to be this rotation. LAG have it, London do not. And at the moment, don't even have the points on the hill.
That's good time here for LAG. London makes some good time on that hill as well, though. They have definitely closed that gap. But this rotation over towards P3, last time around, was fruitful for the side London Royal Ravens. They found a breakthrough. Can they do so again? They have to get past Spark first down the outside. And this time, Slasher is ready and waiting. There will not be so much of an open door for London Royal Ravens down that side of the map this time, but they're going to be pushing through plot.
They have to. They've got to break. Afro's already managed to get into it. They're now fighting from the bad side. London have found a few kills, but the trade's still not going their way. LAG shut it down. The points here are huge for LAG. They are moving further and further into the lead. They are clawing their way to the end of this game, taking it to a map #5. London will try to break again.
They're trying to find a way through, maybe through Gizmo and Zero down the outside. Inside the fire we go, and the thing is for London now, the deficit is at that point where you need a challenge for every single kill, for every single point. But Spot and Slasher combine. Hook's already up to the races, and what was a thoroughly beneficial hill for the side of LAG over towards P4. Can they get here first this time? Hook will eventually fall. London will lock it in, but it is an 80-point lead for the side of LAG. They are wanting to force this map #5. Spot finds another towards the back.
Well, for London, it's about soaking time on train. It's not the easiest thing to do. You can already see LAG. They'll be fighting around this point just to defend as many points as they can, but London hold firm. LAG are going to take this a little bit slower. Their objective really is not to try and soak the majority of this time. It is to stop London getting a lot of time back.
Slasher finds the gunfight onto Nastie. This time it's been soaked up. It's a big kill from Hook, though. The break may come, but Zero, Gizmo combining well. As Gizmo will find a second. London hold on. This is crucial time for them. 25 points remaining on this hill. This will put them within, well, kind of touching distance if they can get it. This has been a full hold over towards P4. It's similar to what we've seen from LAG last time. But can London continue to close this gap? They've done so well over towards P4.
They're making the play for P1. They're already here. Nastie's eventually going to go down. Hugh does find him. This is all the fight they need. Afro looking to flip it.
They flipped it.
If you're LAG, soak P5. If you are London, stop them doing it and hold P1. For LAG, they have to hold this. They need to take it to a map #5. They're already against one. They're looking to push into it. Slasher is fighting around this position from both teams. They do not want to commit and throw this in the bin.
Spawn there for Neptune inside of fire. He finds the kill round behind onto Zero. But the hold from Ravens, the spawn's still there from LAG. They've got the spawns they want. But this fight over towards P5 seems to be going the way of LAG. 20 points away. They've got the spawns for P1 they want. We go there in 25. But London have got everything to do.
LAG have played this very well. They have put the pressure onto London.
Big kills.
They have soaked every second they can, and London keep having a chow. They have not been able to fight for spawns. 15 seconds left for LAG to take it from map #5, and it ticks down as Hugh finds 2. And he is just playing them like a fiddle while Rome is burning as he finds the 4th. Not quite, eventually it's got through, but London are trying to flip this. P1 is in their hands, but time is not. Neptune is in, they're flooding through platform. LAG are trying to take it to a map 5, and they've done it. They are still alive at the major.
A wonderful hold after wonderful hold from the side of LAG. Gets the job done. The spawn comes in from Neptune over towards Fire, towards the end of that P5 hold, and they lock it down from there. They stop London getting any time. They had the P1 rotation. London are flabbing, can't get in. We have them at number 5.
Oh, we do. We speak about pressure, we speak about the moment. And LAG rose to it this time. They looked in control for a good portion of that game. Neptune started off strong, and the rest of the team eventually rose to meet him, going pretty neutral all the way through, but the rotations, that pressure on P5 and P1, that they were very, very good at it.
And both teams had a really good stronghold over towards P4. But I want to say that the difference was in that one in particular, when LAG already had that lead, that P3 hold was instrumental to their win. London Royal Ravens are going about it maybe the different way that we thought that they would. Both hard points over towards LAG is not something we expected. But heading into a Tuscan Search and Destroy, some way, somehow, we have found ourselves in a map number 5, Tuscan, to finish things off. And it's just map 5 after map 5 after map 5. The guys making the schedules backstage are losing their minds. They're running out of hair at this stage because of how close everything is towards the end of the season. Major number 4 has not disappointed so far.
Yeah, you are right. I think the statistic is actually ridiculous when it comes to best of 5 between all of these teams. But one thing about it, it's always glorious to find out how it is going to end. And end it will. Will it be the Ravens moving forward, continuing to try and regain from that number 1 seed loss? Or will it be LAG fighting every step of the way for the points they oh so desperately need to get to the championship at the end of the season? There's only one way to tell. It's map 5. We'll see you right after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the major here for the Call of Duty League. It is time for another map 5. I would say they're rare, but they're really not at the moment. They are still very, very important. These two teams have fought all the way to this point. One map decides their fate at the major. It's an elimination S&D for London from the tournament while being #1 seed, from LAG, from everything.
It's not good for the side of London, though, when we look at the statistics. And also just to mention what you said there about map number 5s. 13 of the last 16 series that we've had in the CDL on Vanguard have went to a map number 5. We find ourselves here once again. Which way does this one go, though? The statistics do not lie with the side of London Royal Ravens. They may well have found themselves a control, but S&D on Tuscan, what we're diving into in just a second, has not been good for them. 0-4 over the stage on this map in particular. The last team they lost to was LAG on Sunday. Can they turn their fortunes around once again? They did it on the control. Can they do it here? LAG statistics on your screen. Scream a win for them. First in defensive win percentage, first in first blood percentage. It's everything that you could possibly want if you're an LAG fan as we head into map number 5. Can the road to champs continue for them, or will the major end here and now and their season along with it?
Statistics be damned, because London Royal Ravens have already broken theirs. Can they do it again? It's already opening up. Nastie gets 2. LAG, they're bold, they're brave, they're in the P5 and they're on the respawn.
Tough situation now for the side of LAG on this attacking round. Our first blood will come through for the London Royal Ravens, but typically when they find those first bloods, they've really struggled to convert them to much, but they did find 2 first kills. It's now still a 3 versus 2 in their favor, and the gap will be closing behind them as well as Gizmo's positioned well, so it's Nastie. 3rd kill for him, looking for the S.
Can he find it? Slasher with the player who'll give it to him as he holds this. Unfortunately, player towards the back, and Gizmo says, all right, thank you very much. To end this round very simply. First blood to the Ravens.
Crowd in New York getting behind the team from the other side of the Atlantic right now. They need them to find a win here. LAG, one of the teams competing for those final champ spots alongside the home team here. 1-0 now for the side of the London Royal Ravens. Game between these two the other day was very back and forth. Slasher was phenomenal throughout that series, but for me, it's been Neptune who's stepped up to the plate so many times. So much criticism headed his way over the season. Can he be the catalyst for his team to maybe find a spot in champs? This win would go somewhat of a way to helping them alongside it, but can they hold it down on the defensive side here? London Royal Ravens looking for an attack. As mentioned, Nastie finding 3 in that previous round. Can he continue the spree?
Look at the pressure coming through. Neptune trying to find that first blood. He's going to try and make a push for it. Looking for the players, but no, Zero will cut him down before he finds anything. Advantage to London.
And LAG playing to the hands there of the side of the Royal Ravens, who played very passively, expecting the aggression from Neptune. Works out in their favor, 4v3.
This is another time burn. We saw this in Bacage. They are waiting, they are figuring this out. And LAG, itchy trigger fingers. They want to find the first one. Slasher does get one onto Nastie, bringing it back to a 3 versus 3. London have burnt this time, but they've now found a way through on Tuscan.
30 seconds to go. That extra gear that London you need to have needs to start coming in, but Spart's holding it on his own. Huge kills from him. 3rd, not quite there, but he may well fall anyway in LAG. Answer back with a defensive round at the back of Spart. 2 kills from him.
I thought the important thing was going to be the flank from LAG, but it wasn't. Spart was like, you know what? I don't need my teammates. Watch this. I'll take them down before they can even do anything. And the trade from London was a little bit slow. They didn't double chow. They didn't get out there in time. And Spart says, all right, 1 by 1, down you go.
Well, that was the problem with London being so passive. They invite the aggression from LAG. They find that aggression. They answer it with a kill. But the problem is that you have no map control. Spart could be anywhere. He's ready and waiting. Finds the 2 kills. A good job, well done. 1-1 now between these two teams. Look at this aggression now coming through for the side of the London Royal Ravens. Afro, of course. Left stick forward, moving on through. Can he find anything here? Big grenade comes through though, and Slasher will find Gizmo. He's not the only one to stick the grenade in there. It's a 4v3.
And all falls quiet as they try to figure this out. Now they have the advantage. They do not want to give it away. They are looking for players they know must have taken map control away from them. The comms will now be talking about what do we do next? How long do we hold for? And what is coming out of the playbook?
Big kill from Spot. Afro was considering the flank around. He holds it for so long. He's so patient. Now a 4 versus 2. 35 seconds remaining. Zero will now fall as well. It's looking like a round over towards the side of LAG. Unless Nastie can pull a rabbit out of the hat. Well, there's the first of 4 jobs done. 1 versus 3.
They're looking for him. And he's going to get around the back here, but not quite in time. They've caught it out as well. Neptune did see him, and Neptune looks like he wants to find him as well. The stun comes through. Nastie's pinned in place. The flank is coming in as well, and down he falls. LAG get another round on the board.
Nicely done. Big attacking round for the team who are the first in defensive win percentage over the season. 58% of their rounds are going their way. But ultimately, that play kind of rested on Spot finding that kill on Afro. I think if Afro finds that kill on the flank there, it suddenly becomes a very different round. But Spot with important kills in rounds 1 and 2 in terms of wins from LAG. We're now 2-1 up, 4 spree for him. See if he can keep the ball rolling. On the side of Royal Ravens, Afro was the star man in map number 2 for them to find the win. He's yet to find a kill.
The initial barrage of explosives flying all over the map. One of them found Hugh, so they're waiting for him, but they didn't wait long enough. They almost throw it away. Hugh has to backpedal. And somehow, with everything that's happened, no kills have gone down quite yet. Afro jumps across. Hugh gets away again. Neptune eventually finds on the 0. Kismet gets one back. Down to a 3 versus 3. It's erupting now. Slasher finds one more. And LAG have moved London and Royal Ravens further back.
And Ravens can't really find any purchase over towards either side. LAG are matching aggression with aggression, then holding their positions. But this might have worked out for the side of London and Royal Ravens.
It's a wolf pack. We haven't seen very many of these this event, but basic premise, stick together as a unit the entire way through as we clear it bit by bit.
Time's ticking.
They have the numbers, they will want the trades out of this.
Is he going to get out though? Is he going to get out though? Because as soon as this bomb goes down, LAG are surely going to burst into life. For London ready?
They still have the numbers, they are very, very tight. They're looking for this one, they want the trade, that is what they're looking for, and Afro gets taken down! It's now 1 versus 3 for Nastie.
Do they know where he is?
I don't think they do, but they are gone Overwatch. He's going to find the first one, he knows he needs to chow. He's looking for Slasher! He finds it, but will let him defuse! Nastie just did not have the time and lost the gunfight anyway after he comes out of the animation. LAG 3-1 now on the S&D.
Neptune finds the gunfight. And honestly, Nastie does a really good job. I love the route that he takes. They don't find any information around the spawn of LAG, so the presumption is there on the flank. As soon as Afro falls, he calls out 3. Nastie's job is a tough one. Nearly got there, but a bit of a gap now for the side of LA Guerrillas. 3-1 to the good. Ravens need to answer with a defensive hold here.
And it looks like they're going for a bit of aggression. They're taking mid control. They're going for a big P5 as well. The stuns have come through.
How much info off those stuns did they get? And I want to say here as well, as the control comes in for LAG here, as far as plants come on Tuscan, they are the team least likely to do it. Their percentage is the lowest in the league. They choose not to take that opportunity over towards A this time.
Keep an eye. This is going to be chaotic. You can see P5 in control of London and nothing else.
But the thing is for LAG, no information coming in from Hook here. So they know that the flank's not coming in over towards A. They know there's potentially players over towards B. Zero must survive here. Gets away, but are they ready for where Hook is?
Everything Zero just did there, slow down LAG. Hook finds one though on the flank. And London are going to try and react to it. They're looking for it mid-map as well. And it's hesitance from every single player here. They do not know what is happening in this round. The players have flipped sides.
Still no plan coming in for LAG here. London are struggling. The timing just not there from Zero. This time it is though. Spot will fall. 3v3. Bomb going down.
He's going to try and make a move. Does he see him? Does he see him? He does! He's going to get it as well. Down to 2 versus 2. Bomb down. London to retake.
London need this round. 3-2 is very different to 4-1.
Slasher looking for this. Trying to figure out where on earth have London gone. LAG, 25 seconds left to find it.
It's on Afro.
They're checking every single corner, every single way. Zero gets the first one. Slasher in a 1 versus 2. But time is against him. He's going to find Zero as well. Where is that last player? Afro has to find him, has to go, has to run. Slasher's going to find. Oh my God! The timing, the absolute timing is aLLeY. They hold it in the end and they get it. Slasher 1 versus 2.
The composure from Slasher to just stay alive as long as he can. Neither team could find each other. It was a game of hide and seek throughout the round. Zero did his best through radio, finds 2. It matters not for the side of Royal Ravens, 4-1 down.
That was not a typical S&D round. The players were everywhere.
Oh, he was so close. It was just on the big screen there, and of course for you guys at home to seeing him. Slasher just got round the corner. Afro didn't get any information. Slasher does not slow down. 8-2.
Oh, look at it. Hugo smell blood in the water. Nastie goes down as well. A 2 versus 4 for London. And aLLeY, they turn the screws. They know they are only a couple of rounds away from taking this.
Oh, the time in there from Zero. He's now going to surely get rushed. Who will find another? It's Afro in a 1 versus 4. It's aLLeY. May well be going to match point, and Afro yet to find a kill. And once again, the time is just not on his side. Make it 0-6.
And the #1 seed coming into major #4 is now 1 round away from elimination. The underdogs, aLLeY, maybe in the lower bracket, but they are fighting for survival, and it means more. 1 more round.
The aLLeY support inside the venue, letting them know what they need. 1 more round to advance on in this tournament. They started down here.
It's a big push.
First blood from Slasher once again.
They find it, it's going already. Nastie finds a grenade back. aLLeY choose to be aggressive this time. Will it pay out for them? They want to execute, but that nade has slowed them down significantly.
A little bit of control here now as well. Afro, for all that, he didn't have a good game in game #3. He was the one that ultimately won it for them. He needs to turn up big time for the Ravens here.
Cooking a grenade. Not going to hit anybody yet. Afro trying to stay alive and trying to get out. He has done. Still a 3 versus 3. A big flank coming in from London as well. The flanks are all in. Afro has to stay alive. He's under pressure. He's going to try and get it. Goes down. Spart finds the first. Cannot find the second. Gizmo brings it back to a 2 versus 2. Church control for aLLeY, but the bodies are everywhere as Zero finds 1. Huke, a 1 versus 2. Can he be the hero they're in need? He knows where Zero is going to be. Finds it, no! The Ravens survive.
They're clinging on by the skin of their teeth here, or the London Royal Ravens. Afro yet to still find a kill. 0-7. It's not looking great at this moment in time for him. If he can start waking up, then maybe London can find this comeback, but they are still so far behind. Slasher is 9-3.
Well, it's still 1 more round. It's still another opportunity. aLLeY will be looking to try and end this before it gets too far.
Look at this aggression coming in from London. Plenty of well control coming in. Is Neptune ready for this one?
The timing is not paid off for him. He checked, he didn't see Afro trying to get out. 15 health, 10 health. Oh, and he goes down. A 3 versus 3. It's still alive for both teams.
Afro is having a tough game here for the Ravens, and it's shown in the scoreline. Usually is the start. The challenge from Gizmo is absurd. Another kill comes in mid-map 2. Spartan 1 versus 3 is the life and the London Royal Ravens yet. Or can Spark pull off the 1v3?
Oh, he's already made himself known. The bomb is going to go down. Is he going to find him? No! Not a hit, not a squeal, but finds the first.
No trade as well, so this becomes a little bit more doable. A 1 versus 2. That health will regenerate. Has he got it in him?
He can get this first kill and bring it to a 1v1. The time is still enough for him to play it. He finds Zero. He's going to go for it, but no! Zero shuts him down. The glass slippers are not on yet. The Cinderella story is not happening. London get 1 more back. 3 more rounds for Ravens, 1 more for aLLeY. And the crowd want aLLeY out of this game. They do not want another potential team from New York to fight.
The tension was there. But London Royal Ravens has given this crowd and themselves something to hold on to here. 5-3, that's 2 rounds in a row. They still need 3 more.
Not a misstep by London.
Luke has to go big.
They've taken control at the moment. Cute could be the difference. Slasher is here as well. The nade's coming through. Cute has just taken one in the face.
No child comes in though.
Slasher
will find another first bullet of his own. Gizmo will fall 4v3, 4v2. Slasher doesn't slow down.
Slasher's going to get it. Afro trying to get one back. This is his first kill of it. He goes out towards Cute. Cute gets it. They're under down. And LAG dump the Ravens out of the major. The #1 seed has fallen back to back. And the Guerrillas keep hope alive here in New York. It was bitter to the very end, but they've made it one step on the journey to redemption. And it does not end for LAG.
Disaster for the #1 seed. But LAG, the journey continues. It is a humongous performance out of Slasher in that search and destroy to get the job done. It's another map #5. It's another upset here at the major. LAG take it. And Ravens, they threatened to maybe come back, but LAG's lead proved insurmountable. The first bloods, Slasher 4 of his own. A monumental, a gigantic performance from him at 11-4. A 6-3 win for the side of LAG, who continue their run. And that is not just bad news for the Ravens, but bad news for everybody else fighting for those spots to champs. There's not many of them, Bryce.
Technically, LAG still below the threshold, but one step closer. They will be sitting at 155 after that game. The current threshold is 160. Obviously, it can move depending on how the wins come through in the end, but the benefits being they are still in the race. It is not over for them. They still have the opportunity. They can still go further. For London, they'll have to be regaining, and we will see them again.
We will, but again, it's kind of the age-old story. We've talked about it with Ravens throughout the year, or whatever iteration of a roster we have had from them. Online, they've looked really good. They haven't been able to translate it over towards LAN though. It's kind of been an issue throughout. They had a good stage 1, of course, but other than that, it has been a poor performance over on the LAN side of things. But they've got out one more opportunity at champs. The fortunate thing for them is that they have already secured their spot, so they will have one more opportunity this season to get something done.
Worst part for this, for the Ravens, they won a control and lost the series.
Oh my God, yeah, that's true. That's how they break the duck. Maybe that was what was getting them through. So Sav, I'll choke up the control. Oh my,
heartbreaks.
And again, look, sorry, I just wanted to point out there as well. Afro had an absolute barnstormer of a search and destroy on Bakaj. 1-8. When it comes down to it, on that final map, that is a performance that he will rue, absolutely. But overall, it has to be said, LAG, the more convincing throughout that search and destroy. Hardpoint wins, S&D to finish it off. A wonderful performance from the LAG side.
Yeah, and obviously at the major, we are loving to seeing a lot of map #5s, but it comes down to just who is better on the day, over and over again. Teams stay alive, teams making their dreams come true everywhere at the moment. And for me, Tan, like, I don't know how this is going to end. We have got Sharks in the lower bracket. We have teams making runs deep. The goalposts are moving the entire way.
All the way through. Honestly, I wouldn't like to be the League Ops guys backstage trying to figure this out as the day does continue to go on. Of course, we really won't know up until the end. With New York in such a good position in that upper bracket, it really could go down to the final game. They are tipped to maybe go on a bit of a run in this major. They will have to do so, it feels, to make it the champs. The miracle run is still possible, but that gap is kind of closing. The door is very much nearly closed. They need pretty much everything to go their way.
It certainly does. Well, that's enough of us on the stage. Let's throw it down to the actual stage and find out. I think it's Blaze with Slasher.
Thank you so much, Bryson. I agree. It is a lot of sharks here in the losers bracket, but the Guerrillas, they get it done, taking down the London Royal Ravens and Austin. Y'all backs was up against the wall in this series, but let's talk about map #1, because that's what really got this one started. You guys wasn't looking too good in those hard points, but what happened there in map #1 for y'all to come out with that victory?
I feel like we just started off hot in map 1, and when you get a lead in hardpoint in this game, it's really hard to throw it. You just got to stay ahead of the game the whole time, and I feel like they came out flat-footed as well. And honestly, like our hardpoint, I feel like has been improving, especially in stage 4. So we just were able to take both of those and extend it to a game 5.
Yeah, and you know, like you said, they end up getting their footing in this series in maps 2 and 3, right? And from that point, in map 3, it looked like you guys were kind of like down on yourselves the way that they won that in the fashion they did on that control. But you guys figured out how to get maps 4 and maps 5. You had a fantastic game number 5, man. Tell me about how you and the Guerrillas came back into this series to progress on here through this losers bracket.
I mean, it's never over until it's over, right? We might be down in the series, but until they win 3 maps, we're still playing, still going hard. And I feel like we have that fight in us, that dog in us. So no matter if we're down and out, like it looks like we're down and out, we can still fight back and win. I mean, we've done it from losers round 1 before. So we're trying to do it again.
And you've done it plenty of times for the losers bracket, as we know with you in your career.
That's true.
Now, you already won 1 chip this season, and you had to go up against Atlanta FaZe to get it. Up in the losers bracket, you're going up against them next. How you feeling about that matchup?
I'm feeling good. I mean, I feel like we've been playing pretty well, especially against them. They're going to be a tough opponent, but I think whoever wins between us two is going to go really far in this tournament, so that's going to be a big match.
All right, it is going to be a big match. It's been a pleasure talking to you, Austin. Give it up one more time for the Guerrillas. Bentley, break it all down.
The Bay Area native popped off absolutely. Slasher absolutely destroyed it in that search and destroy. I can't talk. Search and destroy again. I'm thinking control, man. But yeah, he killed it in search and destroy. Slasher, man, you've been talking about him all year long. Nameless, he's hitting form.
Something about him towards the end of the year, man. Like you said, he's got that dog in him, man. He was popping off, picking up first bloods, but following up with the 2-piece as well. I mean, just a huge performance when you need him most in that game 5. But, you know, looking at the side of London, man, I feel like a lot of people came into this one thinking LAG were going to take this series just because of how the last few series went for them. And they have a lot of things to work on. Like, they have the auto vetoes when it comes to Berlin or Tuscan Search and Destroy. They're terrible at both of those maps. And you let a guy like Slasher just fry you when he gets to game 5. That's why London are losing these game 5s. They have to expand their map pool. He was having his way with them, man. 78% non-traded kill percentage throughout that.
Right, aLLeY, what are your thoughts about this series right here? As LAG moves on and they face off against the same team they beat in Major 2.
It's just like we said at the beginning of the series. Slasher in losers bracket is literally Thanos. This guy just hits a completely different level. Like in that search and destroy, it was Slasher getting every first blood and then following it up with a 2-piece. And you know, I thought it was gonna be Hook that was on Demon Time, and they were in the first map. He dropped a 1.13, but Slasher again a 1.67 to open up the series.
Wait, Neptune and Spark destroyed it as well. Yo, Merc, what are your thoughts?
I mean, this is kind of what I expected to see. I mean, a little bit different. Obviously, the control goes the way of London, which we're like, okay, maybe this is it. But the #1 hardpoint team, or one of the best hardpoint teams, they lose both in this series. And LAG, I just think they showed their individual talent. Like, they were firing on all cylinders. Neptune and Sparta, I think, really stepped up. In Neptune, man, especially in hardpoint, he is fun to watch. And I think that matchup versus Atlanta FaZe later on tonight, it's going to be a banger. It really is.
Oh, that's going to be phenomenal. I can't wait for that rematch. But also, let's take a look at the points. Even though the London Royal Ravens have been officially eliminated here in Brooklyn, New York, they clinched it. They're going to champs. We're going to see them August 4th through the 7th in LA. And aLLeY, look at LAG behind by only 5 points.
Only 5 points, I gotta say. Like, London didn't even have to win a series here to clinch champs. It was just off the backs of somebody else losing. But LAG, again, that's slowly closing in on that threshold, but still a lot of things need to go their way. Should we see another Major 2 losers bracket run from this team? Incredibly possible, but it was on the back of their search and destroys, and they still dropped one in this series. They ended up clutching up in the game 5, but they've got to continue that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can also join in on the action because, well, not long from now, right around the corner, we're going to be going over to California, my home state, and I can't wait. Make sure you copy your tickets and go to the Galen Center. Merc, what does champs mean to you, man?
I mean, it's the #1 event of the year, man.
There you
right?
go.
I mean, you're the world champions. You're able to win that weekend. For these guys who have been grinding all year long to qualify for top 8, you can win any of these, but if you win that one, you are cemented in history.
Yo, which one of those big, thick rings did you get, man?
I didn't get a ring, dude.
Oh, you didn't?
I won $1 million tournament. It just wasn't.
Oh, no, that's big, that's big.
You know, it's fine.
All right, but
I was too old, dude.
Right, now, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we're going to have a banger of a series. We're going to have Seattle Surge facing off against Boston Breach, you got that right. The SMG battle is going to be better than ever, and I can't wait. Can't wait to see Pred load into the lobby against the likes of Nero and Vivid. Who's going to come out on top, we don't know, but Boston Breach, they definitely want to make sure that they capitalize and get all the points that they can. We'll catch you guys on the other side of break, and we'll talk to you guys soon.
I'm in the game like EA, been in my process pre-K, shooting my shot from long range, going over heads a good toupee, treat every day like payday, y'all been living so mundane, my work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day, putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine, while everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams, I got a coin that's so divine, Lord take the wheel like 10 and 2, I'm losing energy, I'm overdue, I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros, watch me hit the power moves, been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
Dew and NYSL are giving away tons of prizes all weekend long. Grab your friends and join the Major 4 Metaverse event in Decentraland for your chance to win. Visit nyxl.com/do.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Amazon Prime members get free games every month and a slew of free content for your favorite games like Call of Duty. Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.com.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's yet another beautiful day out here in New York, but more specifically in Brooklyn and King's Theater. A lot of exciting things have been going down right now, and we just got off of the tail end of a big LAG win where they're gonna have a rematch against the same team that they beat in the championship game to win Major 2. Welcome to the analyst desk. My name is Belly. We got my man's Bryce. We got aLLeY. We also got Nameless. And Bryce, we got Boston. We got Seattle. This is a high-octane match.
It really is. Like, one of the things about this game is the amount of times you have to look at it from different angles, right? Yes. We're talking about the Major 3 champions coming down into the lower bracket. And Boston, who did the hard work in the qualifiers, could potentially throw all that hard work into the bin.
Yeah, right. And also, we got the maps and modes ready for you. aLLeY, when it comes to the Boston Breach, the one thing I gotta say is, I really hope the maps are working for them. But hey, we're gonna kick things off on, boat cage is gonna be fun.
Listen, like, this is the weirdest thing that these two teams kind of mirror each other when it comes to this map set. And that map 1, Boston's on a 3-win streak, while Seattle's on a 3-loss streak. Both have lost 6 out of the last 8 Tusken Search and Destroys. Boston is 3-0 on Tusken Control this split, where Seattle has won 6 of the last 7. And then, on the flip side of that map 4, Boston have won the last 3 of 4, and Seattle has lost the last 3 of 4. So they're mirroring each other on a lot of these situations.
Yeah, the only problem with this map set is they played each other a couple weeks ago, and Boston 3-1 them on these exact same maps. They are the same maps, and they won all 3 respawns. So, like, Seattle's coming into this one, they're honestly at a disadvantage. They've played Boston twice this season, and Boston's 4-0 in hardpoint against them, and then it's 50-50 across the other 2 game modes. So Boston seems to have Seattle's number.
Hey, hopefully Boston has that number still, because aLLeY, when I saw Zenny in the back after that loss yesterday, Zenny was locked in, and he said, man, I'm not ready to lose anymore. And this matchup right here, I'm really looking at him and his duo, TJ, to really tear it up with the AR.
Well, I know a lot of people at home, Bill, just did a breath of fresh air because there was absolutely no Gavutu in this lineup when we saw that map set across the board. But when it comes to the game duel keys to victory for Boston, I mean, it's really just that respawn dominance, right? You get a repeat performance from your main AR, a 1.3 KD in the 3-2 loss versus Florida yesterday. Everybody on Boston started that series off slow, but in that game 3 and 4, they really turned it up. And hand search another L on Tusken Control. Seattle have won 6 of the last 7. Only loss was to Boston on July 1st. Like I said, Boston is 3-0 in that map and mode. So heading into the respawns, it does favor Boston.
And just a reminder, the Boston Breach has had one of the most electrifying team changes this year, bringing in Vivid from Florida Mutineers, and that SMG duo is beautiful in that squad. But hey, yo, Bryce, I've been talking to you about Seattle for all year now, for some time. I was telling you the next up, they won the last major, and here they are on the loser's side of the bracket.
Yes, it's an interesting point. All right, let's give them some credit. Seattle, they won the last major. They didn't have to do too much going into the qualifiers. They know the rest of their season is open for them. The problem being is you want to go back-to-back. We were talking about Seattle as potentially being the team to beat, and they've let us down. This is a potential return to form for them. They have to find their way through the lower bracket. They have to show us why they were the Major 3 champions.
Yeah, I mean, this is a must-win. Confidence purposes, like, this is, you know, they're in that situation where, like, you win a major and you're like, are we the team that falls off after getting that first dub? Well, yet to find out. But, you know, they need to play together on the map. Seattle is last in non-traded kill percentage during stage 4. It's just been terrible. And then Mack as well, he needs to step it up. He has a .88 KD. He's ranked 44th in the Major 4 qualifiers. Like, he's the guy time and time again that was popping off, getting the clutch kills, being the cerebral player for the Seattle team. And throughout the stage, he has really struggled. And you can see the impact that he has on this team, especially in the respawns. Hardpoint was their worst game mode, which at one time they were dominating everybody.
You're right. All right, Bryce, pick 'em times. I know that you like to not be too spicy when it comes to your picks. You're always just set on who you want to win. Do you think Seattle might get this, or do you think Boston is just going to be way too fast for them?
All right, I'm going to go with the Major 3 champions. I'm taking Seattle. For a good reason. Like, I have to believe in Seattle, right? At the moment, Boston did the hard work in the qualifiers, but it is pressure time for them. They are not safe for champs. They are not safe in anything, and I feel like they may crumble at the last hurdle.
All right, aLLeY, Seattle, Boston, who you got?
You know, everybody here knows that I have been a Seattle Surge believer since the beginning of the season. I love every player in their respective roles, and they obviously proved themselves at Major 3. But in literally any other qualifiers, I would have picked Seattle Surge in this situation.
Okay.
In this game, I have to pick Boston Breach simply because from this qualifier, Boston have 2-0 on them. Like, they've beaten them twice now. This is the same maps and modes as well. The only map that Seattle was able to take is that Search and Destroy. Okay. I just think they might have their number.
Not the Search and Control, right? Hey, yo, Nameless, how you doing, man? Boston or the Major 3 champs?
I'm going to go with the Seattle Surge in this series.
Okay.
I mean, I just feel like the Major 3 champs, they're going to come out here. They're going to bounce back. Like, this is a team that is coming off of a LAN dominance. Like, they're comfortable on that stage, playing on LAN. I think they're going to turn up here against Boston.
All right, Bryce, I'm going to ask you for your player to watch. By the way, my pick is definitely going to be the Seattle Surge, and rightfully so. Now, the reason why I'm asking you this is because I think Pred is just phenomenal.
Oh, you've stolen my pick.
Pred has been on a tear lately, man. And outright one of the best players that we've seen in the game lately. If you had your eyes on a player, who would you want to watch?
It's gonna be Pred, and I'll tell you why, for multiple reasons. It's actually a really easy pick. You stole it straight out of my mouth. I enjoy watching players that are able to move at speed towards the end of a season and be very, very effective with it. Over the last decade of Call of Duty esports, the game always gets faster as the season progresses. Fast players are worth their weight in gold. Pred has been living up to that name, and I expect him to do it now, when they need it the most.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and kick off this amazing series. The third one of the day, Seattle Surge, your Major 3 champions, and the Boston Breach. Let's get it in.
Either way, accuracy. 10 seconds. He gotta go. He's gotta fly. Will he get the kill? No. Accuracy stays alive. Players off the point. Mack staying alive as long as he can. What a beautiful flank this could be. The second. Oh God, the round's gone. They are. Pred has an opportunity. There's the first. There's the second. Turns on. And still, if fire works out, you get any more? Yeah, he can. It's 5. The Young Guns in round 11, and they go big. Can he come down the corner in time? And you bet he will. That's it.
Winner, 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 bury me a sinner.
Very, very difficult now. Methodz trying to lock this down this right-hand side. Up will get taken down. Still holding this rock.
Does Scump see him? What the hell? Oh, there we go. Point of view. We can see him eventually as well. He's going to go down. 1v1. Vivid.
Incredible.
He's going to get the timing at the same time, and that's too late.
Incredible. He has played that superbly. Four's not his best, but he's going to do his best. Over to TJ now. Looks to find 4.
All right, New York, it's that time again. Another elimination matchup is about to hit this stage. The first team coming out looking to survive the storm. I give to you the Boston Breach. Vivid, Methodz, TJHaly, and Nero, your Boston Breach.
I'm seeing green, and this squad is looking like money. The crowd is loving them. Zinni is ready to put on a show. But for me, my eyes are going to be all on Nero. That man's coming out of Ohio with a furious rage with that SMG. Believe me and trust me. Pairing him with a guy like Vivid, he takes over the game at a speed that you wouldn't even believe. I want to see him really take over against one of the best players that has ever come out of the APAC region. Blaze, bring out the Major 3 champions. We ready, man?
Yeah, I'm ready as well. I introduce to you your Major 3 champions, the Seattle Surge. Simp, accuracy, Mack, and Pred. Ready to drown them out, the Seattle Surge.
I hear the crowd giving them some boos. These guys are coming off of the Major 3 championship. Pred is in MVP form still. He's been absolutely frying, but the team just can't put it together. I'm looking at Mack on your screen right now to pop off in this match and bounce back from his performance throughout the qualifying stage. Guy, let's get this match started and see who comes out on top.
Yeah, let's get this one started. I don't think the Surge, they don't mind them boos too much. They've been here before and they're ready to get it done. So with that being said, Lando and Study, break this one down.
You got it, Blaze. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. What a great game that we have lined up now. Seattle Surge versus Boston Breach. Jay, we saw this matchup happen at Major 4. It ended up going Breach's way, but right now, given how crazy that New York has been, given the results as of late, I feel like it's a toss-up.
Every single series so far is basically going to a game 5, besides the LA Thieves series last night. But this series is like a rematch, like you said. Throughout the Major 4 qualifiers, Boston Breach were able to take them down in a 3-1 fashion by winning every single respawn. And it wasn't easy. It was every single map was close besides the control, where they absolutely destroyed them with a clean 3-0. But if you are Seattle Surge, our Major 3 champions, you go 1-4 throughout that stage, and the one guy that I'm definitely looking at to really drive these guys through this series is Pred. Like, throughout the stage, they go 1-4, but he still put up the best KD overall with a 1.2. So that guy's a man on a mission.
And it just, I mean, it wouldn't say kind of things about Seattle, right? If they were able to go in, win Major 3, be our champions, come into the next qualifier, struggle at 1-4, and then ultimately go out top 12, I mean, this is what is on the line. It is going to be a massive disappointment for either of these teams. Whoever loses, it is not going to be a great situation, and it's not going to be an easy ride home by any stretch of the imagination. But Jay, we talk about both of these rosters. I know that the desk was kind of hitting on it. Is there a player that you're looking out for specifically for either side?
Yeah, on the side of Seattle Surge, I'm definitely looking at Mack. Throughout stage 4, he puts up a .88, not really the best stats, but when he enters the Major, that's when you see him play some of his best quality. And don't worry, guys, the game's going to get started. It's all right. It's all right. Give us a second.
One small delay. It's okay. All right, listen, Bokaja's going to be wild.
Yes.
Can we just get that through our minds right now? Bokaja's going to be crazy. Seattle Surge, Bokaj Masters previously. Breach as of late, we're going to get to see Nero and Vivid play this map. It's going to be wild. These are two of the fastest players that we've got in the entire league.
That's the scariest thing, because the last time that they played this map, it was all about Vivid. He almost puts up like 45 kills, even though they only won the game by almost 35 points. It's a really close hard point. But when you're allowing your SMGs to really shut down the aggression on the opposite side, that's where you see Boston Breach playing at their best. Nero and Vivid have to be on point in this series.
Yeah, without question. We'll go and take a look actually at the very bottom, right? If Surge actually wins this, they do actually clinch the playoff spots alongside Toronto Ultra. So a lot on the line for Seattle. They also will rise up the standings too if they can come away with this W. Let's go and take actually a look at some of our hardpoint stats coming into this first one here on Bokaj. We're talking about players for either side. Players to look out for. These are the two guys on our screens that are always going to be making some major plays on the map. You got Pred for one side, and it is Chef Tony that sits on the other.
Yeah, Methodz sitting at a 1.1. The guy with that AR in his hand, he has an absolute beamer. But then on the opposite side, Pred, he's so damn fast with that SMG in his hands. The fact that he's over a 1.0 KD on hardpoint in general, that's every single map the guy's putting up probably the best stats for this team. So this is going to be a battle between both of these slayers.
Yeah, it's like one of the crazier stories that we have going on right now in this CDL throughout Major 4. The fact that his team goes 1-4, he puts up a 1.2.
Insane.
It's wild. It is absolutely wild. And it feels like, right, you have that slaying trio of himself alongside Mack and Simp. If those guys are frying, Boston are going to have their hands full.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing. At least last time that they matched up, Simp didn't really have the best series. Puts up like a .85. But I know the young man. He's so damn confident when it comes to just playing on that main stage where the lights are the brightest. So I'm expecting him to have one hell of a performance as well. This is just going to be an absolute battle, man. I cannot wait for this one to start.
It's going to be fun. And I want to ask you too, Jay, like, who do you think, in comparison, Boston or Seattle, who is this opening hardpoint more important for?
It's got to be Boston, because if you look at, ever since this team has been formed, their S&D has kind of been lacking. 2-7 overall in that mode.
Yesterday.
And they lost them yesterday to Florida. That was their biggest thing. You force it all the way to a game 5, almost complete the reverse sweep. But losing those search and destroys has to be in their back of their mind. But here we go, New York. About to get this game started on a little bit of that cage. Let's get it on.
Let's get it on. Here we go. Bokaj hardpoint to kick this bad boy off. Who is going to be headed home top 12? Will it be
our defending Major 3 champions, or will it be one of the hottest teams lately in the CDL? Seattle versus Boston. Here we go. The cage. We look through the eyes of multiple players, more specifically Sib off the rip. Everybody will send their SMGs forward and also toss their nades out on top of it.
Just a little numbers here for both of these squads. Boston are 2nd in rotation, 11th in hold percentage. And Seattle, they are 3rd in rotation, but 1st in break percentage. So if you are Boston, when you're rotating early, you need to make sure your holds are strong. And so far, getting a lot of time off of this P1 hardpoint, 13 uncontested seconds, and they're winning gunfights all the way. They're putting a lot of pressure in towards bottom barn, but it's still Seattle right now with spawns.
And one guy that you want to see go off absolutely for this Boston team is going to be Vivid. I feel like he can be the X factor from time to time. Had somewhat of a slower series given the map vetoes that Breach decided to play versus Florida, but now it is his playground. Bocage is where he calls home. Starting things off 5-0, Breach, a perfect beginning at P1.
Already almost close to picking himself a glide bomb. You have to be feeling really comfortable too if you're Vivid on this map, especially versus this team. Almost puts up 45 last time they did play, but that's going to be Boston off the rotation, losing their gunfight. So Seattle, they do a great job of just maintaining those spawns towards back P2, forcing all of Boston to try to break this from front plat.
Yeah, this is where Seattle can start to lock in some seconds. However, Breach hot on their heels. 3 players ready and aggressive to try to jump over the top. More specifically, Vivid and Nero, the SMG duo, the men who can really fly and fry, get met with some great shots from the other side. And one guy that we got to talk about is the man that sits on the 3 spree, Mack, locking things down inside of the objective. Let's see if he can start to have a dominant performance as Pred looks to strike with 2 of his own.
Predator puts himself in at least in a great spot. Find that 2-piece. Now, if you're Boston, you still have control of the spawns towards the back, but this has been a great P2 hold from Seattle. Basically uncontested for the entire 50 seconds that they still earn, as Mack finds that kill, but eventually does get traded. No blind bomb earned. But the way that Seattle were able to respond off of that P1, it's all going to be about these gunfights, trades going back and forth, but Seattle are on top.
So funny, man. You look at the score already as we headed toward P3. You got 2 players who are sitting on breadsticks. You have certain players that are leading the way in terms of engagements. A complete mirror of each other. However, Surge sitting in the advantage and also with those spawns toward their back. We'll see if anybody from Breach can start to sneak on through, but the nice nade comes over the top from Nero. Nero handles business toward the plat as well. Great job so far. First wave clear, but Seattle still hanging on, still lingering for a moment as accuracy puts 2 in the dirt.
Yeah, Seattle still have those spawns right there, but now Boston Breach, after dropping 3 players, they are going to flip towards the back. So if you're Seattle, all you're going to really try to do is just keep them in towards that backside and gain as much time as you can. As accuracy with the 2-piece, with the pistol. Just contests it a lot for Boston Breach. Nero does find himself on that 5 spree. But now it's all about this rotation towards B4.
Seattle once again having those spawns in their possession. But with Boston, these last few kills have been playing off the back foot. Nero narrowly falls off of that 6 spree, so no glide bomb for him, at least for now. But as we said, when it comes down to our fast SMG players, rather specifically for Boston, feels like those glide bombs are just a matter of moments away. TJ trying to make the play toward the back. Great headshot there on Sib. As we said, Boston trying to play that long game, and now they've got the spawns.
Yeah, that was a big kill from TJ to win that one-on-one. Now spawns do flip. Seattle trying to hold from the front, but more bodies here from Boston Breach. They're able to execute the break. Now they just have to hold the push from Seattle, all trying to attack this from middle. Boston trying to get themselves back into this game, down 35 points, but with 25. If you're Seattle, you want to back up. Make sure you maintain these spawns for that P5.
Game starts to come to a little bit of a standstill. Last 15 are going to go the way of Boston. Surge, as we said, time and time again with those spawns. Breach have done a great job of playing off the back foot. Still down in this game. By no means out of it. Time doesn't seem to be too much of a factor. It's really been one team holding versus the other. Not a whole lot of contest, not a whole lot of open time. Accuracy looks to hold things down. Boston really just looking for a strategy, looking to get everybody in somewhat of a force together. But Pred and Mack starting to fry, cut down 2. And with that accuracy, he's the sole man left inside of the HP. He gets challenged and nearly turns.
Arrow finds 4 kills in a row to break the setup before he does get team-nated by Vivid. But now Boston Breach putting some time back on the clock for them. Only down by 10 points. They're forcing all of Seattle to just continuously spawn towards the back. They can't even get close to this one.
Oh my gosh, and Nero, you can just start to see it in this movement. He's starting to feel himself. Another spree where he goes down, but those kills are huge. Pred takes a nade to the face, thankfully dodges it. And with that, Seattle now put themselves in a good spot to walk away with the scrap points. But really, Jay, conclusion after the first set of rotations. It feels like Surge always holding those initial points. Boston getting a lot of that time in between and doing a great job at breaking hills.
Yeah, it's all about the Surge right now. Their initial setups, at least for some of these money hills, that P2 was held for a full 50. But now we find ourselves on a second rotation. Boston Breach did a good job at this P1 last time around, getting about 20 seconds. But they do control the spawns for now. Seattle Surge, their big picture right now is just to flip them.
See if they can do it. And then, in fact, let's actually step aside and see how those comms are sounding in the midst of all the chaos. Let's go to a listening with Seattle.
I can't get on top house. Top house near. Look at top house. Bottom house. Bottom right.
We control the nice. One more nice. Last guy's in. He's so fast. I'm pitching out. Okay. I was waiting for you. We got top. I'm the right. Stop pass the bottom house. Okay, I'm looking top. Top. Open and gate. I'm sitting down. Wait.
Yeah, one more. Nice. Outstairs. Nice. Zinni can be pushing left.
I'm on He's water tank, Zinni, one shot, dead. I got time.
Nice. Keep up right. I'm getting up that. Nice. Getting up our we control the bottom house. I have front door. Let's go gate.
I hit him with an 8, low water, 8 planet.
Okay.
He's over there somewhere, I don't know.
I'm still playing middle, not in.
On time, water. Trips.
Last got time.
Trips, to the right.
Tell him low water. Trips weak. He's on time.
Okay. Nade over.
Play kills, still pinching shit.
Nade over.
What about that? One shot. I'm needing time.
It was a great little check-in there with Seattle Surge, and really we got to listen to them absolutely fry. Go on a bit of a run, but thankfully, at least for the time, Boston are able to contest, get a few bodies in that hard point, and stop the bleeding, Jay.
Yeah, right there, Seattle. At least to initially start this P2, they had the spawns, but Boston Breach right through the front, are able to win a majority of those gunfights, and then force now Seattle to early rotate. This has been a great hold from Boston Breach to get themselves right back into this game. Now all the way towards P3, you're going to have number 1, which is Vivid, just playing safe towards the back, trying to allow his teammates to spawn on him. But you have to keep in mind where Pred is. He can cause mayhem in their setup.
This would be the worst thing as well. If you're Boston, you finally rotated, you got everybody ready, composed, and interested in this HP. Pred eventually does get sniffed out. Methodz wins the great 1v1 versus accuracy. The two ARs constantly battling, dueling throughout Bocage, but Mack has actually found his way inside of the HP. Vivid goes for 1, not the second. The SMGs continue to trade while the ARs do the damage around the outside. And speaking of such, TJ may have found the lane, put some bullets into Mack. None of them land, but he could have an advantage when it comes down to positioning, but not gonna happen. Seattle find all 4.
And that's the worst case scenario right there for Boston, because now the spawns do flip. Seattle just have to turn around, basically get this time and put you in a little bit of a spawn trap. If you're Boston, you have to try to get out quick. Simp with the 2-piece. Boy, he does get traded, but still, Seattle are continuously growing this lead with the remaining junk time on some of these hard points when they get a clean 4 dead. Boston, their holes need to be better.
And TJ once again trying to go for the route toward the field. He's the player to look out for. The number 3 in the top left of your screen. Somewhat no man's land, but eventually does find the first, and that will help lead the charge. The forces are there. The reinforcements have arrived, but what can they do with the map positioning, with at least somewhat of the focal point that TJ allows for, and really the answer is nothing. Seattle locked down this barn. They're getting a lot of early time, and they are making Breach work for everything. Nothing landed, no strategies working out currently as Seattle are about to cross that 200-point mark.
And now that's 3 down. You see the positioning of Vivid. He's trying to at least set up a pinch, but great shots from Pred to take him down. Finds himself on a 4 spree as Seattle. Great hold after great hold. Boston Breach, you just have to cut your losses. You have to early rotate. You cannot allow these SMGs to roam around and potentially flip these spawns. Pred is on a 5 spree. If he picks us with this glide bomb, it might be all over.
Yeah, that could be it. 2:20 reach, 30 more seconds to go. And if you're Boston, you're almost licking your wounds at this point. But again, and the most important part of this hill, the very opening, Boston sees 3 members fall. And now Pred, 1 away from the glide, trying to make his way into the flank. Through the sewers he goes. Kill found and glide bomb earned. Nero off the top rope ends up taking him down. And so Boston, somewhat of a 50-50 fight positioning. Not the greatest, but Vivid trying to be the man toward the front. Here comes the glide bomb. You hear it screaming toward Bocage. It'll take down Methodz. That could be the entry. That could be the opening. Seb left to find the other one. And well, Pred, he just goes back to the basics, man. Back on the flank.
Yeah, that's just a great usage of that glide bomb to not allow Boston Breach to get any time off of this P5, even if you're not picking it up. And Fred, he just simply does not miss, man. His reaction time is insane. 38 and 23, make it 39. Potentially the first 40 bomb on this map. He's just going crazy right now.
He is, man. And you see the kills. It's also the deaths. Like, he's 39 and 23. He's not dying. He is not dying. Come here, Nero. Okay. Thankfully, for all of our sanity, and at least for Boston fans for the time, the Aussie does get slowed down for the moment. Breach, by no means 100% out of this as of yet, but P1 has got to go their way. And Jay, on top of that, they cannot allow for this time to go vacant.
Yeah, they have to get this time. You have to work double the trouble to make sure you at least have those spawns going towards that next hill. If you're Seattle, it's only a minute left on the clock. You can stay off of it. You just want to make sure you're focusing on holding that field side, winning your gunfights, and keeping them off that point. A lot of pressure towards the middle of that. Mack with 2. They're still soaking a lot of this time, 10 seconds away from taking map 1.
Yeah, and the best part as well, if you're Seattle, again, you have to allow, rather Boston has to jump on the hard point. They're basically giving up their position. They're allowing for one man to be out to dry, and Seattle is taking advantage of it. Pred reaches that 40 bomb. Same thing can be said for Nero, but when you take a look at the scorecards for either side, it could not be more different. Rotation inbound. Seattle with one body toward the back will hold on to those spawns for the moment. 10 more seconds before this game 1 is theirs. Some recent bocage struggles, at least so far in land, have gone out the door. Accuracy gets beamed off of that head glitch. Still a few more points necessary. And Sib, he's holding down the cutoff.
Yeah, we're just holding down the cutoff through the middle of the map if you are Sib. But Seattle, all you have to do is get on this point. You should be okay. Last player here is going to be Methodz. He gets taken down, and Pred finds a second. It's all over.
It looks to be over. Pred puts them in the dirt and Surge. I don't want to say pick up from where they left off, but at least when it comes to land, looks like a spitting image. 250 to 177, the final score. And Jay, it was the Pred show again, showcasing why he is one of the best players right now in the game.
He just literally takes over the game by getting his kills, and he just causes so many problems for the opposing team by not dying. Every single time you're coming off spawn, you're trying to figure out where is Pred on the map. Where is he trying to attack this from? Where is he flanking from? They just simply could not put a pin on it. 46 and 28 from the rookie. 35 non-traded kills, just absolutely takes over. Nero on the opposite side, he was there to at least match that energy with 43 and 37, but the SMGs from Vivid and TJ didn't really put up the best numbers, neither did Methodz. It just all came down to some of their setups. 11th in hold percentage on this map, and it showed. You could not go clean 4 dead, and then eventually for your spawns to flip out, that's the way to Seattle for just walking away with this game.
And it's not necessarily a big worrying sign, but it isn't the greatest, right? To see that Boston, whenever they're seeing success in terms of the Gavutus or whatever it may be, it's usually when Methodz goes off. Now that, and TJ, when we're in these SMG-like maps, you see that SMGs go off and Methodz and TJ start to fall behind. The big conversation around this Breach roster has been about their vetoes, what they did in the last series, and I don't know, man, it's a scary map to have, considering how reliant they have been on these hard points.
Yeah, it definitely is scary, because if you talk about this squad, at least previously, Gavutu and Berlin were usually their bread and butters, but ever since they have this new SMG duo, it's all about the SMG maps. So when they're playing Tuscan, when they're playing the Cage, you need your SMGs to step up to a whole different level. They just simply could not match the energy and the aggression on the opposite side for Seattle Surge. And now if you're Boston Breach, a little bit nervous now, because now you have to rely on Search and Destroy to get you back in this one.
Yeah, and it's really been a thing ever since Capsule left. Like, that was the one scary thing about this roster change, was the pace difference that Boston was going to experience. And Capsule, who was like a number 10 KD in Search Destroy on the year, I don't think anybody was like above 30, like in terms of the other three. And it feels like nobody has really picked up that pace. I know, I think it was Carson who actually stacked to us. Nero, I believe, right now has the lowest KD in Search Destroy out of everybody in Major 4. Nobody's picking up the slack.
That's not good.
No,
obviously with a 2-7 record, you're not going to have the best KDs, but if you are Boston Breach, you do have that history of playing this squad on this map specifically. They did fall to a 6-3, but this is the way you need to be able to turn your tournament life around. You need to win Search and Destroys in order to win tournaments.
And how many times have we seen teams that walk away with majors a lot of the time it is that S&D, right? We're talking about like the LAG run. They go on that crazy spree. When it comes down to Seattle, S&D was a mode that dramatically improved. Like we said, man, I mean, honestly, teams can walk away with respawns, but it feels like S&D, you know, the age-old term, wins championships. I know at times that maybe it has gone away. We talk more about the respawns, but maybe in this title, or at least when it comes down to the elite of the elite, S&Ds have got to be on point. And as we said, Boston off of those 2 losses versus Florida just yesterday. Hoping to see them turn around when it comes down to Tuscan.
I think the biggest thing that I took away from watching them play Search and Destroy yesterday just simply had to be the aggression from their SMG. They're starting a bunch of these rounds already in a 4v2 because they're both getting taken down. And even if it's by a nade or just being super aggressive on the map, just running into someone's pre-aim. If you are Boston Breach, at least when they did have Capsule on the team, it was all about slow and steady wins the race. You allow your squad to play for that information and then play off that. You cannot just try to rush, bull rush right through a site. Yeah. It's not going to really work, especially versus a team like Seattle, who have just beat you on this one.
Yeah, especially when you have a guy like Pred that's flying around. Mack can be incredibly lethal, and we obviously know the man that sits at the back, accuracy. Mr. Iceman can come through clutch when Seattle absolutely need him. It's Surge to answer early in this bocage, and now we are just around the corner already. From Tuscan, Search and Destroy, you see the fans repping either side. Some happy Seattle Surge fans in the crowd after what has been a decent amount of time and not claiming a bocage hard point. But up 1-0, we'll see if they can make it 2, or if Breach can walk away with Old Faithful. At one point, they're like one of the best S&D teams in the entire game.
Yeah.
And as we said, with this recent roster change, their game plan has totally flip-flopped. Round 1, here we go, Jay.
Both of these squads as well on this map specifically have lost 6 of their last 8. But if you are Seattle, at least one of the 2 wins that you do have is versus Boston Breach. But here we go. Seattle on the attack early on. Just gonna take their time. Boston Breach trying to take mid-map control. Nero super aggressive in towards A. Seattle just trying to not allow anyone to be super aggressive through middle, and TJ finds that first blood with the nade.
Yeah, big one. On to accuracy, player that's gonna play toward the back line. So the attacking team already brought down by a man. Sid looking to find that pick. Note that TJ's got to be around here, but how about the strike out of Tej? And it's a quick 1vx situation for Pred. Clean and confident are the Breach as they roll through round 1.
Right there, it's just knowing your opponent. You know that accuracy loves to play towards top fire. Set up the teammates to get that first blood. And at that point, Seattle Surge in the man down. Just trying to be super aggressive through A. TJ with the sniper takes down Simp. You saw a little head scratch there. Just wasn't expecting that, but very, very clean round from Boston Breach to start us off.
One thing, too. So we'll see Boston now enter in toward their first look at attack is that for Seattle, they've had some struggles when it comes down to both Mack and Pred. I believe they're around the 0.9 range in S&D. So it's not just been Boston has been struggling in S&D. There are certain players that absolutely have for Seattle as well. Pred brought down to half health, manages to stay alive, but Boston have placed themselves very, very closely inside of P5.
And Boston are trying to set up for this B push because whenever they attack towards this B site, they have an 83% win rate. That probably sounds crazy. They only done it 6 rounds.
Here's the 7.
Pretty good at it. Here we go. Nero starts it off with the first engagement. Already Boston in the man advantage, and this is where you know Seattle are going to play for that rotation back. You got all the information that you need. Let's rotate this bomb over back towards A.
This is a great call out of Breach, and Vivid could catch the aggression out of Pred. Spots him and takes him down. A great pick there from Mr. Drost. Is now Seattle a quick 2v4. And really, TJ, he's making sure that every single angle is locked down. Mack for 1, that's all he's going to get. And another solid round out of Boston. Slow and steady, wins the race. They find the pick, they rotate. And from there, Seattle never stood a chance, Jay.
Two rounds now where Boston Breach have found that first blood. And on this map specifically, they are 80% in finding that first blood. 2nd overall in the entire league. And it's showing as Seattle Surge in the man disadvantage cannot put a plan together to at least try to clutch up on one of these rounds. Now Seattle back on the attack.
See if Sib likes to bring out the big boy. And in fact, he will. Back to business, our Seattle. Mack with the bomb on his back. May have to deal with somebody like Methodz. However, it is Vivid that strikes early over at P5. And he has made the quickest of rotations. Eager, hungry to get back in the fight and put that AR to good use. Nero able to put in a few bullets before, oh my goodness, getting away. Accuracy aCBeZy thought he had him dead to rights. Another first and another second pick for Boston. Mack will find the timing just to make the numbers a little easier.
So now in the 2v3, Simp and Mack trying to clutch it up and get Seattle on the board. Trying to play some mind games, playing slow towards that field side, but look at number 3 in TJ. He's ready for that wrap towards B. You know they cannot push through middle map, so they basically have him trapped towards this field area. There's 30 seconds left on the clock. They're gonna make that push over towards B, and Boston, they're ready for it.
Boston continue to allow for the play to come to them. Sib, eager with that reticle. He's got somebody in the corner that he's got to deal with. His teammate falls, but at least he stays alive. Only 15 seconds to play with. Grabs the auto off the ground. And with 2 players still lingering, still hiding, it feels like he is about to be dead to rights again. Breach, slow down the map. And it has worked out 3-0 now.
3 first bloods. They take mid-map control. They take control of bottom fountain. Find that first kill onto Pred, because you know, at least the play style of Pred, he's always going to at least put himself in that P5 position, trying to play for that late flank. So as long as you're shutting down the playmaker on the opposite side, you are setting yourself up to potentially close out these rounds as Boston, not making mistakes in this search and destroy. Like you said, slow and steady wins the race, but this time Seattle, they're taking full-on mid-map control.
Indeed, they have a lot of players as well established over toward the well. Mack with 1, Mack with 2, and Pred with the 3rd. Methodz left in the quickest of 1v4s, but by no means waving the white flag. While the bomb is not in the greatest of spots, he still has plenty of time to work with. A 1v4, never easy. But again, we're talking about Zitty cut down, and thankfully Seattle, a round that you'd say they had to win, and they're finally able to get one.
And that was all about the teamwork right there from aCBeZy and Pred. They were aggressive through middle. Pred slides down those fountain steps, and aCBeZy was ready for that player on the opposite side. Takes that first blood for the first time for Seattle. Finally get themselves on the board. And now they just have to figure out attacks. Boston Breach is just picking them apart, finding that early first blood, and then basically trapping them on their attacking rounds.
Oh my goodness. And aCBeZy will remain on the donut. Another first blood for Boston. And Chef Tony will strike first. In Seattle, still willing to go for the play. They know that Methodz is going to be around here. The stun gets tossed out, greeted by the nade. Everything in the kitchen sink ultimately tossed at Seattle, and that nade will also drop Mack as well. An excellent start here for Methodz, and he will set his teammates up for success. 2 kills along with an assist, and now it is Sib. 1v4. Check your corners. Oh, okay.
He checked it.
He did check it, but it didn't matter. That is a frustrating gunfight, Jay.
It definitely is, especially going up against Nero. You know, his reaction time is insane. What a snap from that young man. But another first blood in favor of Boston, and just shutting down the guy on Seattle Surge who usually leads in the majority of these rounds. They're not leaving aCBeZy in any clutch situations. They do not want to force the Iceman to potentially get them back into this game, but Boston now up 4-1, all out aggressive towards A, and Seattle going to do the same thing. Trades go back and forth from Mack. He comes out on top with 2.
Yeah, Mack, he help. That's going to be 3 in ace territory, as it's all up to TJHaly, stunned and maybe somewhat dazed. He knows the players are going to be challenging from every corner. That gun is going to be revealed and handled. Excellent plays coming in from Seattle, and more specifically out of Mack. He has been the only guy that seems to be doing the damage. Oh, and he walks away with the ace as well.
He gets the ace. That's huge, because now he finds himself on a little spree. Down 4-2. Potentially earn yourself a glide bomb. But if you're Seattle, let's completely just forget. Yeah.
Look at the kill disparity.
Not good. Mack is
has
literally
9.
Someone help him.
Everybody else combined has 3.
Not good.
Mack needs some help. Come on, Seattle. The man needs a little bit of support. Oh my goodness, Simp watches that bullet whistle right past his ear, and it's Vivid who is able to strike, not for 1, and I guess that's all it's going to be. Mack does thankfully extend the streak, and sniper shots are exchanged either which way. aCBeZy gets on the board. Seattle with numbers.
Seattle with numbers, but I think Abazy was at least able to spot Nero. Goes for the challenge, a little bit of assistance from Simp. So now it's all left up to TJ. Bomb is gonna get planted, but Simp with the jump shot, able to take him down. And Seattle Surge are not relying on any more individual plays. It's a 4-man push towards either side of the map.
Young
and they're just coming out swinging. What a shot from Simp, now down 4-3.
What a nasty shot that is from the Røkkr. We know that he has got that talent within him and puts it on full display. Mack at least does get some assistance in that round. Accuracy with 1 and Simp with 2. And just like that, Seattle down 1 round already. Boston hungry and eager to reclaim this advantage as things start to slow down for the moment. Breach, a much more defensive setup, much more passive look as they come into this.
Yeah, they're just trying to catch one player, trying to be aggressive on the map through A or through P5. This time Seattle holding strong around that 50-yard line, just waiting for the push to come to them. As Boston, they take control of P5, crack a couple windows open. But Mack on that 5 spree, you cannot run into him and potentially give him that glide bomb.
Incredibly careful. Stun goes out. That's going to open the door. And for Boston, they're left to have to reveal themselves. Mack on the 5 spree. Valuable position. One player snuck his way through. Pred, tried and true, tries to stay alive, but it's ultimately the nade over the top. Now one away from the glide. And you see the expression on his face, what it meant to walk away with that gunfight. Seattle, despite having guns up and prepared, lose the man advantage and one more on top of it. Bomb has got to get planted, and it will. Simp still with the sniper. Brings out the pistol. Oh, he's got the beat down. A fist of fury for Nero, but Breach able to get some distance. Up 5-3.
Just taking your time if you're Boston Breach. Allowing the play to come to you. They get that first blood with the nade. Then the biggest kill of the round had to be Methodz taking down Mack. Does not allow him to earn that glide bomb. As now Boston Breach find themselves at game point. Someone still needs to help Mack. Someone spawn in. Come on.
Simp has at least contributed a little bit, but yeah, you're seeing the 1 and 5 from accuracy, the 2 and 7 for Pred. Seattle slow down. They're fast SMG, they're slow AR. Ultimately getting picked apart so far throughout this S&D. Is this where we call it curtains for Breach? Is this the round where they bring it back? Utility tossed, and Seattle have got themselves placed over toward the field. Nero trying to go for some acrobatics onto the statue. And while it's not ultimately accomplished, it probably works out better in his favor considering where Pred sits.
Yeah, Pred definitely got those sound cues. There's a couple players in towards P5 as the bomb is going to get planted towards A. Vivid finds the first blood, and already Seattle in the man disadvantage. It's all going to be on Pred. He does find the first, tries to find the second, but TJ, he's there for the trade. Now 3v2.
You like that hunger out of Pred, but still an awkward position to be in. He falls. Accuracy, a gunfight he has to take, traded, and now it brings it to a 1v2. Simp once more left in a position to clutch. And he has that bomb still to watch over. Methodz and Vivid gonna try to stack this. Gonna have somebody try to watch over.
He's on it.
On the defuse. And Simp has got to handle some business. Is he gonna catch the foot? Is he gonna catch the foot? He finds one, but Vivid holds the defuse, and while he gets the kill, it does not matter. Breach come out with the W here on Tuscan S&D, and it was clean all the way through. Dominance met with dominance.
It was just all about playing for the information on the map. Boston got a majority of the first bloods in that game. But even right there in that final round, the teamwork from Boston to instantly hop that bomb, use Methodz as a little bit of cover to at least protect Vivid while he was defusing that site. That was the best search and destroy I've seen Boston Breach. Ever since they formed this roster play, you play for your information. You're getting multiple first bloods, and you're winning your man advantages. Great S&D from them from start to finish.
And it's almost like you saw Boston do what Florida did to them just yesterday. Slow down the game, allow for Seattle to make the mistakes. You see the dramatic difference in those first bloods. I think I saw a quick look at the scoreboard, but I think Seattle had 1, maybe 2 out of the 9 rounds that we ultimately played. Seattle just continued to work off of those man disadvantages, and we talk so often about how important those first bloods are. A huge game for Boston Breach to take. And Jay, we thought this one was going to come down to the wire. Given that we're only in 2 maps, it feels like it has all the legs to get there.
Yeah, it's like a complete flip-flop for these squads. Because last time, Boston did it all in the respawns. They're winning Search and Destroys now, but this Control that's coming up next is going to be such a crucial map for both of these teams. I feel like whoever takes that one will be able to take this series.
Okay, a big one up next. Tuscan Control, folks, is going to be on your screens in just a matter of moments. As we said, a top 12 placement on the line for whoever ends up coming up short in this series. No roster wants to be there, considering Boston's uprising, and most specifically, Seattle being where they have been most recently in the championship conversation. As we said, folks, when we come back after the break, it is Game 3. Stay with us.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to what has been a very, very interesting day number 2 here at our New York Major. Brooklyn has treated us quite nicely, and there you see the sea of fans, how hyped that they are as we have got ourselves a very, very fun and interesting game going down. Boston taking on Seattle. Jay, right now a 1-1 game, and I tell you what, coming into this, I think we expected it to go the opposite direction.
Yeah.
But here we are.
Here we are. Obviously, the Tuscan control is going to be so big for either one of these squads. Boston Breach, last time they did play Seattle, it was a clean 3-0. Seattle have won the last 6 out of 7 that they have played. The only loss they have is versus Boston Breach in a clean 3-0 fashion. And Boston Breach also on this map throughout the qualifiers have not lost it as well.
Now, one thing I want to talk about, too, is really how great that this crowd has been, because you know, we have Boston versus Seattle. They're still getting hyped for every single match that we've got going down on the main stage, but there has been one player in specific, one member of the crowd rather, that has kind of taken, I don't know, taken a new name, taken a new form. We got to talk about the story of Crim7. So we saw him, right, rocking the New York gear, and just earlier, just yesterday, he was rocking the Boston Breach gear. Crim sees him and says, you know what? What's this guy doing? He's got Boston gear on, hands him over the New York gear, hands him over the shirt, and from there, the rest is history. Crim7 and Crimsix greeting each other and hyping up the crowd. That's what you love to see, Jay. It's a match made in heaven.
Yeah, he was trying to switch up. Crim was not allowing that to happen.
That's Crim's brother, as far as I'm concerned.
Crim7, Crim 8, it does not matter. They are identical twins. And if you are Crim7, unfortunately, you had to get checked by Crimsix. You can't be rocking Boston Breach at the New York event. Come on, man.
What are you doing? What are you doing, Crim7? It's all good. You make some mistakes. It happens, but Crim not exactly happy with that, but here we go into game number 3. Tuscan Control up next. And to get back into this one, as we said, Boston are off of a solid Tuscan search and destroy victory. And one thing to think about, Jay, we've been touching on this throughout the series. These two teams met up just weeks ago. Boston took it, and a primary reason for it was because of this very map and mode they played against each other.
Yeah, and more specifically, it was all on Nero. He drops like a 2.3 in that control.
Oh my goodness.
Hard carries his team to a clean 3-0 victory. But this is going to be a battle. We have the #1 attacking team in Seattle, Surge, going up against the second best defensive team in Boston. As Boston are going to start off on defense. They have 2 players attacking through P5, trying to set up that pinch. But early on from Seattle, it's all about this 8-point first segment about to be complete.
First segment nearly done and dusted. First tick through, and really, Breach have been throwing no bodies at this. Finally, the first few kills come through, and it happens to be on the other side. Pret strikes for 2 and strikes for 3. Vivid eventually cuts him down, but he sets up Sib for success. And Mack, quickly and eagerly, rushes right into the base. Seattle, because of those picks, have now found themselves in a great spot when we talk about map positioning. Another minute already added onto the clock, and really, Jay, that's the name of the game, right? Get that first capture out of the way as quick as possible, and give yourself as much time as you can for that B zone. Fred, oh my goodness, if he finds that kill, I'm leaving, Jay. I'm leaving if he finds that.
Yeah, if he would have found that kill, if they're Boston Breach, that would have been devastating, because then that allows Seattle Surge to get a little bit more map control, but they were able to slow down this game, take control of the lives remaining. Now they are pushing up towards the middle of the map. Methodz not missing, finds himself on a 5 spree. 2 off of earning that glide bomb. All of Seattle, all Spawn trying to at least push through P5.
Great work for Methodz. While the rest of the teammates holding down P5, locking this one through. Actually, he's at least able to find a pick, and not just one, but also the second. TJ goes hunting, okay. Not the greatest look. Doesn't spot him, and now Seattle on the flank already. Fred, some great work. That's going to be 4 down in the feed at least in terms of the spree, and it's only going to continue to roll on. Mack as well is able to cut down Vivid. Seattle can do no wrong. A 5-team spree before Sib hits the deck. The Breach starting to stabilize. Mack still on the flank. At least able to cut down 1. Can he find the second? You bet that he does. Problem being is that all of his teammates have already been evaporated, already been eradicated, and sent back to the other side of the map. Made it on the clock.
Yeah, and Seattle were not able to complete that first segment on that B point. So Boston do a great job at least contesting it when they needed to. Now currently down by 2 live, Seattle, they love to do this 2-2 split, and they have 2 players approaching towards the back, 2 players from the front. But Vivid, he might be the guy to break their setup. He's on the flank, he finds the first, finds the second. But across the map, Accuracy does win that one-on-one. Now all of Boston Breach just have to pay attention to their base.
That's just one of your favorite parts as well if you are Breach. Now with this new addition, what Vivid can do, the annoyance, the problem. It's almost like a fly swarming around you that you just can't kill. Vivid always on the flank causing issues. And speaking of flank, Seattle trying to make something happen. TJ does get dealt with in the end, and really just another push where Surge, out of desperation, have to send a few players forward. Give it a nice pick out of Sib. Could set Seattle up for success. They've got 3 players combined together, but it's not going to be easy to cut down this Breach front. Methodz does the damage toward the back. Mack tosses out an nade, says a prayer, jumps on in, cuts one down. And can he have that teammate support? They are here in numbers. But it's Vivid again on the flank. He strikes again.
Just consistently putting himself in great position. As he just finds the 5th as well. This SMG duo, ever since they have been formed, have been putting on an absolute show. Boston Breach hold strong on the defensive end. Do not give up a segment. And now if you're Vivid, on that 5 spree, play this round slow so you can earn that glide bomb, make the game a little easier.
And normally, Jay, you know, if you're like a team like Boston, you're like, okay, cool, like, you know, we won that round. But versus Seattle, who have been so good on their attacks, I feel like you're almost thinking way higher about yourself after a round like that. 2 players on streaks as we head into round 2, and Breach take their first look at attack. The man that we have to be taking a look at is going to be Vivid on the 5 spree. See if he can extend it forward. There's really no presence on that A zone. Potentially Boston playing very, very much in favor of these sprees.
They're just taking their time. Not trying to allow any Seattle Surge players to sneak on through and potentially set up a bunch of these pinches, as Accuracy is going to be the only player over towards A. Actually, 2 players are here for Boston, but big kill from Mack to take down Vivid. Last player on the point is going to be Nero. Nero with the big 2, almost a big 3, but Sib, great shots, able to equalize him. Now they do not complete that first segment on A, and time is starting to tick.
Yeah, and I guess the streak investment doesn't exactly work out as well as you would have preferred if you are Boston. 40 seconds left, and now they find themselves in a hole.
If you're Boston, you just have to get out. You had to try to complete this A point. Because you know, right now, Seattle Surge are up by 3 segments, but Fred, he's still swaying around that A point. Accuracy through the middle of the map. Last player up is gonna be Vivid, alongside Nero. 24 seconds, you have to win these gunfights. Find the first onto Accuracy. But look at the setup right now for Seattle. They're ready for the pitch whenever they want.
R&D, they toss the utility, trying to weaken up these Breach players. Job done so far, but nobody yet to be erased off of the point. TJ does get dealt with in the back, and that will set up the flank for Mr. Pred on the 4 spree. Looks to take down everybody, but Methodz cuts him down. And with that, Breach, not easily, but ultimately will capture that A zone. Now, all their focus comes right into B, and they are already at that objective, Jay.
They're here. They are here. Seattle Surge do not have any plat control as well. They're doing a great job just dancing around that point. Lees finds that kill. Trades go back and forth. Methodz finds himself on a 3 speed alongside of Vivid.
Oh my goodness.
With the beat down from Pred. Able to get that kill, stabilize the map, and now all of Boston all the way across the map.
Feels like Black Ops 4 MW. We're seeing this many beatdowns.
Jab, jab, left, right.
Good work. And the close quarter situations really from either team, but specifically Seattle in that moment. All of Boston grouped up in the plat. And Accuracy looks to get in a better position, looking to gun them down. Try to make it look like a shooting gallery. Job done for the first. Breach with 30 seconds left. You are already thinking about these could be your final few pushes. The life disparity only continues to grow. And a little bit of an awkward stack as Mack takes 2 down. Vivid, it's great that he's on the flank, but how much can he do? And TJ ultimately will find the 3rd as well. And you just think, had a few more players from Boston from that plat taking somebody down, it could have been a success. It could have been a point capture, a tick for Breach. But a 3 versus 11, this one is all but over now.
Too strong on defense for both of these squads to start us off. Seattle Surge a little bit better, at least in the slaying department. Able to tie this game up at 1. They do not give up a segment as well. Now it just all comes down to, if you're Seattle Surge, you have to at least get 1 segment over towards that B point.
Yeah.
We know how great they are on their attacking rounds, but when Boston Breach are giving up the ace, that 8-point, the way that they did in that first round, just have to transition it over towards B. Have Accuracy sitting on that point by himself. Everyone else is trying to flood through front side, through bottom church, and through P5 to at least get that 1 point at B.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder, as we already kind of know our answer, but if teams will look to try to play it a little bit different, given how solid both defenses have been for either side. The only player out of the picture currently for Seattle is going to be Pred. He'll stay stationary, at least for the time, at P5. First tick nearly captured. Great gunfight victory out of Vivid, and the same can be said for Methodz as well. The ultimate 3-for-1 trade goes the way of Boston. Sib still trying to slow down that time. As a few hit the deck, Seattle get their opening.
And that's 3 down. Great from Seattle to come off spawn, know where these players are trying to attack from, and win every single gunfight. That's 5 in a row. Second tick is about to come in. Mack with the nade onto TJ. Now if you're Boston Breach, you have to kind of turtle up. You have to take your time in your base, and Methodz does just that. Finds that 2-piece to shut down that pressure. A is potentially going to get captured after that win from Accuracy. Time is going to get extended by a minute.
Yeah, and with that minute being added onto the clock, you just got to think, in these moments, it is huge. Communication has got to be on point for the Breach, considering how solid the opposite side is at this very moment. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding in a very crucial moment with Boston Breach.
Fire. We got fire. He's jumping on mid. Pred. I'm gonna play P1. Okay, Pred jumps on mid. Nice, good shit. Good shit.
Time. We gotta get kills. Sib is
No, dude, missed my jump.
He's on church back.
Yeah, trigger my B.
Yeah, we're good. We're only down by 4. Mack is our spawn. Mack is our spawn, probably.
Yeah, I saw it.
Church alley. Head back. I don't know.
Mack
went back our spawn.
I need top
I'm
green.
right pitching Mack. Go right next to me. Done.
Nice, I need top green.
There could be no one back our spawn, guys. The top church, Lamar. Green.
Okay.
And the back guys. Lamar's in green.
Oh, the back house spawn. Where'd you spawn? I spawned out green. He's close left. Back left.
Top plat. I'm one shot. Nothing in the back.
I spawned fucking P1.
Lamar, really weak. Three on point. Top plat, 2 on point. Our side. Back truck dead. 8 point. Towards that point. We're behind him. Hold on.
With 2 another one. Hey, backside time. Dante.
Yeah, Dante on me. Let's go.
They didn't get that take.
We're down by 5.
Yep.
They have a minute. They're gonna group up and win.
Yep.
They're gonna go left. I'm gonna come plat.
I'm up you left.
I'm taking
it.
And you hear Boston really just trying to pick apart, figure out what the strategy is for Seattle. And despite some great comms, Jay, it did not hold off Seattle from getting that 1 tick that we said was necessary.
That 1 tick can be the game changer for Seattle, but 13-7 in lives remaining with a minute left. You can simply outslay, turn this into a TDM game. You can potentially put yourself in the trade advantage. Mack and Pred combined for 2. They know that 1 player is towards top plat. They take care of him. No more respawns for Boston.
No more respawns left. Only 3 players alive. Can they go big? Can they clutch it out? Pred for 1, and the teammates will clear up the others. TJ, the last man in Seattle, displaying the dominance that they have become famous for here in Vanguard. Winning attacks on Tuscan. Name a better duo as Seattle confidently go up now 2-1.
Now, if you're Boston Breach, Seattle did take the very first attacking round of this map, but they did not complete that last segment towards B, so you're currently down by 5. If you win this attacking round by completing both points, you will secure that defense going into this round number 5. But if you're Seattle Surge, and specifically Pred, on a 4-speed, you just want to take your time. This is a huge 1-on-1 between him and Nero.
Yeah, it almost feels like you get that glide bomb,
it's over.
Could be the round. Yeah, could be the game. You said it for me, Jay. You said it very well. But Boston, they're looking for an opening. Really yet to do a ton of damage. Trying to strike is Vivid. Instantly in the back lines. Trying to do some work. Nero, patience does pay off. And the rest of the teammates ultimately win their gunfight. So a much more methodical look at this for Breach. Trying to be careful of the sprees and the streaks that existed on the other side. While some time does tick away, and Vivid continues to pick up kills, it is Boston who is slowing down that time.
And Pred is on a 6 spree. He earns himself this glide bomb. That could be the game changer. He finds it before he does get taken down. The second tick is going to be complete at A, but Accuracy wins that gunfight over towards that roof side to at least maintain control for now. But Sib puts himself in a position to get that trade onto Methodz. Now, time is going to get extended by a minute, but in the back of your minds, if you're Boston, you have a glide bomb that you also have to dodge.
These are just great gunfight wins as well for Pred. The man that holds the streak, arguably the most valuable player on the map, gets met with some great shots from Nero. A forgettable first few rounds, but maybe this one can make it all better. There's the glimmer of hope. Nero sacrifices himself, but of course, on the other side, it is Pred who cuts down half of Boston Breach, and he is hungry for more. Make it 3. He wants every single player of Boston to remember this very moment. A legendary performance out of Pred in these last few weeks, and he is adding another game into that column. Cannot be conquered, and really Seattle, the only objective is just find where Methodz is.
What is going on? These guys are running right by each other. Finally, aggreSy is able to find that kill onto Methodz. But that is a team spree indeed for Seattle Surge. Make it 10 in a row, 11. They are putting Boston in the blender. Not slowing down, maintaining map control. Finally, Boston get a couple kills, but 15-8, 30 seconds left.
This could be their look, though. They've got 3 players. They're rushing them into the point, knowing how valuable, how important that the situation could be. And considering all of that, Pred decides to call in the glide bomb.
That's 3 down now.
True, he does take down 1, but that's the only pick that Seattle are able to find. Methodz gets handled, gives the call out, but it's aggreSy. Clutch as ever, takes down 2 in Vivid. The sole man, the farthest pushed up player, has to make the play. He has to open things up. The rest of his Breach teammates, they've got to at least stop the time. It continues to tick away. Methodz finds the first, and they're on the point. They are on the point, but Simp takes down 2. Vivid is here. Methodz for 1. It's all on to Vivid. It's all on to Vivid. And Seattle will claim game number 3 after some wild antics. And that 4th and final round. Some crazy plays out of a multitude of different players. But I'll tell you what, Jay, that scoreboard again, 34 and 22 for Pred.
The guy is just unbelievable with the SMG in his hand, man. Every single time Boston found an opening 2-piece, the equalizer on the opposite side in Pred finds a 2-piece of his own to shut down that pressure. Now, if you're Seattle, you're feeling great in this series. I said before this map started, whoever takes this should put themselves in a great position to take this series. And so far, this has been a complete flip-flop. Just like online, Boston Breach are able to win every single respawn. But so far, Seattle, they're just coming out swinging. TJ, he needs to have a better performance. 13 and 34, 7 non-traded kills. Not the best showing from him. But there's always a map number 4 where you can bounce back and potentially force that map 5.
These New York fans, they're enjoying themselves some COD this weekend. Jay, how good does it feel, you think, for this New York crowd to finally have a major here?
Finally, it's in general, man, because we're talking about tri-state. So many gamers have come out of New Jersey, come out of New York, also Pennsylvania. They're all able to finally attend an event with all the pro players, people that they have been watching for such a long time. Get to get a couple autographs. This is the best feeling right now if you are a fan of Call of Duty around the tri-state area. But
and they're enjoying themselves some COD, man.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Themselves a bit of
they are. The energy so far this weekend has been insane, man.
It has. Seen some incredible moments, and obviously in this control, they got to watch Mr. Pred absolutely take over again. It was also a great game out of Vivid. The problem being, it just felt like the slaying consistency was not there across the board. We talked about it last time. When these teams matched up in Major 4, it was a clean 3-0 sweep for Boston on Tuscan control. Not at all the case here. Seattle back to business as they're up 2-1 in this series. And I don't know, Jay, what do you think has been the biggest factor so far for Boston? What has really been the primary issue you feel like in these last 2 respawns?
It's the inconsistency, man. Like TJ is putting up almost triple negative on that control. You cannot have that on a map and a mode where it's highly kill dependent. You're just basically giving up lives for free, and you're allowing Seattle to capitalize on that. But just the way the Seattle Surge and their SMGs are playing, specifically Pred, he is shutting down the aggression every single time. Nero has to get going because at least throughout stage 4, he was their best player. When they added Vivid to this roster, he goes from a 0.9 to a 1.1. Now finding themselves going into this Berlin hardpoint, Seattle Surge, they have lost their last 3 out of 4. And if you are Breach, you have won your last 3 out of 4. So This is just a back and forth series, man.
It is, and I guess there is some sort of calmness, I guess, that comes over you if you're Boston, but at the same time, Chad, but there's no, I mean, with how crazy this weekend has been, you know, when it comes to LAN, it just feels like in this game, you can kind of throw stats at the window. Also considering a loss here is going to give somebody top 12.
Yeah.
Right? After how great the Boston have looked, going 4-1, beating Titan after Titan. We came into this qualifier, we came into Major 4 saying, Boston, they have got one of the most difficult schedules, if not the most difficult out of everybody. I think it was Bryce earlier on the desk who said, hey, they've done the hard work, and now they are falling short when it comes down to the biggest of moments. A control loss, a hard point loss, and now they're going to have to rely on Old Faithful, as we said, a Berlin HP. And I'll ask you right now, Jake, your prediction. You think this one ends here, or do you think Boston have what it takes to get to that game 5?
I just think the way that Pred is playing right now, someone on the side of Boston has to shut him down. You have to try to kill his confidence because he's just running and gunning, staying alive in those important positions, allowing his teammates to now get the better spawns. He's just doing a lot on the map for Seattle Surge. On the opposite side, Boston Breach, I'm looking at Nero. This is a guy who plays at a tremendous pace, hasn't really had the best series so far, but he has to be the guy that shuts down Pred so you can allow your AR to start to take over.
We've seen him do it previously. We've seen him do it ever since that Vivid was added to the lineup. Even Vivid was one to say it. He was like, man, I tell you what, I joined this Boston team, and I never thought that I would actually see a player that's faster than I am. But whenever I met Nero, I realized, okay, I may have to play a little bit slower. I may have to recognize and realize that this guy is a little bit faster than me when it comes down to that 100-meter dash. As Boston are going to have to fly their way into the series and get the job done quick to try and establish some confidence after what could be a Game 5 on our hands. Seattle look to close it out here as we head in for what could be the final resting place of a very, very entertaining series. New York, let's make some noise. Here we go. Berlin HP, Jay.
And Seattle starting on the bad side, usually on this map for Seattle. When they dominate P1, they win this map a majority of the time, but starting off on bad side is not your best case, but if you find that opening 2-piece, you already put yourself in the man advantage. The pinch is gonna be here, and that is a successful break early on from Seattle. Now Boston Breach with 30 seconds spawns through flip, but if you're Seattle, this is exactly how you want to start this game.
In Boston, this could be a great attack though. They can instantly reply. They've got the spawns for new potentially on their hands. Nero breaks in. Things down on a 3 spree. A lot of times still the contest for Seattle. Only play that's going to be here for them is Pred. They'll like to walk away with a nice 2-piece, maybe get these final few seconds. But ultimately, it's about the race at that next HP. Great gunfight victory for Vivid as Breach will go into this next hill with a slim 15-point advantage. And it's going to come down to these early 1v1s to decide who's got the spawns and who's got the advantage.
Yeah, Boston have more bodies on this side of the map. They just have to win their engagements. But Mack taking down Nero now leaves it all up to TJ. Mack with 2. Great shots from him. Really secure the spawns and now secure time for Seattle to try to get themselves back into this game. But if you're Boston Breach, you have to contest this. You have to be thinking about that big picture because P3, the last go around where these 2 Titans did play, that was their money hill where they were able to walk away with it.
Great seconds inbound right now for Seattle. P1 ultimately went the way of Boston as time did conclude, but so far here at Library, they won the initial fights and they've seen success every moment since then. And they will call on the Aussie to send himself on forward, try to find some early picks, make Boston uncomfortable. Breach do handle business, but it was really coming down to just one player who was locking down those spawns. Back to the drawing board goes Seattle. They've got the advantage now in this game, but that easily could turn around considering the hill that we have up next.
Now Boston Breach fully set up for this P3. You have to win your gunfight towards street side. At least keep the trays there. TJ with a big 2-piece followed by Nero's 3rd. Last player is going to be Pred. That's all 4 down. Now Seattle Surge continuously spawning towards the front. Methodz the first cutoff man. Nice little angle through the broken wood. It's able to find the second onto Simp as well. And so far, this is great uncontested time going in favor of Boston. They were able to take the lead right on back.
Turret-like work out of Methodz. Same thing can be said for TJ. He's holding things down, catching everybody in stride, and somehow Nero feels like he has no chance in the world at winning that gunfight and nearly comes out on top. Boston locked things down quite nicely at P3. Get every single bit of those resources. They mined for it nicely. And now it is Surge set up and ready over at train tracks. A hill on Berlin has become more favorable for teams as of late. absolutely locked down some time, but a lot of it does come down to these early flanks through Warehouse. Breach aware of it. Look to send Methodz, look to send TJ. And a huge, huge strategy call. They've down 2 picks already. That make it 3. Last player inside of the hill is going to be aCBeZy. Found out and killed. Great work out of Breach.
Beautiful break right there from Boston to just take their time around that warehouse area. Able to get a clean 4 dead. Now all of Seattle spawning out towards front trains. Had to try to flood this because Boston, they're starting to run away with this game. A full 60 on that P3, instant break on P4. And just look at the spawns right now for Surge. All the way around that P1 area towards top plat. Sib does find that opening 2-piece, but Boston, they're just doing a great job just soaking as much time as they can.
Yeah. Playing it slow, playing it methodical, and it's working out for them. DJ, maybe even thinking about future spawns, given his map placement currently here in the bottom left of your screen, sets in a very favorable spot. Well, he does net a few of those close spawns toward him. It is going to be Seattle getting a few of those late scrap points. P5 now ready up and prepared. Somebody does sit toward top 3. Vivid with the call out, able to take him down. And with that, Boston find a few in stride. Now they've got the time, got the advantage. And TJ looks to kill a few players, take them down off the spawn already. A much better performance in this respawn out of TJ.
Yeah, and if you're Seattle Surge, you have to at least get them off at this time. See number 6 in aCBeZy, the route man. Gonna put himself all the way towards top. Pat finds that first kill, and his teammates combine for the rest of them. As they're able to get Boston off of that time, but Boston secure the spawns by taking down aCBeZy, keep control of that top plat. So as long as they're able to not give up P1 as easily as they did in the first go around, they should be able to grow this lead even more.
You see quite a few players as well from Boston over toward the track side, getting into ticket. It looked like for a moment they could try to force their way through, and they will have that spawn going in for next. So Seattle do get some much needed time, but you take a look at that scoreboard, Jay, it really doesn't look that much better as Pred stuns himself. So that's also not going to help either.
Look at Mack. Look at Mack's positioning. He at least puts himself towards top plat. He has to find an opening, or at least allow his team to get towards the play, but he gets taken down. And Boston, they're roaming around middle map. They're pushed out aggressively towards trains. These guys are coming out swinging so far on this second rotation. The lead is growing. Almost going to find themselves up by 90 points. As Seattle Surge trying to execute the break. Multiple bodies here. Pred and Mack combined for 2. They get the break. Now if you're Boston Breach, all you have to do is just cut your losses. Early rotation over towards P2. Get some more time.
And that was also a huge pick that came in from Vivid. aCBeZy was watching the crossfire on the players who were spawning on the opposite side. Vivid, while he does end up falling, he at least makes that avenue a little bit easier for Boston as they pile on forward, trying to make their way up the street, get into library. Sib with the same thing in mind. Considering the way that this scoreline works, it's going to come down to clutches. It's going to come down to big plays. And so far, the man who has made all of them right now sits on your screen with a 5 spray brewing. 5 in a row for Pred. Can he keep this one alive and win a few of these clutch 1v1s to bring him back into it? And you bet he will. Right on cue goes the MVP, the glide bomb earned as well. Seattle, right when they have to see their superstar net them success.
Seattle get the break and they get the spawns now for P3, but a clean 4 dead from Boston. Seattle are gonna flip right on back. Not the best plays right there from Seattle. Now you potentially have to invest this glide bomb going in towards P3. The contest is gonna be here, but multiple bodies trading back and forth. Sib, he finds 2, but onto Nero. Can he potentially take Pred out at this point? No, he cannot. But now if you're Seattle, slow this game down, but it's all about this P3. You cannot allow Boston to get a full 60. Glide bomb has to get invested.
We'll definitely be taking a look out for that number 8 arrow. When Pred looks to slow down, when he looks to invest this glide bomb, does lose a fight. And with that, these spawns are gonna get even worse for Seattle if they're not careful. Methodz pushed up very, very far. Here comes the glide. Out of Pred, a huge investment for Surge. He's able to take down 1. Problem being is that Boston, they cut their losses. You take one of us down, that's great. We'll cut down 2, if not 3, in favor of it. Breach continue to come out on top when it comes down to these trades. This double century mark has been reached. And Surge starting to scramble.
Gotta get in if you're Seattle. This has been 2 great holds from Boston Breach to now put themselves at 200. aCBeZy does find that 2-piece, but the spawn's still gonna be here for Boston, so the trade should be here. As the final 10 is going to go in favor of Boston, but if you're Seattle, you have to respond right here on this P4. Someone has to watch that flank going through that warehouse side. You cannot go clean 4 down and then potentially flip those spawns. This is where Seattle can get themselves back into this.
It's what they relied upon last time around. Can they do it again? Accuracy. Trying to lock things down. Aware of the spawns currently netted for the breach. Pred able to find a sneaky Methodz toward the back lines. Vivid gets handled as well. First wave cleared out of Seattle, doing the job that they have to. Pred continuing to show that aggression. Same thing with Simp. They've got their rookies placed very, very far forward at that 50-yard line, but Nero comes through with 1, comes through with 2. Oh my God, and nearly snapped on the 3rd. A great little wave cleared out of breach as they look to dive back inside of the HP, make Seattle work for all of these points, Jay.
But Seattle, they're doing a great hold so far. This has basically been uncontested time the entire time. Simp finds himself on that forest free, so now going into this P5, it is a 20-point game.
Oh my God.
If you're Seattle, it's all about trying to take control of top plat. Unfortunately, Simp can't win that gunfight. But look at number 6 in accuracy, able to sneak his way all the way through streets, and the spawns do flip. So now if you're Seattle Surge, you just cannot allow Boston to get good time off P5.
One of the biggest plays of the map, one of the biggest plays of the series. We'll see if it does ultimately benefit them in the end, as it should. Trades continue to fly throughout the map, right now favoring breach every single way. Mack and Simp come away with 2. Nero still continues to linger. P5 with 30 very valuable points, but it's Lamar who cuts down 2, drops by the nade. But again, just a lot of time to think about. It is the posture for position that continues to exist here on Berlin. It's Accuracy who made the play earlier, and now Methodz is trying to do the same.
Methodz is trying to do the same, but Pred with the reaction, able to find that kill and find a second. Seattle Surge, they're getting time off P5. It's only a 12-point game, and they're going to be fully set up for P1. Makes this job a little bit more difficult for Boston. They have to try to break through the front. Gonna have Methodz again trying to work his way through street, but P1 is here, and the game can potentially end for both squads right now.
Could indeed. The pinch does get established, but take a look. Mack, he goes forward, and that's gonna give breach the close spawns inside of fire.
That's
They
3
find
down.
2, they find 3. It's instantly Accuracy who's left in a position to clutch, and aggression will not pay off for Seattle. Another lead change inbound as Boston have been given a gift, and then some. The nades come through. Mack's able to find 1. Pinch trying to be established. The SMGs fiery as ever. They jump inside of the hill, and now they've got the time themselves. It feels like another lead change could be happening, and you bet it will. Final 15. Nobody can win it here. It's about the rotation now, Jay.
All about the rotation. Simp and Mack are going to be 2 players here from Seattle. But Pred on the pitch, he's able to find 2. Last player in the point is Methodz. He wins a huge one-on-one, but you see the spawns. They start to flip. 2-point game until Seattle call series.
Pred is here, but he does get found out. A huge kill comes in from Boston. Can they lock down the library, or will Seattle break in again? Can the Kings of Clutch raid in once more?
They're holding.
As Nero is able to find another 248.
Gotta go.
248. Pred hops in. The 1v1 victory. And Boston will do it. Somehow, some way, we have got ourselves a game 5.
What a performance from both of these squads. Boston Breach do just enough at that P1 to not allow Seattle Surge to win it there. But then off the rotation, it all comes down to these gunfights. It was 2 points that Seattle needed to close out this series. But the SMGs in those final moments, Vivid and Nero, combined for 3 to get every single kill to close out this hard point. Look how close this gets. Methodz loses that gunfight. Boston, the spawns are in their favor. And then it just comes down to these gunfights. These are the ones you need to take. They have 2 players in towards the point. Methodz catches the player on the flank. And at that point, it all just comes down to these trades. Vivid and Nero just hold it down the best they can to now force the game 5 word to TJHaly, this is another one, man. What a major so far.
It is absolutely wild, man. We talked about, how important it is toward the end of the year. We're talking about points. We're talking about the top 8. Everybody with that sense of urgency. We talked about how the competition level has never been higher than it is right now. And Boston come away with the W. As we said, recognizing, maybe even feeling it in the later stages of that hard point chase, thinking surely we cannot go down top 12. We cannot allow for this to happen. They dig deep, they win the 1v1s, and now they've got themselves the game 5.
And in those situations right there, in these crucial moments, you look at the guy that has been here before, Methodz, the veteran, steps up, the leader of this team, steps up, goes 34 and 26. And on that match specifically, he's like a 1.2 overall. Every single player besides Methodz was negative. It just came down to that P3 holds from Boston. They were both flawless every single time. And then whenever they needed to break into that P1, if you're Seattle Surge, you just have to play a tight setup. You cannot push out that deep towards trains and then eventually give Boston a free spawn.
Crazy stuff indeed, COD fans. We've got ourselves another good old game 5. We love to see it. New York has been treated and then some. When we come back after the break, it is time to find out who will be eliminated from the New York Major. Whose race will end here? Will it be Boston or will it be Seattle? Berlin, S&D, up right after this.
Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 2 of our New York Major. We are in the middle of a slobber knocker going down between the Seattle Surge and the Boston Breach. We find ourselves in a Game 5 as the crowd once more has been treated to one of Call of Duty's finer series that we have seen this year. And the reason, Jay, why we're headed to a Game 5 is because of this very moment, our scuff play of the game. Break it down for us, man. This is
right
crazy.
here. I'm thinking like Seattle got 3 down. Last player up is Methodz. At least Methodz finds that kill before he gets traded. It allows Boston Breach to now spawn at Warehouse, and even off spawn, Methodz catches this player going on that pinch, shuts down that player, and then all you have to do is just hold the angles from the front of this point. Mack does find the first, but then it's all about the SMGs. They get that opening 2-piece. They allow Seattle Surge to spawn all the way across the map, and they close it out in those final seconds. But we have another Game 5, and this one is going to be a bang.
New York, if you're ready for this Game 5, can I get a yeah?
Oh, they ready.
Love to hear it, baby. Tell you what, man, this crowd has been absolutely electric, and here we go. Boston Breach, Seattle Surge, somebody's tournament ends after this game. And Accuracy, okay, just puts through a nice few bullets, recognizing that he is on the chase. Has to dip, dodge, and dive, get out of dodge, and hope that a few teammates can join alongside of him.
And right there, Boston Breach definitely did their homework, because the last time Seattle Surge did play this map was versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, who nonstop every attacking round were playing for that fast plan. Now already Mack finds the first. The trade is going to be here, but TJ finds 2. Now Boston have the man advantage, 3v2.
Up to Accuracy, up to Mack. Have to still defuse the bomb. Vivid cuts down 1. It is all onto the Iceman, but tell you what, this would be one of his finer accomplishments, considering that that bomb still has to get dealt with. Clean from start to finish. TJ, with his stamp on round number 1, helps give Boston the 1-0 advantage. That's a hat trick as well. He gets Accuracy.
That was great early on pressure towards that A bomb. They force Accuracy to all the way back up towards the back of that P3. Get the bomb down, you play your angles, you watch your flanks, and Boston just took that game right to them. Now Boston find themselves up 1-0. If you are Seattle, their go-to play is going towards A in a very fast way. 62% win rate on that side.
Got 2 players. They've got Simp and Fred, who are trying to get all kinds of aggressive over.
Oh!
Vivid handles 2 on the other side. Seattle cut down 2 themselves. So while it was a heroic effort, out of Vivid, Surge counter and stay alive. But oh my goodness, Nero, be careful, buddy. Few shaky shots, but he gets the job done in the end. Mack 1v2, bomb down.
Mack 1v2, Methodz at least gets the angle of where he went. The stun comes in. You know, he's basically trapped in towards this corner, but the nade as well. So now if you're Boston, someone just simply hop the bomb, do not run up middle, but Methodz is there for the trade. Did not give up over watching his teammate in Nero run down the middle of the map. And Boston, they matched the aggression early on. Vivid, great shots to find that early 2-piece, but once again, it comes down to knowing your opponents. You know that Accuracy loves to play that top roof Warehouse. Nero works his way all the way behind him. And then in the 2v1, Methodz just clutches up for the team. Boston, 2 clean rounds.
Yeah, and just great aggression being established from your SMGs. Vivid found those 2 players early. Very questionable kill on the Sim as well, who's hanging out toward top broken. Great work out of Boston. As you said, up 2-0, now back on the attacking side. And it appears that at least off the rip, A will remain the bomb side of choice. Methodz and Accuracy continue to posture for position, and given that B seems a little too quiet, Mack, recognizing such, I believe, does spot Vivid, manages to somehow stay alive, takes a few bullets in the end. While all this action is happening, the bomb is going down on the other side of the map.
Bomb goes down at A once again. This time not as fast, but a 4v4 retake situation now for Seattle. They're going to put a lot of pressure in through the middle of the map. Simp does find that first blood. But the pinch is going to be here for Vivid. He at least evens up the numbers, knows that the pressure is still going to be here on trains. Now they have a 3v2, make it a 2v2.
Great gunfight victory again from Vivid. Up to Sim, dropped as well, and Boston continue to remain hot. Up 3 rounds to 0, and TJ just gets the call. They know where Sib is, putting themselves in positions to succeed, and again, it's like there's so much action going on the other side of the Mack. Mack's trying to take somebody down. Vivid's being such a great player at distracting the opposition. Meanwhile, Jay, I mean, the bomb's going down, and Seattle have nothing to work off of.
It's just difficult when it's a 1v3 on one side of the map and a 3v1 on the other. Now Boston Breach, up 3-0. Seattle Surge have to find an answer on this attacking round. Just gonna take their time, knowing that Boston are playing super confident. They're right up the middle of the map. They know where accuracy is, and they're able to find that first blood again.
They're at least able to counter. Surge met with some crazy, aggressive strategies. Boston starting to feel themselves up 3 rounds to 0. And DJ, really with the only ears at this B site, he's gonna have to give the call out, saying, hey guys, at least it's not over here. Indicator's gonna go through. Bomb placed once more at that A site. So much action happening on this part of the map. Start things off. Breach left to retake, and that's a great way to start.
That's a big kill from Nero. Gets past the player in Sib who was watching that flank, but the repinch kind of coming from Sib, but Nero has read this beautifully. Nero's able to find the 2-piece, so now it's all left onto Pred. Puts himself in a nice corner, 20 seconds left.
He reveals his position. He reveals his position. Cuts down Methodz. 10 seconds left. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. 10 more seconds left. Gets the stun and just has to go for the challenge. Pred, you are disgusting. Holds off Boston. And the 1v3 clutch is what it takes to get your first round on the board.
What a play right there from Pred, because time was not in favor of Boston Breach right there. It's only 20 seconds left, or at least 15 before at least one player gets close to that site. He takes down Methodz, reads the play beautifully, finds the second, and it just stalls enough time to not allow TJ to work that defuse. Now Seattle finally gets a round on the board. All on the back of Pred, but just the way that Boston have been playing these attacking rounds, it's all about A. This time they're gonna make the adjustment, send 2 players on this side.
Seattle here, ready and waiting. First blood has been crucial. It has been the story of all our search destroys, and they've got themselves another. Nero strikes first, keeping accuracy killless up to this point. Pred found and taken down. Confidence once more displayed from this Boston team. S&D has not been their strong suit as of late, but you wouldn't know it based off of these plays. A few come in for Surge, but numbers still favor Breach. It's all on to Mack. 30 seconds to play with, 2 players to take down.
30 seconds to play with, but Nero on the repitch could potentially earn himself the ace. He's just gonna run right on by. Mack, he has to get close to the site, or at least take down one to make this round manageable, but the repositioning from Nero, he is the safety net, and he's also able to find that last kill. The confidence from that young man to push right up the middle of the map through plat steps, finds the opening 2-piece, does not slow down, goes from all the way top plat, all the way towards backside train, the repositions, earns himself the ace. As Boston Breach, they are dominating that A bomb.
How many times have we talked about it? Seattle, the way that they were able to walk away with their championship at Major 3 was through these very moments. The clutch spots. When the odds were stacked against them, this is where they saw their success. Does it happen here, or has that flame been burnt out? Boston left to back up. Mack eager as ever to get down that bomb. Greeted with some shots. Dropped down low when it comes down to the bomb, but a worthy sacrifice in the end. Accuracy in the back lines. Nero ready for another kill, reveals his position, but he takes him down anyway. On the spree, grabs the AR, and TJ cuts one down as well. The defensive forces for Surge continue to fall by the wayside. 25 seconds left.
Now Seattle, they're in a position where they either have to push out the ball or at least hold the corner, but Mack puts himself in a great spot, makes it a 2v2. Both players towards back alley. Only 16 seconds and counting. TJ finds the first. All left up to Pred. The pitch isn't gonna be here. You just have to take the guy off bomb, but TJ and Nero on the flank, soloing out accuracy. They take him down. They find the second, and we were asking for TJ to spawn in after a terrible map number 3. He's 10-1 with the glide bomb as well.
New York fans feeling like it could be done in this very next round, up 5 rounds to 1, and TJ sits at 10-1. I realized he was playing great, Jay, but I didn't realize he was 10-1 for God's sake. He's got the glide bomb, and now Seattle with the biggest mountain in front of them, the biggest wave, if you will. And here come Breach, aggressive. Understatement. Nero nearly turns on the second. TJ falls as Mack. A great little moment, but how long will it last? Does get dropped. 2v2.
2v2. Pred spots Vivid, but Vivid puts himself in a great spot. Pred able to win the 1-on-1. And now Methodz in the 1v2. He knows the positioning of Pred. You have to get out of that gunfight because you know that one's going to be annoying. They're just playing the buddy system. Might be great timing.
Oh my God. He can find him. Sib's in the corner. Does not want to reveal his position. Methodz for the game. They slide back and forth. They slide back and forth. He does not see Sib in the corner. Spots his feet. Sib gets out of dodge. I don't know how in the world he gets away from Methodz crosshair, but he does, and extends the round a little longer.
The bomb is still down. 20 seconds to work with. If you're Methodz, pick this right or not, but he was able to spot him. He's able to spot him, and the gunfight is gonna be here, but Sib, he was ready and waiting. Able to keep Seattle in this game a little longer. So he clutches up the 1v1. Now down 5-2.
I just don't know. I don't know how Methodz and Sib did not engage earlier. Methodz is going to watch back the VOD and just be like, oh my gosh, man. I could have had it. Take a look at that scorecard. Accuracy. He's joined the agency coming into this next round. 0-7.
Got a glide bomb as well.
Here's that glide to work with. Surge, you'd think when it comes down to the site, that's where the glide bomb can be its most effective. Another first blood and a headshot on top of it for Nero. Nearly makes it 2. Pred wants to be aggressive. He wants to jump outside a library. Accuracy falls again. And a quick 2v4 left up to the rookies. And oh yeah, you got a glide bomb to work with as well. Pred falls. It's all on to Sib. Last player alive. Can he go clutch? Able to find the first. Nero hits the deck, but the information has been displayed. Sib, greeted with some shots from TJ. Has to wrap around and play carefully. A lot of time still to work with. He does have that bomb on his back, and a pick would mean everything. Trying to dip dodge and stay alive, but it's not gonna matter. Boston Breach will come out with the Game 5 victory. We said it would come down to search and destroys. And while it has not been their strong suit lately, it absolutely was today. They go 2 for 2 and put on an incredible show in front of this New York crowd. And just like that, our defending Major 3 champions out top 12.
That's crazy to say, man. That is absolutely insane to say because Seattle, we thought they were one of the top teams that we currently have in this game. But just the form of Boston Breach throughout stage 4 to go 4-1, they beat this team, not all the way into game 5, but they get it done. Boston Breach, the fact that they lose 2 search and destroys in their series yesterday, come out and make the adjustments like they did today. What a performance from them in that mode. It all started with the early aggression towards that A site. Yeah. They were soloing out accuracy every single round. Every time they know that they're on the attack, accuracy is going to be the player calling out that cross. They were pushing it through B Street. Even that last round right there, Vivid pushes aggressively through train side to take down accuracy. He's the guy that's giving all the information out, and when he drops, there's no information to be given. Boston Breach, get the job done all the way into game 5. What a performance from them.
And it just feels like, Jay, the biggest difference for Boston and SDs yesterday versus Florida to SDs here versus Seattle, correct me if you think I'm wrong, it just feels like whenever they were starting to get a few rounds, that aggression was paying off.
Yeah.
Like the routes were actually working for them in comparison to yesterday. We were saying they were constantly starting off in 3v4, 2v4 situations. I think they go like 8 for 9 in the first S&D. They were getting first blood after first blood here in Berlin as well. It feels like when this team is getting confident and they're hitting their routes, relying on those aggressive plays, they could absolutely be dominant in S&D again.
That's the biggest thing that I just took away is confidence. You could just see the aggression that Nero was putting on the map. No hesitation every single time they were attacking towards A. Goes right through secret door one time, pops a 4-piece and ace on the round, and then even right there when 2 players from Seattle Surge are on that A bomb, he aggressively just jumps right through that site, finds the first one, almost finds the second. But when you have a player, especially in SMG, playing with that much confidence, no hesitation to any of his plays, this is when they are able to find the success that they have. Boston Breach gonna continue on.
Impressive stuff, and it's heartbreak for one side, and it's a heroic-like moment for the other. Boston Breach walk away with the W in a Game 5. It seems like it's customary when it comes down to Vanguard. But let's go ahead and sit it down to the main stage. It is Blaze, joined alongside by Methodz.
Thank you so much, Lando and Study, for a fantastic cast. Give it up for the Boston Breach. Methodz in the losers bracket against the defending champions, down 2-1 with your family in the crowd. You went over this New York venue and come out on top. How are you feeling right now?
Jesus Christ, dude. I mean,
it was crazy.
Yesterday, obviously, we've been looking pretty strong, so to lose yesterday was pretty disheartening.
Yeah.
Coming today, we're down 2-1. Crowd behind us. Surprisingly, I'm wearing a Boston jersey. You guys are still
You even
behind
got
me.
Crim 7 in a Boston jersey down there,
But
okay?
listen, it feels surreal. I have my family here. I may play for Boston, but I'm from over the water in New Jersey, so this is the closest. This is the closest I've had to a hometown crowd. So thank you guys for coming with the energy. Obviously, Champs is on the line, so we're doing every single thing we can to make it happen. Hopefully, I'm not sure what the point situation is, but your energy is amazing. Thank you, my family. Like I said, I have them all. I'm staring at them right now. I love you guys, and hopefully we can keep it rolling.
Yeah, hopefully we can. They have been amazing in the crowd all weekend long, Zenny. And so let's talk about this series a bit, because the S&D hasn't been looking good for you guys as of late. And then being down 2-1, you get TJ with a fantastic performance in that last map. Tell me about how your team were in maps 4 and 5 and how y'all mounted that comeback to move forward.
Yeah, obviously polar opposite from yesterday. Not winning a search bit us pretty hard, and today search saved us. So
yeah.
Vivid looked at TJ and said, I need a MacArthur.
Okay.
A MacArthur map from you. He just went 12-0 against Paris on that map. So thank God for Tej. Me and him struggled first map. So a lot of people wrote him off and gave him flack, and I think that map right there is a reason why he's one of the best in the league. So my whole team, coaching staff, listen, obviously it's the first round of losers. Hopefully I'm back on this stage later this weekend, but very proud of the team for this one.
Hey, well, you know what? It's been a fantastic series. You guys come out on top. Any last words to the fans out there before we sit them all?
Straight!
Belly! Take it away!
Hey, Boston Breach moving forward. Seattle's going home, and that was so good. Everybody on Boston had their part to play, and the team is looking so phenomenal. But aLLeY, when it comes to this Boston team and what you saw against the Major 3 champions, by the way, knocking Seattle out of the event, how do you feel about that game?
I mean, it has to be the search and destroy, right? That's what we have to talk about.
Yes.
I'm assuming a certain OpTic Texas might have just walked on the stage. But I will say, it was the search and destroys, right? The first time these two teams matched up, the search is the only map that Seattle Surge was able to take off of them. I gotta let them have their moment, man.
Just so you guys know at home, if you did not come to Brooklyn, you didn't goofed, all right? Because OpTic's taking the stage right now, and the crowd is hype. But aLLeY, go ahead.
I'm just gonna say it came down to the first bloods. I mean, if Boston Breach, it felt like when it came to search and destroy, they just kept getting blooded after blooded after blooded. And obviously, when you're bound to man, like, it's so much harder to make that comeback. So today, they were on top of it. It was Nero, it was Vivid. Like, Seattle Surge just constantly kept getting like countered in almost every single round. Boston knew how they were going to play, and I think that needs to tell the Seattle Surge that they need to go back and rework some of their search and strike, because it was lights out. Absolutely. But now there's enough bot on them where these teams are just going to start countering.
Yeah, I mean, and you can see Vivid had a great performance. I mean, there was moments throughout the series where TJ dropped the ball, but he made up for it in that game 5. But, you know, talking about Boston versus Seattle throughout this year, I mean, Boston's 3-0 against them now. And, you know, honestly, with Seattle's map vetoes, they auto-veto Gavutu Hardpoint and Gavutu Control. That is terrible going up against this team, because Boston, that is a map that when they lose series, it's because of that Gavutu. So, you know, with Seattle, I really think they need to work on their map pool going forward. Also in this series, I thought maybe they should have played Bokaj S&D. They go ahead and get rid of that. That's a map that Boston isn't that good at. So I just think their approach was bad out of the Seattle Surge, but not going to take anything away from Boston. They get that win, and that should be enough to punch their ticket into champs.
Wait. The crowd is currently this wild because OpTic Texas just took the stage. They're not playing yet. They're just setting up their profiles. Nameless, we in New York, but this is always OpTic's house.
Listen, we are in New York City, and for the New York fans that don't travel to the events, Brooklyn, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We're in New York, and for the New York fans that can't go to these events, I know there's a ton of OpTic fans out here showing up here finally to the first New York tournament that we have. They are gonna get loud for OpTic Texas, and iLLeY's back on the team, making his debut back on land. I cannot wait. This arena is dripping with passion. Make some noise, New York.
Hey, this is what this year has been all about. You guys saw it in Texas, you saw it in Minnesota, Toronto. Listen, you already know the deal. Event by event, things just keep getting wilder. Bryce, man, you're not going to be on the desk for the next series of the day. You got OpTic, you got Røkkr. How do you think this is going to go down?
Okay, so...
Here it goes.
Let's go. Look, I got to be honest, there's been a lot happening at this major. There's been an awful lot of upsets so far, because it's not always about the size of the dog in the fight, but the size of the fight in the dog.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And it is a push for champs every step of the way. Røkkr have to make a move. They have to do everything. OpTic are locked in. This is a practice tournament for OpTic. I'm going to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
OpTic do not need to win this. They need to just get better for champs. Minnesota are watching LAG do well. They're watching Mutineers do well. They watch Thieves, Breach, and Ultra. Every bubble team has been crushing it. And now Røkkr are staring down the barrel of going home.
This is the most stacked-sided losers bracket I've ever seen in my life. Boston Breach moved ahead after beating the Major 3 champs, but the Major 1 champs are about to play against the undefeated team from the qualifiers last stage. The storylines are thicker than ever, and things are just starting to heat up. I know you guys are tired of hearing us talk right now, so check this out. We're gonna head right over to a break, but when we come back, get ready, baby. This place is about to get louder than you can imagine. We have OpTic Texas taking the stage against the Minnesota Røkkr. You don't want to miss it. But by the way, shout out to Boston Breach knocking out the Toronto Major champs, the Seattle Surge. They're going home right now in Boston. They're looking better than ever, baby. I can't wait to see what's going to happen throughout the rest of the day. We'll catch you guys on the other side. See you soon.
Dew and NYSL are giving away tons of prizes all weekend long. Grab your friends and join the Major 4 Metaverse event in Decentraland for your chance to win. Visit nyxl.com/dew.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time. Taking the main stage right now, we have OpTic Texas and the Minnesota Røkkr, two fantastic teams that we've been watching all year long here in Vanguard. A lot of legendary names. You got Dashy, you got Scump, and the list goes on. But right here on the desk, we're gonna break it all down and we're gonna have some fun while we do it, baby. My name is Belly, I'm the desk host. We got aLLeY, we got Nameless, and of course, my man's Lando. How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing great, man. This crowd is absolutely unbelievable. We're off of a wild series between Boston and Seattle, and now we've got OpTic's first entry in what is going to be a wild, wild crowd. It's going to be amazing.
Right, we have a new dad on the desk, by the way, so congrats once again. I know your wife is watching. I just threw the mess out that pin. But Orlando, OpTic Texas, they're going to be going against Minnesota Røkkr in a match that won't be easy, but there's a catch. Losers round one. I would have never thought about it.
I mean, it's crazy to think about. It really is. It felt like whenever they started going down 0-2 with Pro, when iLLeY got back into the team, it felt like things were going to change up, man. It felt like this team was going to get back on track. The fact that they didn't is it's a scary sight. And now that they're sitting possibly with one match that could allow for them to be top 12, crazy stuff.
This is scary right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at the maps and modes to see what we need to prepare our bodies for right now. The chance to hear OpTic's in the house, and aLLeY, we got the maps.
I see these maps, Vel, and I don't know how I feel right now because when it comes to this split for OpTic Texas, it has been their SMGs that have been struggling to get back on the same page. But this is also Scump and Shotzzy that we are talking about, and we are heading on land where OpTic Texas will seem to thrive, especially with a crowd like this behind them.
I actually like this map set for OpTic Texas. I mean, you look at the Tuscan Search and Destroy, they're on a 4-game win streak when it comes to that. They're 1-4 control throughout the stage, but the one control that they won was against the Minnesota Røkkr, and it was Tuscan control. And then also, I like that they're playing Gavutu hardpoint again, and in this series, I actually favor them on that map. So I think they did really well in the veto process. Shout out Cinder and Rambo.
Well, I know somewhere out there's probably a watch party out there in Minnesota, and when it comes to the Røkkr right now, Lando, this team has been making waves right now, and I'm absolutely loving it. How do you feel about them walking into this lobby?
I mean, I don't know. It's like a mixed bag. I mean, they came into that series. They came into that series with a crowd by no means behind them yesterday. And while it was the first few great maps, they really started to slow down. I don't know. This is a group of veterans. So I think coming onto this main stage versus this OpTic Texas team, who are obviously going to have the crowd behind them, I don't think they're going to be shaken. I don't think they're going to be rattled at all. This is a very confident group, despite being in what could be a top 12 situation.
But being more than confident, aLLeY, what are going to be their game fuel keys of victory?
Honestly, everybody at home, you can read it across the board. I'm going to go ahead and add one of my own. This is something I've been saying about this Minnesota Røkkr team, where yes, their pace adding and Havok made them unstoppable for quite a while, but the cracks at the steams have started to form. They just do not have the composure. We saw yesterday, they went up 2-0 versus New York Subliners and got reverse swept. There was no more life in that series out of them, and yes, we know what Tatch is capable of, and I need to see him take the reins of these players in this series because the crowd is against you, and you're going against OpTic Texas, but the standings are also against you for going into champs.
Right, and when it comes to OpTic Texas, aLLeY, this squad, okay, iLLeY's back. They're not where they wanted to be. They're trying to prove a lot this event, and they can be one and done. How do you feel about this team?
I know a lot of people are saying, this is just a confidence event for them, right? Because they're already locked in for champs, but for me, it's more than that, because you can't have confidence when you haven't even been playing that well. Split. And yes, the crowd is going to be there for them, but I need a prove-it series out of OpTic Texas right now, specifically the Scump and Shotzzy duo. They need to get back into form. iLLeY got plugged back in, and he is playing lights out. He had a 1.83 in Search and Destroy this split, and I know he's going to show up on land when it comes for the OpTic Texas fans. But when it comes to game fuel keys, if it can't, take it away.
I mean, they need to get back to control success. They were the best control team in the game, and throughout Stage 4, they have completely fallen off when it comes to that game mode. 1-4 during the Major 4 qualifiers. That is unacceptable, and then the SMG duo needs to get back to elite slaying. I'm looking at Shotzzy, and I'm looking at Scump, man. At a time, Shotzzy was literally the best player in the game, and we're starting off here with a Bocage hardpoint. They played this last time they played Minnesota, and they lost it narrowly by about 13 points, so gonna have to come out of this one swinging, man, because the current kings of the cage are the Minnesota Røkkr. I mean, these guys, they've won 7 out of 8 of their last Bocage hardpoints, and they lead the league in round percentage when it comes to Bocage SD if we make it to a game 5. OpTic can make them lose all confidence with a map 1 victory right here, and that has to come behind the SMGs who need a bounce back performance.
We've been going to game 5 all weekend long, just about, but ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time for our Zenny picks. I'm rocking mines right now. By the way, you should get your blue blockers online. Rando, Minnesota or OpTic Texas?
I'll tell you what, man. I expected this match to go down. I had Minnesota being in this very, very spot, and I think despite, what is going to be a crowd against them, I'm going with Minnesota. I'm going with Minnesota. I think they locked this one up in 4 games. I think they're not going to be rattled by the crowd at all. A group of veterans, I think they get the job done, Bell.
I'm turning around. Everybody's turning around like, Lando, what? Yo, aLLeY, who you got? Purple or green?
Hold on, Bell. You got purple and green on those glasses? Turn to the side a little.
These are LAG glasses. They don't.
All right, I'm sorry for even asking. That's purple anyway, and I think that is what I'm going against in this series. I'm going to go for OpTic Texas.
There we go.
iLLeY has been playing incredible as he's been plugged back in. It's just a matter of time before that SMG duo gets back on par.
All right, Nameless, this is terrifying. Minnesota Røkkr can get this done.
I'm going to go with the Minnesota Røkkr. I mean, it's going to go to a game 5. There's anything that this tournament has taught me is that every series will go game 5, and I favor the Minnesota Røkkr in a game 5 situation. You have to remember what the Minnesota Røkkr is playing for here. If they lose this series, they will not be at champs, and I just can't imagine Attach not getting there. He always gets his piece of the pie. They take this series in 5.
So check this out. Something incredible happened when we were at Major 2 in Minnesota. It was the Røkkr versus OpTic Texas, and the whole crowd booed OpTic. They made it loud. Now, I got to ask you guys, because I know the green wall is thick in here right now. If you guys are rocking with OpTic Texas, make some noise! I love it. I love it.
That was kind of quiet.
Give it up. Wait.
That was kind of quiet. I'm not going to lie.
If you guys are feeling Minnesota Røkkr, let them know.
I hear some screams.
It's mixy. I love it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to lock in right now. We have OpTic Texas and Minnesota Røkkr. Let's go.
One we got Dashy coming through in the pistol. That's going to be nearly the first. Pulls out the pistol and gets it done. Afro.
The North. In the darkness, a prophecy is told. 4 warriors. Confronting them like challenging the winter itself. The snow that blinds you gives them strength. And the ice belongs to them. Prepare yourself for a cold wind blows.
New York City, let's do it! It's time for another elimination matchup, and we got 2 badass teams on this stage about to battle it out. Coming out first, looking to play as one, make some noise for the Minnesota Røkkr.
this could be their final match of Vanguard, and they cannot allow for another breakdown. Went 2-0 up versus New York, and they allowed for the game to slide away. This team has got to be on point, and they've got to be ready for what is going to be a grueler of a series versus a very motivated team on the other side. Blaze, let's go ahead and bring out the other side. Let's go ahead and bring out OpTic.
It's time to bring out the big dogs, okay? New York City, make some noise for OpTic Texas. Dashy, iLLeY, Shotzzy, and Scump, the green wall.
Taking the main stage right now is the team that wants to win it all, baby. Brick by brick and map by map, OpTic Texas are trying to build something special. My eyes are gonna be all on Shotzzy, though. When he flishes that switch, ain't nobody better than him. If he turns up along with Scump, Dashy, and iLLeY, it is game over. The crowd is loving him. You guys already know the deal. Blaze, let's get this game underway.
I'm ready to get it started and hop into the crowd, and I can't think of a better duo to break it all down. Miles, Chance, take it away.
Thank you very, very much, Belly. It's time to get things going. Go down there as well. This is going to be one hell of a show and chance. What an incredibly important matchup this is for both teams, but especially for Røkkr.
I mean, yeah, look, this is like, you know, elimination top 12 for OpTic. This could be the end of the year for Minnesota, so it is the highest stakes possible. And I gotta say, this is like championship Sunday level energy from the crowd. And bro, this is losers round 1 on a Friday, man.
Man, it's just the craziest Friday I think we've ever had in COD, and we're ready to roll, though. This is a big one for OpTic Texas. Again, for them, top 12 dip out here in the tournament they don't want, but it's good vibes all around. I think operation now for OpTic Texas, get yourselves fighting fit for champs. iLLeY's back on the roster. You're finally able to get things going. They didn't have the best qualifying run to get to this point.
And that's the truest thing about these two teams is OpTic can at least afford to think long term, but it's also the situation where this is going to be the best practice you get forever, because it'll be a weird 2 weeks for the teams that qualify for champs, because it is just strange scrimming against the exact same team. So get the good stuff in on LAN, make the deepest run possible, and obviously for OpTic, want to prove that you can win again as well. And again for Røkkr, I literally cannot imagine what these guys are going to be feeling on this stage. I mean, they're getting smack talked by the crowd. They're feeling the pressure. And like the way they started their tournament, those first 2 maps, they came out hot. Since then, they have not been having a particularly fun time, and now they got to make a very long climb.
That's a scary prospect for OpTic Texas fans who haven't been in the strongest situation. Hey, they're not done yet, guys. But Røkkr came out so strong against the New York Subliners. Yes, the reverse sweep was the final result we saw there. But they certainly fed off of that negative energy the crowd were bringing them. We'll see if they do the same thing here against OpTic. And that man on your screen, iLLeY, that is going to be the deciding factor here in the series. If he can get on pace with the squad, if they can eliminate the bad habits they've been developing, God only knows how far they can go. Here we go!
Oh, man, this crowd, by the way, is cold-blooded before the series has even begun. And what a fun map to kick things off with, Miles. We're going to the cage.
We go straight to the cage. It's a throwdown on the smallest, meanest map that Vanguard has to offer. A lot of gun skill, a lot of kills. We're going to see these two teams soak it all up to start this series off. We will bookend this series with a Barrage Search and Destroy if Game 5 is on the cards. Here we go!
Hey, look, we are going to be kicking things off with the king. See what the SMGs can do, and this is a P1 break that is incredibly important. OpTic, worst P1 team in the game, but right now, so far so good. First couple of kills go their way. They're going to be nice and controlled.
Yeah, there we go, right back into it. The other side of the board, we've oscillated now to the other side, and Røkkr, they're finding those kills, but first in, best dressed towards that hard point. Opening time now for Røkkr. Can they hold it? Not an easy thing to do. And Chance, as you said, if OpTic are not the best team here on P1, what's the objective? Keep them killed, look towards the second hard point.
Well, right now, you're just trying to make sure you keep those spawns, and hey, at least you're keeping Minnesota pinned back, but Priestahh with one automaton, can't quite get the second, and maybe next in line is going to be Havok. At the very least, it might not be a ton of time right now that OpTic Røkkr collecting, but they are free and clear on that rotation. They'll have P2 completely locked down.
All good for now. Top side of the minimap, P2. Some call it field, some call it tanks. Right now, we call it the most important thing at OpTic Texas mind as the kills start coming through. Røkkr are desperately trying to fight their way out of a difficult situation. One kill at a time. Standy, the man to get it done. Over to tanks we go.
And if you're not winning the gunfights up front, gotta win the gunfights towards the back. And iLLeY at least backing one player down. But OpTic are hard rotating for river spawns. In the meantime, Røkkr just walks straight through the front of the hill. So a bit of a strange wrap. And hey, Røkkr will be happy for it. They're just going to collect that hill time.
OpTic now trying to infiltrate the inside of barn, finding the kills. Havok holding it down. It's over to Scump now. He's got eyes on at least attach. Will he be able to catch the kill out or not? As the rest of the boys try to get into the fight. It's a good hold out of Røkkr. They have got the lead now. They still have control of the hard point.
And I gotta say for OpTic, not particularly strong at holding this hill, but they are actually fantastic at breaking it. But all that emphasis for the back spawns just to lose it, and maybe lose a bit of that scrap time. Minnesota should be good to collect. Admittedly though, it is Bocage. It is a very small game, and obviously OpTic, they get the setup they want. Player pushed out underneath gate. 3 players stacked up in and around the hill. Let's see what they can do around Grandma.
Yeah, they got Grandma's now. Third hard point here on Bocage. iLLeY with the opener. There's a time now ticking in favor of OpTic Texas. Here comes Attach though. The kills from a range. iLLeY, his due diligence is done. The backside all safe now. Looking at the minimap, you've got a few moments now for OpTic Texas to breathe and soak up that much needed time.
Oh, nice gunfight win by Havok though, trying to be the entry. You see though, trades are coming back and forth, but it's up to the SMGs around the point because Røkkr have found their way inside. The help is there for Scump. The clearance though, not quite perfect. 3 players now from Røkkr, at least looking to find that corner to contest. The nades come through, maybe a couple gunfights gonna fall. And actually, the nades right there, on point. Havok's got inside.
Havok can't get any more though. Scump comes in, takes him down. Lead remains in the hand of OpTic Texas for now, and Attach with a sweet sliding kill forward. He goes. Here comes Shotzzy. A little present for him there, not to be found.
And funnily enough, the way this map is actually developed, these are 2 of the best teams in the game at holding P4. It's an incredibly important rotation. Well, Minnesota are going to be set up first. It's only 1 player inside of the hill. That's going to be Standy. Wins the gunfight in the point. The supporting cast is not quite there. And maybe a bit of contest, but hey, the pieces are in. Standy alive, collecting all the time.
And we could see a lead change here. That's all 4 members of OpTic down, 2 on spawn. A staggered hit now. As the rest of them are going to spawn up, wait for the hit now through mid. Standy finds himself a corner, looking to extend the spree here. 35 remaining on barn. OpTic trying to make it happen through the front. Priestahh traded out. Standy gets into the fight. And so far, so good. Standy's spree, can you make this any bigger though? 3's good chance, but we're looking for streaks here on the cave.
I mean, look, I'm telling you, this is clinical. This is the P4 battle. And honestly, more importantly right now for Minnesota, they're starting to flip the spawns, so Standy getting hot. And I guess the spawns are going to go back and forth, but Havok at least gets the rotation. But that P4, that might be the difference maker between these 2 teams. That is a near perfect hold for Røkkr.
The only difference it's making so far is that scoreline. Røkkr still the 5 spree for Standy, and the scoreline working out as well. Over to River we go, and Standy so sneaky.
Good read.
Looks left, looks right. iLLeY runs him over. Scump trying to make the middle of the map safe. That's going to be Havok now. That's the forward position. Scump's going to spawn on the backside of the map. All good for now. Here comes the wave of Røkkr.
Hey, look, I'm telling you, though, that gunfight win from iLLeY, how different things could have been, but now the surge through the front. More important gunfights, a couple trades come through, and it looks like Røkkr perfectly, hey, they blink and block those spawns. Havok gets in a tower, and Røkkr, just like that, it is a cakewalk in the river. 30-point lead ain't too shabby, and right now, they're trying to run it up.
25 on the clock. OpTic now trying to make their break. Final few seconds going to be very handy to have, and it's good so far. Attach last man up. Stuns coming through, trying to find a few more, and he is absolutely beaming. Attach has been doing great work. But Shotzzy now on a 3 spree. Looking to make it further, no. But the break was good for a moment chance. Time now open. Over to P1 we go once again. As the final set of hard points come to a close in the first set, still anyone's game.
And I think really what we learned from that first set of rotations is every single hill is going to be very mixy between these 2 teams, except for that P4. So the second set of times when it comes back around, I'm looking for that rotation. But as it stands, 20-point gap. OpTic are doing their normal P1 thing. If they can get a little bit of time, it's great, but they are hogging that left side of the map.
The crowd here in the King's Theatre in Brooklyn has been on its feet, welcoming OpTic to the stage as they continue to support them through what has already been a very difficult Bocage. 16 and 11 now for Attach, as he has had a wonderful tournament here in Major 4. No more kills to be had on this life. Standy with the hill time, as Minnesota Røkkr continue to maintain this lead.
And again, I mean, even just looking at the kills column, it's not like anyone is really popping off. A couple nice gunfight wins there from the OpTic boys. And again, it is just to hug the left side of the map. Now, this is actually a decent P1 hold when it comes to actually getting this time. You get players pushed out towards the God tank, and I mean, hey, once again, OpTic, the situation is they love getting these spawns. Can they get a strong use out of it? They'll beat a P2 first, but how much time can they actually get?
Well, we'll find out how much time they can actually get even deeper. Let's go for a listen in with OpTic Texas.
We're gonna have bigger. I don't see him. Okay, import, guys, Nebzy. Top bar. I don't see Priest in the back. I don't see top bar. Yo, top bar. He's on top bar. He's in the corner. He flew. Priest dead. One shot. Go one shot. I'm getting top. One shot front door. Yeah, pick up my barn. My barn's open. Get close to me, barn. Yeah, he's on. He's on tank. Where? We got tank, Priestahh. Yeah, take your time. He TK'd the guy's tank. Yo, we're got tank. Got tank dead. He's on tank. I'm trying to find. I'm in house. I'm top house dead. I got two. I got it. You want to know what's on? Yo, ladder dead. Nice. Yeah, we could have. I'm top. I didn't flip. What do you guys have right now? I'm just nice. I'm top house is staying alive. Yo, what's back window? He's back right door. I'm here. Back right in the corner. In the corner dead. I'm one shot. Back window empty. What HP? Yep. No, absolutely no. Another guy's here. Where'd he go? Yeah, just hold. Good play. Yo, right side. Right heading. Dead. Kitchen left side. He went top. Havok went top. One side. Top stairs. Nice.
OpTic unable to pull the lead back chance, but the comps sound pretty good, all things considered.
Motor Mouth the whole way through and trying to, again, just make sense of the mix. Not quite the clean 4 down, and Dashy trying to open up the map again. There's 20 seconds left on this hill, but this P4 rotation, I think, will be key. It is such a tight game, and these are two of the very best teams when it comes to this barn hill. And right now, Røkkr, they found the opening to at least make this a fight, and Standy's getting the intro. You win a couple more, and this might be the hill that can help you win this game.
And Standy now with the entry through the top side. Shotzzy still keeping things safe downstairs for OpTic. He's been cleaned out. He's been taken care of. Røkkr in control for now.
And we'll see if they can hold it from the backside. From the back, they were perfect. Through the front, they might look even better. Every single kill falling into their laps. Attached now on a 4. And again, what was once a 15-point game, that score is starting to look more and more dangerous, especially with OpTic. They are stuck in the back. 3's the cutoff, man. You go to the hill, you fall into Standy's lap. Every time we're on this hill, Standy goes on a streak.
Well, it's another situation now for Røkkr to put themselves in a great spot as the lead only gets bigger. OpTic are still trapped in the left-hand side of the map, and it's a shooting gallery as attached. He's run out of ammo. Finally, though, able to get forward. As now OpTic have escaped the trap. They're flying in a barn, and in a Priestahh they go. As the kills now still rolling through for Røkkr. OpTic have escaped the death-defying spawn trap that they were in a moment ago, and now across the map they fly. Shotzzy, the man with the golden wings, has managed to get himself across to River, taking care of Røkkr once again in control.
I mean, you just lose 45 seconds on the barn hill, and now Røkkr have out-rotated you again over towards River. That's the moment of the game, so OpTic Texas now need to pull something out of the bag. They're trying to flank, but they're falling along the way. Priestahh is picking up pieces by the tower. You get the intro through the front. Shotzzy gives you 2, but you get wiped away. Røkkr back inside the hill, and this is turned into a dominant bocage.
Here comes OpTic through the front. Hold this one down now for Røkkr. You're over the 200-point mark. Dashy doesn't check the corner, doesn't check the tank. Into iLLeY now, trying to find the entry kills towards the point. Priestahh holding it down, finds the top of Scump, can't get it anymore. As iLLeY now, into the point he goes, pistol's there. The break is here for a brief second, but he's got to stay alive. Røkkr still all over this one. They are still on top.
I mean, make no mistake, this is a gargantuan lead right now for this map. OpTic trying to claw their way back in and maybe fight tooth and nail for that scrap, but any extra few seconds Røkkr are able to get. I mean, you go into a P1 that is mixy. A few seconds here, a few seconds there. Røkkr right now have truly run away with this game. They have done the hard work. Now just for the easy part, just make sure you continue to slay.
The numbers and the odds are on their side now as we go into our final set. This is it. They're in the driver's seat. They've got the wheel. Seatbelts are in, kids. Strap on. Here we go. Havok, Standy, that is it. The kill feed lights up. Røkkr, full control now. All they need to do is soak up. They know exactly where OpTic are spawning. The pressure is now on. Attach trying to make it happen. Scump punches a hole through the Røkkr defense. The ability to now make this any bit more interesting for OpTic Texas is the goal, as Havok brought down again, and chance, it's not over yet.
I mean, it basically is. I mean, it was an interesting decision to square up again on Volkaj, but I think Røkkr right now has just left no doubt. 7 more seconds, and they remain perfect against OpTic on this map. And I mean, hey, they got the backside spawns for P2. Shotzzy able to pick up 2, but he still gets traded. OpTic at least had the pressure through the front. But talk about a situation where you just need 4 down after 4 down, big play after big play. And if I'm Røkkr, just trying to coordinate the nades, but hey, there's the first 4 down.
It's not over yet. Not over yet. There's OpTic Texas now holding it down. Røkkr, 1 clean break is all you need. Nades and shots are through. Standy's going to get the player off the point. Now, you're running out of players for OpTic Texas. The numbers are thin. And now Scump's got to deal with Barn all on his own. There's the contest coming through. No more kills there, but it's a big 2 out of Dashy staying alive. It is not over yet. 30 seconds left.
And you already see Røkkr, they're sort of scrambling, right? Do you want to rotate? Do you want to try to pinch from all sides? And maybe starting to feel the pressure just a little bit. And they're getting red. Scump is winning gunfights on the new hill, but still towards gold. You still have to be perfect. The late hit comes through. The delay is enough. And Minnesota Røkkr run away with map 1.
That is another dominant map 1 Volkaj for Minnesota Røkkr here in Major 4. Little too late there for OpTic Texas to get things going, but they really brought the thunder. And again, it's the same thing we saw in the New York Subliners series, chance, in the winner's bracket. They come out so hot, and they absolutely tore OpTic a new one.
And look, for anyone that's been paying attention to Minnesota Røkkr as of late, Volkaj, without question, bar none, their best hardpoint map. They've won like 9 of their last 10. They have beaten fantastic teams, and they've been perfect so far this year against OpTic Texas, now a 3-0 record. OpTic Van Berlin, where they've traded maps 2 and 2, and I mean, at the start, I was certainly thinking, like, I respect the decision, but a scoreline like that, it almost looks painful. I mean, those P4s, both times, right? One time Minnesota, they win the rotation. The next time they have to break it, but holding from the front, holding from the back didn't make a difference. Standy was going to piece them up either way.
Kutch is double dipping in his support for teams here at the Major, and hey, you wouldn't expect anything less. Shout out iLLeY. Over now to the highlights. As this very much was Minnesota Røkkr running the show. OpTic Texas, signs of life in the beginning. They were neck and neck until things were certainly no longer in their favor. Minnesota Røkkr, it is a delightful start for them here in the series. And again, chance, a must win in this tournament if they even want to sniff champs.
It's just the intensity though, but again, only 1 map in, nothing too crazy so far. I think anyone not named the LA Thieves have seen nothing but game 5s literally all weekend long. So I think this might be another grueler of a series, but obviously Minnesota starting things off right, keeping the gunny warm, and honestly, just to have a nice little bounce back, right? You get reverse swept, maybe the nerves kicking in, especially with literally your year on the line. But they responded as well as you possibly could ask them to do, and well, they'll go back into the Tuscan S&D. It is honestly, it's sort of the exact same series, at least towards the front half from what they had against New York. And well, certainly yesterday, it was 2 maps they looked fantastic on, and at least 1 for 1 here in this series.
Yeah, the Tuscan went very well indeed. And the search on its way now as map 1 is complete. But for OpTic Texas, this is the bounce back. This is a map and mode that you've had success on. They're looking across the series again, that Tuscan control, the middle point, the famous section of any series where we've seen reverse sweep after reverse sweep here in the Major. Gavutu and of course Volkaj, the bookend there to close out the series if we have to get their chance.
And of course though, maybe for sort of the switch up for Minnesota in terms of the Tuscan S&D, well, Minnesota Røkkr, they're strong on this map as of late, 4-2 record. And they are strong enough at the map that they are deserving of fans when they play Tuscan. I mean, Standy literally just yesterday, perfect 10-0, earning glide bombs, making plays, and they got that 6-1 win. Of course, on the flip side for OpTic overall, 10-4 record on Tuscan. They are fantastic as well. So I know OpTic are going to be very excited to try to get that instant strike back.
Oh, we'll see if that happens. Again, loading into the map now, getting ready to dive into the search and destroy as what will be a very tense series. I met so many fans here in the weekend who it's been their first event. You know, they're all native New Yorkers. They're all New York Subliners fans. But as soon as OpTic came on, the jerseys came straight off. The allegiance swapped over. It's hard to get around a chance. There are so many OpTic fans here in the venue.
I mean, every single venue, I think, is going to be the exact same story, right? But make no mistake, this is no different. Just to further home the sort of Tuscan S&D narrative, though, it's been a fun battle between these two teams. Going into this series, they played like 4 times throughout this year. They were tied up 4-4 on hardpoint. Obviously, now Minnesota has the edge. Going into the search and destroy, that is where Røkkr have been clear-cut the better team. 4 maps to 1 in the game mode. So I think right now the pressure is on, but it is worth mentioning, so many of those maps were actually by the hands of Major Maniac. He actually has the best KD in the league against OpTic, and obviously for Minnesota, not on the team anymore. And going towards that Tuscan, we talked about it. The record, fantastic. Their wins on offense, best in the game, and obviously they convert the 4v3s when they get them. And something to look out for, one of the reasons OpTic are so clean on offense, they're actually one of the teams that's more aggressive over towards the B site. They get the bomb down on that bomb. Only about 25% of the time, but more often than most. And obviously, if you're going to B, it is that battle through P5. This is Shotzzy versus Standy. We'll see who can make the bigger plays.
A couple of things to keep an eye out here for. Shotzzy versus Standy on the B side. OpTic didn't have a good run in the qualifiers to get to this point. The map records are fantastic as what has been a mostly successful season for them. Of course, the Major 1 victory. But here we go. Map number 2. Tuscan search and destroy.
Shots already ran it out for the quick pre-fire. Just trying to get some information. And, well, they know Priest is there. They don't want to deal with that. Maybe forced to back down. It's actually Scump leaning the direction of P5 for that battle. So maybe him versus Standy early on in this game. But right now, just vying for a little bit of position. There's presence on defense on the A side of the map, though. The question is, do you actually want to work it?
Ooh.
And how well do you read Havok?
He's a sneaky man. Shotzzy stun might connect. Here he goes, straight to the fight, up and about. Havok draws first blood.
I mean, that's just perfect timing, right? Stump comes through, Havok childs before it can actually go off, so that is a perfect first blood. You now have 0 map control. OpTic, it looks like they want to maybe try to work this through mid, but that's a little bit risky. Maybe P5 will be the name of the game. I think OpTic are just sort of praying Minnesota makes a mistake, but they are perfectly stagnant.
All positions still held now for Minnesota Røkkr, the 2-2 split. Less than 30 seconds on the clock now to work with for OpTic Texas. Here we go, we're into the fight. iLLeY, man in, that gets it. Havok sprints back in. Right back to good old faithful. This could be 3rd on the round, and it is. He's working for the ace.
And they know exactly where he is. They know this Scump has to be the guy. Yeah, and they saw him midway through the middle of the map. They had it done perfectly, and they fed the right man the kill. That should be the round 1 ace from Havok. They're actually attached, stolen from at the end. But hey, either way, fantastic stuff. Again, that is just one of those, like, just, you know, cerebral plays. You see the stun coming out, and he just chows a split second before he goes off. The timing is perfect. And what a play for the new kid on the block, and by new kid, I mean he is a veteran. Havok has played OpTic many times in his career.
Now, the newest member of the Minnesota Røkkr team. Røkkr now on offense.
Oh, this is aggressive.
And we're in the middle of the map. We're all here now. We're all in. The first blood goes to Dashy. Shotzzy follows him up immediately. You still have that mid-map control. It's Scump. He just loses the gunfight to Havok. Remains now on a 4 spree. He's going to find himself a sweet corner by the drain pipe and stay alive for now. OpTic with the numbers.
I mean, they just bullied him out, maybe to throw away an extra life, but good news, you still have that bomb down in the dead center of the map. Dashy can dance all day. And you still have the lockdown on the map. I mean, Shotzzy's going to be posted up to look for sort of the rat back, so they have all of their bases covered. They're going for the chow. Havok makes the read, shreds him. And keep in mind, we're 2 rounds in. He's on a 5.
That's disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting. Røkkr, though, problem number 1. The bomb is over by the A-bomb site. Problem number 2, iLLeY's watching it. How will they solve this one? Through P5 they go.
It's just bait. This is all just a bait for Havok, but, well, they're there to shut him down. That is the hard read, the hard commitment. I mean, both players, guns up, ready to go, corner to corner in green and radio. And you talk about 2 players that have a great deal of chemistry together, Dashy and iLLeY. I mean, that is their bread and butter. And they shut down Havok. What a bounce back round.
Wonderful chemistry there to seal it. The equalizer there found now by OpTic Texas. They'll find themselves on offense now. Røkkr hitting a 3-1 split. One player towards B. It's going to be attached this time round. As the opening sortie ends, no blood has been spilled, and we're looking towards the middle of the map. And Shotzzy, the damage is there. The kill, not just yet. Here come the lethals and tacticals. Scump takes care of Standy on the other side of the map. He might actually have another one there as the foot race is on, and Scumpy makes it 2.
Easy reads. Easy reads, and another 4 versus 2 right now for OpTic. The last one wasn't perfect, but they got the job done. But I like the way they're playing it. No commitments right now to the bomb plant. They have so much time to work with. Do not make a mistake. Now, Dashy spots Priestahh up, popping. Oh my God. X-ray vision from Priestahh, but Bruce is there to take him down. And that is number 3 for the King.
Pixel perfect there from Dashy. That penultimate kill. Doesn't crack a window, doesn't crack anything in the woodwork there. Just finds the tiniest of angles to work with. Great round out of Scump.
And that is Shotzzy setting Scump up, and he knocks them all down one by one. Gets the freebie towards bottom well. Knows someone is going to be looking for the trade, and Scump just with the perfect positioning. I mean, that is just clean veteran Call of Duty. Makes it easy on himself, and always takes you back-to-back rounds. This is aggressive on offense, by the way. Røkkr, it's a triple hit, but they get shut down. Headshots rolling through. And another 4 versus 2 for OpTic.
Full map control, every angle covered. Priestahh and Havok now in a very difficult spot. They've got time. They're trying to find auto aim.
You got to find a pick after the other. Not expecting anyone to push through P5. Just look at the corners, though. Everyone is set up and ready to go. You might back down the sniper, but that's not a kill. And yeah, Havok, good luck with this one. He might have the first. The trade should be quick, but he actually gets out. Now he's pushing the sniper, so this is a bit of a delicate situation.
Round's not over yet. Sanctuary found now on the inside of Church. OpTic have shuffled around. They haven't found too much. Scumpy might better go big here. Eyes are on. Priestahh finds his. Priestahh finds his. It's a 2v2. And this round just got from very boring to very interested, friends. Scump stays alive. Less than 30 on the clock.
They're reading the flank, though, but they read it a little too late. And iLLeY! Welcome back, young man. That main stage is his.
Shout out iLLeY. 5-1.
And I am loving the teamwork from OpTic as well, right, in these situations. You don't like when the 4v2s turn to 2v2s, but Scump gets out of dodge, sets his teammate up. And once again, if it's Shotzzy setting up Scump, or Scump setting up iLLeY, they are knocking him down. That'll be 4 in a row. That'll be the square. Headshots again.
Low. Looking for the second. The tags are there. Shotzzy. He's going to pick up another one. The numbers now start to run out. Attached, we saw the glint of the sniper for a moment. That's going to give Shotzzy now and Scump the courage to go forward. iLLeY still on the 5. Man's doing it all. Scumpy! Wow! What a round! As OpTic Texas are starting to believe.
And the crowd in the gameplay starting to match. Suffocating in this room. I mean, you are just getting swarmed. That is ego chows on outskirts. That is so many headshots in a row. And the man that was perfect yesterday on this map, yet to find a kill.
That's cyberbullying, guys. Come on. Wow, we're getting creative with the comms today, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Shotzzy start things off. Planting towards A, now speedy for Havok. OpTic trying to now shuffle, muck the way forward. Standy gets on the board.
Big win.
Scumpy managed to fight one through mid. The 5 spree still alive. iLLeY does manage to secure 1/2 of his streaks now, looking to get that glide. And immediately now, you find yourselves on the bomb. The fast play now, as they try to find something. Will iLLeY check this one, as the play is alive and kick in! Oh my God, Priestahh got all 3.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about just handing him a freebie in that moment. No one watching over the teammate that's hopping the bomb with this amount of time. No one wants to check top fire. The suffocating gameplay, and I think OpTic maybe trying to be a little bit too high IQ in that moment. I mean, Priestahh, he'll take it. He was, what, 1-5 going into that round? Stat line is looking so much better now.
Hey, man, we all get lost in the sauce sometimes. A great round for Røkkr to stay alive now.
No one defending B, though. OpTic were so aggressive through P5 last round on defense. Now on the attack, they are doing the exact same. Standy, he does this. He'll play back with the MP40. Maybe he can reposition in the nick of time to get the information, but still, how quickly can you call out 3 before you get that help?
He'll lead the lone man. Towards the bottom side of the map, though, over to B. I'm not sure how many players Standy saw, if any, but they're going to check this one. Vigilant now on the approach for OpTic. Stun lands. That's enough information now. Reinforcements moving in. Havok may take an early dip, but for now, the battle is taking place over by B. Wow, my God, that was so close from attach. Standy, check the corner. No, big win out of Shotzzy.
He set up the trap, and they fall right into it. Number 4, though, making the play. Gets caught. iLLeY again. Every flank he has dealt with, every push shut down. And maybe the brain turned back on after that previous round, right? It was the iLLeY versus Havok battle on the flank. iLLeY wins it at the start. You already know how Minnesota likes to play on defense, and it's the same idea. OpTic have repeatedly, when they can't afford to go for the bomb plant, they just wait. Someone to push in, make that mistake, and again, setting the traps. And it helps with Standy and attach combined 2 and 11. OpTic get bounced back from Bocage.
Sniper now in the hands for Dashy. The green wall lighting up the King's Theater once again. Will we catch anything? Oh my gentle Jesus. If he lets it rip. Oh, Priestahh managed to keep the flank safe. That first blood helps a lot. No Shotzzy this round. Just over a minute to play with.
And again, you've had OpTic a few rounds now playing loosey-goosey, getting very aggressive, but nice read by Minnesota. Double chow is in. They had the intel on Shotzzy. With this man advantage, though, we've seen pieces from this direction. With Scump forced to back down, he's got to dodge the nades.
Heads up play, though. Tactical retreat now. Reinforced in position. iLLeY's going to be the man to go in, maybe. Here comes the reinforcements. Dashy covering the flank. Tags are in. Røkkr are making the move. Scump can't get involved in the fight. It's Havok who wins it. And now over the B-bomb site you go. iLLeY brought down as well. It's a brutal run coming out of Røkkr. Dashy, the last man up. Sniper in hand. Not enough. Røkkr stay alive.
I mean, again, great plays on both sides. You get that initial read from Minnesota on Shotzzy, and everyone is geared up for the trades. They take their time. No Scump is out towards Plat. They get him to at least tags up from the nades, but then the chows were on point. I mean, they were playing for the trades in that moment. It helps when your entry man gets the kill. Both Standy and attach at least able to collect one. Minnesota down, but not out. Looking to make this bounce back around. Once again, not defending B at the start of this round. OpTic aren't pouncing on it yet. Maybe Havok.
Oh.
He got stunned, but it is still a delicate spot to play.
Oh my God. Havok. Opening blood. Nice angle. It's not quite enough, though. Standing now. Eyes on Shotzzy. Gets Lisa tagging. Has to back on up, but all bases covered for the moment for Minnesota Røkkr in this 3v3.
I'd say right now for OpTic, there's nothing really you can break down. Everybody's spread. You see the play call they are making. We see it all the time. Normally it's Standy in the back. This time Priestahh, and he's got the AR, so you can get picks in front of them. If you're used to Standy in this moment, if you're not ready for the AR, that's why you throw shoulders. Now they know.
What? Other side of the map, though, it's all good for Røkkr. iLLeY and Shotzzy, last players left alive by the B side of the map, and iLLeY with fast moves, as with Shotzzy, as they are giving up position together to now make something happen. A big move out of Priestahh. All of it now falls down to Anthony Cuevas Castro, who has been a sensational player entire season long. What can he do now in this 1v3?
3 names looking for 3 kills. He's got number 1. He's picked up the bomb, and that can put the pressure on. They are split. If you can catch one of these players, it's only versus Standy that he's got to make the read, but he doesn't. He goes for the bomb, and Standy shuts him down. Minnesota down, but not out, and I am loving the play calls they are making. How many times we see Standy in the back watching that in with an MP40, they switch it up to Priestahh, and it's not like it works out perfectly for them, but great reads on the flank in the meantime. Røkkr on this map constantly making these micro adjustments, and well, maybe for these next 2 rounds, I need 2 more.
It's great trust in one another as well for the Røkkr lineup. You split up in that kind of situation, it could go very bad. Bombs up. Towards the B side of the map we now go. 3-1 split again. Peeking through mid-map. There's a lot of damage being dealt with the stuns, but that's just information for now. Let's see what they do with it.
That's one, that's two. Perfectly done. First one their way, except for Shotzzy. Out of nowhere, he gets two.
The holy hand grenade from Shotzzy lands, and it's now a 2v3 attached with a bomb recovery. Priestahh's got to go big here. A win versus iLLeY levels the playing field, but again, the setup from OpTic, B is all good.
You got to find the pick, and again, Dashy will dance all day. Deal with iLLeY on the head glitch. He has been ripping heads all day. Here's the child trying to dance, and they at least back him down. But you still need the first pick. You got to find the intro.
They've made the run towards B. They're going to hit the flank eventually, but oh my word, I think Røkkr might have counter-read this. It's a blind move. OpTic go towards A, Røkkr to B.
And either way, right now, OpTic should have the positioning. Even if they just wrap back and they're coming through P5, they'll have the high ground over the bomb site. And you already see number 6, he gets left over towards A. They're bouncing back. They will be here as soon as this bomb goes down.
And this has got to be real quick, though. Here come OpTic, Dashy and Scump through the front. iLLeY will get involved a bit later on. The opening tags, warning shots to let you know that the party is on its way. Trying to buy time through the front is now all members of OpTic lining up for this one. Attach. Eyes on radio. The gunfight is on. He's going to run out of ammo soon. Now, waiting for the pinch is going to be Priestahh. Will OpTic take the bait? Will they dive onto the site as Priestahh now in position to maybe make something happen? Here we go. Scumpy's in. Priestahh with a big kill. It's done. It's done. The search is over. OpTic play the numbers. And in the end, it's Dashy on the defuse. We're going the distance.
And what a nade, by the way, out of Shotzzy. I don't know who he had help with, but that's the moment. We're watching the setup from Røkkr. It is looking perfect for the first blood, but Shotzzy's last dying wish was a prayer. It got answered for the 2-piece and left Røkkr in such a bad spot. And this crowd has many things. Chill is not one of them.
Zero chill in the King's Theatre in Brooklyn as we tie things up 1-1. The equalizer there in the search and destroy from OpTic Texas. Good looks there from iLLeY and Shotzzy. Great work. And the damage being dealt there from Dashy as well. Over the 1K mark for 2 of the members of OpTic there. On the other side of the board, Havok and Priestahh. They were the main men for Minnesota Røkkr, but 6-4 is no win. And we cannot stress enough the importance of this series for Minnesota Røkkr, not only in the tournament, but in their run to champs.
And we talked about the Tuscan S&D being fantastic for OpTic, and again, they have struggled all year against Minnesota Røkkr in the game mode, but on one of their best, they get the job done. Obviously, it was a close one, but happy for it. And we talk about the head-to-head. For that control, this is now wonderful news for OpTic Texas. So far, they have been a perfect 4-0 versus Minnesota. They're looking to have that early edge in the series.
Yeah, they've had a great run and control thus far in the season, especially here in this sort of split. But hey, we'll see what happens, man, because let's face it, anything happens in Vanguard, and it probably will. We're going to throw to a very quick commercial break, friends. When we come back, we're playing Control on Tuscan, tied up 1-1 in this elimination matchup series. We'll find out who takes it and who goes the distance. We'll be right back here in the CDL.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Here we go now into map number 3 in what is already a zero chill, wild and crazy series here at Major 4. Kings Theatre, you have been something. Nothing but love for all of you. I mean, wow, this has been one hell of a day, and I can tell you now it's going to go deep into the night. I hope you're all feeling very well. Hope you're suitably lubricated, because we're going in, friends. Here we go, pals, into Tuscan. Hey, yo, chill. Just chill. That's not what I meant. Chill.
Honestly, it kind of feels like a 5 versus 4, right? Just a little bit, because again, this is an aggressive crowd. I feel very the warm welcome to New York. You know, just having a grand old time, and Røkkr absolutely feeling the heat. Dealing with a 5v4, playing against a team that you already know just brings the intensity every single time. This could be the end of their year. In this moment, you go to a Tuscan control where OpTic have been perfect against you. 4-0 record. Last time they played on Tuscan for OpTic, it was a hot 3-0. This is officially the danger zone.
We're starting to get there. This is the on-ramp to the danger zone. We're not quite on the highway yet. That'll be the end of this matchup, depending on how it goes for Røkkr, but they've set their GPS to champs to see if they could make it. We're going to see Røkkr on defense first. OpTic have made their way towards A. A little bit of love over towards the middle of the map, but for now, a sneaky man. His name is Shotzzy. He's trying to make some plays happen. Dashy wins a big one. Starts the fight off as the trades go down. You've still got the A side of the map being controlled now for OpTic, and they're going to get that first segment.
Yeah, great reads on the middle of the map, great reads on the flank. Keep in mind, OpTic are one of the best teams, if not, honestly, the best team in the game on offense on Tuscan. That being said, it's only about 37% of the rounds that they win. They're looking for one here, and hey, if you got the 3-0 last time, you're looking for the same thing once again. They get cut down before actually pushing through Church, but I mean, that last pick, woo, it is right here. You might actually go for the chow, but Havok's walking away, so they'll concede the 8-point, extra minute to the clock, tied on live. Right now, as standard as Tuscan gets.
This is the way we do it. You're on Vanguard. Havok's spree comes to a close. OpTic now trying to make their way forward. Stacking up over towards B on the defense, going to be Minnesota Røkkr. They've got the back covered, they've got 3 players towards the front. This should be all good.
I mean, I love it. You have nades, you have tacks, you know they're over towards Plat, but this is where you're trying to look for that connection. Let the nades come out. You see Scump is going to be chucking one. Shotzzy gets the intro. He's on the point, but the nade's not quick enough, so Standy at least takes down one.
Even Stevens now on the fight, trading things through. Here comes the reinforcements now. Minnesota clearing the point. Don't let any segments go through. iLLeY still has radio control. Priestahh is going to be there to make things safe, and it's not going to be enough of a hit now for OpTic to do any damage. So you're going to back up, try to save the lives, wind up for a bigger hit and go again.
I mean, yeah, you saw the idea.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Perfect.
Wait a minute!
Shotzzy, you're getting 2 pieces with the nades. It doesn't make it an open door. iLLeY right now completely by himself. He's trying to drag down as many players, but look at that swarm. Nades connect. He just got hunted down. And right now, Røkkr, very clean on defense. They've dealt with all the pushes, and for the moment, I don't know if they're reading the flank just yet. Looks like number 4, Priestahh, getting the cheeky spot. You can land on that bush. You are nearly unkillable in this moment. Shotzzy, I think, is going to be forced to back down. Or Shotzzy, again with the nades.
Good
the
nade.
idea is always there.
Always there, man. He throws good uns. Slow things right down here on Tuscan. Shotzzy now through.
Oh, look at that. Look
Shots
at that.
There. They managed to sneak on in. Shotzzy's there in the fight, but it's a great bit of work from Priestahh. Takes care of both of them. That was 3 dead for OpTic. Last man there, Dashy. Trying to keep that front line up and about, but the rest of the squad staggered on spawn.
I mean, defense and control, name a better duo. I mean, literally the way they played that angle that Priestahh had was perfect. Doesn't make any bit of difference at all. And now with only 30 seconds left on the clock, you are forced in this situation just to fly. You get one more crack at this just to try to get that extra tip.
20 seconds.
That's 2.
Scump and iLLeY find the kills. It could happen here. It could still happen here. You're looking for a few more. You're checking every single possible angle, and that's Priestahh. The 3 spree there flies out into nothing. Scumpy gets brought down. Standy's going big. Here comes the next hit. I don't think OpTic have it. No, they don't. It's done. You may as well ring the bell. This round is over. Røkkr take the lead.
And honestly, for OpTic on that round of attack, you see a couple different looks, a couple different ideas, whether it's grouping up through P5, looking for the nades for the entries, whether it's like, honestly, perfectly timed flanks. I love all of the ideas that they're throwing at Minnesota. Røkkr had an answer every single time. Very standard round, 3 ticks through. We expect this to happen. See if Minnesota can create that little bit of magic.
And one of the more common themes we see, you know, how you find success here on Tuscan offense is nades. Coordinated efforts there with the nades. That's exactly how you take care of those players on plat, even the players at the backside. Let's see what Røkkr have got.
Working through the middle of the map. I mean, they get the entries. Priestahh doing what Dashy did the round before, but it's the hits through the middle of the map, and again, OpTic trying to keep things contained. Everybody basically just stacked up in and around church. The flank is in, though. There's the freebie. The spawn trap is not in, though. You got that close roof spawn. Maybe a moment for Røkkr to try to put pressure on B. They're looking for the kills first, but you can make this open.
Havok. He doesn't see Shotzzy. Finds him eventually. That's big enough for now. On to the B side we go. 1 second done A. This is a great start. Havok. This ends right into the kill feed.
Stack this point. Again, you capture A 95% of the time. You're looking for this extra tick. Shotzzy gets red. OpTic have given up the pressure. Already 1 tick is through. This could be number 2.
Second segment gets cleaned up now. You still have 1 play left alive at the point. Is Standy trying to keep it going? He does! He finds 2. He's still going. Can all take care of Dashy, but for now, that is good enough. 1 minute on the clock. A single segment remaining at B, but over to A we go now. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Røkkr should add a minute to the clock. iLLeY's going big, though. He's trying to do it. Can't get it done.
I mean, already the tick advantage is there. So are weird gunfights, but Røkkr, that is 3 down for him. Now you captured A, and look at how different this is compared to the last round. And now you even have Standy causing problems. I know he's getting red. But he wins the gunfight. He's still keeping things open. The pressure's still on.
He cracked the window wide open, and there is more than a gust coming on through now. Havok, no more kills to be had against Dashy. He's done. Dashy, though, stays alive, holds the line, and keeps OpTic all safe here. Shotzzy trying to clean house as well. As you try to look for every single possible way Røkkr could find their way in towards that B side of the map.
I mean, honestly, it really was just, you know, mismanaged spawns and not a quick return enough to defend B. So Røkkr already happy in this round. Havok right now, 13 kills to his name. Gunfights have been feeling good. Priestahh has actually been abandoned in OpTic spawn. But if you start winning the gunfights on the front and Standy's making moves, they already have the pressure in the back.
Once again, Standy being the entry man right now for Røkkr. Forward he goes. Dodges everything being thrown at him thus far. He's got players to work with now. iLLeY's up next. Last man close on the point. Here come the OpTic reinforcements trying to stay alive. Just under a minute to play with now. iLLeY wins a big one. So does Scumpy. You still have Priestahh holding it down at the back.
They're tired of him being here, though. This is 2 players for OpTic turning their attention this direction. And maybe they're just happy and content to leave him in the back. iLLeY takes the chow. There goes his head. There's another. That's 2. And look at the pressure in the back. Røkkr have 3 on the flank.
Yeah, he kept that open angle now, and you're in. iLLeY straight off spawn, holding it down. Dashy's there, keeps the kills going. And this time it's attached, the man at the back. You have a pinch on now, but the spawns are going to get really ugly. Can you keep one of these avenues open? 25 on the clock.
In a 9v6, you're getting spawn killed. That's why they're trying to ignore him. But again, for Minnesota, you win the gunfights in the front. Now just a 7v5 with Scump, at least able to pick up 2. Attach still in their spawn, just being annoying, but 10 seconds. Attach is gonna have to be the guy to stop the clock. Shotzzy's looking for him. Shotzzy finds him. Clean, 4 down, OpTic secure. But again, Røkkr, they did the hard work. It might not be a win, but the small victory is the ticks. They now have the advantage for defense in this game. I know OpTic, best team in the game on their attacking rounds. But the pressure's on. Now they have to deliver.
Crazy round. OpTic hold the line and get themselves on the board. As far as the kill count goes, I mean, OpTic kept themselves together in that one. Røkkr now on defense. See what OpTic can do now on the attacking round. The first time round, Chance, you said, a couple of good looks, some different angles of approach. Shotzzy now waiting for the call. He's going to hit that ledge. He's going to dive into P5.
How good is his movement? Maybe this will be the moment to find out. I bet we already know the answer, but maybe looking for the idea, or maybe waiting for the chow. There's number 1. Look at the headshot from Standy. Shotzzy's trying to make the aggressive play, though. He actually abandoned that player, and he's able to win 2. He does get shut down, and I mean, hey, it's a nice couple kills, but OpTic, you see the idea. You have number 6 pushed out. They're trying to apply the pressure on the map with Røkkr. So safe, so secure, everyone around B.
Røkkr looking good so far, while A is now slowly being captured. Let's go for a quick listen in with Minnesota Røkkr.
P5, got me, Scump.
Top fire.
Scump.
Oh, P5. Top fire, almost shot.
Take your time on Røkkr. He's third. Just play line. Discipline line. Back.
Now we have the back. P5, Dashy dead. One more shot. One more P5 on me. I have help. One more shot. I'm baiting it. I'm signing dead. Maybe top surge. Yeah, top fire.
I'm getting fire, guys. I'm in the most one.
Yeah, I'll hold the back. I'll spawn. Spawn in the back.
I'm in the most one. I'm already pitching. Oh yeah, I'm re-pitching.
Playing a
Shotzzy dead.
Ender could be hitting the back right now.
They're so aggressive.
I hold the back. Ender's in our church or ramp.
Ellie, watch out.
I can help you.
Dashy's
roof.
Roof and top green.
Yeah. Take your time on this.
I have your help. No, I can look at
We see the A zone fall, we see the clock now add a minute to it, and here we go over towards B. And once again, it's Shotzzy, the man now in the backline for Røkkr, trying to find an opening for his boys to try to get on a B.
They gotta know someone's in the back belt. Oh my God. Standy, 1 HP. All he needs for him, not even close. Still remaining perfect on defense thus far. Well, perfect in terms of defending B. That is the name of the game. Pushed out on the map where you want. Priestahh by himself in P5. Wins at least one. And every single kill you get slows that push down that much more. iLLeY the next man to fall. OpTic trying to gear up. They're doing this 3v4. Attach rips off the head. And Røkkr just clinical in these moments. The trades when they need them. OpTic cannot find a single strong push.
And they're starting to get taken care of in the life count department as well. 18 for Røkkr, 12 for OpTic Texas. They're slowing down in a big way here. Waiting. Now for the opportunity to make their way forward. Again, it has to be clean. You get 3 down, you're all good for OpTic Texas, but that's not going to be an easy thing to do whatsoever. Here we go. A 4v4 hit. The nades are out. Will they connect? That will be the go button. Priestahh gets the first straight into the battle we go, and it's 2 for Havok, 3 for Havok! Less than 30 on the clock, and that is a sensational hold.
I mean, 17 different angles you gotta check. Little creddy spots getting played, and hey, here's another one to the list. Priestahh's rolling through. This is so many players running into the line of fire. Havok makes the read. Priestahh gets the 3. A dominant round on defense. You couldn't ask for anything more except for maybe a glide bomb. At least that gets shut down for Havok. Priestahh gonna finish this round on a 4 spree. Minnesota finishing this round like clockwork. The only way OpTic can pull defense for that potential round 5, they have to be perfect, and honestly, they're gonna have to do something I think we've never seen done, which is not a single tick given up anywhere. So OpTic, this is a very difficult spot. Honestly, if nothing else, maybe you just need the gunny to start getting a little bit hot. Dashy, as we know, on Tuscan, it is a guarantee. He will be positive. Everyone else, though, not quite able to deliver. Havok is taking them to task.
Here we go. Havok has continued to be an absolute menace here on Tuscan, 24 and 17 overall. But capturing A. This is not what you want now for OpTic Texas. This is definitely what you want for Minnesota Røkkr. If they can win this round here, it's all done. If they lose it, at the very least, they get defense, and so far, so good. Priestahh's on a 5.
Yeah, not that there's any question, but now they have the defense guaranteed. And OpTic, I mean, there's not a ton of pressure over towards B right now. Number 7 actually wrapping back, and you see OpTic now heading that direction. But the question is Priestahh. That should be number 6 for him. He's got teammates all over Church to try to bait for him in this moment. Talk about already being a bad spot for OpTic. Now they got to deal with the glide.
They got the glide! The teamwork now here as well. Priestahh on a 7. No more. Dashy puts him down. Attached trying to make his way through the back line as well.
Hey, and make no mistake, you save this for this final round. If Priestahh, whips that thing out, unless you have the guarantee somehow to win this round, you keep that in the back pocket and make your life that much easier. What could potentially be the final round, but keep in mind, last time Minnesota on the attack, they were whittling down the lives. They're up by 3 in this moment. Make it 4, make it 5. And make it the pressure on iLLeY right now, dealing with 3. They're using the glide.
Glides come through, glides out, glides in.
Oh my God.
Oh my good God. Cleaning them up. 3 on the point. This is it for Røkkr. They're looking to blow this one wide open. Here comes Attach. Shots are good. Trades are there. iLLeY with the tags, and that's a big kill from iLLeY. For now, OpTic hold the line.
They know one more is nearby. The stun doesn't connect, so maybe Havok able to be sneaky.
Oh!
Maybe look for the intro, or maybe get traded. So the trades are in, Havok gets dealt with. 19v14. OpTic, for fear of honestly just losing this one, 3-1. 3 players coming through P5. Røkkr, they're just trying to run them over.
They're going to go for it now. Getting ready to shift it into gear. OpTic with a setup. Nice opening kill from Shotzzy. That slows down the attack for now, but only for a brief few moments. Attach. He is Standy. They might commit to this. If they get the kills, they might be able to make it happen. We're on to the point.
That's only one man slowing it down for the moment. That is 1 HP for Attach. He gets traded. Prone block isn't spun, and well, Standy falls as well. Couple more trades come through, but OpTic mostly deliver. They've cleared out their base. Bar Havok, again, just trying to be annoying. And 15v10. This is not likely to end on lives. I think OpTic might have done enough.
Shotzzy in a great spot to catch a couple here. Eyes on. Woohoo! What snaps indeed. 25 on the clock. And OpTic Texas forced the final round. Havok still alive and kicking. Lets his finger off the trigger. As OpTic stay alive, 15 seconds remain.
Triple hit around the back, last-ditch effort. Røkkr trying to make that play. Running into the barrel of the pre-aim of Dashy, but hey, well, the trades actually come through on the team kill. 2 seconds to flood the point. It looks like OpTic will force the extra round. I gotta say though, Miles, that glide bomb is a very interesting decision. They're looking at just to shove it down their throats, to bully them and get as much momentum as possible maybe for that next map, but that is a great piece of utility to win this next defensive round, and I know they've been perfect, but when we say 37% for OpTic, keep that in mind, that's 1 out of 3. This is their 3rd attempt on the attack statistically. Not that this makes sense, but this is where they make something happen.
Final round. Here in the control, Røkkr with defense. Can OpTic do the unthinkable? Heavy stack towards A, looking to get things going. Attach with a 2, Attach with a 3. He has ripped them as the attack at A is gone. And into the spawn you now go. Glide or not, this is a great start.
I'd rather have an Attach than a glide bomb every day of the week. What a start. And again, when the roof spawns got given up by OpTic earlier, Røkkr took advantage. Right now, Røkkr swarming on it. They know they gave up the spawns, but they are so quick to defend this B point. You might be looking for the opening, but it is simply not there. Priestahh and Standy shutting them down.
Røkkr's resolve remains firm as they hold on to the B side of the map. Over towards A though. Keeping things going is going to be Shotzzy. First segment gone. One step down, and slowly but surely they will continue the capture. Will Røkkr now have a stab at maybe stopping it? Attach once again, man, he is playing out his mind. 2 spree thus far, 20 and 15 overall.
I mean, again, just no openings on the map. A player can fall, but you just have nowhere to go. Naked number 2, naked number 3. Interesting spawns as well. This might be spawn kill territory. Attach running for his life, and he barely gets away, but I mean, we go back to the standard. OpTic, for the most part, have him sort of trapped in and around this B point. You're looking for that clean 4 down.
Shotzzy's being so careful, though. Priestahh at range. Takes care of him. iLLeY now next up. The back line open. Waiting for the reinforcement shot. Big kills out of iLLeY. Trades perfect there for Minnesota Røkkr. This is exactly what you want. 1:35 to go.
I mean, you just have Havok and Priestahh still alive. Priestahh 33 and 21. Havok 31 kills as well. The flank coming through from Standy. He gets caught. But Havok always behind, always the extra man. And him and Priestahh trying to put in work. He does get traded. Attach now chasing 2. They get up towards the plat, and Attach might fall.
Oh, they make the play for it. iLLeY cut down. Last man alive now. Shotzzy on this side of the map. The staggered hit from OpTic Texas doesn't work out. They don't have the numbers to stay alive in the fight, but they're holding on to that real estate with dear life.
And maybe Shotzzy trying to make that late play. He's in the mix inside that church alley, waiting for his teammates to pounce. Looking for the clean 4 down. There's one, but Shotzzy makes the move, and Priestahh has every kill seemingly going his way, there to shut him down.
He's having a great map. As Dashy opens the proceedings, Scump now sliding in. Attach holding the line down now, bringing the kills as iLLeY now goes toes to toe with him. Slowed him down for the moment as OpTic Texas, they will take this fight, cut their losses and hold on to the ground. They've got Havok now trying to get into the mix.
3.
Dashy gets 4, that's big, you're now onto the point. 3-man stack. As OpTic looking to do the unthinkable. First segment gone. Here come Røkkr. They're making their way forward as iLLeY gets the kills. Second segment gone. Priestahh cleans them up. Scump now. Last man alive for OpTic. How many can he hold on to though? As good God,
They did the best they could. 30 seconds left.
They got 2. They need 1 more. aLLeY can give you 2 pushes, but the time maybe not. They're gearing up through P5. Where are the nades? Can they find this entry?
They don't have the time to waste. The nades land. Starts with a bang. Here comes Shotzzy sliding through. Havok though. How many more? Havok can't get any more out of it. That's it. OpTic Texas have been taken care of. The final lives are done as Minnesota Røkkr, the great bastion of defense, the wonderful work there. They clean it up and they take the control. The one map and mode we didn't expect them to see success in the series, and they do it. That is an unbelievable moment for Minnesota Røkkr.
And what a fantastic game as well. I mean, I think the team, like the theme for this Minnesota team, I know Priestahh has been one of the more like heavier criticized players in the league. He pops off that game. We're talking about give attached a little bit of help. Don't get me wrong, he was delivering. He was popping pieces. He introed that final round with a 3, but Preston and Havok, I mean, what more could you ask for? That is exactly the help he needed. And honestly, right there for Priestahh, I'm seeing 5K damage on the screen. That is one of his best maps all year long for Minnesota's first control against OpTic.
And this is an unprecedented moment now. You're in uncharted territory now for Minnesota Røkkr. You win the control. You put yourselves up in the series. This is so important. We cannot stop banging this drum. We're going to beat this horse until it is nothing but soup. Because they need this win so sorely to even stand a slither of a hope of making it to champs.
And just so many of those moments, though, just icing up Priestahh, whether he's on offense and being annoying in the back, whether he's on defense, being forced to make the big play. When his teammates were falling in front of him, he was getting the trades every single time. Every option that OpTic was trying to throw at him, Røkkr had a response. How many times did a cheeky angle like that work, by the way, always in the plat area? OpTic never quite on point with making the reads, and now Røkkr with that advantage in the series. But obviously, they've learned from their mistakes from yesterday. It ain't over until it's over. They still need that 1 more map, and, well, at least we got 1 more to go, but I think maybe good news for OpTic. We're going to Gavutu. Last time Minnesota played it was May 21st. It has been months since Røkkr have even taken a crack, and if I remember correctly, this is a map where, honestly, Attachment Fry, he would pop off with the automaton, especially when he first made that switch. He was looking godlike on this map. That didn't mean that Røkkr were getting those wins. It has been a long time since we've had a look, and we know that OpTic are one of the very best, so we'll see if they can get it done, see if they've made improvements in the meantime. I'd say if I'm an OpTic fan, I'm very happy to see that gap from map 4.
Yeah. Thoughts now towards Bocage, map 5 potentially. But until then, 1 undulation remains here in the series, and the Gavutu is on its way. Hardpoint, map number 4. A spicy one indeed. We're going to see those big matchups. The AR players now certainly shining as we are going. It's not just the players on stage, it's the crowd going at each other with nothing but love. Nothing but love here in the King's Theater, mate.
I think, New York has always had a reputation, not quite the city of brotherly love, but always very friendly, always very welcoming to any strangers that are nearby. No, they throw daggers nonstop, and I'd say the daggers in the gameplay for OpTic on Gav. On a 4-win streak on this map. #1 team in the game in hold percentage, and obviously on a map that is rotational heavy, especially so as this one. OpTic, if their rotations are on point, they're going to be feeling good, so I think that's sort of the name of the game for Røkkr. They got to set the tone immediately. Get those spawns just for P3 as quickly as you possibly can. If you can control the pace of the game, there is hope, but if it starts to slip even a little bit, you already know guys like Dashy. He is a guarantee. On a map like this, he's going to bring the heat. You got to make sure you're making him play off the back foot, or you're going to have a bad time.
And this potentially could be the battle to watch out for here in the matchup. Attach versus Dashy, all hard point long. As the players gear up now, we're almost ready to party. This is going to be good.
And you know, honestly, on this map specifically, it's not just Dashy. Fun enough, Scump is one of the best Gav players in the game. And if you have an SMG that can pull out the automaton and slay as well as he can, I think he literally has the 6th highest overall KD on this map. Scump has been lights out in both hardpoint and control on Gav, so it's really not just Dashy that Attach and Preston are gonna have to deal with. Even when guys like Scump pull it out, never a fun time. But again, first in hold percentage. Don't get me wrong, Røkkr, obviously third is pretty on point for the breaks. That is not the battle that I think Røkkr are gonna be looking to have. Gotta win these rotations. Talk about the ARs, also have to deal with Shotzzy. You know he's gonna be making those plays, and maybe one small nice thing for Minnesota. At least long term, they're spawning technically, not really on the good side, but good side long term. You want the right side spawns, trades in the point though. And OpTic, Standy just completely swarmed. He gets traded. OpTic technically have won this opening break. We'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, it pans out. You got numbers though for Røkkr right now. Big wins, that's the kills. It is done. Breaks on breaks here in the opening hard point here on Gavutu. Not an easy hard point to hold on to for anyone, but now the 3-man stack for Røkkr. They're going to get the numbers in there, waiting for the next hit there from OpTic Texas. And here they come. Dashy cooking them. Up top with an nade, doesn't catch too much. Scumpy's going to be the first man in. iLLeY though, he will be one finding the kills. As back and forth we go, but for the start of things, chance. Røkkr holding it down still.
Make no mistake, this is a big moment in this game. Again, we're talking about controlling the pace of the game, trying to dictate that action. That is a wonderfully achieved P1 for Minnesota to start things off strong. And on this P2, this is one of the most difficult ones on this map to lock down for significant time. I'd say for Røkkr, the main thing here is make sure you just keep those spawns, especially if you got guys in the back around cliff like Havok trying to be annoying.
P2, the boat. The bottom side of this is going to be the target. And so far, OpTic Texas, they are the capitans. Priestahh with the outside kill. Standy trying to make his entry from down low as the tags and the gunfire rattling across the map for now. Priestahh's going to be the man to draw the aggro, and that's great work. Oh my! Standy gets 2 up top, and that is the break.
We talk about SMGs pulling out the automaton and putting in work, and look at Standy. Double positive and give him number 3. But look at the spawn. This is what I was talking about. P2 can be difficult to collect time. This could be a mistake or something for OpTic to take advantage of. By take advantage, I mean maybe a gift to just try to get back in this game. See if you can turn this P3 into a money hill, and I'd say on the flip side for Standy, look for streaks. And right now, make sure your grenades are on point. That is the way to get them out of time.
Standy still on the force free for now. Towards the next hard point we go, over to the beach, number 3. Because this one is all about the lethal use. Look to the tacticals as well. A lot of powerful gunfights to be had here as Dashy and Shotzzy win their opening kills. Time ticking now favorably inside of OpTic.
And where are the explosions? This is players off spawn. This is where you have to be on point. And this is also ring pressure Shotzzy. This is what he does. Whether to flip the spawns or to be annoying, he draws you back. And right now, iLLeY, he has been the super soaker. And this has been a perfect hill so far. Dashy now the player on a 4. The explosions landing though, iLLeY finally is gonna fall, but they slot him back in. Scump nearby, and Shotzzy again, trying to flip the spawns. Røkkr though, I think they have the reads. 2 players stacked up. Talk about being careful and making sure nothing slips by.
Shotzzy has had such a distinct playstyle all year long. I mean, Røkkr, you're gonna make a read like this. Havok doesn't read it. Attach is there to pick up the second. Next hard point's up, the radio tower. This is where danger sets in. As we're relatively even Stevens coming in this one, look out for the trap.
And 2 things to note, the trap is number 1. Number 2 is the rotation in P5. OpTic have been perfect when they get the hold, a perfect 9-0, but that's for the next tilt. Røkkr, you have to hold strong. You do not want to get trapped on this beach. Win the intros, but Scump gets the first. On the cross, the next man falls.
Here come the nades up close. This is where a tough fight happens, and Havok's going to be the man to try to keep it going. No more to be had. That is it. Look to the spawns, though. It's iLLeY now fighting his way forward. You've run out of real estate. You've run out of lives. It all comes down to Shotzzy just to keep this one going for OpTic.
Røkkr just staying alive, man. Making sure you don't get pinned in the back, still collecting the time. And Shotzzy again, trying to be the playmaker, but look at the coverage. Attaches on point. Wins his one-on-one. There to help his boy. Now number 3. Maybe Havok, they got to catch him. Sit on the ladder. He jumps past. He didn't wait for it, though. He goes for the instant strike, so now it's a little bit tricky to play your life. He's doing the best job he can, but again, if you don't make this break for Minnesota, OpTic are perfect on the P5s. And it looks like they're going to be able to get set up once again. It is a 30-point gap going into this hill. Let's see what OpTic can do.
Yep. If you can't find the time, they're on radio tower, just do your best to stop it. That's not going to be the case here. Havok. Big tags, Shotzzy's hurt, he knows it, slides on in, gets himself another one, stays alive for so long, and that's going to be the solo break. He gets the job done. And now across the map, his teammates are being dropped. OpTic are in trouble here, pinned down. Will they be able to get themselves close to the point?
I don't know. I mean, again, they've been perfect on this hill. You're trying to keep him out, but it's more one-on-one gunfights around the point. Dashy, the man, is inside cages. He's right behind you and shut him down. And for a hill that usually is the backbone for OpTic Texas, how easy was that?
Røkkr.
Even the gunfights towards the end, Minnesota just pouring that pressure on. It was a 30-point gap going into it. They ran the lead up anymore, and Havok still causing problems.
And right now, I mean, Havok, he is a ghost on Gavutu, flying forward, kill after kill! Unbelievable shots! The Shotzzy finally takes him down, but it's a 3-spree. Standing now towards the center of the ring. The next hard points are up. The next set is upon us. And Minnesota Røkkr, they are simply outclassing OpTic at this moment in time. Havok once again off spawn, straight into the action, and non-stop. Scump finally takes care of him as he is a menace here in the series.
And if you're an OpTic fan, thank God for Scump in that moment. Havok almost blows the game open on P1, but a difficult hill to break. They're able to deliver. A couple kills start to go their way, and maybe a little bit of life for OpTic. Still that deficit they're working from, but honestly, for the number of things that have gone wrong, I'd say for OpTic, this isn't the worst spot to be in. 10-16 right now for Shotzzy. He hasn't been able to create that magic. If he gets going, maybe that could be the key.
Trying to play the battle for trades on the point. He'll be the last man up. If he wins any more gunfights, that's huge for his team. Meanwhile, it's Shotzzy trying to find spawns for next. He's going to be the dagger in the back. As attached. Survives it, wins the fight. A late break now for Røkkr, a second or two to spare. Over towards boat we go.
And Shotzzy's still looking for that magic. He is cut off man. Havok is looking for him.
Oh my.
And Havok is gonna find him. How you win gunfights like that, I do not know. And it is the setup for the break. Havok again. It's just looking like he might have Shotzzy's number. Dashy, though, at least gets the bounce back. He's able to pick up a couple. And this is the hill where Minnesota made maybe their only mistake of the map, where they gave up these back spawns. You see number 6, iLLeY, trying to make that flip, maybe long term. He's given away his position. But if anything, that's just going to help OpTic collect his time.
Shots from Priestahh. Time now still in the favor of OpTic. We are going to see a lead change here, as despite the magic of Havok. OpTic now take the lead.
Plays in the back. He's gotten shut down every time, but maybe not now. Standing by himself in the tank. Good luck trying to survive this one. You're getting flanked, you're getting pinched. Plays from everywhere, cut down. And the hill that has been perfect from OpTic, they did it again.
Is this the resurgence? OpTic now need to hold this one. Time going their way. Dashy taken up on the beach. Here comes the attack from Røkkr. Forward they climb. One by one, marching their way forward through the sands of Gavutu. iLLeY onto the point. Smooth movement, not to be deterred by the surface he's fighting on. The man is running it. Last man alive, but what a man as he keeps the kills going. A 3-spree. There's the contest. And that is simply iLLeY's hard point. No one has been able to get him out.
I mean, he can dodge everything, but why dodge if you can beam like that? Maybe now it's Dashy's turn to try to make the play. Deja vu, as now it's Dashy getting the kill on the intro man. He does get traded, but perfect P3s. OpTic now have a massive lead in this game. And again, it is delicate time for Minnesota Røkkr. They survived the onslaught on this hill last time around. Shotzzy, though, there's number 1. He does get traded, clinging to life once again. They hit from every angle. They're ripping heads. Røkkr are clean in response.
And this is the hard point you need for Røkkr. This is to stay everything. The kills from Shotzzy are good, but you still have control. The contest is now on. Priestahh with 2 of his own. Can Dashy get into the fight? Scump with the sweet nades, and now we've got a push from OpTic. There it is. The hard point is in their hands, but the trap is not quite set. And this could be it.
That is a massive swing moment for OpTic.
Look at the clearance on the map that they now have. Shotzzy, he's gonna be in his home and new. You got Scump was at least able to get 2. The close spawns though, they get the close spawn. Minnesota Røkkr, maybe a gift of life.
Look at that mini-map. Those purple arrows are way closer to Shotzzy than you thought they would be. Dashy though with a heads-up play towards the backside, at least gives you some information. Shotzzy, the guns are up. The guns are up towards the front, the final 10 seconds. And we're looking at game 5. iLLeY trying to cut them off. No one gets close to that point unless he says so. And now he's dancing the dance over towards the point that Røkkr have managed to get themselves in. It is 2 seconds for the win. As Røkkr managed to find the kills, Dashy's down. You've got OpTic in the back. It ain't done yet.
You gotta make sure you basically sack this point as well. If you win this rotation somehow to P1, Røkkr, they're looking to trap him in. Shotzzy causing problems. And OpTic are debating, you want to hit, you want to rotate, you hit this hill.
And here they go. They'll have to collapse onto the point, iLLeY over the top. And that is it. The kills are done. And to the surprise of no one here in the King's Theatre or any of you watching at home on YouTube, we have a game 5.
The slow bleed of Gavutu. I mean, you almost saw the life getting drained out of Røkkr with every single hill. They played it about as well as you could ask. Maybe one mistake. Most hills it felt like they were on point. They broke through the P5. But slowly but surely, OpTic just climbing their way up. That is a game where P3 just about wins you that hill. And even towards the end, OpTic finished it off with a clean 2. They were happy to see Gavutu for the map number 4. And honestly, everybody delivers. We talked about how good Scump is on this map. Both him and Dashy running the show with ARs. I mean, iLLeY popping pieces on P3 as well. They started making a big play, and out for Minnesota. I mean, it's no different. The pressure has been on. But for a map that could be their final of the year, they need to find a way to respond.
Patterns back at it again. The name of the game here in Vanguard in the game 5, where we began on Barrage, we will end it. This is it, our final map of the series, and potentially the final map of Minnesota Røkkr's run here in the Vanguard season. He's shaking his head. He doesn't think it's going to happen, bro. Wait, we've got a break in a minute, but before we go to that one, what's going on?
I'm just looking at it, man. This is a map where Standy has run the show at times, but it's also been neck-and-neck battles for both of these teams. It is the type of game that literally might have round 11 written all over it, and it is also the type of game where we really get to test their mettle and see what these guys are made of. Røkkr fighting for their lives. OpTic are fighting for just like the resurgence to get back to where they once were. This is losers round 1. This is top 12 as well if you fall. A wild Friday we have had.
Yeah, Friday's not quite done yet. We still have another series after this one. Ladies and gentlemen, now though, it is time to throw to a commercial break. What an unbelievable day of Call of Duty we have had, and we are far from over. Major 4 has been sensational so far. For now, Game 5, OpTic Texas, Minnesota Røkkr. Their entire season hangs in the balance. OpTic Texas is form going in the champs. We will see who gets to play on in this tournament after one more search and destroy after this break. Game 5, one of many today, but no more important than this one right here. Minnesota Røkkr are literally playing for their lives here in the Vanguard season. If they lose this one, Chance,
that's it.
It's all over.
You're going to the cage. Your life depends on it. And this is justification for roster decisions as well, right? Minnesota, they came into this tournament in a similar spot to a few teams. They were looking sweet. Things have been much different since then. We talked about Minnesota's record in search against OpTic on the year. It has been fantastic. But since getting rid of Major Maniac, who had the #1 KD against OpTic in the game, not on the squad anymore, we get to find out, is it ever chalked?
It's been the mantra of a team who have made a brand of comebacks. And here we go. The stat lines have a tremendous disparity to them. But don't let that fool you, friends. This is going to be ridiculous. You throw the stats out the window, you throw the storylines out the window, it all just comes down to this, a single map and a tiny itty-bitty lobby drop. Hey, come on, it has to happen eventually, guys. We're going to get this one going ASAP, but for now, we're going to reload that lobby, and we're going to build that dramatic tension right back up. But for now, just chill for a second. Chance, Røkkr have had a pretty decent run so far. They've been reverse swept. It's been a spicy one. They've brought the noise and the thunder here. But not only is this a big deal, I mean, obviously OpTic fans are in the house, but the doubling down on that noise is because if you're a New York Subliners fan, you really want Røkkr to lose. Like, a lot, guys, you really want Røkkr to lose this.
I mean, look, the tail of the tape, though, for Bocage, S&D, right? Standy has been one of the best players on this map all year long. Obviously, Shotzzy, fantastic counterpart. Also, somewhat of an offensive battle. You have Minnesota #1 on the attack, and they go towards B off the rip more than anyone else in the game. Well, OpTic very much need a game plan for it. Play around the picks over towards that B site. We already saw so many micro adjustments Røkkr were making just on Tuscan S&D. We know they've done their homework. We know that these guys live for search. They live for the Game 5. And with Minnesota's life on the line, on the flip side for OpTic, again, looking to find where they were all the way back in stage 1, because a loss here, that means top 12. And for the wild situation of Vanguard, 2 potential major winners getting eliminated this early towards the end. It would be crazy scenes, but to the cage we go, man.
I mean, every single series here for OpTic Texas is essentially, you know, the most important practice they could ask for going into champs. There's not a whole lot of teams that are going to be willing to put in the hard yards over the next 2 weeks in the build-up to the finale of the Vanguard season. And they have not exactly been their former selves. iLLeY back on the roster. Now they are looking for every single second in game to eliminate those bad habits and any sort of mistakes being made in gameplay right now, because Chance, you're running out of time for OpTic. You don't want to go into champs cold. You want to go in fighting fit with a heart full of confidence.
Of course, when we're talking about the attacks being #1 in the game for Minnesota, it's #10 overall for OpTic. Now, granted, the disparity isn't that great. 49% from Røkkr. They make it 50-50 on offense. 39% for OpTic, so not super clean when they go for the neutral setups, but that is how the map gets played. See if there's anything special cooked up. Any of those cheeky plays, jumping into top grannies from the plat. We know Shotzzy might be daring to try. But if that map 2 is any indication, I mean, it is honestly just, you know, 2 juggernauts, back and forth blows. I want to see if Dashy and iLLeY can sort of hit their stride, right? He always gets booed.
He does always get it. But for now, we have a brief moment for the players on OpTic to pass on some final words. Some great moments from the search again in the opening moments from OpTic. They had a good look on Tuscan. Again, Dashy and iLLeY working so well together, as they tend to do. We're almost ready to do this, friends. One last map here in the series.
The last time these guys played Bocage, well, it was the last time they played. It has been fairly recent on this map, and it was around 11. Minnesota Røkkr walked away with the dub. Desperate for their next. We can only set this up so much.
We can set this up as many times as we have to set this up, Chance. For God's sake, man, we did it all day on Sunday. We had a good time to ourselves. How are we doing, Brooklyn? How are we doing? You look good. I've been down there. You smell good. Oh, yeah, especially you. I see you. Oh, yeah. We thank you so much for the warm welcome here, Major 4. This has been an unbelievable, I mean unbelievable experience so far. Where's this camera? Where is this?
It's the gym.
Unreal. You guys have been sensational. We're coming back. I'm telling you. New York Subliners have put on an unbelievable show, and it's only Friday. We still have dates. Start the game. I'm trying, brother. I'm trying.
Can you imagine how frustrating it is for us when the lobby drops and we just drop our heads? But imagine being a player for your final map of Vanguard, and the lobby is now dropped twice already.
It's
players going through it, like, you know, your adrenaline amps up just for it to get dropped. Difficult moments to stay focused. The smile on Scump's face, obviously, it's not that there isn't pressure on OpTic. Oh, believe me, there is, but they are in a much sweeter spot. And the boys on the other side of the stage. Through this tournament, Røkkr, no success in their last game 5. And that was a map that could have been the difference maker. They could have been in Florida's shoes right now.
And even Crim7 is cheering for OpTic right now. Because again, if you're a Subliners fan, if you're a Subliners fan, you want them to go down in a big way, man. You need Røkkr to fall here. OpTic Texas may have secured themselves a spot at champs, but by no means is that a saving grace going forward. Search and destroy in the season so far, and Attach has been the man for Røkkr.
Yeah, well, he's been the man in the KD department. Shotzzy has been the man for the First Bloods, 4th best overall in the league. And obviously, you know, it is entries on Bocage, and it'd be an interesting sort of battle that we're having, right? Of course, on the offensive end, I'd say on the side for Minnesota, maybe to be Attached, getting in the mix. They like the neutral setups. They like to lean towards B. Those are the AR lanes. Shotzzy versus Standy. I mean, Scump versus Havok. These guys have been battling, I mean, at least since Advanced Warfare. So much experience on this stage. A world champion facing the first time he is not qualified for champs since he's been allowed to play. We know Attach is icy. Right now, maybe Havok's feeling good, trying to keep the hands warm. If there is any other moment to see what this team is made of.
This is it. Think of how much Attach had to put in yesterday. He went to war with the New York Subliners to try to secure those 20 points.
We talked about their lack of success in the game 5. Attach had 14 kills by like round 8.
Yeah.
He was the fry man. He was earning glide bombs. He was making the big plays. And obviously, if he's your main slayer, at least in terms of search and destroy, it's all their top performer. Attach is looking to be that guy. Of course, you know, iLLeY is a Terminator in search and destroy. This is what he lives for. Start the map.
We are, brother, don't worry. iLLeY had been the man to watch for OpTic for a long time. An unfortunate injury has seen him sit out of quite a lot of the season here in Vanguard. And ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Map 5. We go to the cage. The last time here in this series. OpTic Texas, Minnesota Røkkr. Let's get it.
How quickly do Røkkr want to start making moves? It's not the typical. Do you punch him in the mouth round 1? Do you go for Old Faithful? I mean, Havok truly is the perfect player to watch off the rip. The man will love to get mixy. The search and destroy wizard and the hard stack on defense. OpTic, they're pouncing on P2.
Scump's got a lot of damage, and Havok trades now abound, and already we're off to a fantastic start with the bomb now down on the outside of the A bomb, just out there in the mud. We're going to see the recovery now. Into Grannies we go. Havok gets himself onto the board. In and out through the many, many doors and windows here on the bottom side of Grannies, and down in the dungeon. Scumpy puts it on Priestahh.
Havok's got making the play, though. He's looking for the odd man out. He's waiting to actually pounce on Scump. He has the angle. He has the read. 2 in the round. And this bomb could go down. They haven't seen iLLeY in a long time. They're probably expecting him in the spawn, but he is playing the wrap. He might catch him towards mid.
Oh my God.
But the timing does not go his way. The bomb will be planted on B, and iLLeY will not be quick enough there for the trap. Let's see what he can do in the 1v2.
This is such a hard 1v2 situation as well. He's pretty speedy though. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Damn! Havok What a round. He's on his feet.
With a smile on his face in a moment like this. If you got spidey senses, let him tingle. That is a massive round. I mean, the first blood gets traded out, but Havok just makes play after play. Scump gets a pick, Havok responds. And I'll tell you, if iLLeY gets that first one, the other guy would have been trapped on site. iLLeY could have clutched that. That is a massive way to start this game.
The gunny still hot from Havok, has not been iced by the lobby dropper now. Mid-map, you fly for OpTic. It is a 3-1 stack. Oh, hello, Standy. First blood with an 8.
Dude, he was inside barn in that moment as well, so talk about a peach of a grenade to get that kill. You've done your homework, you were on point, now you got that man advantage. Number 6, iLLeY, creeping his way up the map, taking his time. You're cornered up, though. Minnesota, they're giving up nothing.
With the fence run. Shotzzy and Dashy now as they make their way over towards the A-bomb site. Havok's got himself a corner, and iLLeY unfortunately fails the jump. Shotzzy does not, and now we get to watch this slow and steady movement towards the inside, and Havok, patience will pay off. If he holds this line down, Standy's got his back covered, so Røkkr have a magnificent setup.
They're just waiting for Shotzzy to make the play. They get him up top. They're trying to see if he can find the moment. If someone making a mistake, and there you go. You find the intro. Shotzzy checks his corners, but Havok again shuts him down. He's loving that one-on-one gunfight. You got the man advantage again. You know the bomb gets collected. And they're giving up the wrong site. OpTic, this might be the window, or maybe to be too late. You clear out one, you swarm the other.
Here they come. Priestahh from down low, attach, tagged up already. Dashy makes it now that bit easier. 2v2. Priestahh now with a wide peek towards the bomb site. Will he be able to catch him out? Fight we go. Havok from upstairs. Misses a shot or two, but that's going to be enough to still get the kill. Dashy playing it slow and steady. Has he been seen, heard? What is it? Have they felt his presence? 30 seconds on this one. Has Dashy? Eyes on. Oh my God! Once again, Havok. He is having her time on the cage.
2 rounds, 6 kills, all of them clutch. Shotzzy checks the corner, Havok guns him down. He's on the spree. In my mind, that is a play where 90% of the time someone hops the bomb, but Havok is like, I'm going for the glide. It might be early on, but I am making the plays. He's waiting for the gunfight, and he delivers another massive one. We talked about how Major Maniac has had the ice against OpTic. Well, this is who they replaced him with, and right now Havok has delivered. One more, you get a glide. If you ever get that bomb down on B, how easy it can get.
Will this nade land? Attach.
Again.
It does, and that's a coordinated effort. That's a good bit of work. iLLeY with the tags at range now, trying to find a little bit of revenge for his fallen comrade. Forward he drives, Priestahh, oh my God! The timing was great, but not quite enough. Here comes Havok, looking for the glide. Keeping it as tight as he possibly can, Johnson, with less than a minute to play with here. The bomb still moving forward for Røkkr.
And if you ever get the bomb down on B again, Havok can just play around it and just play for the easy picks. Røkkr being very cautious. Players up top. Havok waiting for this kill.
And that is unbelievable. iLLeY may have just saved his team in the long run, but the round is far from over. 3v3.
I mean, still a 3v3, and honestly, time is ticking down. Only 30 seconds left in OpTic. I mean, we saw Minnesota do the same thing, cover the A site, and just trust yourself on these retakes. Bomb's gonna go down. Maybe a deep flank coming out from iLLeY. Attach has not made this read.
Scump's already in. He's so close to this one, the fight's on the other side of the map. Red dots may be the distraction. They are indeed. Priestahh now the last man up. At great range now from the deep side of River. He has no eyes on the bombs. The defuse could come through any second now, and that's a big win. Here comes the rest of OpTic flying forward. Damaged out from Dashy. Priestahh double dips into the fight, trying to lure them forward, and he may have just done it. Oh my good God. He's dancing circles around them. 20 seconds on this one. Scump has got to go. He's got to fly as fast as he possibly can. And Scumpy wins the fight. And with 2 seconds to spare, he will defuse the bomb.
That would have been the dagger in the game if Priestahh clutches that 1v3. Nearly the hero. OpTic almost let it slip through, but Scump delivers. First round on board, but right now, if I'm OpTic, I'm a little bit concerned. We've gotten picked apart by grenades at the start of these rounds. Røkkr have done their homework. They have thrown out the Kobe's. And that's just going to force you to play a little bit more awkward. You can't quite play your game, and look at that. You throw a peek, and again, the grenades land on your face. Already a 4 versus 2. Shotzzy looking for his first kill. He's got behind enemy lines. That's only the first.
He resets dead silence, and he is moving, baby. That's a 2 now. That's Shotzzy. A sensational set of plays to keep his teams going. 2v2. The widespread now on defense from Røkkr. Over to the B-bomb side we go once again, but it's a fast read from Attach. He's making his way over now as well. And oh my good God, what the hell?
He's bottom. He's going to be in the tunnel. Dashy's going to be down low. His teammate is able to get out. Do you ever read an AR playing down low?
You don't. Dashy's down there. Priestahh is now making his way forward as well. 35. And that bomb goes boom. And OpTic Texas level it up. But for now, it is an awkward set of 1v1s across the map, and Priestahh spotted him.
100%. He's got to play this quick, though. He has to play this quick. He's able to get the first. Shotzzy gets the second. Shotzzy looking for the ace.
1v1. It's Shotzzy. It's Priestahh. The stun check.
Oh, he's good. He knows it.
Fantastic. 10 seconds now. Here's the nade. He has everything to throw
look at
it.
that.
Will he get the ace? And that is an outstanding round from OpTic Texas.
Now look, OpTic still have to readjust because Røkkr have been on point with the grenades, but Shotzzy making some moves on the map. Smooth with it. He gets a kill, disappears. From 0-3 to 4 in a row. And the fact that he had the stun for the end of round play, unreal from Shotzzy.
Shotzzy was born in the MW era.
The B hits, by the way, the B hits, they love going to B for Minnesota. They play aggressive, and iLLeY pulls the sniper out to find the blood, but trades come through because Shotzzy gets caught, and this is as quick as it gets. Bomb being planted on B.
I think we're seeing the read, though. Oh, wait a minute! Standy flies forward, gets a kill out of this one. They might go back to plant the bomb, or they may go across the way because Attach is there, and he's made the call, boys. There's no one home. Dashy now is making his way across, as is Scumpy now. The immediate transition. Oh my God, the timing is exceptional. 2v2.
And get with your teammate. Go back to Dashy, make moves on the map. What direction do you want to go? Or maybe leave Dashy, post it in the back. But when this bomb goes down, can OpTic get the intel on where these players go? But Standy with the plant, I think he had the nice angle. Not easy for the retake. Standy, or Attach, excuse me, with the read. Still the 2v2 for HP.
Standy trying to make his way through the inside of Granny's. Scump and Dashy now. He's got to
loud.
lock arms. A Scump has struggled so much with the windows and walls of Bocage thus far, but they're creeping their way forward. Standy from up high may be able to catch something out here. Attach doesn't see a single thing happen. So now the fight is on. Dashy wins the first. Time is ticking. Scump now trying to make something happen now. The defuse is coming through, and Attach trying to find his way. But OpTic Texas back-to-back rounds where they defuse the bomb and they take the lead.
And that is cracks in the surface of the ice game. If the 2v4 wasn't bad enough, you get the bomb down. Less than 20 seconds on the clock before OpTic get nearby. And not even playing the right clutch spot. Attach struggling in this game. Røkkr, you need the bounce back. I don't know if you can keep forcing these nades to fall. And look at how quick, dude, this bomb is already going down. No one's here for Røkkr. It's already down. Shotzzy's done his job. Now can his teammates clutch?
Havok surprised. What do you mean he planted the bomb? I'm right here. Straight over towards the site we go, and this could be an absolute sneaker, but how? Shotzzy is the up close now, trying to find the fight. Here comes the first. Straight into the battle we go. The remaining two members now of Minnesota Røkkr, and there's the kill. That should be it. A 1v3, seemingly impossible now for Attach. If he can get anything out of this one, I'd be amazed. The rat in hand, though, he's making something happen. Not over yet. And this is going to get awkward real quick. As OpTic Texas, another round in the bank.
Ballsy call by Standy to try to hop that bomb. In a moment like this, a tough spot, and it was iLLeY that took him down. This game starting to spiral out of control. We opened up Havok on a 6-3 in the first 2 rounds. OpTic have clutched time and time again. Another situation where they are ready for a potential B push, whether it be the sniper, whether it be Dashy, or maybe the one-on-one against Preston. It is the man advantage for OpTic. And they've clutched the rounds even when they were a man down. Now they're looking to convert that 4v3 Røkkr. They need to find a way, and they don't get it. Shotzzy's there, shuts them down, 2v4.
Not over yet. Attach and Priestahh now. Coverage towards mid-map. If Attach turns around, he might catch a player twerking there through the geometry of Røkkr, but for now, they still have to try to recover that bomb. It's not going to happen. It is in such a precarious position. Attach now with the delicate moves towards the top side of Grannies, and that is good for now. Priestahh has coverage over towards the A-bomb site. This is not over yet. Okay. It's starting to get real bad. Priestahh didn't spot that one. The hunt is now on Shotzzy. Forward he goes.
No.
And this is it. The Roosters of Ragnarok have let it sound. Fimbulwinter is upon us. This is the end. This is the twilight of the gods. Minnesota Røkkr have got to dig deeper than they have all year long just to stay alive here and now.
Minnesota Røkkr, they need so much in a moment where everything is against them. Lining up the nades, nothing.
Echoes of an old nade, as we may be witnessing the final moments of Minnesota Røkkr right here, right now in Vanguard. Never before have we felt a nervous tension like this for a squad with such composure. 1 minute remaining, the standoff still there.
And OpTic taking it slow, trying to break him with pressure. You can hear the pin get pulled. Shotzzy at least gets one, attached trades. And that is bomb down, 3 versus 3.
OpTic with the immediate reshuffle, that entire move. The formation from the A side of the map over now towards B. The bomb now
Number 6.
covered. The flank is on. What a turn! As Attach is not done just yet.
There goes my hero, but now Attach might need to clutch. Him and Havok. This could be it. They don't cover the bomb. Scump is able to get it down. A 2 versus 2. Havok and Attach. This is their life.
Dead silence activated. They're moving silently. Now, through Røkkr, looking for every possible avenue before they get towards that bomb. 30 seconds on this one, and they should be able to catch something here. They're playing for barn first. Dashy makes the read. Dashy gets the kill. Now, it all falls down to Attach. He has been the hero for his squad all season long. An outstanding career. And for the first time, he will not see a COD champs. OpTic Texas take the series. They advance further into Major 4. And in the grand scheme of things, great news for New York Subliners.
One thing I've learned this year, Miles, sometimes it is chalked. Røkkr fall, OpTic clutch up, and maybe that is the start of a loser's bracket run. OpTic starting this tournament in a tough spot. They were down 2-1 in the series. Clean on Gavutu. The slow comeback was there. In what turned out to be a dominant Game 5. I mean, they were getting pieced up in the first 2 rounds. Havok was making plays. But OpTic there, it was iLLeY. That might have been the moment. Jumping over on the platform, making sure Havok doesn't get the glide. As soon as that kill comes through, OpTic never looked back, whether it be Shotzzy for an ace in a 2v4 moment. Every clutch moment after those first 2 rounds delivered. The first bloods weren't going their way, didn't matter. As soon as they started to get them, in a 6-2 win. Couldn't be happier than that.
A merciless performance from OpTic Texas there, knowing full well Røkkr's precarious situation going forward. But that is the way of the warrior. Elation across the Kings Theater here in Brooklyn. is a well-deserved victory for OpTic Texas. One step in the right direction to the return to form for them going into champs. They break the pattern. 6-4 in the search and destroy. They are getting back to it, Chance. One map at a time. Still a bit of work to do on the Barkage hardpoint. Obviously, they're in that Tuscan control, a nail-biter. Could have been a very different series again, but that is it. With heavy hearts, though, we do say goodbye to Minnesota Røkkr, not just here in the tournament, but also in their run to champs. More on that, of course, on the desk, but for now, it is nothing but good vibes here in the King's Theater for many others. We're going to go down to the stage. Blaze, take it away.
Thank you so much, Miles. Give it up for OpTic Texas one more time. Bruce. Being down in this losers bracket, you were down 2-1 in this series, but you and the guys figured out a way how to get this one done. How you feeling in this moment?
I'm feeling great. I mean, this New York crowd is actually insane. Shout out to everyone. Yo, we appreciate it. Obviously, that was a really tough loss for Minnesota. So,
yeah.
Hearts out to those guys, but I'm just super happy that we could pull out.
Yep. And so now you guys got iLLeY back. You're at full strength. How you feeling about this losers bracket run to possibly come out with another chip here in a major?
I mean, obviously we're feeling good. It all starts with one, so we're just gonna take it one match at a time, and hopefully we could pull through with it.
All right, man. Yo, any shout outs you want to give to everybody out there who've been supporting so far?
Yo, shout out the crowd, yo. Yo, we love you guys, for real.
Yo, one more time, give it up for Bruce and OpTic Texas. Barely break it all down.
We kicked off the series in New York where the passion was live, and OpTic Texas moves on in the lower bracket. But for their opponents, just like Paris Legion and the London Royal Ravens, the Minnesota Røkkr are officially eliminated from Major 4 and also champs nameless. OpTic Texas moves on and lives to fight another day.
And this guy Dashy popping off in this series once again with a 1.22 KD. Can't say enough great things about this guy every single time he's taken over series. But man, Minnesota Røkkr, Game 5, #1 in round 1 percentage on Barkage S&D. Does not matter when you're going up against the green wall. They wanted to come into this series and get a victory. Odds stacked against him when he gets to that Game 5, but what happens time and time again? You put these guys in clutch situations, they end up clutching up when they need to. We saw the 2v4. We saw the Scump clutch in the 1v1 gunfight. Just an unbelievable performance out of OpTic Texas, man. Game 5, playing against a team as hungry as the Minnesota Røkkr, that's impressive, aBeZy.
And I hate to be that guy, but I talked about Minnesota Røkkr and the cracks that started to form at the seams for this squad, that they lost a lot of composure that they had with Major Maniac on the squad. They're up to 1 in the series. They dropped in the Gavutu, a map that should have been in their favor. They head to the bow cage, another map heavily in their favor, and they're getting clutched on and clutched on and clutched on from the likes of OpTic Texas. But we saw some serious lights at the end tunnel for Minnesota Røkkr this season, and obviously is heartbreaking farewell for them. But to push it to a Game 5, obviously we got to give them their flowers. Havok joining the squad and what he was able to do in such a short amount of time, as well as attach, switching roles in the middle of the season and still ending as maybe one of the top ARs in this game.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Like, we have got to look at this Minnesota team. While they don't make it to champs, you got to give them a lot of props, right? You got to give them all the praise in the world for what they were able to do this season. And I think, especially, like, I think aLLeY brought it up perfectly. Like, Attach didn't get enough praise throughout the season. While they don't get a ton of LAN victories as well, I mean, Havok was outstanding. Like, throughout this series, that guy deserves some praise. I think the entire Minnesota team, while they weren't able to put it together, they're not going to be at champs. It felt like at different times, especially those two players, they deserve a lot of praise for what they did.
Not just for the team and the players, but also the entire organization, from the watch parties to the engagement that we see on social media. I've loved everything that I've seen from this organization this year. But moving on, though, hey, OpTic's still in it, baby.
Let's talk about it. I mean, OpTic Texas, I mean, that Gavutu hardpoint was beautiful.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so glad they're playing that map again. That now puts them at a 5-game win streak when it comes to Gavutu hardpoint. It wasn't getting through in a lot of their series, and now they're finally adding that back, and that's just wonderful. And then Barkage as well. They test them again on the Barkage hardpoint. They're going to have to go back and fix that map, but the Barkage S&D, just so impressive. I can't wait to go back and break down some of those rounds, because what they were pulling off was just ridiculous.
Y'all know what I can't wait for? To take a look at the points, baby. Minnesota Røkkr are officially eliminated from champs, but also the threshold is right there staring right right at is the Florida Mutineers are holding on to it. 160 points in aLLeY. Right behind them, Los Angeles Guerrillas, 5 points behind.
And man, what a better matchup than another rematch against the Atlanta FaZe happening as our last match of the day. And
now let's think about this if you're a New York Subliner fan or a New York Subliner player for that matter. Like, you're hoping Atlanta comes out here and just smokes them, and then you beat Florida, and you're in a good spot. So, like, that match right there, OpTic beating Minnesota, was massive for the New York Subliners. Now, the Cinderella story, it's still there, right? Like, now, as it stands right now, they need top 2. If Florida gets a win, though, then we're looking at New York and we're like, you got to win this whole thing.
And one thing, too, like if Atlanta wins, they can also continue to work in New York's benefit. They can be the team that just continues to take away all these bubble teams in the elimination bracket. So it could start with LAG. It could start with the other teams as well. I think if you're a New York fan, as odd as it sounds, you're also very much an Atlanta FaZe fan as long as they can stay alive.
that's what I'm saying. I'm hoping at this last match of the day that we start, instead of hearing boos for the Atlanta FaZe, New York, you better get loud for them because you really need this W to go in y'all's favor.
You guys should be rooting for Atlanta FaZe as hard as you are for OpTic and also the New York Subliners. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a Scump play, a game where Shotzzy went absolutely crazy for his ace. It had to have gone in.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a 2v4. I mean, the first 2 kills here, he gets this kill and he jumps out the front window and just easy reads, like checks the corner, like those types of plays, they just don't happen often. And then, I mean, you see he gets towards the end of the round, he gets that bomb down, and then he ends up in a 1v1 here where he throws a stun check, and then when that stun lands, he knows that there's no player on the bomb, wraps back to dirt, throws a nade as well just to get him to look in the other direction, and wins the gunfight to win it in the end. Those are big time plays when you need a player like Shotzzy the most, where, you know, honestly, last couple of weeks, honestly 2 months or so, Shotzzy hasn't been Shotzzy.
Yeah.
We were waiting for it, and those types of rounds will get him going once again. And then just one last note on OpTic Texas, the most important thing for them in this tournament was to stay alive, right? They had a tough stage, first 2 matches they played with the sub, iLLeY comes back, getting him acclimated, and now they need to get these matches in to get these reps for champs. If they were to have lost that game 5, I would be so worried about them headed into champs, but now it's just about getting those scrims in, getting that land practice, getting iLLeY back into form.
Yes, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get ready for the last series of the day, a rematch of Major 2. Atlanta FaZe and also LAG. But the thing is, you do it by your cell phones right now, baby, because you need to sign up for that new calling card. And also, when you do, you're just in depth with everything inside of the Call of Duty League. But I'm also, go ahead and get your champs pack. You guys don't want to miss it at all. This event, though, is just now warming up. The skins are looking good, and the matches are looking even better. But it's about time to shut this down for this series right here. Real quick, who's winning the next series?
Atlanta FaZe.
Atlanta FaZe, right there you have it. So
I gotta say real quick, I really do like this LAG team. I had them beating London, so this is not easy for me to say, but I think Atlanta take it. If not, though, I'll be honest, I don't know if I'd be surprised. Like, I don't know if I'd be surprised.
Be on game 5, Leno. It's gonna
be game 5.
We can at least say that with confidence. Game 5 for sure in the next series.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to pick'ems, they are all chalk, but the one thing we can predict is that game 5s are all across the board. We're hoping that for the next series, we get exactly that. We're gonna get the exact rematch of the Major 2 finals. The Major 2 champions, Los Angeles Guerrillas, and that man Spark, the MVP, will face off against the Atlanta FaZe. You don't want to miss it, and I'll catch you on the other side.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we finally did it. It is the end of the day, and we saved the best for last. Today has been full of incredible games. The upsets have been amazing. The storylines are there, and also we've seen a lot of teams lose their chance to go to champs, and it has been absolutely heartbreaking. If you're on the losing side, though, but for the winning teams, OpTic Texas and the other teams definitely moving on. And we also have the Los Angeles Guerrillas making another miracle run in the loser side of the bracket. But they're going against Atlanta FaZe and Miles. This is not going to be an easy task, man, but LAG are looking so good lately.
They're looking good, and let's face it, Veli, they've done this before.
Yeah.
Like this
Multiple
is,
times.
They've done this a couple of times. They've done it online, they've done it online in a best of 9. I mean, hey, who knows? This could be, I don't even know anymore. I don't even know anymore. It took a while to get down here. I apologize, guys. But yeah, this is going to be a banger of a series. We're closing out Friday strong, and I can't believe I'm saying that. It's only Friday.
It's only going to get better from here, but welcome to the desk. My name is Veli. Y'all know Miles, y'all know aLLeY, and also Nameless. But let's also get to know the maps and modes better, because between both of these teams, I wonder where we're going to be going to. Atlanta FaZe have been moving on, and they have been looking scary, even though they did go the distance against the Paris Legion. But this one, it's a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, we got, the first 3 maps are exactly the same as the last time these guys played, and LAG won both the respawns. They also beat Atlanta FaZe in both hardpoints as well last time. So, I mean, I feel like LAG is full of confidence going into this one. You're looking at a Slasher who's been frying since that match, who also had a 1.4 against Atlanta FaZe and Hook as well. So this could honestly go either way, but all I know is LAG is going to be full of confidence on that stage, and Atlanta FaZe has been waiting all day, and we've had game 5 since the beginning of the day. That's not easy.
Well, you know it's not going to be easy. This losers bracket run for Atlanta FaZe. aLLeY, they kicked off today against Paris Legion, took it to a game 5. Paris almost took it, and now they're going against the one team that have set the hell out of them in Minnesota.
I mean, I'm going to be that honest. I wasn't that surprised when it went to a game 5.
Hey.
But for the Atlanta FaZe, this is kind of like their due, right? Like, LAG has had their number for a hot minute now. So when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory for Atlanta, I mean, you're squaring up on some of the same maps. Like, you need to get back into breaking success at hardpoint. They're 10th during stage 4 in break percentage. I never thought those words would come out of my mouth about Atlanta FaZe, and continue locking down defensive rounds on Tuscan control. Their first in defensive win percentage this season, LAG only winning 16% of offenses. Obviously, that's one of the most difficult feats to accomplish when it comes to a game mode like control. And I gotta say, Vel, the last time these two teams matched up, Cell went negative. He had a .94, and that is a very, very rare occasion.
Got that right.
So, like I said, I think Atlanta FaZe are due.
And the thing is with the Los Angeles Guerrillas, they have been here before. It wasn't just Major 2, where they made an example out of the Atlanta FaZe, but it happened at the beginning of the online qualifiers for this major. Nameless, LAG, you think they got it in them?
I mean, I think so. Like, it's tough with predicting this game. Like, this is such a 50-50 game for me, but LAG's just been looking so good. I mean, the last few matches that we saw online, they were looking better, and then Slasher, I mean, he might be one of the best. He's top 3 AR, like, at least through the last couple of weeks. He's been frying. You see that's the first game field key to victory. Slasher finding end-of-season form, 1.33 KD versus London earlier today. Like, he's putting up these wild KDs in these matches, and then, more importantly, in Search and Destroy. The guy was a first blood machine earlier, and it hasn't been, like, every single game he's been doing that. And then also take advantage of reeling FaZe squad on map 4 Tuscan Hardpoint. They're 0-2 this weekend on that map. If you can catch that dub there, set you up for a victory.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, enough with the talk. My body is ready. Let's go ahead and get this game underway. I'd like to welcome you, your Major 2 champions and the Major 2 MVP, the Los Angeles Guerrillas and Spart. They're facing off against the Atlanta FaZe. Let's lock it down.
York, it's time for another elimination matchup. We got Atlanta FaZe and the Los Angeles Guerrillas coming up to the stage. We've had game 5s all day long, and this one probably won't disappoint. Looking to lock in first seed for champs. Make some noise for Atlanta FaZe. Cellium, Arcitys, aBeZy, and Simp. Give it up for Atlanta FaZe.
And this is going to be a big one for Atlanta FaZe, man. I mean, you go game 5 against Paris Legion. You need to win against a good team. You need to set that confidence up, and you need to make a run in this tournament. You have yet to get a chip in Vanguard, and they can still do it here in this comp.
Well, the question is, can Atlanta FaZe pull it through Blaze? Let's see if they want this rematch as bad as they want it.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe trying to get that first chip, but this team already got one, and they're trying to make it to champs. Make some noise for the Los Angeles Guerrillas. You got Slasher, Spark, Neptune, and Hook.
I'm gonna say it right now, I'm gonna be plain and simple. If you're talking about Major 2 as a fluke, take a look at Hook. This man was really good last game, and if he brings that fire to this matchup right here, LAG might walk away with it all. Slasher's been a leading example on this squad, and when it comes to LAG, they have so much to prove. I'm looking at you as well, Neptune. Blaze, it's nostalgia, man. Major 2 rematch, let's get it going.
It is. The rematch is here. We got two amazing teams, but we also got two amazing casters. Merc, Maven, let's take it away.
Ah, thank you, sir. You are so kind. You're gonna make me blush.
He is. He's so kind.
It's late in the evening. We are ready to get freaky. We've got a big match to come. I assume we're gonna go to a map 5 because it just that's the magic that seems to be in the water. I don't know if it's the veto process, the title, what is going on, but we're getting there over and over and over again.
Yeah, so let's just go there, right?
Yeah,
I'm ready. I mean, a huge matchup, though. I a Major 2 rematch also. I mean, just in this stage, you had LAG, they were able to take down Atlanta FaZe 3-1. A lot of the maps are the same in this series. It should be a fun one.
Yeah, and you were kind of talking about, I mean, Slasher, you've seen me very vocal about his online hate at times, like just gets really frustrated. Like, I'm going into the major, I've already got a loss under my belt, like I just want to get back to land, so on and so forth. But he's been playing pretty lights out.
It just feels like he's like, you know what, screw it. I'm just gonna do whatever the heck I have to do. And he's been playing lights out. Yeah, I mean, you just saw it in that map 5 a couple of series ago. If you're still in here in the venue, I just want you to know that I love you very much. And that I would buy you all a beer, but we're in New York. That's really expensive, so I don't know, maybe later.
Joe, that's very nice of you. You're a very loving man.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Yeah. They all do, Joe. But map 1, here we go. We'll see if we're going the distance again. FaZe, Guerrillas. They played in the first and second match. They've been watching all the chaos.
Oh, dude, okay, we're gonna restart it.
Okay, let's get back into it.
That means they get to hang out with us more. You guys don't want to hang out with us more?
Oh. Hey, we're just trying to see how late we can go at this point. But apologies, guys. We'll get back into as quickly as we can. But obviously, FaZe are going to be the favorites in this. Never count out Guerrillas, even though it's a different type of roster. We have had them start in the losers bracket. They have made that run and been able to win a major. You never count out Slasher, maybe the greatest losers bracket player of all time.
Yep.
You never know when a team's going to get hot or turn it on. And I think we've talked about that in the history of Call of Duty. It's always been a thing, I think, every title, like a team can get hot in a weekend. But I think right now, when it seems like teams really haven't figured this title out yet, they haven't, even more so, right? Like,
well, I think with this LAG, I mean, this is still a new roster. I mean, that's another part of it, another addition. This is still a team. If there's another stage, I really like this lineup. I think there is so much firepower to it. I mean, you have Slasher, the veteran, but there's 3 young guns around you that can fry. I mean, I guess Hook really isn't anymore, but you know, you talk about Spartan, Neptune.
It's weird to kind of say like.
Yeah, I mean, he's like a vet now at this point, a world champion. But I mean, Neptune, especially in Hardpoint, they have been popping off.
it's just going to go the distance. And I think for Atlanta FaZe, the slaying needs to be there. aBeZy and Arcitys, you know, we talked about them. They were able to survive Paris. It needs to be better here when you talk about them in those respawns.
And apologies if you already touched on this on broadcast. I can't remember from our conversation earlier or just now, but with Slasher playing well, do you think, we know he's a very intelligent guy, a robotics engineer, like he's done all this crazy stuff. Do you think the game is starting to come to him a little bit? Or do you think it's more like he's just like, I'm going to shoot straight and I'm just going to put up numbers, and he's starting to just play a little bit more selfishly?
I mean, it's hard to tell, because I think when you watch them in like their Berlin control earlier today versus London, it was very systematic. They just got right to their spots. They tried to play defense over and over again at A, but I think it's that. It just feels he's just kind of in takeover mode. Like, I'm going to do what I have to do. We've practiced every single day. If you don't know the game by now, I really don't know what to tell you, teammates. But yeah, let's try and do this.
Well, I think that might be actually how a lot of people feel maybe currently. But we're going to take a look at the stats from Slasher in the last matchup and what he was able to do. And this is kind of an example of what we're talking about. I mean, he has been putting up numbers. And it's not to say that Slasher hasn't been throughout the course of his career. I mean, there was a consistent time where he was like a top 3, if not #1 AR in the game. We know how good he has been. But it feels like he's really hitting stride right now. I mean, he looks good on the map.
Yeah, I think the thing for like Slasher in these last couple of years, even this year, it's just like finding a core team. I mean, you look at what happened with LA Thieves last year. I mean, there was just so many different rosters the year before that when he was under OpTic. Like, there were so many different rosters there. Just feels like he can't find a core around him. Maybe this is the start of it.
And I heard it was going to be a 2-minute delay 30 seconds or so ago, so it shouldn't be too long, guys. And we'll get into it as quickly as we can. For those of you that hung in all day, we appreciate you. I know it's been a long one, but it's been fun, right? Like, these matches, you know, as much as I think I tweeted and joked about just going straight to map 5, I mean, it's the journey to get there.
We got 2 more days.
No, I know, but wait, so there's only been one, right, that hasn't been now?
One, yeah, LA Thieves.
It's absolutely unbelievable. But you see there, if FaZe are able to win, the people that are going to clinch spots, and LAG will be eliminated. If you're here and rooting for New York, I mean, obviously, you know, Røkkr losing is nice. LAG, you want to as well. I'm going to wait until League Ops kind of breaks it down tonight to know the exact scenarios of whether they have to win or where we're at with
for New York.
Yeah.
New York,
yeah. I mean,
really,
New York, it's important.
That matchup tomorrow versus Florida is a
huge one.
I mean, obviously you need LAG to lose here. That helps. But New York versus Florida tomorrow could determine a lot.
And FaZe, I know, I went in and talked to them. They were in the room sort of just joking about how they were first and last. I know teams have experience with that, and sometimes you fall into that. But they were just kind of, I was like, they were joking around a lot in the room. Like, you guys gotta save your energy, pipe down a little bit. They're like, we'll be all right. Like, they seem like they're feeling good. I know that necessarily maybe not playing their best Call of Duty as of late, but can you lock it in now? I think they know they have a test on the other side of the stage. I mean, to be fair, anyone is a test on the other side of the stage for them right now. There are no freebies where that may have been.
I mean, they just lost to these guys just a couple of weeks ago. They, you know, obviously it feels weird because usually we're like, all right, this team's trying to get revenge against FaZe, but it's the opposite with Major too. They're trying to get revenge against LAG.
Yeah, true. Okay, lights are dim, and that means I think it's time to party here shortly. We're going to Bocage map 1, and while the last time we casted them on Bocage, it was methodical, and I don't remember if we did listen in with them, but a lot of times you go to listen in, it's just absolutely insane on this particular map.
It still sounded insane.
Well, did we get one? I couldn't remember if we did. Yeah, but the gameplay though, it seemed a little more calm and controlled than normal. I mean, they dominated it without question.
Yeah, there's not much more you can say to me than map #1 Bocage that gets me going.
That gets you turned, right? It turns you on
like
a little bit.
Bocage?
Yeah,
that's pretty fun too. But let's get it. Here we go. Last match of the day. FaZe taking on Guerrillas. It's going to be Slasher opening things up, and LAG just going to find some time.
Neptune's POV for now, as we'll see him bouncing around the corner. Unfortunately for him, it's Arcitys holding the window, and he's going to find 2 to get this rolling. Right? As we stick with his POV, he's going to get dropped. aBeZy not going to find an opening either. Nobody in the hard point for now. A couple points earned for either team. Really just kind of vying for position.
Yeah, you have Hook working around the back, but aBeZy's going to win that gunfight. Both teams kind of just fighting for those P2 spawns. You have Slasher push up side barn. He's just staying alive, just waiting for help. As Neptune is on the hill, and Neptune's going to find kills, and then with that, they are going to go. They're going to push up. Like, they're trying to break P2, because that's pretty much what they're going to have to do. With Atlanta FaZe controlling the spawns, finding the kills. That's going to be 3 dead as aBeZy finds a double. And there we go, Atlanta FaZe controlling P2.
I mean, he was kind of lurking back there the entire time, right? Just in a position to play spoiler, and he's going to step up and make the play. Now 3 in a row, but hit down to 15 HP. I don't think he ever really got full. They still try to continue this rocket and rolling. Just 1 on the board for Simp, but unfortunate timing there. 3 going to fall. RC's really the last guy up. Not going to clear him out of the point because Spart's shot looking crispy.
Yeah, Spart right now just soaking up time. I mean, this is good time already. I mean, you know, you've dealt with 40 seconds of this P2 where Atlanta FaZe has not earned much time at all. That's going to be 3 dead. Is Hook's able to find 1? Hook.
Okay,
with the snap, and there we go. They have them trapped all the way in the back. So from P2 to P3, LAG, they have them in the setup, in the trap.
Now, where does Hook go from here? As we get right back to Spart, I think that was 4 in a row right before he dropped. Now we'll swap right back to Hook. As he's looking for any kind of angle here mid, but it's aBeZy where he's going to meet his maker. 30-point advantage now. Into the point they go. Neptune now sliding out, finding an opening. That'll be 2. It's Slasher with the 3rd. Hook with the nade. That'll be all 4, and that'll be a moment to breathe on the point, but it won't be a long one.
Yeah, it won't be a long one. I mean, that spawn comes in right in the middle of the map for Atlanta FaZe. You saw, I think Simp was 1 and 5 to start the map. A bit of a slow one as Neptune is not slowing down. He's up to 9 already, leading the lobby. As LAG hanging on to this 40-point lead. The next push coming in, Cell. Gonna find that first blood, but it's a pinch by Hook. Getting behind enemy lines, I thought, but aBeZy read it.
See if Cellium has the pop-off potential again. Just the Unreal map earlier, but nothing insane yet. Guerrillas just still maintaining this lead. You're kind of waiting for FaZe to wake up and get rolling. So far, so good for Guerrillas, though. Now back to Neptune. He's been hot, sitting at 10 and 7.
And this is huge. I mean, we just saw in the last matchup, this P4, where you can find so much time. And I mean, you had the early rotation. But the early rotation has not mattered for Atlanta FaZe much. And, you know, we saw in the keys, they have been struggling to break this hill. Well, any hill in hardpoint throughout this stage. That's why they've had this record. And I mean, we saw it earlier, you know, on Tuscan, where they just could not break. If they are going to play that style, they have to step it up, especially in the Slay. And this man, he's going to help them find the last 20 seconds.
It almost seems like, for me with him, just sometimes like pick one. Pick either like you're just going to play reckless and try to break constantly, or play a little bit more, I don't solid hardpoint and try to rotate. But it seems like they're kind of caught in between both sometimes, where they're playing fast and frantic, they're playing for the breaks, and then they overthink situations. I'm almost like, just pick one and just do it. Like, you're fantastic players, just whatever works.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're all on the same page. That's what we've always talked about with God.
Sometimes.
But speaking of that break, maybe they're going to get one here as Simp's going to find 2. From 1 and 5 to 10 and 10, he has stepped it up, and Cellium was able to find the other 2. So we're just talking about that break. They're able to get it as he's going to push out now. And now Atlanta FaZe only down 5 seconds. They know where the pushing's coming from for LAG. But it's Simp and aBeZy locking it down.
Yeah, it seems like they've just erupted as of late, right? As we're talking about some of the hardpoint woes and where they've been struggling. They make it look easy. 4 in a row now for Simp. How many more can he tack onto this? Quality shots across. That'll be the spree. 5 will be where it ends, though. There's that shots coming in for multiple. It's 4 in a row for Cell, though, as well, as he starts to pop off. 14 and 8. +6. Looking for an angle with the auto, but not going to happen. So no streaks coming through for FaZe. You got a little bit close, but look at the bottom left. That's going to be all white on the feed. It's Guerrillas. That'll wipe them off the board.
Yeah, but just think, I mean, it was, what, 85 to 45 or so. It was a 40-point lead for LAG, but Atlanta FaZe fight right back.
It's quick, too. It's just deleted, right?
Yeah, P4 and P5, they're able to chain those together behind that big break, and we're going to go right back to the middle of the map. And just to fight for some scrap time, but also for P2 control, the left side of your mini-map is you're going to have Slasher playing safe. Cellium and RC's, though, going to take care of the players middle of the map.
Well, and him playing safe will work out. You'll see everybody just spawning on him. Still 30 seconds to go here. You'll take another crack at this, but just making sure there's a safety net. That last line of defense to hold the spawns. aBeZy just able to get through as his teammates look over him, and they'll be able to find the kills on the cross. Not a second story we go. A bit of information. The tags come in from behind. The stun, I think, gonna hit him in the face, and there will be the push right behind it. So an unfortunate sequence, but it is Cell with the angle for the trade. Now, are they able to leak through? Look at that number 3. Starting to make a pinch around the wide side. One's gonna pop.
Yeah, I was gonna say Slasher spawns, and I mean, just with that deep river play, Arcitys is able to give them that spawn, but can they hang on? It looks like Hook is gonna find the kills, but due to the positions, Atlanta FaZe still gonna spawn close. 25-point lead is P2 gonna pop up. So Hook, he's just gotta wait for reinforcements, try to play his life back here. He's gonna have Spart on the hill. We just saw him in that spot earlier on the first rotation. Here comes the pinch though. aBeZy and Simp gonna start it with Cell inside of the barn, just trying to hit him from all the different angles, but so far, Sparty's just been soaking up time. Now Slasher is snapping, nobody on the hill.
Well, FaZe, who had that great rally to take the lead, and now looks like it might disappear. It's been a fantastic sequence from Guerrillas. I want to see how FaZe respond. Let's go to listening with Atlanta FaZe.
Missing one. I'm one shot. Yeah, one now. Yeah, hold on. In the back, in you. Neptune one top. One top. That's only top one and 10. Push up. Come on now. Full time for me. Front doors. I think you're taking one. One's from Bills, one's from Bills. Any pitch me. Back window, guys. Another one tower. Yeah, kill this guy tower. We're just running forward right now. I'm just, tower. I got shot.
It almost felt like that all dead scenario. I kind of helped them a bit. We'll see how it plays out, but they needed kind of a reset. It was a little bit staggered. A ton of comms coming in, nothing working out. I mean, I don't want to say frustrated, but weren't finding a lot of success through that listening.
Well, I mean, honestly, P2 and P3 on the first rotation went the way of LAG. I mean, that's where they found their lead. It was these next couple of hills where Atlanta FaZe really found the control of the map. We'll see if they can do it this time through. Looks like Simp able to hit that grenade. Cellium's gonna find one. That means it's gonna be a one-on-one on the hill. Slasher gonna peek around slow. The pre-aim is there with the auto. He's gonna find that kill, but it's just going to be a contest for now. There's aBeZy and the rest of Atlanta FaZe just fighting through the front.
Yeah, they had eyes bottom, they got eyes top. Spart, though, and Neptune, they're both inside, and that'll be 3. As they keep it close, just 8 points. Separate the two teams, and now Spart, that's 3 in a row. Lovely bit of work inside of the point. He's stunned, he's like, come on, where's the chow coming from? He's still able to get the kill, and somehow through it all, he's gonna stay alive. One more pushing through. I don't know if he's working a reload or just a bit of madness there, but the streak will end. Lead change, though, 2 Guerrillas. They're in front for now.
Well, it was that play, right? The final 20 seconds, but also the rotation. Slasher and Hook able to get out. So now for P5, they're, in a pretty good position. Much better than last time through, and Slasher's going to give them spawns. As Simp looking for a third, but he's going to get cut down. It's going to be FaZe on the hill right now, but LAG off spawn. The nade's going to go. You're going to have Hook try to take a long route through the middle of the map, but I think that's going to get red. And with that, his teammates are going to go down and look at the spawns just because he's taking that route. They're going to be a little bit split right now, but Atlanta FaZe, nice control.
Yeah, I mean, poor Neptune spawns about as far as he can from the point, but yeah, I thought maybe a pinch is going to develop here for a moment. That's not the case. You get the all clear again. You got 20 or so seconds remaining on it. You'll be just able to eclipse the 200-point mark if you're FaZe. Now, can you put it away? Fight goes down tower side. It's Neptune's going to find the opening. It's Simp that's trying to find the angle. It's not going to be there, and it will collapse. Now, not a lot of time to earn, but you get them off the point for now. And where you're at if you're FaZe, and well, where you're at if you're Guerrillas, every single second is crucial now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very similar, both of these rotations. The only difference, P4 goes a lot better for LAG. Not as clean at P5 for Atlanta FaZe, but just going to try to earn some time here. You can see Slasher on the bottom side of the mini-map. You have Spart up top, both the ARs. Just lock it down the routes, and Neptune, my man, is twisted right now, 29 and 29. But moving on the map is aBeZy and Simp, though. Gonna try to fight through, fight on back. Is just trying to fight for control, but the big story, the P2 spawn still for LAG.
Yeah, they have it for now, but we saw last time through, they lost it, with a couple of seconds really before it was going to pop. Can you keep that discipline? and win the key gunfights to retain control. Slasher is trying to get some information through on the wall bangs, not going to come in. Is now he'll reposition. Watch the outer field. It's Hook with a double now. Maybe alleviate some timing and pressure off of him. Neptune looking for 2 of his own. It'll just be 1. But now the big push. 4 seconds left to go, and Slasher has been waiting for that gunfight. He's able to take the first. You get good control this time around. Now, what can you do with it?
Okay, just in his positions, up to 29 and 21, letting the game come to him. The pressure there from Hook and Neptune. Spart, though, with a double. That's going to slow it down for Atlanta FaZe. Now, there are 3 players kind of out of position for LAG, so the nade's going to connect. That's going to allow Barn Control to be contested. Nobody really on the hill, but it's a slight lead for LAG.
Yeah, I think the good thing maybe here for FaZe is just you keep him out of it for the most part, right? Like, you have that early setup. We've got 30 seconds off of this as Simp is now twirling and dancing. But you might get the advantage now if you're FaZe.
Simp has really turned up these last couple of hills, up to 35 and 28. It feels like when his name is in the feed, it is a multi-kill as aBeZy and his duo just trying to rotate, just roam around the map. We're going to head to a P3. That's where LAG will be. It's going to be about a 17-point lead, just fighting for control. Here comes aBeZy, snaps onto Hook. He's got Arcitys following him up. Hill gonna pop.
What a big swing that was over the tail end of the hard point. Now his heads start to collide inside of the point. Bullets, wood chips, everything flying into these players. They're trying to vie for position. Hook for 1 second, you'll see it. The slide comes in underneath. It's a little bit awkward. We've only got 20 seconds to go on the play clock as well, so keep an eye on that. As this one looks to be an absolute nail biter, but Cell with the triple. A chance to seal it. They're all spawning out deep. You have the presence forward. A contest is there for a moment. Is it going to be enough? It's not. FaZe. They'll shut down the map 1, and that's a big play out of big play Cell.
Just so back and forth throughout that map number 1. And you know, for Atlanta FaZe, I think the key was the end of the first rotation because they were getting outslayed. You had a slow start for Simp, but the P4 to P5, that gave them that lead, a little bit of cushion to work with. But then there at that last rotation, that P2 hold, LAG, you know, they had the spawns under control, but Atlanta FaZe, they just went right through the front, and able to split that time.
I wouldn't even, no, they didn't even split that. Over the first 30 seconds, LAG might have got like 5 to 8 points because a lot of that was just no one in the point. When FaZe actually got in and got control, I mean, I think they got 20 plus. I mean, it ended up being a massive swing when they got in.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, no, I think they split it in terms of maybe spawn control, but when you talk about actual time in the point, I mean, that was a massive swing in the overall scoreline for FaZe. And then you kind of nailed it. I mean, there was a period there towards the end where Simp and aBeZy really turned up. And then Cell just kind of quietly erupted. He had a solid game throughout the course of it, but you saw the final sequences. Once they got him in that trap in the back, he started lighting them up. He was taking heads.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to take a look at some highlights. You saw that scoreboard, though. I mean, just a very balanced effort from both of these squads. It was just kind of who was going to take advantage of the opportunities that they had. And I just felt like FaZe made it messy enough when LAG had the spawns where they could find a lot of time, even here at this P4. I mean, Spart was popping off.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, we talk about it, but like, yes, rotating and getting control of spawns is great, right? It makes your life easier, and it's a good skill to have. But like that skill to be the other team that's breaking, that is able to make it messy, like you said, just maybe they don't have good spawns, but how long can you keep them out of the point, right? How long can it be contested?
Yeah, what, there's 28 seconds there, was like 2:05 to 2:13, and there you can see in the scoreboard there. So yeah, it was the final 30 that goes their way.
Yeah, they actually get that time is the big difference. And on the front end of it, I mean, they mostly got about the point. I think you kind of called, I think at one point you said like kind of a couple players out of position and then they hit the nades over the top to clear somebody out. I don't know if LAG got back in the point after that. I'm not sure if they did. So FaZe did a great job there. They're up 250 to 214, or they're up. They won 250 to 214. Now we look forward to the Berlin Search and Destroy. And we'll see what these teams can bring. We've seen a ton of reps from these squads on this map, obviously, but not as many when you talk about the new look squad here with Guerrillas. It's just interesting because when I think about this Guerrillas team, I think about this map, I just think about Asim. And some of the plays he will make good. Well, it's like, will he have a great map? Will he have a frustrating map in the positions he will play from? But He's not there, so it'll be fun to watch him play.
There is one thing I can guarantee you on offense. Slasher is going to work top 3 in the middle of the map, right? I mean, that's just what he loves to do. When I think the game kind of gets to this point of the year where you kind of have a good idea of where everyone's going to go, what default setups are, that's what Slasher does. Plays around the picks, finds those first bloods.
What were we watching when Guerrillas were playing? I think we were watching with Cap and some of the
Berlin
guys.
Hardpoint, yeah.
And it was... Wait, no, what was it? Was that the Bocas search where somebody was like, where's Mudog? He's like, he loves that tank. He was just on that back tank throughout so much of it.
He's got his spot.
He's in his spot, right? Like, he feels confident he's going to win the fight there. But, you know, you had a pretty solid map 1. You had your chances to take it. I mean, there's some frustrating moments, but you battled. And that can be a really strong one for FaZe, as we've seen already this weekend. Now, who's going to step up? Who's going to go clutch in the search? Another thing you think about with this particular map is, what with Slasher, that's where his body was shot, right? And then he kind of turned into demon mode.
What are you buzzing over there, dude?
Not me. It's one of my cables loose, Joe.
You're buzzing, dude. The boys are buzzing. You good?
I don't know who else hearing that. There. Maybe I fixed it. I don't know.
You got it. It's good now.
I unplugged some stuff. I plugged some stuff in. You know, I did a little magic.
Hopefully you didn't break anything.
Well, we'll find out. But you can see the...
When we just saw FaZe play this.
He's locked, determined.
He doesn't have the hat on. He's got the hair a little bit longer.
Yeah, right.
That's how you know he's grinding.
Yeah. All right, can they answer back? We get into our final series. Will it be another 5-map match? Or can FaZe get 2-0 control and maybe close it out with a 3-0? We haven't seen any of that.
Any of them, no.
Oh, it's been absolutely bonkers. As we get late into the evening, FaZe, Guerrillas continue to fight. Now to search and destroy we go. Offense up for Guerrillas. As we'll take a look at their opening look.
And this is what Hook does. He loves lurking offense, defense over towards A.
100% right.
And you can see number 5, Slasher, just starting to get into his position. They're going to control Mail, and is going to start to work top 3, which means it's time to find a pick. You're going to have aBeZy just playing on an island, Hook just hanging out. But for right now, there is just no info given to either team. But there we go. A nade's going to connect. I think Slasher put some shots in. There's going to be a first blood.
Now, what does that open on the map? For Guerrillas, you get the kill onto Arcitys.
I mean, they don't move. I mean, this is it, right? Find the first blood, let the clock tick. They're going to rotate around the map to try to find something. Is Atlanta FaZe, and what openings do LAG find? Hook looks like he's going to be the point man. He's going to be the point man to start this off. Spart's going to hit some shots. Simp now and Cell. They got a lot of work to do. Cell's able to find one, but still it's a 2 versus 3, and Simp's going to be the lone man over at A.
What can he do while he waits for the help to come? Because aBeZy, he's tracking across the map, and oh god, if he could have stayed alive for just another moment.
Yeah, he was giving him the call out that he was pushing. He was right behind him.
If you have both up in a 2 versus 2, who knows what's possible, but aBeZy, can't count him out. He's had some highlight moments over the course of the day. A man on a mission earlier, he's gonna give himself a one-on-one, or he should. Here we go, Spart, aBeZy, 30 seconds to go.
This is not planted for Spart. On the staircase, this is planted a little bit outer. There's a chow. aBeZy's gonna hit some shots, aBeZy. Oh, the auto in the 1v1. Spart able to connect all the headshots.
Yeah, and I think he just took a step onto like the bench to his left, and it made it a little bit awkward there for a moment. Like he's just centered on that heady. Good job regaining composure, or just keeping the shots on point.
I thought aBeZy had it. I thought he had it.
Well, at first I thought it was like crazy flinch. I was like, whoa, why?
No,
I've really seen that.
Well,
no, I think part of it, I think he took a step left, like onto the bench, didn't he? It looked like he shot up there, and then I was like, oh god, this gunfight became a lot harder, and then he made it look easy. As he took off his head. Or maybe, yeah, a headshot or 2 came through. But Spart now, what a round it is. He's up to 3-0. Just through that first round. Hook's got a lot flying his way as he's just going to continue to kind of move his way back on the dock.
And this is what we saw earlier, just sort of this info game from FaZe. All right, did we stun someone over towards B? We do. Maybe you see the cross back, and now it's going to be Neptune, who usually plays his Hook spot. Just kind of lurking here right now, and you can already see.
Oh, God. Hello, sir, I found you.
That is a position that they've played before. Arcitys is going to check it, find that first blood. Bomb going to be down.
They follow it up. Big numbers advantage now over to FaZe. Spartan Hoop, what can you do in this situation? Can you make things interesting, spicy? I don't think so. As Simp, he gets ripped to 16 HP, but accurate as ever to take the fight. 1v4 now for Hoop.
Yeah, not a lot he can do here.
There's just bullets going through basically every doorway. He'll take one with him, but yeah, you don't have a ton of options there.
Exactly what we saw from Atlanta FaZe earlier. Just someone playing for the rotation, just seeing the information as they cross back and forth over to fire. A stun connects on a player towards B. That just gives them an idea. The call is right back to A. They find Neptune in that position, and that's pretty much the round.
Yeah, it seems more often than not. I mean, you'll see a lot of teams on offense. They're kind of takes a little time to get that information. They'll play it. So kind of like you saw in the Guerrillas first round. But FaZe have been whatever cross they're watching, whatever whatever tactical they're hitting, like they are executing quickly. Like they're very confident. They know where the numbers are and they are going.
You have that same setup where it's Cell and Simp inside of A. That's where the attack is going to be, is Neptune just working the outer site.
I gotta imagine RC's gonna start to cheat his way over a bit.
Yeah, he's already in spot. Yeah, he's already in the spot watching their pinch. If Simp in the middle of the map, aBeZy just staying true to B in case there's something to find. Cell, he's on an island trying to play his life, but Simp with a quick pinch to the middle of the map, and there's the opening. RC's on that rotation over, finds another one.
And with that light post, I mean, that could be an awkward gunfight. You kind of saw it from both players, but Simp able to recenter, and he'll take it.
And you just know, right? When a team is going to go towards A, you're going to have a player all the way in the back train yard. Going to be Slasher in that tower, and Simp just kind of avoids it by going right through P5.
Now we'll see if they can pick him up mid. They do. So Slasher, who is trying to wrap back, he's going to get caught. Hook now in a tough position. Wins his one, gets out. 17 seconds now to go. Feels like Hook has been in some very dire spots. I mean, he centers well there. Hits a bullet or so, but drop quickly after.
That's probably how aBeZy was feeling in that 1v1 as well. I mean, snaps well, but then the auto just takes over at the distance. A little bit of flinch for RC gives him those headshots, and that comes in fast.
Two, one now to FaZe. You're looking for you're trying to get on the board now if you're Slasher, if you're Neptune. Haven't found any success yet. Yeah. Oh, yes. Keep us energized, crowd. We love you. We need it. It's late. We're having fun. Oh, yeah. I assume those whistles are for my sexy body. Thank you. Yeah, I figured. aBeZy just able to get through on the cross. They start to execute, but Hook, like a bug in the grass. Ooh. Oh, God. Seeks his way forward, then pounces, but will get dropped. And Simp from third. Shots through the window. Pistol out, but Neptune, he'll get his first kill in this map, too. 2 versus 3. Not a lot of time.
You still have aBeZy to deal with. I mean, the shots are to come in. aBeZy does you take it down.
Yeah, look at where the other two are, though.
We've seen it happen before. It takes quite a miracle, but who knows? Still 15 seconds left. It's just if Neptune can get into a spot, you need Slasher to stay alive.
He's going.
They're able to find one. It's all on Neptune. It's all on Neptune. And he got it. I think he got it.
Oh, are you kidding?
And that is a round that FaZe can just not lose.
Oh, my God. I mean, you're looking at when that fight goes down on the bomb, it's around 17 seconds, I think, when aBeZy drops. And I'm thinking they still have to clear all that out. Yep. Neptune's got to, as you saying, Bolt. He's got to get across the map, strap on the Pumas, and get flying. And just in the nick of time, I mean, he hot bombed around 8, somewhere in that ballpark. Like, that was, woo, as tight as they come. But that'll bring us to 2-2. And Neptune, who was 0-3, well, there you go.
Oh,
there's 4. He gets the ace as well. What a round from Neptune. That's one way to come alive in this map, too.
I mean, it just starts with aBeZy. I mean, that was just classic. I mean, gets the bomb down, finds the first blood, but the setup just drops for Atlanta FaZe. And now LAG on offense. They're going to go to B. A has not been working. B will as Neptune. Well, he gives him the aBeZy treatment. Bomb to the O planet.
Just hits it. And aBeZy is there by himself.
5 in a row.
Can't take it. Hook now, tack one on. A chance to take a 3-2 edge. Neptune has started to light it up in this map too. There's another. That'll be number 6. Getting chowed. Who got it? I'm not sure who got it. I just wonder if somehow Neptune got an angle. I didn't see where his arrow was.
Oh,
It was.
7 in a row.
It was.
7 in 2 rounds, so he's going to have that glide bomb.
I thought maybe, I just didn't see the minimap, if he was able to get an angle.
Well, that's one way to turn the game around, huh?
Yeah. 7 out of 8 kills in 2 rounds. So now the glide to use. And you've touched on it. It can be a little difficult to find your spots where you're going to actually throw it into. I mean, we watched Cell get one in their last one, and I think he killed aBeZy with it. Granted, the map, I think, was pretty much decided, but still, what a performance here from Neptune. He needed this lightning bolt. And now aBeZy, once again, is going to get dropped, tries to get back to his spot. This time, it's going to be Hook. Cell, though, trying to play the equalizer.
Yeah, I mean, Spart's going to get taken down. Here's the key. I mean, Hook has to play his life here. I mean, he could be the one player to kind of change the round for both of these teams. They're going to try to isolate him. They know he's in that spot. And Neptune just kind of waiting on the flank, but you have Slasher looking over him.
Yeah, he's got eyes deep on the lane, so he can try to make it difficult.
He hits those headshots on his Cell.
What were those shots? Cell just gets evaporated. Usually, the nutty auto shots at range, they're coming from Cell.
There's the trade. So now it's just on Neptune to try to get to his teammate. Hook, he's going to get isolated. Now it's a 1 versus 2. The man who's on 7 in a row. Can he make it 9? 3 rounds in a row for LAG. His bomb going to be planted.
Can he pull off another clutch? Might just be what kind of timing does he get on a cross here? Sneaky. He just sees Arcitys slithering behind the bomb site. And then the shots in from the left. They'll tie it up 3-3. And, you get that first blood. What, Cell brings it back? I don't know, but is it the awkward timing on the bomb site with Hook? I'm not sure where it falls apart for you.
I think it's the pick on the Spart, honestly, the first kill for Atlanta FaZe, because Hook is just hoping. The Cell pick? Yeah, Hook is just hoping that, I mean, he does his job. He finds that first blood. The bomb is down. It's really just, they can't cross to B unless those autos get dropped. I mean, Atlanta FaZe do a really good job of finding that pick on the Spart, but then also the trade on the Slasher. Able to clutch the 1 versus 2 as Neptune was just a little too far from his team. With LAG, they went B fast a couple of rounds. They try to slow things down, but RC just takes the map away. They push up through A.
I'll get him to 6 and 3. Yeah, I think I saw aBeZy was dodging bullets in real time in the camera because there were just bullets flying in everywhere towards the B side.
Players, man, that is just not. It is this game being the bomb.
Look at the
planner.
walls, dude. Oh, and then he's able to hit some lovely shots. The pick, did he spot? I think he has seen Neptune in the window. Yeah, he got him in the last jump.
And this is something I want to see a little bit more from aBeZy in this game. I mean, if he's going to be in these tough spots, be able to pull out the auto every now and then. I think we pretty much see every team at times have to pull out 3 or 4 depending on the map, and I think it just makes his life a little bit easier.
And maybe just a little different for him in the sense of, I don't know, in the past, even if it was a position where he'd want another air, he's always got it done it with a sub, even when you think maybe he shouldn't be able to. And granted, we haven't had a lot of 4AR type situations, but he's just always made a sub work. FaZe back in front now. And Arcitys will get that 7, so he's up to 4 in a row.
Again, just the info game. Slasher's gonna try to maybe go for a pick on Arcitys. And I don't know if they were late to that cross.
They were
a little bit late.
I don't know if it was a spawn thing, but from the POV we saw, he got there after the cross.
Yeah, so they're going to think maybe 1, maybe 2, but it's still a good call. You have one player all the way in the backfire. That's going to be Slasher. He can shift on over, but it's really on Neptune.
Well, last time, it was Arcitys that smelled something afoot. Neptune was stinky. He was able to find the spot. Can he do it again? Slasher's looking right over him. Neptune's gonna pounce, and they're gonna be able to take him out. It's aBeZy that'll get the kill, but I think everybody might get shots in there. Can you get one? A couple tags, but Slasher not able to finish it. And Spark just kind of waltzing in the front door.
Well, the nades in the wall, man, aBeZy has not been able to work this plank quite yet. He wants to.
Hello, I'd like to make a purchase.
Well, Spart might find a timing. aBeZy was on the bomb, hops off it fast, so now it's a 1-on-3 for Hook. Hook, though, he goes through secret. Oh!
Book has a chance if he finds the second one.
Hey, aBeZy's playing a game of hot potato.
Yeah,
like
on the bomb, off the bomb, on the bomb, off the bomb. My man's having a blast.
Every time he picked it up, he's got to drop and snap. Match point. Can they go up 2-0? You got to rip 3 straight, though, if you are Guerrillas, to even the odds. And Slasher, who was great in the map 1, who has been terrific throughout the qualification stage, having a difficult one here. If FaZe do anything in particular, kind of make it difficult for him?
Well, I think they're playing very fast with the info on offense, right? I mean, when that's happening, it doesn't allow him to kind of work his picks. Neptune, he's got the glide, he's got to call it in. What info can he find? Can he find a pick? He cannot.
And I feel like that's what we see more often.
aBeZy.
Maybe
aBeZy's just like, oh, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it just seems
just
like
dodging
hell.
bullets. This guy's Neo in the Matrix.
Yeah, it just seems like absolute hell, but he stays up. He gets the kill. Now got Cellium here as well, and aBeZy continues to dance, to hop, to rock and roll inside of the point. Simp through the window, right back through, the peek on the edge, and the trade is there. Smart now on an island. And Røkkr going down 0-2 in this series. Shot from behind, the front, every which way. It's a FaZe winning map 2. And they take control of this series. Just seems like, well, I mean, just in general, kind of quicker executes.
And I like just like small things like on offense, like aBeZy not committing to the bomb every now and then. It just feels like sometimes it can be tough as the bomb, you know, carrier where you're playing on the map. Yeah, the bullets, the grenades coming in, he's taking his time, allowing his teammates to get into those positions because those are the rounds that they're losing. It feels like if he's going down, you know, trying to plant the bomb or even post plant,
yeah,
it's just messy.
I think it speaks to any position, but maybe not as much as an AR posted up on a heady. But I don't know, you have to keep mixing up your timings and positions. Otherwise, it's easy to counter, and he keeps them guessing the entire time. And they do a good job. Kind of another thing that stood out, maybe Neptune, even though he had some explosive rounds.
Yeah, he won 2 of them for them.
When he was in maybe that the sneaky off angle, I don't know if it's called an off angle, but like that sneaky position where he's gonna get ready to pounce, they dealt with it, right? Like I don't think they got first blooded any of maybe the 3 times they dealt with it. So just a good job, even though they were quick to execute and make a choice on the site. It's like once they got there, good teamwork, got all the clearances of every corner they could deal with.
Yeah, just the info game that they played with on offense. AB, they know where they have to clear. I mean, of course, there's going to be a couple of rounds that they maybe want to clean up, but for the most part, it was nice execution out of Atlanta FaZe.
Yes, so based on how everything is gone, now it's time where Guerrillas come alive in the control, and that's how we'll get to a 3-4, maybe map 5 for FaZe. Do what everyone has struggled to do this weekend. Close out a series and get into day 3 of the tournament, but they dominate in the hard point. They are concise and calculated in the search and destroy. We get ready to go to control. FaZe look to close it out after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Here we go, back at it and ready to continue on. Now, I know I've said it 40 times and I apologize. I'm broken record, but like, I don't know. Is it gonna end here? Is it gonna somehow go to map 5? Because based on the first 2 maps, well, granted, they were pretty close. I mean, you think about the first map, you got like, what, 15, 20 seconds left on the play clock. It goes down to the wire. Search and destroy. There were absolutely some moments that Guerrillas could take it. So I could see how we could get there.
You can.
I don't know, man.
I really like when you get into it.
Yeah, no, I'm very handsy. I have very long fingers too, magic fingers.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. No, let's get off of that camera shot immediately. That was a good call. But now a shot of Guerrillas, we'll see if they can regain. You know, it's been a long day for both teams. I think we highlighted a little bit more for FaZe just because they had the first match of the day, but Guerrillas were right after that. It's been a long one where you're trying to prep, stay locked in, keep that level of attention and focus there. What do you have left in the tank? Can you step up with something huge, and who's it going to be if it's going to be on Guerrillas?
I mean, obviously, Tuscan, you know, we're staying here for 3 maps, and I would say throughout the year, Atlanta FaZe has been strong here, but we've also seen them struggle, especially when you talk about hardpoint. I mean, control is a lot of the times when you win an offensive round.
If it's a map for Tuscan, I'm going to go ahead and say that FaZe will at some point be up approximately 80 points, and they're going to find a way to lose the map.
80, you think? That's quite a bit. Maybe like 40?
No, they've been in that ballpark, dude.
Okay.
Like, they're in that ballpark.
Well, let's see if we get there.
Yeah, true. Good point. They're inventing ways to lose certain scenarios, I swear to God. On Tuscan. Neptune, that is a snap, a filthy one. Yeah, he's focused top church, and he just centers so well to pick that up. All right, so what, 2 bits of progress done. Slasher now coming off the spawn and able to deal with Simp as he's kind of lurking and trying to be a thorn in the side of...
They might go for this. They're going to go for this, Atlanta FaZe. After you kill a couple of those, like, sort of roaming Slayers in Neptune and Hook, knowing they're not going to go over towards B, they kind of regroup, hit the nades onto that player at A. Cellium's still over there. It looks like the rest of the team, though, for LAG off spawn, able to find a couple of kills.
Yeah, I mean, it turns out if you can be fighting in their spawn, it's probably a good thing.
Yeah, speaking of that, you have Simp on a big pinch here. Able to find that opening, find that route, able to snap onto one. No Spartans there. That's just a tough gunfight.
Yeah.
The auto's going to have the advantage.
I thought he was gonna like shoulder left a little bit to try and get behind that.
Jumped out.
Yeah. He's a good, well, I don't know, bunny hop, just 3-bullet him to the face. I'm not sure what the plan was there, but yeah, easy on the other side of the gunfight, that's for sure. Now, first part done, minute 40 on the clock, lives. Not a lot of separation between the two. The Hook's POV we go. Nades soaring in, one behind, one in front. He's at least able to survive. They continue to move forward. It's Simp, I think, that's trying to work a pinch and once again be a thorn in the side, but this time they're able to pick it up. They'll take 2 down. Cell's still playing point man here, though.
I mean, it started off so well for Atlanta FaZe. Cell, though, him and Arcitys will lock it down. Say they found the first 2 on that push. But now you have to slow it down here if you are Spartan Hook.
Yeah,
they do just that at P5. The spawns are there. Now they have the man advantage. But of course, Cell, 5 in a row, always feels like he's in the right position. So autos will stop the attack once again. A 4 life advantage for Atlanta FaZe. 50 seconds on the clock for LAG.
Yeah, now they're going to group up. I mean, I was wondering, is Simp going to continue to roam? I mean, he's been doing it this entire defense. Just the guy going out, trying to find an opening mid-map, trying to find an opening on the flank. And he died 2 or 3 times in a row. But, you know, it turned heads. It set up Cell and Arcitys to get a few easy kills. They're able to deal with him again, but 35 to go.
Especially if your team is controlling that P5 area. But maybe a chance here, an opening for LAG to work a take or 2. That's going to be 3 dead. RC's the next man up, but he finds 1, and 1 might be enough. And Simp off of spawn. The nades are connecting. Neptune's there, but he is just by himself.
Well, I think he just knows. He knows if I die out front church and they're that far pushed up, I can do exactly that, right? I can spawn up and get back into the action.
Now you got to slow down if you're LAG. 15 seconds, but you need to group up. Only 4 lives remaining. And well, starting to find kills. They just cannot get picked apart. Cell trying to watch that cross, but it just feels like the autos, they are hitting right now.
No respawns here. 2 players now left. It's Slasher and Neptune. They're going to try and make the miraculous happen. They're able to win 2 gunfights. Now just going to be on Neptune. I was thinking maybe you get one tick. It was kind of close, but not able to get it done. And I think you had a couple okay chances maybe if you're Guerrillas, but
well, every time there was a chance, then it just felt like Arcitys or Cell was in the kill feed. They were not losing their positions. They were not backing down.
And you gave Simp freedom to roam when you can hold it down like that. They collapsed once. I think there was a time where they thought about kind of all grouping up a little bit early in it, but they're like, all right, you guys are good. See ya. I'm going off to the races again. All right, so they hold, and it is a 9-7 start for Simp. And yeah, you kind of see it there with Arcitys too. Once they got through that line, they had to deal with him.
Simp, go right for B, right
just
away.
Going fast, getting on it. They are going to stack right onto the point. They found 2 kills now. How much damage they able to get done? They spread out now. They're worried about the nades that are going to be coming in, trying to split and just survive what they can. 2 parts done. That is a massive opening here on a FaZe. Now aBeZy going to surge forward. No. The snapback from the tiny tears. It's Simp able to open it up. A centimeter to go. They're cutting him down, and that is the first point done. And it does not get a lot more clinical than that.
That was unbelievable from Atlanta FaZe. That just might be the moment. That might be the series right from the get-go. Everyone is slaying on the map. That is 10 in a row as a team, make it 11. Spark going to respond. It's going to take a miracle to hold on to A, but they have to get in. They have to get in. Neptune finds one, but again, it's Cell. It's Arcitys. Atlanta FaZe on fire right now. Offense, perfection in round number 2.
And dude, that was from the opening gunfights to the split they had on the stack. I mean, I think most of the nades hit. Just 2 didn't connect with one player.
Are we gonna get a 3-0?
Maybe. I would think so at this point, but to the Godfathers above, I've got no idea. But Arcitys, what a map he is having. He'll take a 4 streak into this. He's at 14-6, but man, the effort from Simp and aBeZy to get B first was just something sensational. Now you need something truly heroic if you were Guerrillas to bring this back. You get a nice opening on A. You get the first couple of kills.
Just shot him through a flower pot.
Flowers.
They're not able to get that spot over towards A. Still have Atlanta FaZe in control. They try to get push up, and well, they just retook it. I mean, you have Hook kind of roaming over here. Look at number 7. That's Neptune all the way in the spawn. It's just, do we go A? Do we go B here? I don't know what LAG is going to do, but they're going to go for B. They're going to go for B. Cell's going to find a pick, but through P5 comes Arcitys. aBeZy finds another one middle of the map. Just only 2 players. They're able to get a tick. I mean, I guess you have that.
There you go. Okay,
now 3 dead.
All right, well, now Guerrillas' turn to just flip the tables here. Hook the timing right between enemy lines, and he's cutting them apart. Who do you have left standing towards the point? It's really just going to be Slasher, and he's able to win both. Now right back onto it. Now he's not going to be able to finish it, but how quickly can they get there, and how does the split come in? Neptune's going to get there with the help just in time. They've got 2 players to get this done. It's just like one more player. Like one more man every single time.
They have not had multiple players on it, so it's just gone up so slow. It's given FaZe just an opportunity. It's a little bit staggered from LAG. You have the life advantage, though. You can still complete A. That might be the call. And maybe FaZe is thinking there's only 40 seconds left. Can we try to contest this? Maybe we can take it to the time, but they're just going to give it up. So now you just need 1 tick. You got 2 done if you are LAG.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as, you know, a crazy, precise opening like we saw from FaZe, but the fact is, they did the damage. But now you have to close it out. Not a situation where, oh, great, we got 5 ticks, that's super. No, you got to win the round.
And well, it's Simp. He reads the flank. He's going to flank the flank. You never know. You never know who's going to be behind enemy lines. That's going to be all 3 players who push through the defensive spawn. They take you down. They find Hook inside of P5.
And now after that clearance, look at just how they roam. It is Arcitys and it is Simp just soaring forward, and they don't get any kills, so that's big. I mean, the fact is they at least take 1 down, but then right to follow it up based on the information is Cell. Oh God, it's just the receiving end. We're seeing from all that, okay, all 4 POVs, it's just every Guerrillas player getting gunned.
I I mean, it was, what, a 4 or 5 life advantage for LAG. They need to try to slow this down, but they only have 30 seconds left. Need P5 control. All right, you did the hard part. You got mid-map. Well, I guess the easier part. Now comes the hard part, trying to get pushed up, get that final tick with 20 seconds left. 8 versus 6 in the life department. You have Slasher up top, Church, starting to make his way through radio. Here we go. LAG's last chance to stay alive this year.
And you feel it starting to dwindle now. That's going to be 3 down, 8 to go. Neptune is still here, wanting to be the hero. He's able to get 2. Vanessa around the edge. Arcitys is looking for the pre-fire, and Neptune is still there. The pistol is a popping. 2 seconds to go. Nobody close enough. And I don't ever want to hear that FaZe don't respect a good sleep schedule, because they came in with the 3-0. They tucked in Guerrillas, and they're making sure we can all go home and get tucked in tight.
Gets a little scary in that round. I mean, just an opportunity for LAG.
I mean, that's a pretty good rebound considering the map too, because they just like, I don't know, Hadouken was it? Came in and did some sort of,
what?
Is it from Street Fighter? Is it Hadouken?
Oh, I don't know. I think so. That sounds.
Yeah, I think so.
I just didn't hear you at first.
I probably mumbled a little bit, Joe, but like they came in and just torched them. I have to get going that round too.
I mean, you know, with the long wait, I mean, how close that map 1 was. But I'll tell you what, the key for me was that map number 2 and just how dominant they looked on that Berlin search and destroy. It has been such a key for LAG all year long. But it just felt like that map was a little too frantic for LAG. In the moments where they had to slow down, they weren't on the same page. They got staggered. But I think that's props to Atlanta FaZe, just making it messy, finding multi-kills, cutting off the reinforcements. But it's all about round number 2 and how fast it was from Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, I had very little belief in the 3-0 just with how everything has been going and kind of the state of play for FaZe at times. But if I was a believer, it was certainly after that round 2.
Now you asked me earlier, was this like a good series for them that they're showing up? This was it.
Okay.
This was much better, kind of what we expect from this team.
Yeah, I think still some question marks in the hard point at time. Like, what sort of team are we trying to be? At least that's how I feel. Like,
but I feel like when FaZe is at their best is that search, right? And that was one of the better searches we've seen from them.
Just decisive. Yeah, yeah. Playing as a team, not over-challenging a lot of situations. It felt like, that is the single biggest thing. Because even though they haven't always been necessarily the most dominant respawn team, they've been very, very good. When they were at their best, yes, they were in like the top 3 range, probably in, well, okay, there's that graphic we used to show where it's first in every single thing, basically, but it was the search.
Well, when they won majors, it was search and control. Like, that's just the way they were able to do it. That's how they became world champions. I think when you're playing a long best of 9, someone will probably get hot. You'll probably win a respawn. You'll probably win a hard point, but it's been the control and search and destroy that have taken championships away from them. That game 2 and 3, and taking it much better.
Well, a guy that was brought to this team to take care of the kids, maybe frustrating at times, but that one's got to feel good. We've got Arcitys on stage with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Merc and Maven. One more time, give it up for Atlanta FaZe for giving us our first 3-0 of the tournament and coming out dominant. Arcitys, for the first time in a while, y'all beat this LAG team, okay? It's been difficult for you. How did y'all get it done this time around?
I mean, I actually don't know. We're sitting in the back for 7 hours watching every game 5, just losing composure, but we came out strong. MC had a plan against these guys, and you always trust Cellium. This guy's dropping 40 every match, so I gotta trust him.
We saw his perfect match to kick off the day, and as you said, you know, it's been a long day for you, okay? We've had nothing but game 5s. Y'all was our first matchup, but you guys lock in first seed for champs, okay? So tell me about...
I thought that was already done.
You know, well, yeah, you know, you've been
for
getting
years
it done,
now.
right? You've been getting it done throughout these events, but how do you feel about possibly coming out here and getting this major win?
I mean, we have first seed, obviously, but we don't have a championship this year, so obviously that's our goal. It's been a bad year for us. Well, for us, it's been a bad year. Silver's all around. We got 1 for each player on the team, but we just coming out here just trying to play better than yesterday. That's all I know.
All right, man. I know you want to go out there and get that gold. Any last shout-outs to the fans that stayed here to watch you?
Oh, my God. Shout out to you guys. This is the first time we've been cheered all fucking year. FaZe the fuck up.
FaZe up! That's going to one duel for me and Arcitys. Belly, break it down.
I love that.
FaZe up as they run through it and finally get their revenge against the Major 2 champs, the Los Angeles Guerrillas. But we have to say it outright. The Los Angeles Guerrillas have been officially eliminated from Major 4 here in Brooklyn, New York. aLLeY. FaZe, they say, not this time, all right? They're trying to go back to the game.
You can do it too. Like I said, they were due against the LAG squad. And like I said, Cellium went negative against them last time. He was also due, I believe, went like almost double positive this time around. A hot 3-0 to end the day. Fell not how I think we expected it to go.
No, FaZe ran right through him. Nameless, the squad is trying to take it all the way to the championship game.
They can do it.
From what we saw right there, LAG wasn't an easy team to beat.
I mean, they came in here, they get the easy work 3-0. We saw earlier in the tested game 5 situation, Cellium going flawless, and they've just been unbelievable since then. And then also we have some news with that victory. Seattle, Toronto, and Boston clinch a champ's spot. So that was just massive for the implications for champs, man. It's going to be wild.
Yeah, definitely wild. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the replays because the Scump play of the game has to do with FaZe grabbing B and Miles. Boy, oh boy, FaZe, hey,
I mean, dude, they came to play today. After what was a tough one against Paris, like, they could go through LAG like that. Was an insane series, dude. Like, they were, I mean, as Clint said, like, they respected the sleep schedule. They put them to bed, son. It was non-stop aggression. You win your ones, you get it all done, and in the end, the 2-man stack, the Terrors there atop the point, getting it all done, man.
And just
you
like,
can't ask for more.
And just a wonderful play, like off the rip to straight up push B like that and get people on the point and win your ones. Like, that's just gonna crush the souls of the other team instantly on offense, and you're up 2-0 in the series. Like, from that point, you just know that's the dagger that closes out the series, man.
All right, now let's also take a look at the game field tactical play. Let's go back to the past. Earlier today, we're London playing Los Angeles Guerrillas, and it was a great hold on B on the defensive side. Let's go ahead and take a look. Miles, I know it was a while ago. I know my brain is like melting. It's the end of the day right now, man. We've been working for like 13 hours. Do you remember that series at all?
I do a little bit, man. It was an intense one. And again, like the Ravens, you know, they've had their moments here. And you got to hand it to them, aLLeY. It's about time we saw a control win.
Like, the highlight of that series is London won a control. Granted, they lost the series, but they're still going to champs, so it wasn't the last that we saw of them. But what a weird series to have done it. Like, they lost 8 instantly, and somehow, some way, they played this P2 like it was hardpoint and just put LAG in the absolute box here in these back warehouse and train spawns. Beautiful from London. Unfortunately, we weren't able to close out the series, though.
Right. Nameless, man, today has been a phenomenal day. We're going to take a look at the points soon, and the threshold is absolutely crazy right now. NY, you're still currently in it, man, and the race is better than ever.
Well, what NY is hoping is to beat the Florida Mutineers, send them down to play the Atlanta FaZe coming off of the only 3-0 that we've seen throughout this weekend, and then New York will be in a good spot. Now, that being said, New York still need to get top 2.
Yep.
That's yet to be known. We'll see them tomorrow.
Right, Miles, what is your take on this right now?
Right now, all in all, I mean, this has been one of the craziest days in Call of Duty history, without a shadow of a doubt. Look at that. Left side of the screen, there are the CDL points presented by Game Fuel. They are all set. Hot to trot for champs. As soon as we finish, 2 weeks away, pack your bags, boys and girls, we're going to Cali. 2 spots remain. That is where things get insane. The Subliners and the Mutineers, God only knows what's going to happen tomorrow. Don't forget the LA Thieves. And this is going to be an unbelievable finish.
That's going to be a complete headliner tomorrow, and I can't wait to see how loud the crowd is going to get. Nameless, this is it, man. Day 2 is done with.
I just can't wait to see the walkout tomorrow for the New York Subliners. They have to win that match. It's setting up for the Cinderella story. We'll learn more tomorrow, man. It's going to be epic. This was Elimination Day 1, guys. Elimination Day Friday. And it was electric in here. Tomorrow is going to be bonkers.
Right, aLLeY, this is your first year so far. It has almost come to an end. This is crazy. Any last words you want to say before we shut down this desk?
I can't wait for tomorrow, aBeZy. Just like everybody else here, I cannot wait for tomorrow.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. We're going to shut down the desk, but I want to thank every single one of you once again for tuning in because, hey, here in Brooklyn, New York, they are brought the passion and the culture is just about everywhere. From the audience to even you guys at home, you guys have made this event so special so far. Yeah, I saw the viewership numbers and things are looking bright, but tomorrow things are going to look even better. More teams are going home, and the question is, can the New York Subliners make it all the way to the end? I don't want them to get just a top 3, top 2 finish, baby. I want them to win the whole thing at their own event. Hey, but We're gonna see it when it comes down. We'll see you guys tomorrow for day 3 at the same place, same time. Hope you all have a great night. Thank you for tuning in. We'll catch you next time for more Call of Duty action.